Dear Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Get up and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
The sprint gets there. Here we go to the line.
taking that out in that final ski leg.
To the end, it's a drag race. Oh, he gives him the big claim across the line. How much have you got left for everything to the Aussie title?
We are seeing three of the absolute best Ironmen at the moment fighting it out.
He falls off the back there and it's Northcliffe and Newport side by side. Four-time Australian Ironman champion.
Good morning and welcome back to the Gold Coast. This is playing host to the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships at North Kira Beach. It is one of the country's most beautiful holiday destinations, but for more than 7,000 athletes over the course of the week. It is also a cauldron, the Colosseum of all things surf sports, as the fittest surf athletes in the world go head-to-head fighting it out for glory. My name is Sam Jordan from Redhead Surf Life Saving Club, and I have the honour of sitting alongside four-time Australian Open Ironwoman champion, Georgia Fitzsimmons. G, we're back for day three of the Aussies. I think we're all feeling day three today, but it is going to be a big one as well. Open mixed double skis, heats to final is on this morning. We have our board relay finals. The ski races are going to be going right through to the semi-finals, and later this afternoon we have belts and board rescues as well. What a day.
What a day. And yeah, as you said, day three, it's hump day, I guess you could call it. But what a jam-packed day we do have. And the Gold Coast is really turning it on today. We've got some hot weather out there. The surf is still up. So some great racing ahead. And yeah, it's going to be great to kick things off with the under-17 male iron quarters. So we love an iron in the morning. So this is great that we're being able to show the under-17 males.
Yeah, that's right. We are going to be starting our day with these under-17 Ironman quarterfinals. At the same time, further down the beach, they are doing the early rounds of the mixed double skis. We will be moving down there a little bit later on today. And a reminder for all of our surf boat fans, there is a separate boat stream. That competition is happening at Tugun today. So once again, the carnival has been moved. It is back to Tugun. It is a big day down there in the boats, and there is a separate stream dedicated to all of that action. But for now, we're going to be staying with the under-17 Ironman quarterfinals, and this is quarter number 2 on screen.
Yeah, we've got a start list here. For quarter number 2, we've got Saul Eastman from Sawtell, Jake Mail, Kobe Daniel, Henry Whitehead. He's going to be one to watch, I believe. He had an unbelievable under-15 titles last year, so he's in first year under-17. So we've got Archie Ray, Ned Eldon, Stanley Jarrett, Mac Elliott, Jonah Kilpatrick, Samuel Buckley from Burleigh Heads, rounding out our first page. Nate Robertson, Ari Craig, Lewis Williams, Harrison Carberry, and Bodie Duffy from Sorrento. So that is heat number 2, quarterfinal number 2. So the pace is going to be on this morning, Sam. The boys are looking a little nervous there. Iron quarters are always so tough. So for our under-17 males, they only have board swim. They are not yet on skis for their Ironman. So just 2 legs this morning for the boys.
Yeah, that's right. So we do have heat number 2 that's on the line. There is the one arena, of course, the blue and white arena. So I'm not exactly sure what they're doing in terms of having quarterfinal number 1. It looks like that might have been delayed a little bit there because we can see those club caps on the line in heat number 2. It's only one round of the iron today as well. It is first up. There's semi-finals not on today. We believe they will be on tomorrow. So it really is just about giving it absolutely everything and booking your place in the final 32. So they are waiting for a start in what is quarterfinal number 2 of the under-17 Ironman, and they are away and racing and straight onto the boards to paddle through that gutter.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. So we're approaching a low tide at 10:47 local time here at North Kira Beach. So we're around about mid-tide right now. So you'll see that really start to drain out over the course of the morning. But look at Henry Whitehead just attack that shore break. He is on that blue board in the centre for Manly Lifesaving Club. So I love that his board matches his blue cap as well for Manly. So doing a fantastic job here. getting things underway, and I think he's shaking out those nerves, that's for sure.
Yeah, and really attacking the short break and sneaking through as a result. It just seems to be the case when you really go hard and try and make your own luck that the ocean does open up for you. Again, just sneaking around the side of a little wave there, Whitehead, and he's certainly making a dominant start to the race as well. Could be Maroochydore in second, go back to Grange in third, and on the top side of the screen, maybe one of our competitors from North Burleigh there as well. The field quite strung out to start an iron race like this.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is first leg here. They will do board and then swim. So Henry Whitehead just looking to dictate the pace, and I think he just wants to get this one under his belt, move on to the semi-final on Saturday. It's Saturday semi-final day. So, yeah, looking forward to those. But you can see we still do have a lot of swell out on that back break, and the boys are headed out past that back break to the 4 black and white cans. So course management is going to be a big thing today. We're going to check out this drone footage and see if that sweep of North Kira Beach is still working. But Henry Whitehead just sneaks over that one, so he's going to put even more of a lead on the field here.
Yeah,
as
and
he just
another
sneaks
wave
over.
starting to come through as well. So that is the reward for attacking the start of the race, is that you get the first opportunity at the conditions as well. As another set starts to come through, Whitehead looking over his shoulder there. Yeah, that is a sizable gap. And this is our first look at the conditions as well today in the racing arenas. We didn't quite know what to expect. We actually thought the swell was potentially going to drop off more than what it did overnight. I was up at 5 o'clock this morning looking out the window in the dark at the moment, and I couldn't see anything to start, but when the sun came up, you could really see that there is still waves today, which looks really fun.
Yeah, it does look really fun out there. We still have a bit of wind coming in from the north, as you can see, those white caps, those runners, which are going to be really important in these races to chase those and try and turn them into a wave. But Henry Whitehead is actually a bottom-end under-17 competitor, which is incredibly cool to notice that he's doing so well. And he's a year younger than some of these guys. So he's really taking it to them out there this morning and doing a fantastic job in this under-17 Ironman quarterfinal.
And that is the perfect way to begin your run back to the beach as well. A nice wave for Whitehead. He's going to keep milking it through that gutter as well. We have 2 from Maroochydore on the wave behind there. Actually, apologies, that could be North Burleigh there with the colour, the glare in the morning as well, just trying to pick up those caps. But so Whitehead is out in front. He's just come off that little wave, and he's going to make his way around that green and gold. Of course, that sweep is still moving through that gutter. Maybe not as strong as we saw earlier in the week, but it is still quite tight as you get around it there. We can see from the chase pack. And another wave for Whitehead out in front.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job there. And I love the way he runs his board. He's super relaxed, having a couple of little looks around, looking over his shoulder, making sure he's in the right position. This would be a great warm-up race for a few of these competitors as well. I know it is a quarterfinal, but a few of them will just look to sort of test out the conditions, see where they're at, blow out the cobwebs from yesterday. The under-17 males had so many races down in that blue and white arena. They had 15 heats of their board race yesterday
numbers,
morning. So huge numbers. I think that's like 230 competitors just in that board race. So lots of times around the cans. So this would be a nice little shakeout for the boys this morning.
Yeah, so our leaders have certainly made a fair bit of room out in front. I did see in the background of that drone shot on the way back in that the rest of the pack, the bubble, I dare say, around that all-important top 8 qualification had a pretty big pile-up around that green and gold can as well. Just what we were talking about there, accommodating for that sweep. We see Whitehead.
See that glare.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what the competitors are seeing as well. We're seeing our athletes running straight into the water, Georgia, out in front. Are you surprised by that?
I am a little surprised. I mean, I haven't been down the beach this morning, but North Kira obviously has that typical south to north sweep through the gutter. So, yeah, it's interesting to see. You see some running a little bit further south, but we're going to wait and see what pays off. Down in these men's area, which are further to the north, it's definitely not as strong the sweep other than up in the female arenas. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'm sure they would have gotten out there in the warm-up and really tested this sweep out. It's spoken to their coaches, but they are sort of the guinea pigs this first race of the morning.
It always is the case, isn't it?
Everyone is watching. You can see the boys actually on the beach lining up for their next quarterfinals, really paying attention to this and seeing if this line is the best or maybe a little bit further to the south will work. So the boys are into their work now, into their swimming strokes in that green water. So we'll wait and see what pays off. But it is quite choppy out there this morning, Sam. So lots of water movement, and lots to pick up on the way in as well. You'll see their stroke rate really start to pick up. Kick will really pick up as well. So, yeah, this is turning out to be a great race. And we have two out in front, clear leaders in Henry Whitehead and one of the boys from Maroochydore. It's either Archie Ray or Ari Gregg. So, yeah, interesting to see what is going to pay off to this first can.
Yeah, that's right. Maroochydore 3 in this race as well with the former Stanley Jarrett. And now we have our two leaders splitting apart. So it's still Manly 1, Maroochydore in second and in third as well. Go back to another cap that is predominantly white with a few stripes. Now, we have two athletes from North Burleigh in the mix there, so we'll have to wait until we see a closer shot of those athletes on their way back in to determine who that is. But what I'm keeping an eye on is they do get to that red and yellow can, and you would have to say that, you know, they pretty much got that line right, really. Drifted down a little bit further Whitehead, but they've done well there.
Yeah, they have done really well there, and I think obviously the glare is going to play a big part in this morning's racing. It is only 7:30 in the morning here in Queensland, so that sun has just sort of started to peep up, and it's really tough to see. It's almost like when we go over to Scarborough and Perth in the afternoons over there. It is incredibly hard to spot those cans, but you could see the boys doing a little bit of water polo stroke almost to just check out where the cans are. But the pack sort of has started to come up on our two leaders now, which is interesting.
I think the chase pack really got their line right,
and
that certainly helped them out. There has been a change in the lead at the front. It's now Maroochydore in 1, Manly in 2, Maroochydore in 3. It's North Burleigh in 4. Then you go back to Trig Island, who is leading that next pack as well. You can see the quartered cap there, white, red and green. And beyond that, it is going to be a scramble in terms of taking those all-important places. Of course, the athletes swimming along that string of 9 there. Quite close to that string as they're swimming against the current too, and now making their way back into the beach. So we are looking for 8 to get through to the under-17 Ironman semi-finals as well. And a nice lead opening up at the front there, G.
A great lead there. So, yeah, Maroochydore has really put the foot down. Look at his kick. It's really working there, and he has such a beautiful stroke, and you can see him really starting to pull away from that of Henry Whitehead of Manly. But I'm sure the boys, some of the boys out in front here would have started to switch off a little bit. You don't want to take it too cruisy in these quarterfinals because we did see some big names yesterday in the open male Ironman quarterfinals go out. So they will have seen that as well and gone, okay, we don't want to be one of those people. So the boys really starting to take different lines as well. And we actually have another heat out in the water. So the boys are going to be banging through some races this morning.
Wow, the officials have sent them in that next quarterfinal. That's extraordinary and great to see as well that we're going to get through this program too. So our leader's comfortable. We had a quick shot of the chase pack before as well. I could see Sam Buckley from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park and Bodie Duffy from Sorrento. So they're going to be in the mix too. We'll see this race through to the finish. 8 to go through. No concern for our front 3 at the moment. Whitehead from Manly just coming off the back of that little broken wave there, but he won't seem to mind as he walks back into the beach. They've got the buffer to be able to do it as well. There's someone else body surfing a wave through there on the bottom of screen. Really impressive. I think that could have been Ned Eldon from Trig Island there who's come through, and he's body surfing that one through to the sand. Is that right? Yeah, Whitehead there too. So look, now we've got our numbers starting to come through. There is our top 4 at this point in time. Looks like it was a big move there from Lewis Williams from Mermaid Beach as well as they start to make their way up the beach.
And we've also got Trig Island there. But what I'm loving from this drone shot is seeing those potholes. It's a great view of how tricky it is to run across that first sort of gutter and onto the bank. And we've seen a lot of sort of fallovers and stacks here and there, but the boy's doing a good job of it. And I really liked that Maroochydore boy, how he just body surfed across it. He didn't leave it to chance. He was like, no, I'm not going to try and run across it. I'm just going to hold my breath, streamline and get there. So this is where we're going to watch how many we've got through. We need 8 going through to the semi-finals. Mermaid Beach just crossing the line there.
Well, that
Sorrento.
Was Saul Easman from Sawtell. Just when we went to the drone shot for a second, I was trying to keep an eye on where people were coming across the line. I don't want to call it too early, but I think Saul Easman from Sawtell may have just snuck through in 8th in what was a really tight finish. We did see Ned Eldon from Trig Island come up across the line as well. We will have those results for you in just a moment. But it was an interesting way to start the day. A really interesting look at the conditions today, Georgia.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see, and these drone shots are really showing us so much. And I'm sure some of the athletes in later heats and later races of the day will be watching this because it is super glary down there this morning. So that's probably a better view than being on the beach. So we're very lucky to be calling it from the booth this morning. But yeah, we will bring those results to you over live heats. So if you are watching along with us, live heats will have all those results. But we're going to throw down to the beach. Liam is down there in our under-17 male arena.
Thanks, guys. Conditions down here are quite tricky today. We've got that northerly breeze blowing, but we're expecting that to swing to a westerly later this afternoon. We are approaching the high tide at 10:50 this morning. Sorry, low tide at 10:50 this morning. High tide 4:30 this afternoon. The swell has dropped overnight. We are currently at 1.3 metres, reducing to 1 metre across the day. But we saw in that first race, that first bank is getting quite shallow and we are approaching low tide. So the boys will be up and waiting, making their way through. But it is tricky out there. There is a lot of water moving, but the boys are handling it great already.
Thank you very much, Liam. A thorough conditions report as well. It was well said about the movement and running across that bank, Georgia. That's something that we've been talking about already in commentary amongst ourselves off camera, is that you can really see just how much wading does need to be done here today, particularly in these iron races as well, under fatigue. So there's a real opportunity there for those athletes who have done the work to be making their way through. So as you can see at the bottom of the screen there, they are the results from quarterfinal number 2 in this under-17 male Ironman. It was Stanley Jarrett from Maroochydore taking it out ahead of Kobe Daniel from North Burleigh. Archie Ray from Maroochydore. There's a big pack runs around. We'll bring you that race in a moment. Henry Whitehead from Manly. Ned Elder from Trigg Island. Jake Mayle from North Burleigh came across the line in 6th. Sam Buckley from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 7th. And it was Saul Easman from Sawtell with a big swim to move himself up into 8th position, just ahead of Lewis Williams from Mermaid and Bodie Duffy from Sorrento. So only 8 going through there. Liveheats.com has everything you need. But now quarterfinal number 3 is in the water.
Yeah,
and it
underway.
looks like a tight race, G.
It does look like a tight race. We saw the boys coming around that transition and all getting a little bit caught up. They were no friends at the turning marker as well. We say no friends at the cans, but that was a really tight transition there. But I just can't help to notice that the two-legged irons in just board swim feels so incredibly fast and short in comparison to our opens and under-19s with the ski added as well. So the boys doing a great job out there. We can see a lot of Manly caps in this under-17 male quarterfinal number 3 in the mix there. So it looks to be an Alexandra Headlands cap out in front, though, doing a fantastic job leading this one out, and then a Wanda cap in Maddox Burke in 2nd position. So boys doing a good job making their way out. They would have watched that first race, tried to pick their line off that, see if any mistakes were made. But yeah, they're approaching this first swim can now and have really nailed that line this morning. So great job with this glare and the choppy conditions they're being dealt with.
I'll tell you what, we are going to see a very tight finish on the way back here. And I know that there's still so much to go in this swim race, but you can actually just get that feeling already that it's going to come down to those final moments as well. That chase pack, it looks like Jackson Brenner might have been in the mix there leading it out. Yeah, from Currumbin there. He's in 2nd at the moment. One of our competitors from North Burleigh, I think it might be Byron McParland who's leading things there. Alexandra Headlands, Swansea Belmont, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. There was a couple of Manly caps in the mix as well. Not much separating them at all as they make that turnaround. The red and yellow and start making their way towards the green and gold at the other end of the string of 9. So it's Alexandra Headland out in front, Wanda in 2nd, and then it is a sprint at the moment. Look at the water moving in that pack there, Georgia. Big kick, and the rating's pretty high as well with the stroke rate.
Yeah, you can really sense the urgency from the boys. They do not want to miss out this morning. They want to start their day on a high, make it through to that semi-final. So that's a big pack there. So we have our 2 leaders out in front who are looking really comfortable, and then you could really throw a blanket over that next pack, and there's a couple just sort of starting to push up onto it too. So lots of arms being thrown. They're very tight around these cans as well. So that will almost make them go slower because they are sort of almost fighting each other to get the best position. But this is going to be really interesting coming into this gutter and then over that shore break. So we'll keep an eye on this one, Sam.
Obviously, it's conditions depending in terms of the best line to make on the way back in. But I want you to imagine that you're in that pack going around the cans just now.
Oh, that sounds horrible being in that pack.
It's a quarterfinal, 8 are going through. Are you sticking with the pack and doing what you can to get in front of it? Or are you trying to find a bit of your own water to find that rhythm and stop fighting those around you on the way in?
Look, me personally, I hated swimming in a pack. I don't swim in a pack very often anymore. But there's some beautiful body surfing skills on show here from the boy from Alex. But I would try and find my own water on the way in. I think it's a different story if you're trying to sort of wash ride around the cans and you just want to get your way around as best as possible. But I would have tried to make a move on the outside of one of the of that pack. So I kind of like what that Manly boy on that northern side is doing. He's doing it on his own. He's really sort of trying to find the best spot in the ocean. So we'll see if it's worked. Well. We'll see if it's worked for him. But he's really started to make some ground up on those top competitors there.
Okay, buckle up because we are heading towards another sprint finish there. It was away for Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Currumbin. That is Brennan from Currumbin still milking that one. He stands up and now begins the dolphin diving into the beach as well. Ashton O'Brien from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park on screen. They're currently in 3rd and 4th place. One of our 3 Manly competitors just body surfing into the frame for 5th. So this is going to go right down to the wire. We will see how close they are to that turning flag as well. It looks like they're right on it too. No problems for our leader out in front at the moment. He gets to saunter across the line, but the rest, Georgia, well, the race is on.
The race is really on, and you can see how awkward the depth is at the moment on this sort of mid-tide. The boys are trying to swim, dolphin dive, run. There's so many different tactics being played here. So this is 2nd position, Maddox Burt crossing the line. Then we have Currumbin in 3rd, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park in 4th, Manly 5th, another Manly cap, I believe, in 6th.
Yep.
Maroochydore 7th, and it's going to be another Alexandra Headland.
So another of our North Burleigh competitors coming across the line there. Alexandra Headland, and that is very tight racing to see Billy Hawkes from Trig Island miss out in 9th and Tom Chalmers from Swansea Belmont in 10th. They were right in that pack. You could see those caps all the way around that string of 9, but it's just that one little moment, and this is what we saw in the Open Ironman quarterfinals yesterday as well, is that you can be sitting comfortable the whole race, but if you don't get that little body wave as you're coming back into the bank, as there was a bit of carnage there that we actually missed at the start of that race as we were bringing you the finish of the previous
this is what
quarter.
we were talking about.
Elbows around the transition. It just felt like it was a fight the whole way.
It really did, and you could sense that urgency was there, that the boys were doing everything they possibly could. I loved this body surfing from the boy from Alex, and it just meant that those skills really paid off and he could just cruise on through. So he would have held that all the way to the beach and made it very comfortable for himself. But we're going to throw down to Liam on the beach with our winner.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the winner of quarterfinal number 3. It's Riley McCartney from Alexandra Headland. Congratulations, Riley. How did you find these conditions today?
It's pretty tricky. There's a big gutter and there's this little shore break. So it's just making no mistakes and you'll be sweet.
And we saw in this swim leg, you didn't elect to run too far south. That sweep's not really moving much today?
No, it's certainly not as bad as the other couple of days, but if you put the work in on the bank, you should land bang on the can.
And so we're expecting the same strategy as you move forwards to our semi-final?
Yeah, just hard out through the break and set yourself up for the rest of the race.
And finally, who do you want to shout out at Alexandra Headland?
Definitely Sean, Jack and Dan and all the other coaches, and my swim coach Peter Carswell from Cotton Tree.
Perfect. Well, congratulations again and good luck later today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Liam. Congratulations to Riley McCartney taking out quarterfinal number 3 from Alexandra Headland, shouting out his swim coach. He's obviously doing a good job because he looks very comfortable out in the water there as well. Those results now official on lifeheats.com. You can see all of those for every race across the course of the Aussies as well. But now we are in the water, and not only in the water, we're halfway through quarterfinal number 4. The officials are firing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what I love from that interview, Sam, is that he mentioned his swim coach as well. Sometimes our swim coaches are a little forgotten about because they are not always on the beach here at these titles. So I love the little shout out. Because
it brought a smile to your face, didn't it?
It did bring a smile to my face. And the swim coaches do such an amazing job. They are up super early every morning to be there at the pool for these guys. So great little shout out to the Cotton Tree coach up there on the Sunshine Coast. But yeah, this is turning out to be a great quarterfinal number 4 of the under-17 Ironman up in the blue and white arena. We have Warilla Barrack Point, but we actually have 3 Warilla Barrack Point competitors in this one, so I'm not going to try and say who it is because it's tough to know, really.
Yeah, that's right. Kobe Sims has been so strong for Warilla in this age group as well. He's in this quarterfinal, but it's Warilla out in front in 1. Bit of a gap back to what looks like a Manly cap in 2nd, and then it feels like deja vu. But we have another huge pack that's beginning to form as well, particularly if those swimmers that are about 2 or 3 body lengths off the back there of what I guess is the battle for 3rd, if they can latch on, gee, we're having another blanket finish.
I know, it's just so exciting. We're really starting off Friday morning with a bang. So there's about 10 competitors there, apart from those 2 out in the lead, that really could shake things up here. So we're going to see that the boys have done an incredible job of choosing their line again to that first cairn. So not too much of a sweep we're seeing this morning, which is great. And we are going left to right around the cairns, which is great to see. Some races on our first day of competition actually ran the opposite way. So this will feel a lot more natural to the boys now that they're going back left to right.
And look at that pack that has formed now. That is one very big pack for our competitors, and they are looking like they're closing up to our leaders as well. So it's Warilla Barrack Point in 1, Manly in 2, and then you go back to a pack that's featuring, well, all kinds of caps. Yeah. You can see almost the rest of the field is in that pack at the moment. So really tight racing. Does look as though we have another quartered cap towards the front there. I can see another Manly cap and a Warilla cap in the mix as well. So, yeah, there's the pack on screen. It looks like it's Oliver Peppers from Papamoa Surf Life Saving Club in New Zealand, who has swam himself into about 4th at the moment. One of the 2 Manly boys, we have 2 of them in this race, Luca Gordon and Cody Burrows. They are currently 2nd and 3rd between themselves.
Throw some interesting ones in there as well, Sam. We also have some North Cottesloe caps, which look very similar to Manly caps. So the all-white North Cottesloe caps and the Manly caps can definitely look very similar. So you can see the boys just trying to put their fingers over the top of those runners on their way in. But this is really tight, this quarterfinal number 4 here. So 2 out in front looking comfortable. But it's interesting when you are swimming in a pack, the pace really starts to come up. Body surfing skills on show here. Oh, he just falls off the back of that one. But look at the lead he could put in. How well
did he do? That was extraordinary.
That was great. And he really, really worked hard for that. And he's going to be rewarded here with a nice little one in this short break. So that's what you want to see.
That is exactly how you want to finish off an Ironman race. 2 amazing lifts in the swim on the way back in. He's milked that one all the way into the gutter as well. He's getting the tick of approval from the current Open Female Surf Race champion, Georgia Fitzsimmons, here in commentary. Really impressed.
Really impressed with that. And he just made it easy for himself, being able to just sort of walk across the line here now. And yeah, that was phenomenal body surfing skills from an under-17 competitor. So some of these boys actually might be bottom-end 17s, so they are only 16 years of age, or 15, some of them. So it's great to see the skills that they've already got, and they'll be able to take these into the 19s and then the open competition. We can also see Harold on screen. Harold,
yeah, that's right.
What
Getting yourself in the race, Harold, out of the way, because we have a race to finish here. Quarterfinal number 4 in the under-17 Ironman. It will be Warilla Barrack Point out in front. Manly now coming up around that transition flag. And here is where things are starting to get a little bit stressed. There's 5 on screen there, 6 on screen. This will be it. This will be our top 8 as they come around the flags now. That is our top 8. We can see Manly coming across the line. We go back to what looks like Maroochydore. No, it's North Burleigh coming across the line as well there. And here is the rest of the pack. Dicky Beach. It is a North Cottesloe cap. Yes. Well spotted from Georgia Fitzsimmons there. Warilla Barrack Point. We have Avoca cap and Papamoa as well. That is our 8 North Cottesloe. Just short there of a berth in the semi-finals. So too Warilla Barrack Point and Seacliff there. Jordan Tucker just making his way across the line. So it didn't look like there was much separating that pack at all, but you called it at the time, Georgia. It was a lift around the cairns. You've seen the results of it in the background there, but out in front for our leaders, look at that, the way he just milked that run. It didn't take him all the way to the beach, but the next wave did.
Yeah.
Let's head down to the beach. Liam is standing by with our winner from quarterfinal number 4.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with one of the Warilla boys, Max from Warilla, who has won quarterfinal number 4. Congratulations. How are the conditions out there?
Oh yeah, they're pretty good. The sweep is still there from the past couple of days. It's not as strong today, but yeah, it's good. The wind is blowing the opposite direction, so you're
Sorry, he's just scanning his live heats in.
Yeah, the wind's gone the opposite way, so I did fall off my board out there. So I'll try to limit those mistakes in my next couple of races, but yeah, it was good.
And how good is it to have 3 of your teammates, your club mates, here in this race?
Yeah, we got a good training group down at Rilla, so we all push each other every day, and we just try and have a good time. So it's good.
And apart from yourself moving to the semi-finals, who's someone else we should keep an eye on?
Definitely Kobe Sims. It's hard to miss him. He's very big and strong. So yeah.
Do you want to point him out? He's just down here on the line.
He's just down there.
So we got Kobe, our second Warilla athlete who has qualified through. So congratulations and good luck for our semi-final.
Thank you.
Big and strong, all right, and resting at the moment after what was a pretty tough hit out in that under-17 Ironman quarterfinal. So we had Miller from Warilla, Gordon from Manly, Cosgrove from North Burleigh, Rowland from Dicky Beach, Davis from Northcote, Sims from Warilla Barrack Point, Bone from Avoca, and Peppers from Papamoa Surf Life Saving Club all going through. Halfway through this next quarterfinal, which is actually quarterfinal number 1. So there was a little shuffle in the running order, quarterfinal number 1 making their way back in, and it looks as though this field, unlike the last 3 races we've seen, looks to be quite strung out.
It really is. So maybe something has happened out in that board leg on the way out or the way in. Someone's pulled a nice wave potentially. But one I'm really going to be watching in this first quarterfinal, I know it sounds weird that we're going back up to quarterfinal number 1, is Kingston Lowe. He has been board paddling so incredibly well all summer, and he is actually going for his 3rd board title in a row. So he won in the under-15s, he won bottom age under-17s. He's now top age of this under-17s age group, and he did really well in the heats yesterday, and you could see he just ran across that bank incredibly well. He was a fair way behind our leader, but he's now pulled up beside him.
Yeah, that's right. So that is the Kappa Mermaid Beach there on the left of screen. Alexandra Headland is leading things out at the moment. Nicholas Carter, who's looking quite comfortable. So they are our front 2. We go back to what could be a Mullaloo cap in 3rd.
Yeah, potentially a Mullaloo cap. That's good to see.
Either way, our top 6 has a pretty handy buffer at the moment. Certainly a long way to go in this race, but you'd certainly rather be in that top 6 than chasing that top 6, because I can see at least 6 athletes currently battling it out for the right to be in 7th place at the moment. So
that red zone that we call it.
Yeah,
so
the red zone is in full force at the moment.
It's going to be in full force all day, Sam. We have so many exciting races coming up. So really looking forward to see everyone sort of on that cusp. I think that's where we're going to be looking today. Yes, it's great to watch our leaders, but it's going to be who is scraping through to that next round that's really exciting. So the boys doing a great job out in front, though. Kingston Lowe really pushing the pace now. He's taken over the lead, and you can see he's got a great swim stroke, pulls a lot of water. I know he swim trains at Miami, so a great squad there. Lots of incredible surf swimmers, so he's surrounded by the best, that's for sure. And I mean, he's under Kai Hurst at the Mermaid Beach Surf Life Saving Club, so who else would you rather learn from, really?
I wanted to ask you about what your eyes are seeing that mine aren't in terms of this swim stroke as well, because obviously, as has been spoken about throughout the course of the morning so far, there is a little bit of wind up from that north again. It is choppy, but the gutter at North Kira by itself is choppy anyway when you have those swells still running through to that inner break. So what is the key to keep yourself moving in the swim?
What I really like about Kingston's stroke here is he has a great rhythm for surf swimming. You can see him sort of moving with the ocean. He's looking up every stroke pretty much, which is what I used to do as well. It's probably not the best thing to do. You're probably wasting a little bit of time, but I personally really like it. And you can see what I love pointing out is there's no bubbles when he pulls his hands through the water. So that means he's getting great catch through the water there. So beautiful technique there. He's got a nice even kick as well. Sometimes you'll see people and they sort of do a 1-2 kick instead of just keeping it nice and even. So I really like this stroke of Kingston Lowe here. Great surf swimming style.
We can see a wave breaking over the stringer 9 in the background as well, and that is where the red zone is, so to speak. Ooh. A really nice body wave. I don't know if it's going to run all the way through, but it was an amazing lift there, bringing one of our competitors right up into 3rd place. It is still Lowe from Mermaid Beach out in front, and Carter from Alexandra Headland in 2nd, but they're actually getting quite noticeable, quite sizable lifts in the swim on the way back in.
Yeah, I think it's more wind swell than anything as well, Sam. So that's really interesting to see. And as we know of the Gold Coast, the wind tends to pick up throughout the day as well. It is already up this morning. So Kingston Lowe, Beautiful body surfing skills there again from our under-17 males, and they're coming down out the back as well, so you love to see that. And you can see he's breathing to the side. He's not lifting his head up at the front, so fantastic job by Kingston there. That's a textbook quarterfinal.
That was
win
an execution of skills, wasn't it? That was very impressive from Kingston Lowe. He's spoken over the course of the week about how much work he's put into his iron this season as well. Like you mentioned, George, going for a third straight board title here at the Aussies. But given what we saw just then in that quarterfinal, he's going to be right in the mix as well in this iron. Now, back to the rest of the race. So it's Lowe in one from Mermaid Beach. Looks as though Carter's been caught by that pack there, at least a couple of swimmers. They're all going to go through as well. I can see Dane Raywood there from Mermaid Beach now has moved up in a second. Carter from Alexandra Headland in third. We have a cap from Sorrento. That is Robbie Duffy from Sorrento in WA there. All of these athletes are safe at the moment. I think there could still be one spot on the line.
Yeah, there's our Mullaloo cap coming up there. So, yeah, that's Oliver Brown there. So, fantastic swimmer. He's going to book his spot, I believe. So, we've got a couple across the line now.
I think we've got one more spot on the line, and we can see two athletes coming into frame. So, this is now the sprint on as the right to get into the under-17 semi-final. Very tight around the flags, but they're now running side by side across the line. It is going to be Phoenix Preston from Coogin Headland who gets there in 8th and collapses across the line. Wow, that was such a tight finish and a big move from Preston. He stood up in 9th. He turned that first flag in 9th, but he crosses the line in 8th. Very tight there, Georgia Fitzsimmons.
Very tight, and you could see he put absolutely everything on the line there to get across that line in 8th position. So that just goes to show how much this means to the boys to make a semi-final at the Australian Championships. So we had some really tight racing this morning in these quarterfinals. No one giving an inch. They all wanted to progress through, but some great surf skills on screen there from Kingston Lowe as well. Been very impressed by the under-17 boys over this morning's quarterfinals, and you can see them all just pushing right to the end. So
yeah, Christian House from North Burleigh there. I thought for a moment when he got around that flag first that he looked like he was going to be home. Preston, too much speed there at the finish line. But let's head down to Liam, who's standing by with another of our under-17 Ironmen.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Robbie Duffy from Sorrento, WA. He's qualified through in 5th in this quarterfinal. Robbie, congratulations. How did you find it out there?
Oh, it's really tough, you know. We don't get conditions like these back at home in WA, but there is a little bit of a bump out there which benefits us. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Sorrento, WA, not known for having big surf, but I know your coach, Michael Booth, has been taking down a trig. How often are you guys heading down there to get into some surf?
Yeah, we're down there once a week. Like I said, though, it's very different to here. Trig's just big and dumpty. This is like, you know, there's like 3 banks out there. It's crazy.
Now, I did spot your handler, your father. Now, he's not known for his water skills. He was an excellent beach sprinter. How do you find him handling for you?
Yeah, he's all right. I mean, at least he's quick.
That's right. All right, and anyone else you want to shout out from back in WA?
Oh, definitely grandparents and mates back home. They're watching me on the live stream, so thanks, guys.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again, and go the Mighty Green.
Yeah, come on, Sorrento.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, I love that. What a great interview. Go Sorrento. And what a club Sorrento is becoming. Always been really strong, but we're just seeing more and more competitors every year turning up to the Australian Championships. But we are down to some double ski action, which I am so excited for. This is one of my favourite events to watch, and it was actually one of my favourite events to compete in. So the open mixed double ski has hit the water. We've had 2... what are we calling them? Round 1?
Yeah, it looks as though we've got plenty of numbers. So in this open mixed double ski, we have 6 heats. We're going to 4 quarterfinals, and then we are going to have the semi-finals to go to a final. So there's 4 rounds back to back to back. So
holy moly,
it's a really big way to start the day. Really big way to start the day.
That's incredible. And you just think about how many double skis each club must have to be able to enter these teams. So we're actually seeing that I think Northcliffe has a G team.
Yeah.
So that's unbelievable to see that everyone wants to get in on the action of the double skis. So,
and what we are seeing on screen at the moment is heat number 6 of this open mixed double ski as well. So as I said, we've already had 4 go around the Cairns. We're split across 2 arenas. We are currently in the green and gold. So this is the green and gold arena, heat number 6 going around. We do believe they're taking, I'm going to actually just shoot off the hip and say they're going to take 10 through. 6 heats, 10 through, 4 quarterfinals. I like the sounds of that, and I think that'll do us for now. We will bring you confirmation on that as well. But
you got your calculator out.
Well, I think... Listen, when you've gone around the Cairns enough times and you can see 6 heats, you know what? I think that is going to do us. So, at the moment, I believe on screen, leading things, we have the team of Newport, which you mentioned how many teams Northcliffe has. Newport, very similar at the moment. That's Mitchell Trim and Gemma Smith out in front, and we're going to be keeping an eye on them through the rounds as one of the teams to beat as well.
There. Very
Done
strong.
in a sprint finish last year by their own club mates. It was Jake Reese and Jazz Locke who did get one over them, and I know this is one they're really looking forward to. Some sets on the way in.
You can see these double skis, how much speed they get up in these runners. So all of them just choosing different lines here. It's a little bumpy out there, so they'll have to be careful, stay stable. And, Mitch Trim and Gemma Smith doing an incredible job out the front there.
Georgia, do you know, when you've gone around the Cairns at Aussies as many years as, I have to show my age, as many years as I have now in the ski races, all of the races and all of the memories start to blur into one. I'm talking about Jake Reese and Jazz Locke beating Trimmy and Gemma Smith in a sprint finish last year. It was actually 2 years ago, because I had the great honour at this point in time and sitting alongside not only the current Open Ironwoman champion, the Open Surf Race champion, but the Open Mixed Double Ski champion as well in what was a fairy tale last year. Georgia winning the Open Mixed Double alongside her now husband, Riley Fitzsimmons as well, the love boat that we were calling it on the beach last year. So you are better placed than anybody to talk us through what we are seeing out in the water.
Oh my gosh, I love the Open Mixed Double Ski. And it was the first time Riley and I had actually done it together.
I can't believe you didn't cut me off.
I wasn't going to pull you up.
You were just going to let me go with that.
I was.
As soon as the words left my mouth, I thought to myself, is that right? Last year?
Second?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Riley and I were lucky enough to take out the win last year in the Open Mixed Double Ski, and we just had so much fun with it. I don't know how much fun Riley had. I mean, I was barking some orders from the back seat, but we managed to get the job done, and he's actually competing again in this event. He'll be in another heat later on in the morning, but he's competing with Emily Doyle. So I said, you know what? No love boat this year. Let's not call it a love boat. And no kisses after the race, but have some fun out there, guys. And so I'll be cheering them on, that's for sure. But we're seeing lots of teams cross the line there. And look how heavy those double skis are. And I mean, I know we make them to weight of SLSA compliance, but they are just incredibly heavy. You can see both competitors having to hold the front and the tail of them and carry them up. We saw Surfers Paradise there and Ali Clark walking up the beach. She's one to watch this week for sure with her partner Sam Roy. So a great team there. We got Tally on screen as well. So lots of clubs contesting. Sam
Norton and Layla Hutchinson in the mix. We had Jamo Porter and Mia Cook come across the line in second. It was Seacliff Team A, I can see there in third as well. So it's all about just getting through these opening rounds, and I think for the Open Mixed Double Ski as well, the heat, nice to get a heat in early just to try and find that rhythm as well, because all of our crews would have warmed up. But, you know, it is a different intensity when you are racing as well, and you know, Georgia, as you can attest more than I can, that in the mixed double ski, you have to have the rhythm through the round, because if you are fighting the boat through the round, you are going to pay for it by the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're incredibly tough to move around. I mean, I know where I'd rather be paddling my double ski. It's at Tally Creek here on the beautiful Gold Coast, because doesn't that look phenomenal there? Such a beautiful spot. We're so spoiled here on the Gold Coast. But yeah, the double ski is a really tough one. I think for the girl, especially on the back, generally, you just have to stay in time with the male in the front. So it's a really hard one to get moving as well off that start. So you need that power there. You need to stay in time, and you need to run with the ocean, really. So it is quite hard to turn the double skis because they are so heavy, and you can see the athletes, they'll try and cut as close as they possibly can to the turning cans out the back here at North Kira. So a really exciting race. It's one of the only races we see the men and women actually do together, which is a cool spectacle to see. We also have the Open Mixed Taplin as well, but this one is yeah, it's really awesome to see the men and women getting around the course together.
And for so long, it was the only event where we saw the men and women getting around the course together. Of course, the mixed happened. Newer in terms of being added to the program as well.
I'll tell you what I would add to the program, Sam.
Yes.
And SLSA is gonna kill me for saying this, but I would love to see a mixed board rescue.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I know
right.
that's just another event to be added to the program that's already jam-packed, but imagine how fun that would be.
I like
really
that.
like to see
I like
it.
the sounds of that as well. You know what? I think given the way that the officials have been working to get this program done at the moment, I'm sure they're pulling their hair out at the moment. But
maybe another year.
I love the suggestion. So, look, what we are seeing on screen at the moment is the last heat of the mixed double skis. This is actually heat number 5, so we've ran heat number 6. We've gone back to heat number 5. And they are making their way back into the beach now as well. One of our competitors, you can see there at that first turning can, coming unstuck. I think they may have gone for a swim as they came around those cans. No dramas for our leaders at the moment out in front. Not exactly sure. I think that might be Wanda.
That
it is
Wanda.
Wanda. So that is the crew. That is Wanda Team A, and that is the crew of Callum Elliott and Chelsea Sutton on that boat as well. They're going to get a wave on their own all the way back to the beach. That's how you want to finish a mixed double ski race.
And look how well these double skis pick up runners. It's so cool to see how fast and like the speed these double skis can get up. And our course is actually a lot longer for the double skis, so you can see the cans are out a long way.
Yeah, that's a really long course.
That is a really long course. So very taxing, the double ski. So everyone will have to make sure they are trying to cruise through these rounds as best they possibly can, so they're firing and ready to go in the final. But you don't want to leave anything to chance in these conditions, that's for sure.
You don't want to leave anything to chance. And not only that, you know, we talked about the program a little bit earlier today. It's a huge day. All of these athletes who are competing in the mixed double are going to have hopefully 4 rounds of the single ski to go around the cans as well. So it is a big day of racing. I'm really glad to see the mixed double skis get put at the start of the day as well, because it means that they are going to be able to be run.
Yeah.
You know, tomorrow we're going to have the men's and women's double ski races, and if they didn't run these mixed this morning, we weren't going to do them. And it's such a great event, like you say, Georgia, that, you know, getting to share the boat together. We have some boats coming upside down. I do think they're all still going to be able to get through to the next round if they can get those boats around. It looked as though it was the team from Bernie there, Bernie A, a little bit of trouble as the rest come across the line. I'll tell you what, it's going to be very tight. We think that there might be potentially 9 or 10 going through as a late run comes through from Bernie. They are going to get there only just, though.
I'll tell you what I don't like to see, though. I think that potentially is a Bondi team. So you have to have both competitors in control of the ski to cross the line. So I didn't like the look of that there. Sort of the boy was dragging the ski across the line and he left his partner sort of in that awkward depth water. So you need to have both competitors in control. You don't have to be on your ski, but you have to be in control of your ski. So that's going to be interesting to see what happens there. So the athletes are going to have to be really careful because the finish line is a long way in on that low tide. So the skis are almost bottoming out to cross the line. So yeah, that's really interesting there. So the Bernie competitors trying to hold on to their ski together, you can see. But we're going to head down for an interview with Liam.
Thanks, guys. Here's the winner of that heat, Callum and Chelsea from Wanda. Congratulations. How tricky is it out there on that double ski?
Yeah, like there's heaps of water moving. The start was tricky as well. Like I was in a deep spot and I completely missed it when Cal jumped in. But lucky we got going after that and got out in front. It was good.
Now, Cal, you're on the front, you're steering. How much pressure is that to get yourselves around correctly?
Yeah, heaps. Obviously, like it's super tricky, like Chelsea was saying, going out. You got to pick the best line and try not to get hit. And you also got to take a couple of risks as well. And then on the way in, yeah, it's a lot of water moving and you just got to hold it straight. So, yeah, pretty hard.
Now, Chelsea on the back, does Cal listen to you if you call out to him when you're in that race?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, I don't really call out anything to him, so I just follow what he does. But if I do, I'm sure he would. Yeah.
That's it. It's all about trust in this double ski. Well, congratulations, guys, and good luck in that quarterfinal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Liam. I loved hearing those keys to success. Chelsea saying that she just doesn't call out things from the back of the ski. Now, I don't want to reflect too much, Georgia, but I know about last year's Open Mixed Double Ski Race. Is that the approach you adopted to win gold last year? Was to stay silent in the back of the boat?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I was barking orders from the back of the boat, and Riley wasn't having a bar of it. There was some chats in the car on the way home, like, why are you screaming this out at me?
Now,
it was lucky we came home with the gold. Otherwise, I reckon there would have been some blow-ups.
according to my sources, who we will keep anonymous, yes, on the way back in, I believe that Riley, who is one of the most sweet-natured, softly spoken men you'll ever meet, had quite some strong words during the race and some quite clear instructions for you in terms of what he wanted you to do in the race. And I tell you what, it certainly worked at the moment in that winning gold in an open double ski race. So look, as I mentioned, we are working our way through the rounds at the moment. Liveheats.com is where you can see the results from all 6 heats in terms of getting through to those quarterfinals. And we are going to be firing through these pretty quickly because it looks as though we're already back on the line for quarterfinal number 1. So we aren't too far away from a start as we make our way through these rounds.
Yeah, just waiting for Live Heats to update to see what teams are in which quarterfinal. So it's tough with the double skis. You've got some people, some clubs are sort of sharing doubles as well. So
yeah, that's right.
It's always hard. They're trying to readjust the leg lengths, and that ski's got to be over in this heat and this one's got to be over there. So it is a tough morning and it is a little bit time consuming. So I am glad we're getting this done in the morning because it is such an exciting event.
Now that we have a little bit of time between races as well, G, we've had a great laugh. We've had a great laugh about, you winning gold last year in the mixed double ski. But now I want to get serious for a moment as well because let's talk about, your crew and your combination. Obviously, paddling with Riley, your husband, he already had an Olympic medal around his neck. He's won 2 open surf ski titles as well. He's won everything there is to win in surf life saving. And he's also competed at the Olympics at the highest level. We'll come back to that. We're being shown the start list now for what is quarterfinal number 1. We can see on screen there, Avoca Beach, Northcliffe Team D, Maroochydore A, Coogin Headland A, Barilla Barrack Point B, Trig Island A, Reese Baker and Zoe Moore, they're going to be in the mix as well. Reese Baker, one of the most experienced surf ski paddlers in our sport. Going down to Newport Team F there, Olivia Clues and Bailey Clues, both incredibly talented paddlers. Liv Clues just making her first senior Australian kayaking team. And I like the look of that team from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Lachlan Tame and Jasmine Raywood. Lockie's been taking this one pretty seriously. It's the one gold medal he hasn't won in open ski paddling competition, and it's certainly one that he's got his eye on as well.
He's got a great partner in Jazz Raywood there, so that's a fantastic team. And I loved seeing that there was a couple of brother-sister combinations there. There was also Dylan and Georgia Askew from Northcliffe, as well as the Clues team there. So that is cool to see that you can team up with your brother and sister.
Now, Georgia, you're certainly an experienced paddler, maybe not in the form of kayaking and things like that, but you've achieved plenty of results and won plenty of titles in the ski in your own right. What was the message and what were you actually focusing on when you got into the mixed double last year? Because, you mentioned earlier that it's about doing those basics right, but there are many basics to focus on in a ski race.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, the big one was staying in time on the back. That was the number 1 golden rule I had to follow. I had a big chat with Riley about it before the race, and I actually spoke to Naomi Flood, coach at BMD Northcliffe, about it as well, because she has so many titles to her name in the double ski. And she's a phenomenal kayaker. So I actually spoke to her at length about, what do I need to do in the back seat? And she said, you know what, just stay in time, G. So that was all I was really thinking about, along with using my legs as well in the back of the boat. So for people at home watching, sometimes you don't realise that how crucial using your legs are in a ski in general and a double ski. So half of our power actually is coming through our legs when you're ski paddling. So that's very interesting. So using your legs is a big one.
Well, the way that I always explain it as well is that it's like running. Imagine running with your arms straight by your side.
I don't know if I want to imagine that.
And that's the same as ski paddling as well. If you're not using your hips, if you're not starting your stroke from your hips and using the legs to bring your body through, then you're essentially running without pumping your arms. So that's why it's so important as well. We will be back for more of a masterclass with our reigning Australian Open Mixed Double Ski Champion in just a moment here to start day 3 of the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships.
Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Get up and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags, or for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the Beach Passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive!
Oh, look at him go. Whoa.
Swim between the flags, bro!
Speaking of saving, Step 1 and Surf Life Saving Australia have partnered to make these. They've even added these two flags to remind you to swim between them. And $5 from each pair will be donated to Surf Life Saving Australia to help keep our beaches safer. So buy them online at step1.life.
Step 1, get some!
Welcome back to day 3 of the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships here at North Kira Beach. It is a big day on the program with plenty of races to get through a little bit later. We have all the board relay finals. We have the ski races, including the semi-finals. And a little bit further down the beach at Chugan, we have the boats in action as well. Now, a reminder that there is a boats live stream. You can find that, well, I dare say the same place that you found this stream as well. So Surf Life Saving Australia's YouTube has all of those details. The boats are in action at Chugan, and you can watch every single race on our live stream there. But for now, we are sticking with the surf events here at North Kira Beach. Quarterfinal number 1 in the open mixed double ski is getting ready for a start, and so too is Sam and George's masterclass on how to paddle a mixed double ski. We were talking just before the break there about the importance of leg drive in terms of bringing the power of that boat through. Georgie, you said something that I want to just double back on, which was timing as well. How do you stay in time? What was the message that you were thinking about? Because everybody's got their little tricks. I know it sounds like such an obvious thing, but it is quite hard to get right.
It really is, and I think men and women have such different stroke rates as well, so that you have to be really mindful of that. And I had to be particularly mindful of it as Riley comes from a kayaking background and is so incredibly strong when he paddles. So I had to really slow my stroke rate down. But the thing that I got told was to just look at the back of Riley's head and the back of his shoulders and follow that. That was going to make it a little easier for me to stay in time.
That is the time on a trick, isn't it? Looking at the shoulders rather than the blade. Because generally speaking, if you're looking at the blade and then reacting, it's already too late. You're already out of time, and it's about keeping it as perfectly in time as possible. Because essentially, if you don't, the boat's going to, bunny hop forward as if you're struggling in a car that's a manual car. You're just kind of bunny hopping down the road. You want to keep it as smooth as possible.
Yeah, that's the thing. Smooth, running through those waves and not sort of bouncing over the top of them is a big thing to keep that speed up. And it is interesting when you're sitting on the back as a girl. Generally, the girl does sit on the back. That you're not looking at the nose of the ski. It's a very interesting sort of thing to wrap your head around, because generally in your single ski, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at the nose of your ski. You're looking at what is coming towards you. But when you're in the back, you just have to follow, and there's nothing you can do. It's all in that front person to decide when you're going to go, when you're going to drop the pace back, and if you're going to head straight into those waves. So we can see at North Kira Beach here, the crews are going to have to be really careful. If they decide to go, they're going to have to put the foot down and charge through those back break waves, or if not, they'll slow that stroke rate down and sort of try and pop over them at that back break.
It's a big adjustment, isn't it? I've always been someone that has generally paddled in the back of a double ski, just in terms of, everybody's got their roles. You either keep the rating and you keep the timing up front, or you try and provide a little bit of engine from the back. And yeah, I tell you what, I'm guilty at times of backseat driving, especially with some...
It's easy to do.
Especially with some, over the years, partners who maybe, if they're jumping in for the first time or haven't paddled as much, it's easy to put them in the front and say, guys, you set the tempo and I'll keep the timing. And yeah, you're watching things unfold around you and thinking to yourself, oh no, I know how this is going to end, and it's a pile up at the cam. That's always a great thing about the mixed double ski races as well, is that generally speaking over the years, maybe it's some of the male paddlers that have provided a little bit more aggression, and some of the partners are in the back there just saying, sorry, as you make your way around, and there's paddles flying everywhere as well.
And we've seen some really awesome teams come through over the years. Lots of partners, lots of husbands and wives, friends. We see brothers and sisters out there together. So we're going to head down for an interview, and I think I know who Liam's got down there.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Riley Fitzsimmons. Riley, what's it like ski paddling out there at the moment?
It's certainly tricky. The wind's up. It's plenty of bump around, but it's good fun. It's not too often you get to paddle with the ladies on the double ski. So any chance at an Aussies, it's always good fun.
There's some shoes to fill for this. Your partner here in this mixed double ski, obviously. Back in the booth last year. Who are you paddling with this year?
Yeah, paddling with good friend Emily Doyle. Bit of pressure from last year, taking it out with the wife Georgia. But yeah, Georgia gave me approval to paddle with Emily this year. So we had a really good first round. We got the quarters up next, but super tricky conditions and anything can happen.
Well, we want to thank Georgia for the approval then for Emily to get around the cans. Now, also getting around the kayaking, how's the flat water going?
Yeah, it's going really good at the moment. We've got probably another 3 weeks left in the country, and then we'll head over for 2 World Cups in Europe. It's pretty much month over there, month back, and then a couple of months back overseas for the World Champs in August. Everything's sort of heading up on that road to LA 2028. We've got a really strong group of guys in Australia and females as well. The team's looking pretty stacked at the moment. It's going to be just even a hard team to make for the Olympics. So, it's all heating up, but I'm sure we'll be there in LA, and hopefully we'll be on the top step.
We've seen so many of the kayakers getting around this weekend. Have you done a count of how many of the Australian kayaking team are here?
I actually haven't, but there's plenty of depth around, especially in the ski paddlers, even the swimming, the rowing, the surf boats down there. So, yeah, it's always good to see the Olympians come get around their first love of sport in surf life saving. But yeah, I think we had 6 Olympians in the ski final last year, and 3 of them were Olympic gold. So it's cool to be back on the beach.
Yeah, talk about depth in the field, right? Now we've got the quarterfinal coming up. Good luck for that. And if there's one more person you want to shout out, I think they're in the booth. Who do you want to say hello to?
Hello, Georgia. Love you.
Back to you guys.
And Riley, we love you too. We love you too, Riz.
He's in the good books.
Yeah, that is funny.
And just to make it clear, they did not need my approval to do double ski together. I am so excited that they're doing double ski together, and I've got the best seat in the house to watch it. So I'm cheering those two on. I know I'd sound a little bit biased, but when your husband's out there racing, surely that counteracts, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I tell you what, looking fit as well. He's been moving really well in the kayaks. They spoke about there, Riz, just talking about what's ahead for the Australian kayak team. A big road ahead as they move towards LA after so much success in Paris. And for now, though, it's all about what's happening here at North Kira Beach. I cannot wait to race all of them. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I'm really excited
absolutely.
when Riz said that they're all here to race. So
it is great that they are here to race, though.
Unreal.
And this is how they got into Olympic sport of kayaking, is surf life saving. And Riz said that it's their first love of paddling out in the ocean. And it's such a great pathway for not only kayakers, for swimmers as well, and runners. We're
Yeah,
seeing
that's
so
right.
many transition over from surf lifesaving into Olympic sports. So we've always got someone to cheer on at the Olympics, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Our surf lifesaving community is branching out.
Absolutely. And speaking to some of those kayakers who didn't come from a surf background a few years ago when they started, they couldn't believe the depth of talent that we have. You know, it really is such a high quality standard of paddling that we have here in Australia, and that is what we are seeing on screen now. So this is quarterfinal number 1 in the open mixed double ski. We will be taking 8 through to the semi-finals, and a relatively even start for most of our teams. Northcliffe on the northern end of the line there made a good start, but down in the middle it looks like another of our crews from Newport.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job, and potentially that of Kurrawa or Northcliffe as well. They look quite similar with those yellow caps, but that is Liv Clues and Bailey Clues out in front, and they have great timing, as well as Lockie, I believe, and I don't think that's Jazzy Raywood, I'm going to say, though. That doesn't look like her to me, but we'll wait and see. But the crew from Northcliffe out in front doing a fantastic job. I believe that is Chris Bolt and Claudia Kelly. So 2 fantastic ski paddlers individually now coming together as a team.
There are some sets starting to come through. Take a look at those that you can see at the top of screen. Okay, our leaders go over 1. I think there are more on the way. One of our crews upside down as well. More sets coming through. Northcliffe slamming through those on the double. Trig Island has been backshot through the break there. Reese Baker driven all the way back. Look at what we are seeing at the moment. The swell has dropped off, but this is one of the biggest sets we have seen today, and it has brought these fast-moving boats to an absolute halt. Another of our crews go upside down. Now our leaders are through the break, but look at the chaos for the rest of them.
Wow, that was unbelievable, Sam. There was scenes there, just boats going left, right and centre, getting dragged back, but we do have a clear leader out in front. More for Trig through that back break of North Kira is really playing havoc out there. So they all start to get a wriggle on now, and we will be taking 8 through to our semi-finals. So, yeah, the crew from Northcliffe did have to battle it as well, but they just had that speed up, which really made them get through those waves a little easier.
And you know what? They were half a boat length further out than everybody else, and that made a big difference in the end. So we can see that it is still Northcliffe out in front. I believe Northcliffe has also moved into second too. Newport's still there after getting absolutely slammed. So too Burleyhead's Mowbray Park. The one crew that was at the front and is no longer there is Trig Island A. That was Reese Baker and Zoe Moore, who were really driven backwards by a solid set on that break. Of course, a long way still to go in this race, so there is still time to make their way back into it. But what a nice position to be in for our team from Northcliffe out in front at the moment as they now make their way back in. So it's Northcliffe in 1 and 2, Newport in 3. One of our Trig Island crews are in 4. I think that's Trig Island B, given what we saw earlier. And a wave, if they can get it, they are starting to drop down this. This could be a really nice lift all the way back to the beach for them.
Yeah, Burleyhead's really starting to lift the rating there. And you can see Trig back in the mix here, pulling down that runner.
So 2 teams from Trig. It looks as though that is Brendan Sarson on screen. So that'd be Trig Island B there, as we're starting to see a bit of selection come into the mix as well. I'm interested to see where these finishing flags are, because they're cutting back quite a long way.
Yeah, and my apologies, that is Jazzy Raywood behind Lockie Tame there. Sorry, I had that mixed up, but doing a great job there. They've managed to pull a little wave, which I think is definitely the safest option in this quarterfinal. You don't want to take a big one and then slew and ruin your morning. So Trig Island doing a fantastic job holding that ski straight as well. But yeah, the Newport crew as well charging through this North Kira gutter.
Yeah, that's right. So Newport has now paddled into the lead. Our crew from Northcliffe that had been leading things around. It's hard to keep up with the leaders. It was Northcliffe Team D that was going around. They opted to take a safer line on the way back in, all about just going through. You can see Christie's Beach on screen there, doing a great job. Paddle. Christie's, yeah, really fighting their way through the field as well. Looks like they're going to go through to the next round. And Newport's just gone sideways. No need to stress just yet. They're actually going to jump off the skis and run across the line. Look how shallow that is. I think really we are tough, about to see potentially a little bit of a delay as those flags get moved further out, because that tide is now dropping very quickly. Our crews opting to all get off and run across the line. 8 to go through. This is going to be quite tight here. So all of a sudden, there is our crews coming across the line.
Oh, that's a tight one there, Sam. Yeah, I believe we potentially have...
We just had 9 crews on screen.
Yeah,
we had 9 crews on screen, and looked as though that was one of our crews from Northcliffe there who I didn't expect to find themselves in that position.
Really tricky there on the finish. So some teams opting to jump out and run their ski across the line. Others trying to sort of wait till it fills up on that shore break and sort of get that surge across on the deeper water. But yeah, really tricky to decide what to do, and they have to make the decision quick, especially when 4 or 5 other crews are coming in hot behind them.
Okay, let's relive this race because things just kind of escalated on us at the end
Didn't
there. They also escalated on the crews going out. So, yeah, you could just see Karawa just blown ever so slightly, it looks like, in the air, and that paddle going underneath the boat. That saw them go for a swim. More waves there at the bottom of the screen. Trig Island absolutely smash going out. On the way back in, though, it looked as though everything was going to be quite comfortable for our leaders, and then all of a sudden, things just got big on them at the end there. So
that's surf, Sam.
There was a really tight battle for 8th place in that quarterfinal. We are still waiting to find out, but we do know our winners. They are on screen at the moment, and they are standing by with Liam down on the sand.
That it was tight back in 8th, but clear out in front. Olivia and Bailey Clues, brother and sister, congratulations. How did we find our quarterfinal?
Yeah, it was good. It's always tough racing in the Aussies and the mixed double ski in the Opens as well. It's a bit messy conditions out here, so we always feel like we're at a stop-start. But, you know, Bailey's doing a good job leading the boat.
Now, Bailey, do you feel the pressure to steer well? Because if it doesn't go well, there might be some awkward conversations at dinner tonight.
Yeah, there's always a bit of barking from behind with brother-sister combo, a few words that maybe shouldn't be said. But definitely on the way in, it's definitely keeping it straight and keeping it going well is the key to make the boat nice and a good dinner at night.
Now, we saw the teams get caught up in that back break on the way out. Did you guys get through untouched?
No, we had a good start and then we hit that back break and just copped a few on the lap, which wasn't too good.
And then coming back in, what sort of line did you pick to make your way through that finish flags?
To be honest, we said to each other on the way back in we couldn't see the flags. We were just kind of hoping for the best. We got a nice little runner, so we were able to stop paddling and actually look, and then we saw the finishing tower, so we just kind of just stayed on the same runner the whole way in and just made sure we finished between the flags, which we actually did come off and had to pick up the ski and walk it across the line, but we got there in the end.
That's it. Well, congratulations, and I'm sure the Clues family will be very proud of the effort. Good luck for our semi-finals.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Liam.
That
That is some of the best from Bailey Clues and Liv Clues there.
I love the quote, barking orders from the back.
Well, I also like the fact
and she kept a very straight face when you said that.
Liv didn't find that as funny as we did in terms of barking orders, but that is what being a brother and sister is all about, is just telling it to each other straight there. Very funny, very funny. And that's some of the joy that you can get from mixed double ski racing. And although there was a bit of barking and although they couldn't find the finish flags on the way back in, they still won that quarterfinal. Bailey Clues and Liv Clues. You could see both really talented paddlers and both really experienced teamboat paddlers as well. Liv's still so young, but she's just made her first Australian Open kayaking team.
Unbelievable.
You can see those skills on show. We are starting to get those results through now. So it was Newport in 1, Christie's Beach Team C. The team of Ziggy Humphreys and Victoria Barnes, they finished in 2nd. Lockie Tame and Jasmine Raywood, they're Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team D.
Wow.
The letters all just kind of don't really mean that much at this point of proceedings as well. So they are in 3rd. Warilla Barrack Point, Jack Wilson and Bonnie Wrigglesworth in 4th. Avoca Beach Team A, Jet Green and Holly Ayres in 5th. Northcliffe Team D, Claudia Kelly and Christopher Bolt, they're in 6th. So we saw them lead around that race really comfortably from start to finish. They ended up in 6th.
Yeah, that was a really tight one there, Sam. So, yeah, these are our results here. But I've got some trivia for you. We were playing trivia yesterday, sorry.
We will just quickly finish off because the all-important squeeze, just while those results are on screen. I love trivia too, and I look forward to getting it.
I'm just getting excited about my trivia. Sorry, Sam, please continue.
Dickey Beach came through the field there, and they finish in 7th. Lily McConkey and Liam Capagna from Dickey Beach in 7th, and it was Trig Island Team B, Grace Atchison and Brendan Sarson who come 8th. Georgia Askew and Dylan Askew, after finishing or being in 2nd around the entire course there, the entire Cairns out the back, they finish in 9th. Kyle Allen and Michaela Whitney, after a little swim from Karawa, are in 10th. So that's the progressions. Big names there. Reese Baker and Zoe Moore, they go out as well. Brad Rubach and Elise
Dorignon. She's from France, an unbelievable paddler. So we're seeing lots of international flavour across the championships, which is great to see.
And lots of quality paddlers, but you need things to go your way. Now, let's chat trivia. Let's chat trivia.
Sorry, I got a bit excited there. I'm just getting some updates from the beach while you were going through those results. So this has been thrown in by Jenny Parry down on the beach. So Jenny said, how many mixed double combinations, siblings, do we have in this event at the Australian titles? So I'm going to give you the answer. It's 4. So we have 4 sibling combos in the mix, which is great to see. So we saw Liv and Bailey there, and we had Dylan and Georgia Askew as well in that heat. So we're looking for another 2 sibling combos. So we're going to keep an eye out on them, Sam, across the morning.
We are going to be keeping an eye out for that, no doubt. We're going to be keeping an eye on this next quarterfinal as well, because there is some serious talent in this race. We'll run through the start list in just a moment of quarterfinal number 2 of the Open Mixed Double Ski. We are looking for 8 crews to get through to the next round, and there is some serious pace in this quarterfinal coming up.
Yeah, this is a doozy. This is going to be a good one.
Not too far away from the start. So just another little break in proceedings. I think they might be as predicted, just playing around with that finishing flag as well, getting that out a little bit deeper as that tide drops out.
Yeah, so as we spoke about this morning, Sam, we are approaching a low tide in a couple of hours. So we're going to have a lot of beach here at North, Kira. So,
well, this is quarterfinal number 3. So it looks as though we are splitting across the 2 areas there. So plenty of talent right across the field at the moment. So from quarterfinal number 3 on screen, we can see Warrnambool, Alexandra Headland. That is the Woodhouse siblings. Put them down.
There you go. There's number 3.
Combination. Wanda Team A, we saw them go around in the heats. Callum Elliott and Chelsea Sutton not too long ago. Barilla Barrack Point. Newport Team D. It's a new combination. Harry Torrens and Piper Harrison there. Talabudra Team A wants to keep an eye out for. The Cedar Bloods from Seacliff. I reckon we could have more than 4.
Oh, that's 4 there. So
brother-sister combinations. The experience combination of Adam Rowe and Andy Whitsteth from Redhead. Rowe is sticking around after the Masters. Mermaid Beach Team A, another of our Olympians. Talabudra Team B. Sam Norton, one of the most experienced paddlers in the field. I don't know how Riley Fitzsimmons and Emily Doyle, of course, Riley, the defending champion, have ended up with a B next to their name. But as we've been saying, the numbers don't really, the letters don't really mean as much, do they?
Maybe they just get a choice. They just choose what letter they are. And yes, so many great teams lining up here in quarterfinal number 3 of the Open Mixed Double Ski. So this is going to be a great one to call, Sam. Lots of really experienced paddlers out there. One I'm going to watch is Mermaid Beach as well. So Bonnie Hancock, a fantastic paddler, so great in the surf, has teamed up with Pierre van der Westhausen, who is an Olympic kayaker. So they're going to be tough to beat in this one. And they're right in the middle of the field there. So, yeah, it's tricky when you're in the middle sometimes with double skis. You can see at each end they've sort of got a little bit more room to jump on. So sometimes when you're squeezed in the middle, it can get a little tight when you're trying to get that ski paddle in.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I like what I'm seeing from Northcliffe Team B. That is Riley and Emily at the bottom of the frame. That is what I would be doing if I was them. They get clean water to get in and away. It looks like it was a really nice jump at the top of the screen there as well from Alexandra Headland. You can see Talabudra making a move through the mix as well. A few little waves starting to stand up, and our crew at the bottom of the screen, Northcliffe absolutely slammed by that little wave. Riley and Emily grind to a halt. Still plenty of time to catch back up, but over on the northern end of the line, it is Wanda, it is Alexandra Headland, and now you can see Mermaid Beach starting to make a move. Look at that boat now that it's up and running.
Yeah, what beautiful timing they have. Bonnie doing a fantastic job to stay in time with Pierre there. So the Northcliffe team's going to have to get a move on at the bottom of the screen.
No.
But, oh, no, what's happened here for Talabudra?
Talabudra, something has gone wrong with the boat. You can see Sam Norton turning that boat around. That is heartbreaking. I dare say that is a rudder that is gone, because otherwise, if it was anything else, you try and make do to get around the cans. That
Absolutely.
is not to be. So disappointing there for the crew from Talabudra. On the left of screen, a really interesting roll of the dice coming out here from Riley Fitzsimmons and Emily Doyle. They are going a long way to the south to sneak around some waves. They're going to come back onto that first can as some waves come through for the rest of the field. Our leaders are getting through. The rest of the field, I think they've been checked.
Yeah, they've been clipped there. So an interesting line that the Northcliffe team has taken. And you can see Emily's really just trying to slow down her rating to stay in time with Riley. But
Georgia, it isn't a rudder cable. The rudder itself has gone out of the boat. That is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen that before at the start of a race, a rudder going out of the boat and disappearing. So that is heartbreaking for Talabudra. Out the back,
I'd love to know how that happened.
Yeah,
Very
that's
interesting.
Right. Now, this race is still unfolding, and by the time we get to that first can, it's Northcliffe in front. So it's Northcliffe in 1, Seacliff in 2, Wander in 3. On the outside there, it's Alexandra Headland in 4. Redhead is coming up the inside in 5th there. Then we can see Mermaid Beach in 6th. And then it might even be Warrnambool in 7th. Very tight racing for 8th. So our leaders out in front have a really good opportunity to get around clean. Wander just getting a little bit hung up. That is going to bring them back to the rest of the pack. Redhead, the experience of Adam Rowe driving that double ski. They're looking like they're going to sneak up the inside. Make sure you get around the can. That's the all-important thing to do there. Our leaders now looking rather comfortable.
Yeah,
they
are looking comfortable. And what I'd love to see is when they turn that apex can, they were straight onto a runner. That's exactly what you want in any ski race, especially a double. So they're coming thick and thin, though, Sam, and we're really starting to bunch up in that middle pack there. So 8 is our lucky number that will head on to a semi-final later on this morning. There are waves. So it's going to be interesting to see, do our athletes take these waves or do they play it safe if they think they're comfortable? So
I think they're going to have to take them. They are going to have to take these waves.
Oh, my gosh.
Who is that who is about to be picked up late? That is Mermaid Beach being picked up late. One crew pulls off the back as well. These double skis can hold waves a lot better than everybody else's. Someone goes upside down. We'll have to wait and see who that was. Warrnambool goes sideways. So one crew goes upside down. One crew goes sideways. Everybody else is now making their way back in. It was Alexandra Headland who were in 4th going around the cans. They're now upside down as it looks as though that wave is going to pick them up too.
No.
Northcliffe out in front, Seacliff in 2nd. Comfortable goings for the rest of the field there. That is a clear top 6 that will all go through to the next round, provided they, of course, do hold it straight there. It is so much easier to do on a double ski because of how heavy it is, how long it is, and how fast it is.
But it is hard to bring it back, Sam, when it does happen. Right. So because they are so heavy, if you do start to slew or go to one side, it's incredibly hard to bring back. But they've done a great job in the shoring there. I'm going to pick up who that was.
Yeah, Marilla Barrack Point. Marilla Barrack Point and Redhead go across the line. That's our top 8.
Yeah, wow. That really turned on its head. And I didn't mind the sort of the pulling off of the wave out the back there, but our crews managed to hold it. So yeah, it's taking that gamble, taking that risk. Do you go down those bigger ones or do you sort of hang back off at Mermaid doing an incredible job?
I thought they were in trouble. I thought they were in trouble for a moment. Yeah, it was a really late takeoff, which is not what you want in a double ski.
Not what you want.
You want to be down that as early as you can and have that momentum to get out in front of it, and they didn't get that opportunity but did an amazing job to hold it. Warrnambool, so unlucky. They rolled the dice. They went for it. We love to see that kind of brave racing in what was a dramatic race.
It was really, wasn't it? And you could see the Northcliffe team that ended up taking that one out was a fair way back off the start. They just got clipped on that southern side. So, and this was the unfortunate Talabudra crew. But, you could see Alex Hedren, she just slipped off the back of the ski there. So, really interesting to see that. And Warrnambool going sideways as well. So, that's a nightmare on a double ski. But all of our crews having a little bit of an issue trying to get to this finish line. We're seeing some run through the finish line as well. Not in this heat, but we do have an interview down the beach with Liam.
With Bonnie and Pierre from Mermaid Beach. They've qualified through in 4th place, which has been a great effort from them. Congratulations. How was the paddle?
Yeah, it was really good. Just had a good start with Bonnie and try to keep it clean going out, clean around the cans and find something to bring us home coming in. And yeah, it worked quite well. Bonnie and I managed to keep it together, so happy with that.
And Bonnie, how good is it to get back around in these team events?
Oh, it's so fun. Pierre and I did the double last year and really enjoyed it. So back again, and funny little story, we switched our ski actually after the heat, had a bit of steering problem. So we're on a good ski now. We really enjoyed it and just trying to make the most of the swell.
And we're not going to see another ski change for the semi-final?
No, we've only got 2 really for the club. So, no, it's an awesome ski. And we've got a male double as well in John and Maguire. So, really looking forward to it. And Mermaids are going well so far.
Right, congratulations. And Pierre, finally, how good is it to have someone of Bonnie's calibre you get to race with?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, it just gives me so much confidence. Bonnie's so experienced out there and always keeps me cool, calm and collected out in the surf. So, yeah, it's just an awesome partnership and always so much fun going around the cans with her.
That's right. Well, congratulations, guys, and good luck in our semi-final.
Awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mermaid, and what a great interview as well. I think they're now one of my favourite crews.
Yes.
Pierre and Bonnie, we know them both so well. Both incredible people and great to see them going around the cans. We will look to see more races of the Open Mixed Double Skis coming up as well. We will be back in just a moment for more action here on day 3 of the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships.
Dear Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Do you love and surf?
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags, or for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the Beach Passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive!
Oh, look at him go!
Swim between the flags, bro! Speaking of saving, Step 1 and Surf Lifesaving Australia have partnered to make these. They've even added these 2 flags to remind you to swim between them. And $5 from each pair will be donated to Surf Lifesaving Australia to help keep our beaches safer. So buy them online at step1.life.
Step 1! Get some!
Welcome back to day 3 of the Aussies here at North Kira Beach, the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. I cannot believe we're at day 3 already. Sam Jordan in the booth sitting alongside Georgia Fitzsimmons. G, does it feel like it's day 3 to you of the Open competition? I can't believe it.
Yeah, it does feel like day 3, I feel, Sam. I think we're starting to see some progressions happening. It's building.
You're feeling it in the body. Welcome to the commentary team.
I'm feeling it in the body. I am. It's
not as easy as everybody thinks, is it?
It's really not. I did 2 days of the youth over the weekend, which was so much fun with the kids, and they were such great vibes down the beach. And now we've had 2 really jam-packed days as well for the Opens, and now on our 3rd. So we're all starting to move on, and this is the time where the athletes are really going to have to focus, concentrate on their races, because your mind can start to wander when you start to get tired. So interesting that, we're going to have to really stay on top of this racing now, Sam. So we've seen some fantastic races in the under-17 male irons this morning up in the blue and white. We're seeing some double ski action as well. Lots happening.
Yeah, that's right. So what we can see on screen at the moment is the red arena where the under-17 Ironwoman heats are currently making their way around the cairns and in the water as well. In the black and white and the green and gold, that is the open male and female areas. We're working our way through the mixed double ski rounds. So we are up to the semi-finals of those. The final still to come a little bit later.
Yeah, and you can see the girls are finally going left to right around the cairns. So for 2 days, the girls have been doing a reverse course. So that sweep of North Kira must have really sort of died down, which is good to see. So, the girls doing a fantastic job there, getting out around the cairns. They've managed to really hit the line of it too. So we saw some chaos over the past couple of days for the girls with that sweep, and they were getting stuck on the cairns.
Yeah, it's extraordinary stuff that we've been seeing here at North Kira Beach, and a huge congratulations to all of our officials for getting this carnival going and happening in a safe way as well. It's been extraordinary. So if you want to follow along the results here that we're seeing on screen in the under-17 Ironwoman races, you can do so at livefeeds.com. At the other end of the beach, we're working our way through the under-17 now Taplin relay heats there. Mixed double ski semis and finals coming up. We are bringing you those. And once again, another reminder that our boat stream is now live. If you are watching this wondering where the surf boats are, click out of the stream and get onto the boat stream, because there is action down at Tugun Beach today as well. And there's certainly action on the sand at North Kira. That is where we are finding Liam down on the beach.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with semi-finalists from Newport, Mitch Trim and Gemma Smith. They've got through 2 rounds already. First, Mitch, how is it out there?
Yeah, it's really tricky. It's a long race. There's 2 banks. There's the shorey that can play havoc, and then the outer bank you got to go through with speed. So it's really tricky. It's a long race, but it's you can never give up.
And Gemma, how much faith do you have to put in your lead paddler with Mitch on the front of the ski?
Yeah, he's got all my faith. He's doing a great job of steering us and navigating both breaks. It is really tricky out there, but 100% trust him to make the right decisions all the time.
Now, how much practice have you guys done coming into this? Obviously, you've been paddling well through the semi. Are we on the double ski on a regular basis?
Not really. Jem's the athlete, and I'm just trying to find time. So it was a little squeeze into the Aussies, and I guess a lot of mixed crews sort of just try and find time at the end of the year to try and do their best. And everyone's on the same page today. So it's everyone's out there to give it a good crack.
Well, I mean, you guys are performing so well if you haven't actually paddled together that much leading up to this. Now, Gemma, what is the race plan here coming into the semi-final? Your competitors aren't listening, so you can share your secrets.
Yeah, semi-finals are always, I think, the toughest race. You've got 36 crews who all want to be in that final of 18, so it's definitely going to be on. And I think you just really got to try and have a good start in these races. They are long, but you can't give up because you don't know what's going to happen. These conditions are, it's a bit of luck of the draw. So I think just go out, give it our best, and hopefully, we come across that line and make it through to the final.
Well, I hope everything goes well. We don't come unstuck going through those waves out the back. Now, finally, Newport having a good showing so far. Who else should we keep an eye on in this double ski, mixed double ski?
All the crews that line up today are going to be a red-hot shot, but, there's plenty of strong crews from Queensland, and then our Newport crews are strong too. So, anyone can make the final, anyone can win it, and so that's what the best part about is surf life saving. You put your foot on the line, and you can have a good crack.
That's right. A nice, politically correct answer. Didn't want to commit to anyone. Gemma, are you more willing to put someone's name out there?
I don't know. I think, we've had some really good results the last couple of years. Our Newport crews, our Newport A team has been flying, so I think they're definitely probably the ones to watch. But, as Trimmy said out there today, I think anyone can win. But, we'll go out there and give it a crack and see what happens.
Well, good luck for the semi-final. And we hope to see you guys in the final just a bit later this morning.
Yeah, we'll see how we go.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Liam, and thank you very much, Gemma and Trimmy. A very nervous-looking Mitchell Trim there, because as Gemma and Trimmy were saying, it is just about getting into the final. That is the moment you can relax when you do get there as well. So some really talented mixed double ski crews that we do have in this field. They nailed that. Gemma talking about just the depth of talent there. You can't start thinking about the final until you're in it. That Newport crew, certainly one of the more talented ones who are hunting an Australian gold medal. They've been so close so many times. So we'll wait and see a little bit later on how those semi-finals do unfold. They are getting ready for a start in the black and gold arena.
Yeah, so we'll bring you those semi-finals shortly, but we are up in the red area now, Sam. So this is our southernmost area of the competition, right in front of the beach track. So the under-17 girls are just getting through their irons at the moment. So starting off the day with a bang, really, in irons. And we're going to bring all that action while we wait for those semi-finals.
Yeah, that's right. So we are going to wait until a little bit later, once we're clear of the mixed double skis, to have our open and under-19 iron women getting around the cans. For now, we're sticking with the 17s as well, in an area that by now, Jer, you think that they've started to get pretty dialed.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing so many great numbers in the under-17s at the moment. So this is the round 2 of Iron Woman Racing. So they had a heat yesterday, round 1. This is round 2. They'll then have to do a quarterfinal and a semi-final just to be in that final on Sunday. So incredible numbers we're seeing in the under-17s at the moment, which is just showing how great our sport is at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. And 2 races back-to-back as well. So we're seeing round 2 of the under-17 Iron Woman on screen at the moment there, making their way across that bank. Once again, those potholes just bringing a few athletes unstuck. It has been very challenging for all of our competitors over the course of the last few days in just how to navigate those potholes. But a pretty even start on this inner break as well. And I found over the course of the week too that this inner break, as we see someone just get driven all the way backwards, popping a wave, this inner break is a little bit more predictable than what we've seen maybe at the other end of the beach with the under-17 men's arena as they now make their way through the gutter.
It definitely is more predictable, Sam, but it is still packing a punch, that's for sure. And you can see the girls, some are just hesitating a little. They're not sure whether to pop, roll, jump off their board and try and throw their board over. So lots of decisions to be made. So this is actually heat number 5 in the water at the moment. So that's Isabella Argos from Coogin Headlands out in front at the moment. She's had a fantastic summer. We've been calling her name a lot. So that's great to see that she's really had a great start. She's dictating the pace out in front. So she's up on her knees as well, which I love to see from these under-17 girls. You can see a lot still on their belly, sort of swimming their way across the water there on their boards. We've also got some North Burleigh caps in there. Zara Farrington as well doing a great job in second position. So the girls are coming, they're going out the back for their boards today, so that's great to see. So Isabella just popping over that one there, doing a great job to keep it straight. So great skills on show here. She's just pulled up stumps though. She's waiting for this one to roll through to get a little bit softer so that she's got more time to get her nose up and over that one.
And that's the luxury that you give yourself when you do get to that bank first. You don't have to be as impatient in terms of trying to attack a little gap or a little hole. Of course, it is a heat of the under-17 Iron Woman, so she's just playing the percentages and doing everything right. And great to see Coogin Headlanders so well represented as well. Coach Scott McCartney doing an amazing job just down the road here from the Gold Coast of a proud country club from New South Wales who's really bringing through a lot of really promising athletes, but more importantly, a lot of young people who are just enjoying their time in surf life saving.
Yeah, and I always find the people racing for Coogin Headlands have great skills. I reckon they just get out on their craft. They surf a lot. It's really great to see. And, Scotty McCartney doing a fantastic job there. And they just, you can tell they're always having so much fun. They get around each other when they're racing and great teams as well. So we're going to see more team action later for the girls. They'll have a big program today. Lots of events scheduled. So, the girls will be working hard to get through it all.
So back on their way into the beach, a few little runs starting to come through for our leaders, 3 around the cans at the moment. Coogin Headland out in front. Quite strong out that field. So, a few waves did come through on that second bank as they were making their way across it. But for our leader, as she gets back there, perfect little waves to get in. Yeah, that's exactly great mindset, Jay.
Like she called that one up and said, you know what, I want a little wave right now, and she got it, and she deserves it. She put a massive lead on the field, and that's just going to start to extend. So she'll have to be careful. She'll have to get around that swim can. She looks like she's navigating that well right now. So fantastic board legs. So that will be board swim for our under-17 competitors. They do not have ski in their iron races. So a little bit shorter than our 19 and open competitors in the iron, but still a very endurance but sprint race. It's hard to put it down to what the iron is. Is it endurance? Is it sprint? What is it?
I don't know. It hurts.
It's a bit of a mix.
Hurts.
It just hurts. It does.
I think we have to go back a long way to find the last time I contested an iron at Aussies. And I do actually remember, it must have been the under-17 iron. And I remember going around in the final and knowing I'm never doing this again. I'm ready just to paddle skis at this point in time. So, look, that is what all of these athletes are trying to get to, is a start in the finals. These under-17 iron finals, I believe, will be contested on Sunday. Our under-19 iron finals tomorrow afternoon in what is a really exciting finals package that we have tomorrow afternoon. The open mixed tackle relay in the mix as well.
I'm excited for that one. That's it. That's another great one, like we're seeing in the mixed double skis this morning. The girls and the guys coming together in teams and getting it done for their clubs. So, yeah, some great racing still to go here. This is day 3 of the Open Championships here at North Kira Beach. The Australian titles, there is nothing like it. I just love looking down the beach if you're in one of the most northern or the southern arenas. I'm just looking down the beach and seeing the sheer mass of people and flags and colour on the beach is pretty amazing to witness. So a huge showing. We have 7,500 competitors competing across the championships in both beach, water, masters, youth, you name it, boats as well. So a huge showing on the beaches of the Gold Coast.
Yeah, that's well said, Georgia. I've had the same thought myself across the course of the week as well, is just how great it is to be involved here at the Aussies. So we are seeing the under-17 Iron Women heats on screen at the moment. That's heat number 5. The open mixed doubles ski semi-finals aren't too far away for a start. We will be bringing you those semi-finals and then the final as well. So they are still just making a few adjustments to the skis, making a few adjustments to the course, and we're not too far away for a start in that as well. Georgia, just while we're reflecting on all the things that make Aussie so great, I actually had the honour of being able to go along last night to Surf Life Saving Australia's Life Members Dinner.
Wow,
and
that would have been a goodie.
There. It always is. It always is a great night as well, because it's just so special to be in a room full of so many people that have allowed us to experience this, you know, and you see that the work, and you have a chat to everyone there about just the way that not only the Aussies has changed over time, but also how the movement has changed over time as well. It just gives you a sense of pride in terms of being part of a movement that does so much in our community and does so much right across the country and has done for a very long time as well. Pride's probably the right word, isn't it? We're sitting here, we get the honour of commentating some of the racing that's going around this morning as well, and we've had you more than me, but we've both had the opportunity to race in this movement our entire lives as well, and it's just such a great event to be a part of.
Yeah, it really shapes us as people as well. You learn a lot through this sport. It's resilience, friendship, really tough, honest racing as well, and being able to deal with conditions that are out of our hands is a big thing for me, and I'm definitely taking that into my next stage now that I am not racing. So it's a fantastic movement, and to see so many people on the beach just giving it a crack, and you see so many people turning up to these championships with different goals. Some people will just want to try and get out of their heat. Others are looking to win gold medals. So there are so many things that people are trying to achieve at these Australian titles. So it is great to witness, and it's nice to be on the other side of it now and really appreciate how much goes into these championships. People turn up to the beach, athletes in particular, and they turn up and everything's set up and there's flags up and there's tents up, and there's just so much that goes in behind the scenes that I'm now seeing, and it's like an event like no other. I think it's one of the biggest events in the Southern Hemisphere, sporting events, so it's so great to be a part of, and to now be calling it is such a cool thing as well. Such
a unique event as well, Georgia. We were speaking before we were on air this morning just about some of the results yesterday, some of our friends and some competitors who, you know, were eliminated in events that we expected them to be up the front and contesting to win as well. And it's, you know, as you said, you can give yourself 5 minutes to be upset, and then you need to pull it back together, because there's so many events here at the Aussies. There's the individual events. There's so many team events as well. You've got to wipe it and move on, because the carnival moves so quickly that, you know, there's always another opportunity to put your foot on the line and have a race as well. And for me, I think that's probably the most special thing too. Everyone comes here with a goal, whether the goal is to win, whether the goal is to make a final, whether the goal is to try and get out of the heat, whether the goal is simply to have fun. You know, everybody has expectations that they are putting on themselves to come up here. But at the end of the day, come Sunday afternoon, it doesn't matter anymore. And the thing that remains is just that sense of enjoyment, that experience, that feeling that you had across the course of the week as well. And it's hard not to think about it all and smile.
Yeah, exactly. And I felt this last year in my last Australian Championships. I just wanted to be down on the beach for as long as I possibly could to soak up the atmosphere of the Australian Championships. There is nothing like it. To have your teammates down there supporting you, you're supporting them in turn, and it's just a fantastic vibe down the beach. And that's what I am missing at the moment, is being under the tent with the girls and the guys and having banter and reliving races that maybe went to plan, maybe didn't. And like you said, though, Sam, that was a big thing for me, was if something didn't go to plan, I gave myself 5 minutes. I reflected on it, thought about the mistake I perhaps made, and then you have to move on very quickly because Aussies doesn't slow down for anyone.
Do you know, just on that, when you mentioned, your last year at the Aussies last year and, soaking that up and experiencing it, I had a chat with Ali Day for our post-show afternoons at the Aussies just a couple of days ago, and that's one thing that he reflected on was, I asked him, is it tough this week being the centre of attention, everybody wanting to come up and say hello and, thank him for all of his work. And he said that in previous years that he would have found that a little bit draining, people coming up. But this year, he said he's embracing it. Yeah. He wants to stop and chat to every single person that he does because he said that is what it is all about as well. So we are just seeing the under-17 Ironwoman heats on screen at the moment. This was heat number 5 with some tough little waves on that short break as well as they made their way out on that board leg.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. We've sort of been really focusing on that back break, but that front break is really playing some havoc there. So the girls doing a fantastic job. That was heat number 5 at the under-17 Ironwoman race there. So great job, girls, but we're going to head back to the black and white arena for the fastest craft in the open competition here.
That is exactly right.
Other than the boats, we're going to leave the boats up at Tugan. They are on another live stream.
They've got their own. They're the fastest boats on their stream.
Yes.
These are the fastest boats on our stream at the moment.
Exactly.
The double skis. And we are in the water for semi-final number 1 of the open mixed double skis. Of course, if you do want to watch the surf boat action, you can do so on the boat stream that's happening on screen at the moment. Bit of a wave down at Tugan, Jay.
Absolutely. It looks fantastic. I wish we could see a little bit more of it, but yes, as Sam said, head to that live stream if you're looking for someone in particular or a team in particular. The boys doing a fantastic job out there. Yeah,
some of the waves that I saw boats catch yesterday on socials for Surf Life Saving Australia was nothing short of extraordinary. For now, let's stay with the open semi-final of the mixed double ski. We have Talabudgera A, Seacliff A, Sorrento C, Surfers A, Seacliff B, Northcliffe A, Newport B, Half Moon Bay A, Northcliffe C, North Bondi A, Newport A, Trig Island B, Wanda A, Northcliffe G, Noosa A and Avoca Beach A. There are no easy semi-finals at any level.
This one is a tough one though, Sam. I'm just looking at the names here. Wow. This is going to be tough. We've got the Newport Team A of Jazz Locke and Jake Rees, who are paddling so incredibly well. We've also got North Bondi Team A, Noah Havard and Elizabeth Wise there.
I can see the hand being thrown up from Ali Clark on
There's
screen.
always going to be a hand thrown up.
That is a risky move. That is a risky move. I remember being in a junior ski race and doing it once to start a fight anyway. My dad said, don't ever do that again, and I think I learned the lesson.
Fire the gun without you, Sam. That's for sure.
Very interesting to note, Georgia, how spread out this field as well. So they've really taken the opportunity to get away from each other, not to clash paddles at the start of this race.
I like that. I really like that.
I like that too. And that's always what I try not for, is to try and get a little bit of space on the start line. But what it's going to mean is that someone's going to get hit at the start of this race and someone's not. And you just hope that it is your end that actually gets through.
And we could just see on that that footage before of the back break, it is breaking all over the place. We're seeing it break on the left side sometimes, the right side other times. So it's going to be interesting because this field is so far apart from north to south. Which line is going to be the better line? And I don't think we're going to know until they're at that back break. There is no way of picking it.
We wondered whether it would be the north. We wondered whether it would be the south. The middle of the field absolutely shooting through. It's always a tricky start here at North Kira to get everyone in clean. There was a little bit of a shoring in front of some of those competitors on the southern end of the line, but for those in the middle, there is no concern at the moment. Northcliffe absolutely flying out. It looks like that is the crew of Tom Green and Naomi Scott. That is a really impressive combination.
I think they're a little further to the north. That's actually Jake Morris and Yulia Padrut. So a fantastic team there as well, really attacking that back break. And that's Noah Havard there from North Bondi on the front. next to them. So look at these waves coming through.
Solid
Sam.
waves starting to come through, and there are more on the way as well. So our lead crews are going for it. They're trying to put the foot down, and will they get over the top? Some of them absolutely crunched. I can see the crew of Northcliffe, the crew of Newport, Sorrento goes upside down. That is heartbreaking for them. No, it's Half Moon Bay. Half Moon Bay goes upside down there on that green ski, and there are more waves still coming. What a start to this race. There was really solid power in those waves.
There was, and we could see that southern side actually managed to sneak out as the better end this race.
Oh, no, and Seacliff goes in as well.
Yeah,
very
not what you want to
tough there on
see.
screen. So you would have to say a few races ended by that sweat set on the back bank, but out in front at the moment, it's Northcliffe in 1, Newport in 2. Looks as though we have North Bondi has now found their way to the outside there. Trig Island on the inside there in 4.
So we've got 9 crews there, Sam. So I believe we're taking 8 through to the final. 8 is the lucky number. Well, we have 9 in that front group. So very tight racing. You can see just how hard those double skis are to turn. They really have to grind around these cans to make sure that they can turn right and head in to that wave zone.
Our top 4 crews all get around clean, particularly those 3 on screen as well. No clashing of the paddles. It looks as though North Bondi...
nice, isn't it?
It is nice. It looks as though they were going to hit the brakes and go up the inside for just a moment. They want to get moving because here comes the rest of the field as well. There are waves starting to stand up. Our leaders from Northcliffe get a run. I don't think that is going to turn into a wave for them. But look at the wave behind. We have crews with their paddles down. I think on the southern end of the line, they are going to get down this one and run it all the way to the beach. Who else will get down at Newport? Scrapping away? That is Mitchell Trim and Gemma Smith, who have made a big move to get back onto that wave. Tom Green and Naomi Scott from Northcliffe on the right-hand side. That is our top 3.
Straight.
They're going to have to punch over the top of this little double up as well.
Oh, this is
Water's
tricky.
moving. The tails are being thrown around. Newport goes sideways. They stay in the boat, though, and that is very well done from Northcliffe. Can they stay in? They are upside down. Tom Green and Naomi Scott. That is not where you want to find yourself in a semi-final race.
And here come the rest of the crews. They've managed to keep their ski with them, though, which is good news. But there's a lot of crews coming fast. I think we got 5 on that second wave.
I think they've just saved their semi-final. I think they have just saved their final, their spot in it, and their chance to race for a gold medal, because we have 1 on screen, 5 on that next wave, and 2 more, which makes 8.
That's our 8.
Northcliffe coming across the line, so too Newport with its 2 crews. Wanda, we can see Trig Island and Northcliffe there. Yes, that is the crew of Tom Green and Naomi Scott after a little swim, straight back in the boat, and they are into the final as well. Northcliffe will finish in 9th place and just short of a berth to race for a gold medal.
Wow. Yeah, that was really interesting to see. So that was Northcliffe Team A, Tom Green and Naomi Scott. Naomi Scott is a fantastic swimmer. Tom, probably not so much. He's more used to being on top of the water in a ski or a kayak. So, Tom, make sure in the final you stay in that double ski. But this is a replay here. We could see that southern side of the line and more towards the middle as well had a fantastic start.
Solid waves out the back, really solid waves.
Over. You can see how much air they got when they went over that one. So amazing
Let's relive
scenes
this
here.
moment. So Newport there on the left of screen, Northcliffe on the right. They both came into a bit of trouble when the wave hit the double up in front.
That was
Northcliffe going sideways. I thought they were going to hold it. They go in, but Tom grabs onto the boat and it spun back to the beach, which is such fortunate luck, because if that boat turned around, they wouldn't have spun it around in time.
No,
it's like turning around a B double truck. But they get back in it, they get straight onto a wave, and they'll come across the line in 7th after this. So, wow, thrilling moments here.
But I mean, if you're going to make those mistakes, you make them in the semi-final.
Yes,
so
that's right.
Hopefully they've got that out of their system now. But we're down for an interview with Liam. Who you got down there, Liam?
Thanks, guys. I am with the winners of semi-final number 1, Jake Morris and Yulia Prodrut. Congratulations. It looked pretty tricky. How'd you guys go with that set that came through on the way out?
Pretty good. We got a wave pretty clean on the start and then just hit it nice and hard out the back there.
And then, Jake, coming back in, what's the tactics when you're out in front? Do you take the wave, or are you a bit more selective?
Definitely selective. You've got to play it smart. No point just taking anything and ruining it, because with the doubles, they're much longer, so the steering is a bit harder. If that rider gets out of the water, it makes it a lot harder. So we were just
playing it safe, but also just seeing what our limits are and, yeah, just get it in, which we did well, and it was a nice, clean race for us.
Yeah, you guys probably had the pick of it. You got around the cleanest out of everyone. Between now and the final is just going to be moments away. Recovery tips?
Just drink lots of water.
Have a little swim off, get the lactate out.
Perfect. Well, congratulations for taking out semi-final number 1, and we look forward to seeing you guys in the final.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Liam. Yeah, great interview there. And I loved what Jake said about keeping that rudder straight and making sure that you're getting down those waves and staying out of trouble.
And keeping that rudder in the water as well. That was a bit of an issue that we just actually saw from our crews, and that's the reason that we saw Northcliffe, their clubmates, Tom Green and Naomi Scott, go sideways as well, because when they ran into the back of that wave in front, the rudder came back into the whitewash. It got a little bit of air, and it was really susceptible to the turbulence of that whitewater. But they still paddled into 4th place. So here is our finalists from semi-final number 1. Jake Morris and Julia Pedrot from Northcliffe Team C. They took it out ahead of Newport Team B, Trig Island B, Northcliffe A, and Wanda Team A. There were 6 on that first wave. North Bondi was the next across the line. They've been given 6. We are still waiting for those official results. Okay, now they've scanned them through as well. So Newport Team A, and Noosa Heads Team A are the 8 crews going through to the final from semi-final number 1. Exciting racing, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was a nice one for the judges that we had 8 clear in front. They didn't have to think too hard about it, which is always nice. So there's our crews on screen. But we're going to get ready for semi-final number 2. They're just walking those huge double skis down to the water's edge now. And what great footage this is of the whole championships, and love to see it.
That's right. So this is semi-final number 2 in the Championship of Australia. We have Christie's Beach, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Northcliffe, one half of the defending champions, Riley Fitzsimmons and Emily Doyle. Redhead, Warilla Barrack Point also in the mix as well after getting a great wave in that quarterfinal. Sorrento Team B, Kurrawa Team A, Dickey Beach A, Alexandra Headland Team B. They are going to be lightning fast off the start. Jet County and Emma Woods. Southport Team A in the mix as well. And then here come our Newport teams. Team F, Team D. Ignore the letters. They are class crews. We're going to see them pushing the pace alongside Burnie, Northcliffe, Warilla Barrack Point once again in this semi-final number 2 of the Open Mixed Double Ski.
We also have Mermaid Beach. That was one more page over. So the team of, I believe, Pierre and Bonnie, who we saw for an interview just before. So a great team there. We love that interview. So you can see the crews just starting to walk out. They'll have to be really careful, Sam. So with the start of the double skis, generally the boys will paddle on the front, generally. Some crews opt not for that option, but you don't want to go too deep. So the boys might be a little taller. So the girls will be saying, no, come back a little bit so I can stand. I know I had that issue last year. Riley kept sort of pushing forward and it was getting quite deep for me. So we're away. That was a quick start.
They are away and moving. And once again,
not ready for it either.
That's right. Always have to be ready. And our crews in the middle of the screen were certainly ready for that too. There's a couple of crews from Newport there. Northcliffe a little further down. Chris Bolt, once again, a lightning fast start from their crew, just like we saw in the quarter. Sorrento up to the north also made the best of it. But what waves will come in through that back bank?
Yeah, that was really interesting. All of our sort of 5 teams on that northern end did not seem ready to go, and they didn't have a fantastic start at all. So the 5 crews at the top there are really sort of battling to get back into the mix here.
That is certainly a good lesson for everyone as they race their single ski rounds a little bit later today as well, is be ready, because now we start to see a little bit of slowing up for our crew in front from Northcliffe. They popped that one really well, and I think there's now an opportunity. So they go over the top of a little smaller wave. They keep in time as they do it. The rest of the field getting hit with some more waves standing up.
Yeah, they really are starting to stand up on that back break, and everyone's going to have to be really careful to sneak over these ones and not get too much air that you almost fall out. So yeah,
solid wave, that one.
Really solid. So, the crews at the back there.
Wow, Mermaid Beach, I think they are in. Mermaid Beach, that was Pierre van der Westhausen and Bonnie Hancock, have just been cleaned up by a big wave. They did go for a swim, and they're going to need luck to be on their side if they are going to be contesting in the final, because they have a lot of work to do now. Out in front, though, it is Northcliffe in 1. Does look like that could potentially be a Kurrawa capping 2. That's Dickey Beach on screen there, just cleaned up by a set, getting back into their boat as now make their way out through that second bank.
that
The
was
swell has
so
dropped off, but there
unfortunate.
are still sets coming through.
Absolutely. So we've got about 12 crews who have made it out sort of cleanly. Obviously still managing that back break, but Chris Bolt and Claudia Kelly doing a fantastic job trying to keep in time as best they can. And yeah, that is Kurrawa. Dan Mole and Katie Nat, Team A from Kurrawa, in second position there. So doing a fantastic job. And Riley Fitzsimmons and Emily Doyle have managed to claw their way back into third after not a great start. So they will have learnt from that. And but they've still got a job to do to make sure they're in this final.
Here's an opportunity. Here is a wave starting to come through. Our crews from the back get a good lift, but they aren't going to get over the top of that bubble. It looks as though Northcliffe might be getting a good run out of that wave, but it's not enough to bring everyone into the break zone. Will this next wave do that? Look at that crew on the right-hand side of that run. I think that's Sorrento, who has just got that wave from a long way back. Sorrento has got that wave. Our crews on the north, which includes Newport there as well, did not get down it. So right there on screen, we have 7 crews battling for 8 spots. A little double up once again, Georgia.
Yeah,
we
this
will
is
wait
the tricky
and see
part.
what this does.
Yeah, this is the really tricky part where we saw Naomi Scott and Tom Green go off the side, but they've all managed it very well. And, yeah, no slews there. But that's the Alexandra Headlands team, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, the Newport team out in front. So
I think that
they got the
could be
best
the
of it.
Cruisers
Yeah.
firing that rating up to get down that little next trough. All of these crews, I dare say, are now safe. So, look, the inner break isn't too much for them to contend with. Newport will take out semi-final number 2, but it's all about who finishes inside that top 8. Sorrento come across the line.
What a great team from Sorrento.
After
That's
an
Jamie
incredible
Roberts.
wave. Yeah, that's right. Another of our Olympians in the mix. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Kurrawa, Northcliffe, Newport. Northcliffe come across the line. One more spot up for grabs. I think that could have been Newport. I could see Harry Torrens there and Piper Harrison. Harry pointing out crews and counting them as he came across the line to make sure he had his numbers right, and I think he did. They get 8th. A fitting reward after they didn't get down that wave. They looked like they were sitting comfortable, but right there on screen, Mermaid Beach, they did a great job paddling back into the race, but they miss out.
Yeah. I was really looking forward to seeing them, but they just got clipped on that back break, and you can see how exhausted everyone is crossing the line. It's an incredibly taxing event, this double ski. So all of our crews doing a great job to be in the semi-finals. We will have 8 progress to the final, which should be up pretty soon, Sam. So we're going to see our first final of the day, not too far away.
Let's relive this race because once again we saw a solid set come through out the back. Northcliffe flying with their rating. They got over the top of them. That first wave seemed to have checked the crews. This is the one that made a difference. Dicky Beach thrown upside down. Mermaid Beach to the right as well, also thrown off their ski for our leaders. Exactly what you want on the way back in. There was a little bit of a double up for them to contend with, but nothing that brought them unstuck.
Yeah, we saw everyone keep their skis straight, heading into the beaches, which is what you want to see. So that was our top 7 crossed the line pretty comfortably there. And then we had 8, 9 and 10, which were really
Very close.
So
Very close.
We're going to hear from a crew down the beach with Liam.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Jet Kenny and Emma Woods from Alexandra Headland, qualified through to our final in this mixed double ski. Congratulations, guys. Conditions look pretty tricky. How'd you find it?
Yeah, the conditions are actually really fun. I mean, for someone who's not as fit, going out there in this messy stuff is actually really enjoyable. So we had state titles at Mooloolaba, which was dead flat. Not a whole lot of fun. There a lot of fitness and grinding involved, but yeah, give me these conditions any day of the week.
And Emma, what about yourself? Do you like racing in this bit of mess?
Oh yeah, definitely. I prefer a bit of wave and a bit of mess at dead flat, but I don't really do too much in the double. I just follow Jet and hope he gets us out safely.
So you just get to go along as a bit of a passenger. Jet sets the tempo, but it's really all about the engine in the back. Is that what you reckon, Jet?
Oh, 100%. I get to sit there and just tap my arms over, do the steering. Emma puts all the power through, but yeah, we've only paddled together a few times. We got second at state titles in our first time paddling together in a couple of years, so yeah, good to make the final and see how we go.
Well, awesome. That's very good. Well, congratulations for making our final and good luck. I think you guys are heading straight to the line.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Liam. Yeah, that's right. That final not too far away from the crews. Emma keeping the vibes up with a bit of a dance as she makes her way to the back of the boat.
I love that, Emma.
Great to see them feeling good as well because, as mentioned, we have flown through these rounds and now we are down to the final. The Australian Championships final of the Open Mixed Double Ski is not too far away. We'll be back in just a moment.
Alex. Where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Feel off and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags, or for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the Beach Passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive!
Oh, look at him go. Whoa.
Swim between the flags, bro! Speaking of saving, Step 1 and Surf Life Saving Australia have partnered to make these. They've even added these two flags to remind you to swim between them. And $5 from each pair will be donated to Surf Life Saving Australia to help keep our beaches safer. So buy them online at step1.life.
Step 1, get some!
Welcome back to day 3 of the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships here at North Kira Beach. We've been making our way through the rounds of the open mixed double skis, and we are down to 16 crews that are about to battle it out for a gold medal here at North Kira Beach. Sam Jordan in commentary sitting alongside Georgia Fitzsimmons. Georgia, the defending mixed double ski champion as well. This is a big moment coming up on the beach.
Yeah, I just edged a little closer to our screen to watch this one. I am so excited. I love this event. So looking forward to seeing the 16 crews battle it out. They are giving them a little bit of a rest right now to make sure they're ready to go for this final, because it has been back-to-back-to-back racing this morning. They've already done 3 races of the mixed double ski. So a heat, a quarter, a semi, but this is the one that counts. We have a gold, silver and bronze medal up for grabs this morning on day 3 of the Open Championships here at the Australian titles on North Kira Beach.
So officials have done an incredible job in terms of firing through these rounds. We are up to the final as well, but it looks as though they are still just waiting to make some results officials from the previous semi too. So while we are doing that, I just want to try and get into the mind of an athlete as well. Gee, you've been in this position so many times before. The mixed double is such a unique event. How much are these crews taking from the rounds that they've gone through, or how much are they just trying to forget everything that's happened and just get on the line and give it a crack in the final?
I think it'd be a bit of a mix on the line, Sam. So some crews won't have paddled ever together. They may have potentially paddled together at the state titles that they were at, but some crews are just jumping on their double ski for the first time together this championship. So that's exciting to see. So some crews will have used the sort of the heat, the quarter and the semi as a bit of a feeling out what they're doing on that double ski together. So you can see there Riley Fitz, Jake Morris, you've got Bailey Clues on screen. They'll be chatting about the races as well. So talking through how they all went.
Yeah, that's
you can
right.
see some hand actions there from Bailey.
What does that mean? We better not
I
even...
don't know what that means, but
That's exactly
lots of
right.
pointing and looking important down the beach.
Well, do you know what? All those crews just found the waves at some point during those races as well. And I think everyone has by this point now. 3 heats that they've gone around in. Doubles still to come as well. The final still to come, rather, as well. And there always is such a great energy on the line of a mixed doubles race. It's such a unique event in it as well, in that, hey, when that starting gun fires, everybody wants to win. But it's one of the more enjoyable events too, because of the fact that you're racing alongside your club mates, male and female, who you don't often get the chance to actually go around the Cairns with.
Yeah, definitely. I would call it one of the funner events of the championships. Definitely taxing, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those ones where you've got to have a bit of luck on your side, especially in these conditions. You've got to have a good teammate. You've got to have a good start. There's so many things that come into play with the mixed double, but I would, have to say it is definitely one of the more enjoyable events and not so nerve-wracking because you're lining up with someone as well. So that's always nice.
Yeah, that's right. If you are just tuning in today, welcome back to North Kira Beach for day 3 of the Open Championships as well. The story of the day so far has been in the conditions. The wind has been up. It actually blew pretty much all night, overnight as well. The swell dropping off ever so slightly, but not as much as what was predicted. There is still a great wave here at North Kira, and that is making for really exciting racing as well. The mixed double skis have been ran in the men's and women's open arenas. The under-17s at either end of the beach have been making their way through the iron rounds as well. So for all of those results, head to liveheat.com. Of course, the boats in action down at Tugun too. There is a separate stream for the boats. We are getting ready for a start here and seeing pictures, well, the beautiful Gold Coast. You have the honour of living up here, Joe.
Yeah, it's so great that we have the hinterland so close. So if anyone is hanging around after Aussies, definitely try and head out to the hinterland. There's so many great things to do, and you might be a little sick of the beaches after being on the beach for 5 days of the championship. So head on out to the hinterland. It is fantastic out there.
Whether it's going into the hinterland, whether it's heading to the north of Surfers Paradise, down here to Coolangatta, Burleigh Pavilion, a great place to be as well after the Aussies finishes too. There are so many options here on the Gold Coast to spend your time after what is a really big week of racing, the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championship. So
we're seeing a little bit of eyeing off here.
I was just about to say, there were plenty of laughs and smiles before, and you can tell that they've been called to start getting ready because the smiles have now gone in the blink of an eye. We are not far away.
That's a funny one. So that was Emily Doyle chatting to her partner, Dan Moll, who is racing for Currawa. And then we had Riley come along as well. So that was really interesting. But we're almost ready for a start. We're going to do our introductions down there with Liam.
Thanks, guys. We are here with the first final of day 3, the Open Mixed Double Ski. We're going to run through the start list. We've got teams from Newport, Northcliffe here, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Northcliffe again, Noosa Heads, the team from North Bondi as well, another Newport team, Alexandra Headland, Trigg Island from Western Australia, crew from Wanda, Newport, Currawa, Northcliffe and Northcliffe. We've missed the Sorrento crew, they weren't on the line, but that is our finalists here for our Open Mixed Double Ski.
Thank you very much, Liam. 16 crews are about to battle it out for the chance to be crowned Australian champions in the Open Mixed Double Ski. We have some serious firepower right along this line as well. That is Olympic silver medalist Noah Havard on screen. There's another one of them in the form of Tom Green, a former bronze medalist in Lockie Tame, 4-time Australian ski champion as well. Quality everywhere you look across this start line. The skis are under the arm and they are now walking into the water. Nervous but exciting moments, Georgia.
I actually just got a little bit nervous seeing them all on the line there and a little bit jealous actually. That looks really fun to be going out there and racing this Open Mixed Double Ski final. We are going to crown a new champion.
You're going to have to give it back.
I've got to give it
back.
back.
Take that crown off, Georgia, because in just a few moments you will no longer be the current Open Mixed Double Ski champion. A new winner will be crowned. So as the crews walk into the water, I'm really interested to see just how far they spread out. In the semi-finals, they really took the room to get as far apart from each other as possible. But it looks as though that they might all be trying to bunch into the middle there, which has been the spot to be in the last few races.
Yeah, it definitely has. That middle to sort of southern side has been sneaking through that back break a little cleaner, but don't get me wrong, we're just not going to know until we see what's coming out on the horizon. So anything could happen here in this open mixed double ski. They are incredibly tough to win. There's athletes that try every single year and come up just short. So super tough race to win. A lot of things have to go your way to take out this title. So this is super exciting. That day 3 of the Open Championships. We are starting with a final, and we're ready to go. But
and let's be ready for a quick start
Let's be ready
as well,
for a quick
because
start.
that is what transpired in the 2 semi-finals that ran. They are all now in position. A quick paddle adjustment there on the bottom of the screen as well. There's a few more little waves come through. They look a little bit bunched at the northern end of the line. A little bit of walking there from the experience of Lockie Tame. He's not waiting around for the check starter.
But they're all in line. I like this. Not too many crews have sneaked too far forward. Sometimes we see a little bit of edging, but very even start at the moment. That's Michael Booth with his hand up there. Jamie Roberts on the back.
That's risky. That is really risky for both crews to have their arm in the air when they are under starters.
And we saw in the semi-final beforehand that a few crews just weren't ready for the jump. So
they are being brought back in now. So the starter's calling them to come back in. And just for what it's worth for anyone watching, putting your hand in the air doesn't mean that the starter can't fire the gun. You can go at absolutely any moment.
If the starter sees some clear water, they will send it. So it's good that he's out there with them. We've got a check starter as well. So they're trying to make it as fair as possible, but very tough to get a straight line
and it's
in
an
these
obvious
ski
point,
races.
But it's all about getting into the boat and getting your timing as quickly as you can. It's not even necessarily about, well, I thought we were going to have an opportunity.
Thought we were going to go
Starter's arm was down, though. He was pointing to the northern end of the line. There was something that he didn't like about that. I think it was the running that we were seeing from the crews there in terms of getting across that sandbank.
So it's interesting. You can see some of the crews opting to lift their skis over those breaking waves. So they don't want water in their seats and footwells. So, but that can be really tiring because these double skis are incredibly heavy. So interesting tactics you can see on that southern side. Yeah, just choosing to sort of put the ski over the top of that breaking wave. Others sort of going through it. So we'll see what pays off.
So hard to get a clean start here for the starter. You dare say that someone's going to get hit at either end of the line, regardless of when the gun gets fired, because we're seeing a lot of wind swell here today at North Kira.
And this is a long hold, Sam.
Yeah, a lot of nervous energy being spent at the moment.
It's a tough job being a starter. You want everyone to get away cleanly, but it's going to be tough to do that in these conditions here. We're seeing it break through the middle.
Here's an opportunity. No, there's another wave coming through. I think on the back of this, we might potentially have a chance.
Yep, we could be good to go here. They're all looking ready. But maybe we're not seeing it like the starter is seeing it. So they're pulling them back. You can see he's signalling, come on, let's get back, guys. Let's get back in line.
Do you know what? I like this. I like this. It is an Australian final. There's been a lot of walking out on that bank. A lot of crews putting themselves really deep out there. The starter said, guys, I'm prepared to wait. I want to get you back in.
Yeah, nerve-wracking times. I'm nervous here in the booth, let alone being down on the beach or being in the water.
So that line looks
like one of
pretty
those
clean
competitors.
now. That's exactly right. That line looks pretty clean now. A couple of paddles just getting thrown around, but look, I think there's going to be someone with their paddle out of position when the gun does go.
And
it has gone now, so we are away in the open mixed double ski final. A big wave to punch through for our crews on the southern end of the line.
Wow.
Newport stopped in their tracks, but look at that start from one of our Newport cruisers, Harry Torrens and Piper Harrison, absolutely flying out in front. Another crew to the north as well, making the best of it. 2 Northcliffe crews at the bottom. That's Jake Morris spinning the rating there for Northcliffe. The defending champion, Riley Fitzsimmons and Emily Doyle, now starting to get moving as well. What waves wait for our crew on the back bank? That is going to determine this final.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. We've seen some carnage at this back break, so this is going to be really interesting, but they look like they're navigating it quite well at the moment, but will we see some more waves stand up?
A big move being put on from Fitzsimmons and Doyle to try and get through these waves. They've just caught that wave right on the chest. The boats get through, though, although their speed has come to a stop. The northern end of the line got away quite well, but they got slammed by a wave. We had two crews from Newport out in front in the early proceedings as more waves come down. The back markers have been absolutely slammed. That is Trim and Smith on screen. Their chance of winning gold is over. Out in front, it is Newport in one. I think that could be Sorrento, Booth and Roberts in second at this point in time. Fitzsimmons and Doyle in third there. And then the rest of the field is trying to catch up.
Yeah, and what a fantastic start the Newport crew had. So they're out in clean water right now, which is really nice to see, and they're really putting their work in. They're starting to really extend that lead. So fantastic job by the young crew there. Piper Harrison on the back, keeping time there, doing a great job. And we can see that's potentially Alexandra Headlands in second position, I'm going to say. Or is it a Sorrento cap and then two Northcliffe teams?
It does look like one of Alex's boats there, so we're about to get a shot as they come around the cans. Yeah, it is Jet Kenny and Emma Woods there in second place at the moment. But out in front, it is Torrens and Harrison. No, it isn't actually. It isn't. It could be the crew of Reese and Locke from Newport on a different boat to what we've been seeing before. No, it's Alexandra Headland. It was the blue strapping tape that threw us. So it's Newport in one, Alexandra Headland in two, Northcliffe in three, and there's a few more crews still in contention as well. Waves starting to stand up out the back. There is the crew from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park getting down a run. Sorrento's in the mix, and so too is the defending champion Riley Fitzsimmons with his new partner Emily Doyle. Out in front, Newport firing, doing everything they can to try and pull down a run. The nose is dropping down the face, and they will get a lift. That is Newport on a wave. Harrison Torrens and Piper Harrison. Piper, who has come so close to winning this race before, she is in the box seat to do that at the moment. A little bobble throws one of Northcliffe's crews off the back there. That was Morris and Pedrut that are no longer in contention there. On the northern end of the line, Alexandra Headland still in the mix. It is all to do for Newport. The race is on their terms. Georgia, they're charging towards goal.
They really are, and you just need to stay in time, Piper. You're almost there. They're doing a fantastic job. They're just sort of waiting for that double up to really surge across the line there, but a fantastic race there. They turned that last can and managed to pick up a runner, and they are going to take gold here this morning.
They were patient, and it has paid off. Newport will win gold in the open mixed double. Torrens and Harrison take the title. It is a late push there from Morris and Pedrut, but I think it is Kenny and Woods from Alexandra Headland who will win silver. Look on the smiles there and what it means to win a race like that with your clubmates. An extraordinary result. As the rest of the Newport crews come across the line, big hugs, they're grabbing the skis. They are ecstatic after that. That is Jake Reese and Jazz Locke on screen, former champions, who are congratulating Harry Torrens and Piper Harrison, the gold medalists in the open mixed double skis. We think it was Alexandra Headlands taking silver, Northcliffe taking the bronze in what was an incredible race.
How exciting was that, Sam? Wow, we really saw it all, didn't we? There was so many twists and turns, but Newport really grabbed that race by the thick of it and went for it from the get-go. So led from start to finish, so they thoroughly deserve that win. And look at Piper Harrison. She's ecstatic down there. And an open gold medal is very hard to come by. So an incredible achievement by the crew there. And they are really a young crew as well.
And I believe, I might be mistaken, but I believe that could be Harrison's first Australian title as well. There's the numbered cap system that we see at Newport. I know it's always been something that she's been desperate to claim, and I think she may have just done it for the very first time. No wonder she's so ecstatic as well. You can see everybody getting in there and congratulating her. I'm pretty confident in saying that that's her first Australian title at the Opens competition to get that numbered cap. So a really great moment there. It was 2 years ago that Fletcher Armstrong and Piper Harrison were dominating the final of the open mixed double, and it was a wave at the wrong time that saw them slip away from the gold medal in that race. And now Harrison has come through to do it alongside Harry Torrens, who is an incredible young paddler here. He's grown up in the surf. He had a shocking injury that kept him out of the water over the past 6 weeks, but does not look like it at the moment. It
didn't slow him down, did it?
A flying start. They got through the breakers. Those big sets came through and brought the rest of the crews to a halt. It was race over there for a number of competitors, and now it was all for Newport to do. They did it perfectly through the gutter. Torrens showing patience on the front as well, which is something I was really impressed by. He didn't try and overplay his hand, and that is the payoff. Jubilation
I'd
at the
love
finish
to
line
see
for
it.
Newport.
How exciting for them. Oh, that's a double ski, almost takes them out. But what an incredible race was. And it's so great to see the whole of the Newport team coming down to congratulate them, getting around them and enjoying that moment with them. But we're going to cross to an amazing interview now down on the beach with Lee, and we have our winners of the Open Mixed Double Ski.
Thanks, guys. I am here with our brand new Australian champions of our Open Mixed Double Ski. Congratulations, Piper and Harry. How does it feel to be an Australian champion?
Oh, it feels absolutely unreal. I think we're both super excited. It's my first Australian gold medal, so it just means the world.
Oh, it's amazing. You know, I've had 2 months off with a stress fracture in my rib, and Piper was paddling with somebody else. We've never actually paddled together before today. And she goes, no, I still want to paddle you. So I was like, all right, it's game on. And you look, it provided. So pretty happy with that.
And you guys had a great race, clear out in front. When did you feel like you had this Australian title locked in?
The whole way out, I was like, Harry, just keep going, just keep going. I know you're getting tired, but like, we just got to get around the last can and hope for a wave on the way in. And I don't think you can ever fully settle. I've been in the same position before and it hasn't worked out. So the whole way to the line, I was like, just keep huddling. Let's just get across the line and then we'll celebrate.
And talk about celebrations. How much does this mean to the Newport club? I think I've seen the entire club get down here. What does it mean for Newport?
You know, that's why it's the best club in Australia. Like, clubs win lots of medals at Aussies, but, you know, we win a few, but as soon as we win one, the whole club gets around it, and it just makes it all that much special. So it's always a great feeling when the club gets around it. Just, yeah.
So once more, congratulations, Piper and Harrison, our brand new Open Mixed Double Ski champions of Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Liam. A huge congratulations to Harry and Piper there. Look at the smiles as well. That is what it means to win gold at the Aussies here at North Kira Beach.
I've got a big smile on my face too. That was a fantastic race. And yeah, look at the celebrations. Piper can almost hardly believe it. In for the big hug there. Harry's got his pants down almost, but did a great job there. So yeah, fantastic racing. And we saw so many incredible Newport crews out there as well. So Jake Rees, Jazz Locke, getting in there to get in on the action of celebrating as well. So
now, Piper said it so well in that interview just then that it is so hard to win these races. To find yourself at the front and to win an Australian title takes not only so much training, so much sacrifice, it takes so much to go right for you to find yourself in that position, and that is what they did. Just moments ago, our new Open Mixed Double Ski champions of Australia, Harry Torrens and Piper Harrison. For all of those results right through that final, you can see them at liveheats.com. For now, we are heading back to the Green and Gold Arena, where the Under-19 Iron Woman is heading around the cans.
yeah, so we're into quarterfinal action here in the Under-19 Iron Woman. This is heat number 2, or quarterfinal number 2, I should say. And the girls heading out the back break and on their way in on their board. So this will be the first leg. It is board, ski, swim. I'm having trouble remembering that order. It's all too
you
much.
Can be forgiven. You've been retired for a year now. I understand.
So board, ski, swim for our under-19 competitors. We did see some under-17 iron action before. They only do the 2 legs, but these girls are going to do the 3. So that looks like Millie Derbyshire out in front, who's had a fantastic board leg. Really taken it to the field here. She's managed to pull away from the rest of the pack and doing a fantastic job first leg of this iron.
A little bit like the under-17 iron quarters that we saw earlier this morning. There is only one round today for these athletes as well. So it's a case of just doing absolutely everything you can. You don't have a mind, which you shouldn't anyway, but it's pretty hard not to be thinking if you have another round coming up as well. If there's a semi-final to follow afterwards, sometimes there's a bit of conservation happening. But for all of our athletes at the moment in this second quarterfinal of the Under-19 Iron Woman, it is about getting through. 10 are going through to the next round as well.
Yeah, so 10 being the lucky number to progress through to the semi-finals. We see Isabella Tate round the transition as well. She's from Coogin Headlands, so doing a fantastic job there. But yeah, really strung out. So 4 have hit the sand in transition. And really awkward depth still, Sam, in this waiting area. So Zane Hamill there on handling duties for Millie, which is very cool to see. He's the coach at Surfers Paradise Surf Life Saving Club. So great advice I'm sure he would be giving there. We see Alexandra Headlake cap rounding South Maroubra, a Northcliffe cap as well. So all the girls are right there, and I think this ski leg is going to be crucial in this Ironwoman race. So they'll head out to the back break and hopefully sneak around some of these sets.
I agree. I think you're right. So there are 3 quarterfinals, 10 are going through. It is, I guess, one of the more gentler cuts that we do see, progressions in terms of getting through to that next round. But I think it also presents problems at times as well, because you think 10, okay, that's more than half the race going
start
through.
to relax.
That's exactly right. A little bit of hesitation at times as you try and play things a little bit too safely, and especially with a wave out the back as well, you still do need to attack it.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the bottom of our screen, we're seeing the results from our open mixed double ski. So Alex Headlands was in second, and Northcliffe Team C will take the bronze. So, and then Northcliffe Team B will take fourth, the Chocky medal. So, yeah, fantastic results there. And then another Newport team in fifth.
It was tight, wasn't it? Tight at the end of that race as well. For a second there, I thought that entire field was going to end up on a wave together, but it was through pure determination, grit by Torrens and Harrison that they pulled down that little run in front and took them all the way in. So
yeah, if that's what we're seeing for the morning, imagine what ski races are going to deal up this afternoon.
I don't want to imagine it yet. I'm not,
You're nearly there,
I haven't switched into that mode yet, G. For now, we're commentating the under-19 Ironwoman race, and really well handled as well by all the paddlers, the ski paddlers, as they made the way across that bank. Couple of breaks being pulled now as another wave breaks. He's just about hitting those waves with momentum as one of our competitors gets driven all the way back in. You do need to hit that wave with speed in order to come through the other side as well. It is what our top 3 have done at this point in time.
Yes.
Surfers Paradise, Coogin Headland and Redhead.
So it's good to note that some of these girls will be bottom and under 19s, and this will be their first season.
Oh, there has been a big mistake here. A big mistake from our leaders. Derbyshire has gone to the wrong can. So too has Tate from Coogin Headland. It was Elliot from Redhead who spotted it, and she may have even called out there. There looked to be some kind of moment there whipping their head around. Not exactly sure on that. Might have been one of the IRB crews nearby, but they eventually realised as well. So Derbyshire's lead has just been eaten up. Thankfully, they have a pretty big buffer over the rest of the field, being that they are also taking 10 through. But no doubt that would have got the heart rate up.
Absolutely. And sorry, Sam, I was mid-sentence through and I didn't even notice. I thought this.
Neither did I. I thought it was
the
all under
ski can
control.
must have been further out, but what I was saying was that some of these girls are in the bottom end of this age group, so this will be their first time doing ski, this first season of doing ski in an iron. So it is a huge step up from doing 2-legged irons to then 3. So all of the girls doing a fantastic job out there, getting around the course. It is quite bumpy. We're seeing this wind really start to pick up over the course of the morning, and I think that will keep picking up over the day as well on the Gold Coast here. We see it time and time again, afternoon after afternoon. That wind really picks up. So
okay, it's decision time as well, G. It is decision time for our leaders. That's Tully Elliott from Redhead.
Pulled up stumps.
She's let the first wave go through, but you've got to be careful now because you're still drifting closer to that break. The rest of the field are going to try and pick this up, and she's going to drop down this late, is she? She is going to take this little wave, so she leans back. It looks like a friendly wave. You've got to keep paddling to keep that boat moving as the two parts of the wave converge as one. Very well done now. It's all about getting around that green and gold cam with that current moving through. One of our competitors is off their ski and she's lost it. Oh no, she has lost the ski, and that is quite a long swim in as well. The athlete behind has also come off their ski too. I'm not quite sure who that is.
It's a South Maroubra cap there.
Tiernan from South Maroubra, perhaps. We can see more now coming down waves as well. That is Kiernan rather from South Maroubra. That is really tough luck to come off your ski in that moment. That is a long swim from our competitor who's lost her ski.
She's trying to swim with her paddle as well, which is incredibly tough to do. It might not look hard, but when you're trying to swim with one arm and an object in your other, it is incredibly tiring. So there's not much she can do, though, other than swim with her paddle because she's still such a long way out from the beach. So she's going to need to find her ski as quickly as she possibly can.
Yeah, that's right. So it's Elliot from Redhead in 1. The surf skills were on show there. We were talking about the hesitation she was showing. I guess that's the payoff for it now as well. That is Isabella Tate in 2. They are looking comfortable with 10 to go through to the semi-finals. Millie Derbyshire is now off her ski after that. A little bit of a mix-up in terms of going to the wrong cans, but they have already rectified that, and her and Isabella are still in the top 3 there.
Yeah, she's looking nice and comfortable there, just sort of getting through that transition as easily as she possibly can. And she would have seen that a few came off their skis, so she's probably going, you know what, I can cruise into this swim, potentially just do it sort of as a warm down in a way. In a way, you don't want to leave anything to chance, but it's nice with swim last. You aren't going to get the competitors coming from behind as far.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah, no real waves breaking where that string of 9 is at the moment. A nice smile on the way
smile.
through.
We love that. That's Freya there. Freya Stolk from Northcliffe. She's actually from New Zealand as well. So a big contingency of New Zealand athletes making the trip over the ditch. There's Izzy Milne as well. And we have a Manly cap. It's just been pulled back, so that was hard to see. So that was probably Alicia Cuthbert there heading around for Manly. And what a great crew of Manly competitors we have.
Yeah, that's right. Really strong depth, particularly in these younger age groups as well. We saw that on show in the under-17 iron quarters this morning. Manly really strong, certainly rebuilding with plenty of numbers at the moment. So it's Redhead in 1 at this point of the race. It is Hoodgen Headland in 2, Derbyshire from Surfers Paradise in 3. Quite strung out, this field at the moment. I think that's probably about our 10 on screen. My eyes don't fail me. It might even be 11 on screen.
Yeah, it's nice to see that this North Kira sweep has given a little bit of reprieve today for the girls, because they were really struggling with it on day 1 and day 2, and they were actually running reverse races, so right to left. But we are now doing traditional style courses of running left to right, which is nice to see. It's nice on my brain as well. Seeing the reverse races was tricky, and I'm sure some of the girls would have found it tricky as well. So yeah, we've got Tully Elliott out in front for Redhead, doing a fantastic job rounding that first swim can. She'll have a look around, see where the competition is, and see if she can switch off a little bit in this quarterfinal of the under-19 Iron Woman race here at North Kira Beach. We are down in the most southern arena. Oh, sorry, not the most southern arena. We are in the green and gold arena, the women's arena. We then have a red arena even further south. So lots of arenas up and running today. Lots of events to get through. The program is stacked with events.
Big day. Really big day. So if you're just tuning in, we have just ran the open mixed double ski races as well. Results on liveheats.com. Thrilling racing, back-to-back racing as well to get through the rounds to get there. We have our board relay finals coming up today, men's and women's. That is always one of the biggest and best races at the Aussies. Individual skis to come through this afternoon as well. But for now, we have the under-19 Iron Woman in the water. And Georgia, that sweep looks quite strong to swim against.
It is quite strong, but it's definitely not what we were seeing in the first 2 days of competition. But it is definitely still hard work for the girls out there, and a very strong outfield. We're seeing the girls just trying to spot those cans. They're definitely not getting drifted as far north as what we were seeing over the past couple of days, but girls managing this course really, really well, heading home to book their spot into semi-finals as well. So yeah, we're on to heat 2 here of our quarterfinals, under-19 Iron Women. If you are looking for someone in particular, make sure you jump on liveheats.com, search their name, and their results will pop up straight away. It's such a great tool that we're using here at the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships.
It's been a big start to day 3 of the Open Aussies as well. A huge thank you from Surf Life Saving Australia to all of our event partners, our strategic event partners, Experience Gold Coast and Tourism and Events Queensland, BRP, Finns, Nutrigrain, Triple M, DHL, Isuzu, Ute, Qantas and Westpac as our 4 major national partners as well, helping to make this carnival happen here at North Kira Beach. 10 to go through these under-19 Iron Woman quarterfinals. Our Tremmies, I guess. We are heading into 2 semi-finals as well. Some different lines being taken on the way back into the beach there. Yeah. Elliot from Redhead pretty much going straight in. Tate allowing the sweep to bring her down the beach. It looks as though she might have swum herself into a little bit of a hole at the moment there. Little rip popping up, but either way, there is no cause for concern for any of our leaders at this point of the race. Gee, you spoke about warming down in the swim. I think we've started to see that as well.
Yeah, girls just starting to switch off. But a thing that's really interesting about the Aussies, which is really tough, is when you are swimming in from any race, whether that be a swim race, an iron race, swim teams, you name it, it is really hard to see the turning flags or the finish flags because there are so many amazing, beautiful coloured flags at the Australian Championships. There's lots of tents on the beach as well. So it's hard to pick your landmarks. So the girls have to be really careful that they know exactly where they want to end up. And they will have probably picked something that's in the background that's easier to spot. So saw in the distance there a building with a red coloured roof or something like that they might aim towards. It's a little easier to see. So yeah, the girl from Redhead just cruising across the line here. She's done a great job this morning. So she has booked her spot into a semi-final of the Under-19 Iron Woman race, which will be probably tomorrow morning, I'm guessing.
We are expecting. We're running a day-by-day program now just in terms of the updates and the changes that are getting made. It usually is the case at this point of the program as well. These Under-19 Iron Finals are tomorrow afternoon.
Ooh.
So they are going to be ran just before the Open Mixed Taplin Relay Final. So we have
exciting.
A huge block of finals tomorrow afternoon. A huge day today. Everything at the Aussies is big, isn't it? As we see Northcliffe, Manly and Alexandra Headland coming across the line as well tend to go through to the semi-finals that will be held tomorrow. Quarterfinal number 3. Semi-final number 3 is on the line in the starters' hands at the moment as well.
Alexandra Headland's crossing line, and this is Izzy Milne from Northcliffe as well. So they should be all in the top 10, so they get to go again, which is tough work. So these irons are taking a long time. Generally, we see irons take 12, 13 minutes at an Australian Championships, depending on the conditions, but these are taking over 20. So it's a long time to be out in the water racing. So the girls just finishing off here, another Northcliffe competitor, and Alexandra Headlands as well. So
yeah, a little bit of intensity in the sprinting across the line now. We will wait and see just which way the girls get ushered. I think that would be pretty close to 10th, what we've just seen across the line. Lifeheats.com for all of those official results as well.
Absolutely.
Georgie Kiernan from South Maroubra coming across the line. So tough in the ski.
I think she was the one that came out of her ski. So that mistake has unfortunately cost her. She was in 11th place there. So she won't be progressing through to our semi-finals, which we will potentially be lining up tomorrow morning. So wait for that revised program. So this is the replay here. Unfortunately, coming off her ski.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it?
Really tough. So the panic would have set in as well, and you just lose energy trying to get back to your ski and on top of your ski in these conditions. So
I think it could have been Georgia from Warrnambool who went, who lost her ski completely as well. That was heartbreaking to see for her. Her Under-19 Iron Woman career coming to an end, or campaign rather. We're going to have a change in commentary, so a huge thank you on behalf of myself and Georgia Fitzsimmons for spending the morning with us. But for now, let's head to Liam, who's on the bench.
Thanks, guys. I am here with the winner of Tremi-final number 2, Tully Elliott from Redhead. Tully, how relieved are you to book your ticket in that semi-final?
Yeah, I'm definitely relieved. You sort of have to take each heat pretty hard. You never know what's going to happen, especially with the waves out there today. So it's good to make it through.
Now, you mentioned just before, it's getting pretty tricky there with the potholes. How do you negotiate them?
Not very well, to be honest. Sort of just try and stay on my feet as best as you can, but it's really hard out there, so just got to do what you can do.
Now, finally, is there anyone from Redhead you'd like to shout out?
Shout out Sammy DJ up in the commentary box, and my handler, Dean Little, wanted a shout out too, so thanks for him stepping up to handle for me.
Perfect. Always good to shout out the handlers. Well, congratulations again, Tully, and good luck in the semi-final.
Thank you.
Yes, that was a fantastic performance there from Redhead's Tully Elliott, taking out that quarterfinal, I believe, of the Under-19 Iron Women heat. And they did it quite easily, you know. Still, we're seeing plenty of waves at the back for the girls and guys to contend with at the moment. Not as chaotic as we've seen the last 2 days, but nonetheless still fun, as we can see now. This must be quarterfinal number 2 for our Under-19 females, just getting back in the water. But welcome, guys. Thank you for having me. It's Matt Poole in the booth now with Nath, and we look forward to, we just see, there, one of the girls just coming unstuck there. So
I can see her swimming and drifting all the way over here. So will she get to it in time here? There's going to be a big little runner, or a little runner for 5 of them. Only one might get down, but there's a couple who are going to get a leader's wave potentially, or it's going to turn into a wave. This might double up here, might bring 4 of them together. So under 19 Iron Woman, we're in quarterfinal number 3 here in the water right now. So it looks like maybe these 2 at the back. So we thought the 4 would get away, but these 2 now in 5th and 6th might just join them up the front of the field here.
Yeah, so that last one was quarterfinal number 2. Quarterfinal 1 has already been run and done, and that was taken out by Katie Rees of Swansea Belmont. Sienna Bush was in 2. Scarlett George, Kudgeon Headland in 3. Olivia Dotty, Riley Meyer, Erin Wrong-Smith, Charlotte Corgi, Ellen Borden, Trelise Choate from Noosa Heads, and Ellie Morgan there of Anglesey. So that was our top 10 in that heat number 1 as well. 2 we just mentioned before, and now we've got quarterfinal number 3 there as the girls making their way through transition. You can see there's Pippi DePania on screen there of Newport. So that's sort of our top 4 or 5. As we mentioned, there's 10 to go through from these quarterfinals. Not too much stress at the moment, but I tell you what, this is the one leg where the girls do get a little bit more nervous. Certainly the board and the swim, they can somewhat be a little bit more relaxed. They have a little bit more control over it, but this is the ski leg now, especially for the under-19 girls. It's just very hard to handle those ski legs, and we're still seeing there a couple of shots of the waves on that back bank. They've still got plenty of punch, as we see there. One of our girls from, that might be Mentone, so that could be May Lynch of Mentone, just coming unstuck in the shore break there. A little bit of consequence there because she was sort of towards the front end of that pack there, but now she's around that sort of red zone area of that top 10, so she's got to get on and get going. She's still got the back break to navigate with at the moment.
So they're taking different lines here as they head out. So it's a pretty good spot that we can see Sienna Howard here for Trigg Island, or might be Millie Cock there. So the Trigg Island athletes, we've seen a bit of a resurgence here. We know they've been a little bit more present than what we've seen in the past, and you can see this group maybe just start to come together. It could be a group of 3. Let's see if they can punch out here as they work their way through. And you can see, again, so many different lines, and it's quite a long paddle, particularly if you get caught up here. And you can see the athlete from Harriet Chin from Sorrento. We've seen her in action a few times, but it's going to be tricky here in decision-making time here, Matt.
Yeah, we can see there, that on the left of screen, that's Olivia Clues of Newport. Now, she's one of the strongest under-19 female ski paddlers, but you know there's it's still got plenty of waves there when the girls all come to a grinding halt when they wait to let it break, and Liv Clues goes late there.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, 2 of the girls, that is hesitation right there, and I tell you what, put themselves in the wrong spot at the wrong time, as we see one of our girls of Northcliffe, I believe, chasing out, but there is skis everywhere at the moment.
Oh, no. So we actually do have one clear. So it's carnage here in the under-19 and Iron Woman, and just when you think you're almost out, 1 or 2 more to get through. So Northcliffe there, might be Luca Pither there, who's safely away, and ahead of her, who's that cap there? That might be Pippi DePania, is it? Moving clear, or Olivia Clues from Newport here, and she is really starting to extend this out to 30-plus metres now. And look at the damage that's been done in the last 45 seconds or so.
Just like that, it went from 5 girls all alongside each other. A girl from Alexandra Headlands there, she pinned the ears back and she went for it. We love to see the commitment, and she was rewarded for it, as we see her now rounding that apex can there. Northcliffe is in second, but that has spread right out now because we see the girl, that might be Newport in third. Liv Clues of Newport now, she's in 4th with 2 either side of her. So that's our top 6. And on the right side there, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, that is Bianca Raywood there. So we know how incredibly strong her last swim leg is, and older sibling Jazzy actually took out this event twice, in fact. Jazzy Raywood, her older sister, took out the under-19s Australian Championships Iron Woman, both 20, 24 and 25. So maybe they'll be looking to add another Raywood onto that trophy for a 3rd in a row. That'll be pretty special.
Yeah, Ray Wood known for representing Australia in a lot of different sports as well. So we've got a wave for third and fourth. We've got a leaders wave here, but it's the perfect size wave, isn't it? Because she's just going to try and keep this tail. She picks up the rating and knows she can't be complacent at this point in time. But that lead has diminished ever so slightly to Luca Pither of Northcliffe, who sits in second place. Third, fourth and fifth might come back together here as they pass the string of 9. And it looks like this is great by Millie. It's either Zoe Woods or Millie.
Woods, yes, it's Zoe Woods in there, little sister of Emma Woods. So again, a lot of sister combos in here with Bianca and Jazzy, Zoe and Emma Woods there. So very strong girls. It was great surf skills to see from Zoe backing herself and really taking that on there. And just as I gave her a little bit of a curse there, she just went sideways in that gutter section there, falling off the ski. Won't be too bad for her if she gets on and gets going, but certainly she's handed away that lead she worked so hard for through the break there. She's just given it away a little bit now. She's still in second, but so it's Luca Pither now of Northcliffe taking the lead.
Yeah, we've got the Janjak athlete there as well in a pretty good spot. Jamie Flanagan, that is, and the Wander athlete in there as well. Michaela Mead's in a pretty good. Not too safe, though, at the moment. So this is quarterfinal 3 of the under-99 women. We are taking 10 through, as we see on screen. Luca Pither trying to bank a few heartbeats here and try and steady it. Keep herself as aerobic as possible as they head into the swim lead, because swim at the end of an Iron Woman is one of the toughest things to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important now. I mean, you don't want to switch off entirely in that third leg of a swim race, especially at a quarterfinal, because absolutely anything can happen. But the girls would definitely be wanting to knock it back a couple of gears and, maybe drop it back to that sort of 60%, 70%. You've just got to qualify, right? You don't need to win heats. You've just got to qualify. Having said that, when we just see the shake-up on that back brake like we did in the skis, you don't want to take your foot off the gas too much.
Yeah, it's amazing how much things have changed here, and you can go from 8 to first quite quickly. So you can see there's nothing really in terms of packs at the moment. The redhead athlete on screen, Hannah Horn, that is there, trying to now. She's probably in that position where she will have to be a little bit more aggressive through transition. And you can see she's eyeing her opposition off. She's working out what line she's going to take and see what sort of gap she's going to have to make up here to try and get up to this next group. She turns the turning flag, and Pippi Tapania in behind as well.
That's a shock upset there. Pippi Tapania, now she's not one that you would imagine at this stage of the race to be in that red zone there. So incredibly strong surf swimmer, but she's one that will absolutely be having to go to work here if she wants to get herself through to the next round.
So look at the difference. So Luca's taken the northern line here, and Zoe and Liv are pretty much together here, second and third, you would say at the moment. We'll see how much she has to angle across when we get sight of this red and yellow can very shortly. They might end up fairly close together because the rating's being picked up here by, looks like, Olivia Clues, the Newport athlete, who's at the front or the centre of your screen at the top end, and on the left-hand side, the Alex Headland athletes in Zoe.
Have a look at that there, Alexandra Headland. So that'll be Zoe Woods and potentially Liv Clues there. They've gone past Luca Pither, who's just shot it a little bit to the north still. So the girls have had a little bit of drama in the way of they were racing right to left reverse course through the first 2 days, but now with that swell decreasing and dropping down ever so slightly, we've gone back to the traditional way of red and yellow can, left to right, all the way across the 9 to that green and yellow. So you can see though how still with that sweep there, especially when a couple of sets start to roll throughout the back, that sweep still picks up. So that swim along the back of the 9, it almost looks like the girls are in slow-mo.
Yeah, they've barely brought the legs in at the moment as well, so they've still got a little bit of surges to give, and that's the luxury of being able to be in this position. So at the front of the field, it's Olivia Clues from Newport and Zoe Woods from Alexandra Headland leading along the string here, and you can see they're just holding the water just a little bit better compared to Luca there from Northcliffe, who we did think might have got to that red and yellow first, but she took it a little bit wide. And you can see how tough it is to get along this string. You can see how hard they're having to work here. And this is where the band work in the pool and that strength and holding that water distance per stroke becomes crucial. And how relieved would you be to get to that green and gold?
Green and yellow, then it's a bit of a wrap around there. So that's Pippi Tapania. So I know that Jamie Flanagan of Janjuk went around in 7th spot there, so that might possibly be Pippi Tapania in 8. So she is somewhat safe.
Yeah, so Harriet Chin.
Yeah.
Harriet Chin, Sorrento. So 9, 10 and 11 now. So that's Hannah Horn of Redhead, who's just made the way past the red and yellow can. So she has to make up one position here, but she will not just want to make up one to be safe here, because this is the final leg and they can try and get a little bit of a push there. So it might have been Zoe just getting a little bit more out of that one as our leading two, with Liv Clues right up alongside her. Our leading two pushing clear here. There's still not much of a kick, still 2 beat, maybe brought it up to a 4 beat.
Oh, nice little way for Bianca Raywood there. She got a little bit of a run out of it, didn't take her too far, but brought her back up to the feet of our lead 2 competitors there. So
she's done really well here, hasn't she? And she's with every stroke is a noticeable push up. So she probably had 3 or 4 body lengths to make up. Now she finds herself right on the feet of Olivia Clues.
Yeah, she's an extremely strong surf swimmer, great ski paddler as well. I mean, she's actually great at all 3 legs, but certainly the swim's one of her strengths there, and even at 50%, she's still able to swim quite efficient, as we just see her now there, pulling up and alongside the lead competitors, but it might be Zoe Woods that just dropped down that one there, as we see the girls starting to sort of stand up. Sigh of relief. It's always a relief when you get through those iron heats. I mean, watching yesterday, just so many near misses of big names in events right throughout the day, you know, and the same message comes back when you speak to the athletes on the beach. It's just, this is the Aussies. You can't afford to make mistakes. You can't afford to make 2 mistakes, certainly not. So,
so how many we got here? We got 4, 5, 6, 7 that you can see on screen. So they're all going to be safe. So Burleyheads, Mowbray Park, Bianca Raywood turns and will take the win, you would think, here. And Zoe Woods just behind her. Then it's Olivia Clues behind her, Michaela Mead, and behind them Luca Pither, we think, as well.
So that might be Jamie Flanagan there of Jan Juck, just sort of waiting and dolphin diving in. And on the right of screen is Pippi DePania. So she's got herself through. She's done well. Gave herself a little bit of a scare, maybe her handler a little bit of a scare, but she's through.
So she's in 9th, is she? So that's 8 and 9, I think, we can see. But it's the Jan Juck athlete on screen, Jamie Flanagan. Haven't we seen them make their presence felt? And the Jan Juck crew there, you can see them in the support crews, willing themselves on. They tick another one off, and that's what it's about in these rounds, trying to do it as comfortably as possible. But you can't really switch off until maybe the last, when you round that green and gold on the last leg. And Pippi DePania, more relieved than anything you would think. And she makes her way through the line. We'll get confirmation for that very shortly as we have a look at Pippi come through. One of the best next-gen athletes we have got, and she's competed with the best of them. And then the Sorrento athlete, Harriet Chin, is making her way up to the finish line. And I'm pretty sure she's safe, but we'll get confirmation of that shortly.
Yeah, this may be, we'll have to wait for the official live heats results, but this could be Sienna Howard of Trigg Island or potentially there. So she might be taking out that 10th spot. We'll have to wait for the official results to come in. But yeah, a few of those girls there at the back of the line there, sort of hands on head, thanking their lucky stars. It's like, wow, that was a little bit scary there. A few of those
gnarly
waves on the ski, really testing the skills. And yeah, there we go.
The sets came up, didn't they? Right, with all of them. And it was only really Liv Clues, I think, that got out relatively clean. So we have a look here at Luca Pither. This is coming through in the replay, or as she rounds his flag, and some great body surfing skills in action from Zoe Woods, and then Raywood there as well. She's able to switch off in the last little bit, and that's always good to be able to do with a busy program. It's a pretty jam-packed day of action, and a lot of these ladies will be backing up, and some of them in open teams, you would think, as well, here in the green and gold arena at the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. Hope you're enjoying the action from the live stream, and we're now going to head to the open Iron Woman quarterfinal, we believe, quarterfinal number 2. And we're going to head down to Harold, I believe, is on the beach with an interview for us.
Sun is beating down. Sienna Howard from Trigg Island snuck through on number 10. Talk us through the conditions out there, because it looked pretty brutal.
The board wasn't too bad, but when we got to the ski, just a bunch of sets pulled up, and I think everyone that was leading got smashed quite far back. And yeah, it was just really tricky coming in as well. Just try not to slew the ski.
So the wind and the chop, you're probably a little bit more comfortable with that, but when these sets are pumping through from out the back, how are you finding being able to manage those?
It's a bit different because back in Perth, all our waves just dump, so there's not much time before they break. Whereas here, you get a bit of time, so the perspective is often when you about to go through, so you don't know whether to charge or not.
You charged very, very well. Now you're into the top 30, so an open iron semi-final. How much further do you think you can go?
Well, the aim is to make it to the final, but we'll see.
That's it. One last effort. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sienna from Trig Island.
Thank you very much, Harold, and some really good insight there as well. Some of the mindset we're seeing, and Carla Papik on screen here for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. They'll be looking to try and get a couple more Chelsea Woods in this one. She had a bit of disappointment in the board, but she'll be looking to make up for this, and you can see how dominant they are. But Carla Papik well in cruise control here. She had a very successful Aussies last year too in the Iron Woman. She'll be looking to progress as safely as she possibly can. This is quarterfinal number 2 as they head on to the ski league.
Yeah, Carla Papak's just in an incredible patch of form at the moment. Some of the best racing I've seen from her probably in her career. We obviously we saw how dominant she was at the start of the year in the Coolangatta Gold there, but she's carried it right throughout summer, and she took out the open female Iron Woman at state titles, and she's just looking really comfortable across all disciplines now, and you can just tell she's noticeably quite happy with obviously being coached by Kingy there, the new training environment, and it's paying dividends for her at the moment. So Carla Papak doing everything right at the moment. But this is I mean, they're all pretty hard when you get to those quarterfinals, but as you have a look at some of the names in this is a hard heat.
It could be Jasmine Fillingham there from Avoca Beach in the centre of your screen, right up alongside Tiani Massey from Maroochydore, who might be in second place here. But Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park holding 1 and 3 at the moment. Do you know who that is, man? We'll get sight of him soon, but that's Papik on screen, whose decision-making time. She's going to punch through this one. I think she might be right. The next one, though, might be a little bit testing. She's waited.
Oh, that was a good choice for her to slow down. If she did not want to put herself under the lip of that would have had huge consequences there. So, Papak just wearing another one on the lap there, and straight away Tiani Massey has just shot up almost onto the tail of Carla Papak. So just like that, when you talk about timing and maintaining momentum on the ski leg through that back break, it's just so important. You can have 10, 20, whatever lead, but for somebody to get hit by 1 or 2 and lose that speed and have to, start the ski speed up from scratch again versus, say, a Tiani Massey that just floated over a couple of bumps there, it's just easy meters that you just take away. So, I mean, hard to get the meters and so easily taken away or gone. So, just like that, Carla Papak still with a nice lead, and Tiani Massey's up on the tail there. Now, that might be it could be either, it's Burleigh, so it could be either Tegan Richards, Chelsea Wood, or Claudia Rose Slavin. We'll have to wait till we get a little bit of a closer look.
But the 3 Northcliffe girls are right together there. Emily Dorr, Naomi Scott, and Tara Schotter as well. There's only like a ski length or 2 separating the 3 of them, and they're heading out together at the moment. So they are not really in the most comfortable position like Carla is finding herself in right now. But she's still applying the pressure, she's still applying the pace, and she is going to be trying to chase every single possible runner here so that she can have as comfortable a swim leg as possible. And she's going to be well aware of what these chasing girls are able to bring home, as Tiani Massey takes a little bit more of a northern line there. And on the back of them, is that Claudia Rose Slavin maybe?
Potentially it could
and
be.
And then Jasmine Fillingham, that will definitely be her in 4th place there. And now some of the Northcliffe girls start to make their presence felt as they chase some runners here, but they've sort of compressed back up together. So we did have a few more gaps on the way out, but now, and you can see a couple of bumps coming.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Tight at the cans there. Beautiful from Jemima Rasher of Alexandra Headlands. And that may be Chelsea Wood, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park there. The 2 girls just getting a nice little runner into that 3rd can and taking it nice and tight, but still able to get through clean without impacting each other too badly. So here we go. Wait and see.
So decision-making time at the back as well. There's a couple that might double up here as well, but Tiani Massey and Carla Papik side by side here in quarterfinal number 2 of the Open Iron Woman as they extend their lead into the swim league.
Tiani a little bit sideways there, but she still manages to pull it back straight. Good surf skills from Tiani there.
Yeah, done a great job, and we'll see what sort of approach they take to this transition. They'll still be wanting to apply the pressure, and Carla is one of the best runners in the sport, and particularly you mentioned Coolangatta Gold. We know how strong she is over those longer distance events, but the shorter course format has probably been her best 12 months we've seen from her.
Oh, that was Claudia Rose Slavin there on that pink race 1 ski, getting a nice little runner, but just sort of rodeoing it around a little bit as Chelsea Wood comes through transition there now. So, and that's Grace Harris of Mooloolaba. So that might be our top 4 at the moment. And we did have a little bit of a count on screen. There was 11 girls. So it is still close in terms of we will be losing one there as we see Jazzy Fillingham of Avoca Beach running around now. She's reasonably safe, but certainly the 5 girls behind her, they're going to be taking a different approach to
You
this
would not
final
think
swim
she's
race.
safe the way she's run that
No,
transition, but she has been very aggressive there, and you can see she's opening up the stride as she really tries to get on the feet of the girls out in front.
I can see why she's running fast. When you've got Naomi Scott and Claudia Slavin chasing you with a swim leg third, you do not want to be leaving anything to chance. We know how strong those 2 girls are with that swim leg there. So
Jemima Asher just on the feet there as well of the third of the Burleigh Heads competitors. So they've actually got 4 in this one. So a quarter of the field here from the one club, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and then that might be Lexi Tate, is it, from North Bondi, up alongside one of the Northcliffe girls there as they head out into the swim leg. But out in front, this is really good from Tiani Massey. You can see just the ratings start to pick up, and that rhythm sighting, only lifting the eyes out and not dropping the hips too much. Again, we're not seeing too much in terms of kick, and Carla's not going to let go of that feet. The only time they'll switch off is if they do get a runner in. They're not going to be complacent. We've seen so many times where people have switched off a little bit too early and they've paid the price.
yeah, we can see there Tiani Massey going straight to the front. Carla Papak maybe not as strong, say, as Tiani, so she's opted to sort of go, you know what, I've probably led the first 2 legs. You can have a little lead now. It's a little bit of teamwork to get ourselves through, and they're doing nice, but interesting to see Naomi Scott in the position she is at the moment. Interestingly, she's one of the only athletes, male or female, that I can think of on the top of my head. She's won all 3 individual events at the Australian titles, which is incredibly rare. Wow. She's won the board, the ski, and the swim race. So when you think about being a well-rounded Ironman or Ironwoman, having that on your resume is certainly a huge tick of approval. There's
Considering all the rounds you have to get through as well. Massive.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard to do. I mean, one of the others who's gone I wouldn't say close to doing it, but as an Ironman, Ben Carberry won the ski race. So in the men's, you don't usually see the men taking out the ski race, and Ben did that a few years ago. So again, just showing how strong these Ironmen and women are.
In the ski races, when you got 6 or 7 Olympians in the field, it's very, very hard to do, and the depth is absolutely amazing here. They've had to wait a while, our ski paddlers, but they've finally got a taste of the action this morning. But the focus at the moment is on this Open Iron Women quarterfinal number 2. We've had our quarterfinal number 1 run and won by Electra Oucham, Annalise Kibble. Jasmine Raywood got through as well. Emma Woods, Sarah Bender, Lucy Derbyshire, Piper Harrison, Charlotte Cross, rounding out your top 8 positions there in quarterfinal number 1, quarterfinal 2 in action at the moment. As we see, Tiani just try to pull a little bit ahead here, but there is not much, and there hasn't pretty much for the whole race separated these 2 incredible Iron Women as they head down. Try to find a little runner so they can switch off even more. Tiani trying to chase that one, but this lead is extended out to 30 or 40 metres now. And this is probably the only time, as we see a bit of backstroke there from Carla, it's the only time where you can probably afford to say you can switch off.
Yeah, a little bit there. Now, we didn't see quarterfinal 1, but there must have been a little bit of drama, I'd imagine, because Dom Stitt in position 15 is not one you would imagine would get knocked out of the quarters there. So that's a big omission there. Maybe it was a little bit of chaos on that back bank. We'd have to wait and see. But, yeah, these girls now just picking up a nice little wave in that short break. Carla and Tiani head down, holding the lungs. Textbook surf skills there from the girls all the way to the beach. So that's been a very well put together iron quarterfinal from both of those girls. It's always funny with these, like with those races, you want to do those in the semi-finals and even the finals. You know, when things just go to plan, things go right. It's so important. So when you have say a perfect race or a mistake-free race, we'll call it, in the heat of the quarters, sometimes you're like, damn, I wish I had the heat or the semi-final, roll out like that, or even a final roll out like that. You get to pick and choose the luck of the ocean, but I think Carla and Tiani would be very happy with how they executed that race there.
So they go 1-2, and we're looking for 10 here. So 2 of the Northcliffe girls are safe, and also Jazzy Fillingham of Avoca Beach. And you can see on the back of that Emily Doyle there, the third of the Northcliffe.
I believe M. Doyle is in 8th spot there, and we can
Grace
just
Harris.
See 2 behind. So a little bit of a dash on now in the final stages here, as we see Naomi Scott crossing the line there.
So we got 2 more, do we, after this?
M. Doyle, I believe, is in 8th. So that'll be 9th. Jemima Asher there of Alexandra Headland. She'll take the second last spot. We're looking for 1 more here.
1 more to go through, and just pick up that cap. You might see that one. Maybe the last third of the Northcliffe, so maybe Tara Shotter coming through there.
Yeah, it could be.
So we'll do that count in a second, but plenty of chat here happening on the beach, particularly between our 2 leaders, and we are going to go straight down to Harold, who's on the beach with Carla.
Buenos dias, señoritas, and what are the other guys? What are guys in Spanish?
Señores.
All right, Carla Papak, that heat was El Caliente.
Muy caliente, sí, estaba muy bueno. Y estoy muy contenta de estar aquí hoy. Yeah, that was just a bit of...
That was very good.
That was just proving. I don't
How
think anyone
diverse we
believed.
are as a organisation.
This is about as multicultural as
No, we're
Aussies
good, it's
gets.
good. All right, so talk to us. Program's been really, really discombobulated is probably the word I've been using for the last 2 days. How have you been mentally, emotionally?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to get frustrated, but I think I'm doing a good job of not getting frustrated. Like, at the end of the day, we'll get through what we get through. We'll get through the main events. I think they'll really try and prioritise those. So I guess it's just my job to rock up and race when I'm told to, and then sit under the tent and read in the meantime.
Excellent. Body's feeling good?
Yeah, body's feeling good. Like, honestly, I haven't done much, so body wasn't feeling good last week. Actually came down with a bit of a virus, but yeah, I think I'm pretty good now, so not to worry.
All right, anything else to look forward to?
We've got skis coming up. I've already secured a board final, so I'd love to secure a ski final and then the iron final and then teams, baby. I hope the Burley girls can take home some W's.
That's it. All right, here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The legend that is... Thank you very much, Corey. Carla, sorry.
Oh, Harold, I was almost going to say flawless there, but geez, he's bringing the magic. Multilingual. Did you know that about him?
I did not. There you go. You learn something new every day on day 3 of the Aussie Champs. Saving that one up there. A few little aces up the sleeve, old Harold.
Yeah, it was a bit of a masterclass, though, by Carla as we have a look at the replay of her. Very controlled and composed, and that is an athlete who has competed here many, many years before, and she'll be looking to take this one out. She'll be wanting nothing but gold here in the Iron Woman after being pretty close last year in 2025 and has had an incredible season. And Tiani Massey as well, body surfing away up alongside her, and they were your 1-2 in quarterfinal number 2. So confirmation of your qualifiers there. Carla Papic, Tiani Massey in second, Chelsea Wood of Billyheads Mowbray Park making up for the disappointment that she experienced in the board race. And Grace Harris got across the line for 4th, ahead of Naomi Scott, Jazzy Fillingham in 6th, Claudia Rose Slavin in 7th, and Emily Doyle in 8th. But it is 10 through, so we also get Jemima Asher and Tara Shotter, the last of the athletes. So one of the Northcliffe athletes, Sarah Tazaki, misses out very close there as we have a look at the official placings courtesy of live heats as well. And there you go. Pretty dominant from the Burley Heads girls.
Very dominant from the Burley Heads girls. And I mean, Carla Papak will be out for a vengeance. Last year she got a bronze at the Australian titles behind none other than our legendary commentator G Fitz. So she will be looking to move a couple more up the podium, I'd imagine. But what I love most about Carla at the moment is probably her mental approach. The way she mentioned before, you know, it hasn't gone to plan, the program or the schedule, or you know, you have all athletes like to make a plan of how it's all going to unfold and whatever else. But she's sort of like, it is what it is. I'm just going to turn up and race whatever they put on the board. And I think that that's one of the most important things as an athlete, and where she's really looking both physically but also mentally strong there. So it'll be exciting to watch Carla Papak, but we'll throw it over to an ad break for the moment and we'll be back with you shortly.
Alex. Where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Get off and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags. All for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the Beach Passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive.
Oh, look at him go. Whoa.
Swim between the flags, bro! Speaking of saving, Step 1 and Surf Life Saving Australia have partnered to make these. They've even added these two flags to remind you to swim between them. And $5 from each pair will be donated to Surf Life Saving Australia to help keep our beaches safer. So buy them online at step1.life.
Step 1, get up!
So welcome back to the action here at the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships, and we've seen some great action from the Open Ironwoman. We're now going to head to the men's arena. We've got some board relay action happening. We'll get confirmation of exactly what it is in a second, but nothing like a team event. Board relay, it's one of the most exciting events on the program, Paulie.
Yeah, it is, and there's always so many good rivalries within clubs in the men's board relays every year. There's plenty of banter down on the start line, and unfortunately only one gold medal to be given out, so they get the bragging rights for 12 months, whoever gets it, and it's a great honour, and they're extremely tough to win. But I think that might be the under-19s. I think I can see Noah Maggs of Mermaid there just walking out of the water, so we could be up to our 19 men's board relay. It could be a heat or a semi-final. We'll have to wait, get the maybe it is a final, but we'll have to wait and see there. That's not... Oh, here we...
So we're straight into it,
Straight
guys.
into it. I just
gold, silver and bronze.
That just perked me up a lot there.
100%. My heart rate went up as well.
That's this is the big show, hey? So these 19 boys, they are absolutely fired up and ready to go here, as we can see. I believe that might be Dylan Wilson on screen. We saw Noah Maggs there of Mermaid. They'll be one to watch in this final. Rilla Barrack Point have also been extremely strong. Some great teams, Maroochydore, Alex. So, yeah, this will be exciting to watch this men's under-19 men's board relay final.
So Tugun featuring in this one. They are the defending champions from last year. Northcliffe won the two before that. Trig Island, Swansea, Belmont have also got some goals in the last few years. But who is going to rise to the occasion in 2026? A new year, a new title up for grabs, and we will see. And one of the good things about the 19s, sometimes it's hard to keep the 17s into the 19s, and you see so much of these formations and teams change. Some of them compete up in opens, prioritising different events, but this is certainly one you want to win.
Absolutely. This is one of our absolute premier events for the juniors, the under-19s male board relay. So we can see the boys there starting to just look a little bit nervous. The smiles, once you can see the starters sort of say, righto boys, come in for the final instructions, the smiles disappear pretty quick, and you see that look of motivation and absolute intensity in the eyes there as we see a few of them having a little bit of a glance around. Now this will be interesting. We saw earlier today in this area, we'd be very close to the bottom of our low tide at the moment actually. I believe it'd be, right now would be the bottom of our low tide. So there's going to be a good run out for the boys here, and these 19 boys are just explosive with speed. So
ladies and gentlemen, introducing the field in the Under-19 Male Board Relay Championship of Australia. This is your lineup. Number 1, Warilla Barrack Point. Number 2, Manly. Number 3, Mermaid Beach. Next to them, number 4, Redhead. Position number 5, Maroochydore. Number 6, Alexandra Headland. Number 7, Swansea Belmont. Number 8, defending champions Tugun. Number 9, Alexandra Headland. Next to them, we have Mermaid Beach, followed by Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Wanda Team A, North Burleigh, Torquay, Swansea Belmont Team B, Noosa Heads Team A, Kurrawa Team A, and Sunshine Beach. This is your lineup, ready to go for the Under-19 Male Board Relay Championship of Australia. Boys have got the boards up. They're in the hands of the starter, about to go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen at home. This will be absolutely explosive here. The boys are off and underway, making their way across this low tide bank at the moment. The boys are going to not want to fall in the pothole as we see one go down early there. Noah Maggs doing extremely well to stay on his feet. Couple of bunny hops and straight down onto the belly there. So that was very good from Noah Maggs. It looks like it might be Swansea Belmont also doing very well, as is Wanda sticking nicely to the side of Noah Maggs there, and Sunshine down on the bottom of the screen there, having to do a little more work out on his own, but at the moment it's all in the middle.
Yeah, it's been an incredible start by the team from Sunshine Beach, but it's so North Burleigh trying to push up, and Noosa Heads in here as well. Yeah, Noosa Heads have got the lead narrowly, but these four are going to jam together, wander in a pretty good spot. We've also got Alexandra Headland up there as well, but it's not too much in it as they head out to this first can and trying to angle across. They haven't really put the rating too high up at the moment, but you can see Wanda just wanting to creep up. Noosa Heads on their right-hand side, then back to Redhead. Swansea Belmont, they've got to be careful here because they've just drifted off ever so slightly, but they might get some momentum heading up into this little break. But there's nothing. It really dissipated for them then, but we've got a line of four at the front.
Yes, I believe that'll be Oliver Dillon there of Tugun on the left side. Connor and Noah Maggs, apologies, of Mermaid in the middle, and Sunshine Beach there on the right side. So that will be our three leaders at the moment. It looks like Tugun, Mermaid, and Sunshine Beach there. The rest of the field just getting clipped a little bit by that wave there, and it's opened up a lead ever so slightly for our front three boys. Now, you won't win it in the first leg, but you can certainly do a heck of a job to set it up for your last two paddlers there. And so far, Tugun, Mermaid and Sunshine are doing a fantastic job. But just as we say that there, it looks like Wanda and North Burleigh potentially coming back into the mix there, or it might be Maroochydore.
Yeah, I think it's Maroochydore and Wanda. They're in fourth and fifth, and they've got to really try and get onto the tail of our leading three at the moment. But Tugun edging ahead. They're on the left-hand side or on the northern side. Very aggressive there by
big
Sunshine
push
Beach.
there from
That
Oliver
was
Dillon.
smart, wasn't it?
Very smart there. He doesn't want to go around three wide at the can. So Tugun pushing up the outside and managed to cut off Noah Maggs there. So a little bit of a mistake there from Maggs. He sort of fell asleep at the wheel letting into that first black and white can. And Tugun said, hello, mate, I'm not going around three wide. Out of the way, I'll cut you straight off. So Sunshine Beach on the inside in position one. Tugun on the outside in two. Noah Maggs now back on the tail there of our Sunshine Beach in third place.
There's a couple of things on offer here. They might not get more than a lift, but that might be enough to put 2, 3, 4 board lengths as we see Sunshine Beach take the lead here by a length and a half back to Mermaid Beach, who are just behind Tugun at the moment, the defending champions in this event. Maroochydore back to Wanda, but they're going to span wide here. Warilla Barrack Point in a pretty good position.
Misread the can there. That might be Wanda that almost missed that third apex black and white can there. He had to realign himself to get around that can there. So that's costed him a little bit of ground, and a great runner there on the inside from our competitor from, is that Redhead Club? It might be Redhead potentially. He's going to get another one here, but Warilla Barrack Point, there we go. Unbelievable. 2 runners back-to-back for Warilla Barrack Point there. So they're starting to get into the mix now. But look at this. Wave on offer out the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 on this wave. But Sunshine doing very well to pull down his own wave in front. I don't believe it's going to go all the way through. So a chase pack of 7. Hot on the heels of Sunshine Beach here.
Yeah, the chase back is 7. It had a bit more power to that one. They still haven't quite got up to him yet, but they might now, and I reckon they will. It's going to run out of steam, but now, he's found something. Sunshine Beach has found something. He deserves it as well because he put a good 3 or 4 lengths into them after that final can, and he's put himself in the position. Tugan in second, Wanda right up there. Warilla chasing hard on the northern side, trying to get down this one. They do. So we got 3 here on this chasing wave and trying to get a little bit closer to Sunshine Beach at the end of League 1.
Great paddling there for Sunshine Beach. He did not sit around, look over his shoulder and wait for that wave to catch him. He went after it. He stayed on the front of his stroke, high rating, and he was rewarded for effort with a nice little lead there. But Warilla Barrack Point and Tugan flying through transition, chasing him there. So we're going to throw it down to Harold to give us a little update on this transition.
Yeah, Sunshine, absolutely masterclass for coming through that middle bank. Tugan, Warilla Barrack Point, Maroochydore. That's the top 4 at the moment. Boys want to try and keep within that top 10. Mermaid with some work to do, so too Wanda. Carroll were thereabouts. And you think the boys from Swansea Belmont would be a little bit further up. Only a third of the way through. Secondary paddlers getting tagged on this ultra-tight line. Race is on, boys.
I'd agree with that. I think Swansea Belmont will want to be a little bit higher up. As you can see, the 3 on screen now, and Sunshine Beach, they've got to consolidate on this. Now's the time to make the others chase. You can't afford to switch off at all and get aerobic or in your comfort zone. You want to make the others anaerobic as possible, but now you can see some separation now leading 3. So Tugan takes the lead by the look of it here ahead of Sunshine Beach.
Now this is the lead. This is the leg here where dreams are made. The second leg here, we often see so many times in board relays, the second paddlers that go to work and they back themselves. If they can split the rest of the field here, they can give themselves every chance of the best coloured medal at the end of it. But it looks like our Tugan paddler at the moment, he's absolutely getting after it. So
Warilla pushed up into second, my apologies. So our early leaders, Sunshine Beach, have got a bit of work to do now. They find themselves in third. Warilla just ahead of them, but they're not on the wash of the Tugan athlete and the Tugan team trying to defend their title.
Yeah. Great paddling there from the boy in Tugan, leading here. He's not looking for any washer assistance as he just goes from belly to knees, popping over that. Couple of big waves starting to sit up on that back bank now. Not too much to worry about. They get through pretty clean, but Warilla powering through that turbulated water there at the moment, up and alongside Tugan. What a strong paddler he is, Warilla Barrack Point.
Yeah, he's one of the wrigglers, one of the lay-down paddlers by the look of it at the moment. He might get on his knees soon, we'll see, but at the moment he's opting to lay down. He's on the right-hand side. Tugan leading in the centre of your screen there and right on the sidewash. This is smart from Warilla Barrack Point. Mermaid Beach in third. They're going to have to work Sunshine Beach just behind them. But I tell you what, all of the people, all of the teams you can see on screen are in with a shot here if they're able to be aggressive and just put in that extra 10 seconds of anaerobic work to try and get up the field here, put themselves in the wave zone.
Have a look at Mermaid Beach paddler here. Unbelievable paddle from him. I believe Noah Maggs would have tagged in about 4th or 5th spot, and straight away, not only did he get up to the leaders, but he's almost having a little bit of a sniff at going up the inside there. He doesn't take it. He might have left himself too short, but he certainly put Mermaid Beach back in with a huge chance here as we see Tugan up on the knees again taking the lead. Warilla Barrack Point still down on the belly trying to save a little bit of an energy, but Mermaid Beach up and alongside the inside of Warilla now as well. So huge move from Mermaid Beach. Yeah. Oh, he gives him no space at the cans there. No love lost. Warilla Barrack Point says, if you're going to go past me, I'm going to fight you every stroke of the way for it.
Yeah, 100%, and he's on the knees now. He's looking around. I'm not sure if he should be looking around too much because there's a wave building that might bring a couple with him. So who's going to get the most out of this one? That was smart to hug it, so he couldn't. That was the Sunshine Beach athlete that just got
Mermaid
cut off.
surfing it down to the south there. Great little runner there. That's Hayden Van Hooven, I believe, of Mermaid Beach. Now, taking a lead, but he surfed it a long way down to the south. We'll have to wait and see. You do not want to push it too far down the beach. Give yourself a shorter running transition. But there he goes, tacking back now. Huge move there from Mermaid Beach.
Mermaid.
Great runner there. That is unbelievable paddling so far from Van Hooven.
So they're in about fourth spot at the first can. Now they find themselves in a comfortable leading position. This might be Wanda working hard, trying to push up. So they're in a good position here to strike, you would think. And also Tugan on the southern side. So we could have a leaders wave of two here. Mermaid Beach looked like they might have got away, but now they've been joined here. And the chase group, Warilla Barrack Point on the northern side, just fallen off there, so he won't join it, but it will be Sunshine Beach who might try and steer clear for third. That could be Wanda there, but Tugan on screen right now, really trying to fight hard.
Yeah, Tugan and Mermaid just adjusting themselves on that knee pad. You can see the shifting going back and forth as they hit that gutter section. They're only really small little bumps. They're very hard to milk all the way through the gutter. As we see the boys sitting back a little bit trying to press that fin down, and then they shift forward as we see Van Hooven doing there, just to try and get down that little trough in front, linking up those runners all the way back to the beach. So that's Tugan doing very well at the moment in one. Van Hooven for Mermaid, I believe, is in second there. But he's been joined alongside two other teams as well. So the top four still very, very close going into this third and final leg.
Oh, it's a great effort here, and you can see there's a bit of potholes to contend with as well. So Mermaid Beach are going to be right up alongside Tugan, the defending champions of Australia, here in the end of leg number 2. And
Huge
Mermaid
transition.
Beach take the lead here into the final leg, and they are going to be going for broken. Tugan not done with yet at all, and they're going to move up alongside them here. These two have got 30, 40, well, probably only 20, 25 metres actually on the chasers, but the battle is far from over as they negotiate it here. But that is Wanda on screen, trying to bunny hop and work their way through. Noosa Head's coming up into transition now. Alex Headland there as well, really trying to fight hard. Some of these boys love the run legs. Some of them would rather it be over a little bit quicker than the others. But we are 2/3 of the way through. We're going to crown an under-19 board relay champion of Australia very soon.
Tugan Beach looking to go back-to-back in this 19s board relay final. Mermaid out to play spoiler at the moment. And I tell you what, they're not waiting around for anybody here. Last year's past champions move aside. Mermaid Beach are out in front. I believe that's Tommy Ryan of Mermaid Beach there, paddling very well at the moment. But Tugan there maybe opting for a little bit more tactical. He's thinking, I might try and conserve a bit of energy and see if I can burn him on the way home here. So Tommy Ryan there knows what he's doing too. He's probably also thinking, I don't want to spend all my cookies if he's going to sit on the back and wash ride this whole way around. So Tommy's having a little bit of a look over his right-hand shoulder every now and then. He doesn't look like he's getting after it too much now. The danger with this, if they start playing cat and mouse with each other and both foxing, they're bringing third place now back into the mix here. It looks like that might be Wanda potentially. So just like that, if they fox too much, you're going to bring the other boys back into the mix.
And you know as well, like how much of a mental gain you actually able to get that extra 1 or 2% out of yourself if you can see you're in the hunt for the medal. All season's been working towards this. Who's going to get crunched by this? They were smart. They just got snuck over on the northern side. Warilla Barrack Point got the best of it there in the momentum. They're going to move up. And that's Swansea Belmont back into it. So they were a little bit back, but now they find themselves in 4th position here. Wander in 3rd, Tugan in 2nd.
Yeah, so great paddling still there, Tommy Ryan, but he certainly has let Wanda back into the mix here. He's trying to conserve a little bit of an energy, just fully aware of what Tugan's tactics are here. So Wanda now back in the mix there. That's a pretty clean cut, gold, silver, bronze at the moment. That'll be 1, 2, 3. 4th not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a nice clean lead for 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
So Mermaid, Tugan, Wanda. 1, 2, 3 at this can. Swansea Belmont. They're in the chocolate medal spot, which no one wants, but they've got about 4 lengths to make up here. It's not an unassailable lead. They can still do it, but they might need a little bit of luck on their side, you would think.
What I want to see now is Tommy Ryan get up on the knees and go. You can see the swells and the runners, the northerly wind there just like that. so that when they turn that apex can, you can see on screen the swell and the ocean, the runners all moving in the perfect line for that third apex can. So once they come off that, the boys are back on the knees and they're on a couple of beautiful runs here. As we see a wave out the back for Tugan. Is he going to get around that can? Oh, he ran that very close. But Tommy Ryan on a beautiful little runner here, down on the front of his stroke, working hard. He's got to sit. He can't sit up. Don't look over your shoulder, mate. You've got to lead. You've got to grab it by the horns and go now. Tommy Ryan on another little runner here, but there's a wave out the back. He's got to get down this one. Tommy Ryan of Mermaid. He's on the first wave. Is this enough?
Oh, you would think he was home by now, but I do not want to put the curse on him. And Wanda actually took a tumble there, fell off the board. They're going to be, you would think, safe for a minor medal if they're able to work, and only if they work through this gutter. But Mermaid Beach, what a paddle, what a moment if they're able to come through here. We know how good of a 12 months they've had, and he's getting the rating up, desperation stations here. And last year, they were in the final, but they were 13th. So they've done a lot better than this, and it's just testament to how well they've done. And you can see game face on. He is nowhere near celebrating because these boys are still coming.
Last minute wave. I was getting a little bit nervous there on screen because Wanda and Tugan are starting to lurch in that background there. They're not far behind by any stretch of the imagination, but just like that, Tommy Ryan pulls down another little wave. He's up. He's bunny hopping. He's running. The teammates, high fives on the way. Don't fall down now, Tommy. Get up. Get going. All the way across, mate. There is a gold medal on offer at that finish line for Mermaid Beach Surf Club in this under-19 male board relay as he's just absolutely striding out. He'll be thinking now, this is it. We've done it, boys. We've taken it from Tugan, but Wanda having a last-minute push, but no, it's all Mermaid Beach Surf Club. Wowee, what an unbelievable race.
Oh, it certainly was. Dane Sutton there from Wanda, the under-79 champion of Australia last year, and he almost got to him. We know how quick he is on the beach and on the sand as Tugan, the defending champions, come through, and we're not too far off the pace at all. But what a performance by Mermaid Beach. They're in the hunt all the way, and now their teammates come to join. Swansea Belmont, kudos to them. They will get some points for their club. So Mermaid Beach 1, Wanda 2, Tugan 3. Warilla Barrick Point have been in the hunt all the way, and here they come up to the finish line as well. We've also got Sunshine Beach, who were the early leaders, and in fact they actually got a gap, but they've finished off very strongly in the end as we go back to Maroochydore.
Yeah, what a race, what a finish that was. I just love the way that that just unfolded, you know. Sunshine with such an early commanding lead, Tugan as well leading 2 through 3 legs, just really getting after it. But it was all set up by Sunshine Beach and Ollie Dillon, I believe it was, of Tugan there. They had a great opening lead there. Max was also up there, but a little bit of bad luck in the final stages of that opening leg. He sort of dropped back a little bit there. So Mermaid Boys, paddlers 2 and 3, doing a fantastic job to not give up, keep fighting. It is the Australian titles, and they've come away with a gold medal for their hard effort.
And you can see the aggression, the jam on the cam we just saw before, but Mermaid coming through now with the lead and trying to crunch through that wave and hold the momentum, stay balanced.
Here we go.
That was the crucial moment, wasn't it? That was such a crucial moment of the race, and really good that he was able to really stay on. And there was one point here, it was well before that Wanda actually fell off their board, but they done something there, the urgency trying to get up, and you can see, look how much of a gap he actually had to make up, and he ended up right on his heels, and he's got good foot speed.
Great speed up the beach. We saw that last year in his sprint finish for that under-17 Ironman title, but we're going to throw it down on the beach now with Harold to hear from our winners.
Here with the victorious under-19 male board relay team. I walked past the start line about 15 minutes ago. I said, Tommy, are you guys on? And what did you say?
I said, yeah, we are.
And then I reconfirmed the question because I thought you didn't hear me correctly, and then you said...
I said yes again.
All right, talk to us through the team, because that was a pretty tough race out there. All three boys come across the line absolutely spent. What sort of work you've been putting in to try and take out this title for this championships?
Yeah, just a lot of flat water training on the canals, most like Monday arvos, and then also just a couple races at the beach, honestly. And then, you know, Noah going first, he's always reliable, coming down that top few, and then Hayden just so good at catching runners and getting up to the front. So yeah, put me in a good position to, you know, get it done.
Got it done well. What have you got to add to that, Noah?
I think the first paddle could have been a bit better. I could have come out the front, but I'm glad I got these two guns behind me, and Hayden would do well and get up the front, and Tommy had that surfer gene to get a wave on the way back in and get the job done.
Yeah, that was definitely it. That start line of that first changeover, H, it was really, really tight through there. Talk us through that first 15 to 20 metres in order for you to try and find that space to get out nice and clear.
I was lucky the field got a bit held up out the back. The potholes were tough running through, but since they got held back, I was able to kind of push through, get to that second spot around the cans and turn the can and get some runners in.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our under-19 male board rescue champions for the 2026 Aussie Championships.
Thanks, Harold. And yeah, those potholes are playing havoc, but they negotiated well there. As we have a look at the final results, the under-19 male board relay with Mermaid Beach getting the job done here for 2026. Noah Maggs, Tom Ryan, Hayden Van Hooven, your champions ahead of Wanda, the silver medalist Dane Sutton, Jaden Beaumont and Will Steiner. And Chugan get the bronze with Oliver Dillon, Will Norling and Benjamin Sevenak for the defending champions get themselves a spot on the podium. Swansea Belmont weren't too far away, but Sunshine Beach there finishing in 6th in the end, so it shows how fickle it is.
Yeah, it's very hard and tightly contested. We saw in that opening leg especially, you know, that if you miss that front leaders wave so often at North Kira, there just seems to be 5 or 6 on that next second wave, and it's like a bit of a Jaggers sort of paradise, I feel, out at North Kira. So many times, you know, and I was speaking to a few of the boys yesterday about those board heats and irons, and they're like, yeah, if you get on the first wave, you kind of get around through all 3 legs or whatever seamlessly, but when you miss that front wave, so often you turn around and there's 5 or 6 behind. But
so we're into semi-final number 2, the Open Men's Board Relay Championship in action right now. Top 8 are going to progress through to the national final here as we see a good start. Might be Swansea Belmont, is it there? In the centre of your screen, and coming up alongside them, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park as well in semi-final number 2 of the Open Men's Board Relay. But this is where you know things are starting to heat up here in the desperation. That's a big rating lift by Swansea Belmont to try and get up there as well. But we've pretty much got a line, and there's a couple that are just poking their heads out right there in the early stages.
yeah, this is a pretty difficult semi there as I have a look. That's Noah Steiner from Wanda on the left-hand side, and Matt Bevilacqua, Northcliffe Team A, hot on his side wash there, maybe just starting to push up in the middle there as well now, and Charlie Verco there for Team Newport. So this is, I mean, they're all semi-finals are good at this level of the competition, but certainly this is a red-hot semi-final, as we can see now. 5 guys going into this whitewash, more or less side by side each other, but it will be the back break. Who can contend? Who can navigate that punchy back break the best? I guess that's what we're seeing time and time again, as we see now Matt Bevilacqua just starting to push to the front a little bit. Noah Steiner maybe sitting back, but I tell you what, those boys would not want to be going around the can 5 wide. So let's look to see if Charlie Verco or Bevilacqua push now. As just as I say that, Bevilacqua pushes, and he'll probably try and cut a few boys off on the inside and say, hey boys, if you're going to sit there and take a wash, I'm going to cut you off. You're not getting a free run around the cans. It's some classic academic racing, we'll call it. He's a smart racer.
Academic racing.
Academic racing.
Yeah, so the 1 and 2 in the World Board Race Championship basically find themselves at the front here with Bevilacqua and Steiner, but now Verco, as you said, pushing up, and now he's taken the lead, and who's on the inside of him? That's a good, smart race here so far.
Coogin, possibly. It may be Coogin or Manly, I'm not sure.
Coogin or Manly. Probably Manly, I would think, here up the inside in the lay down right now. But Newport got the lead in the early stages here. This is semi-final 2, 8 to progress through. It is Manly, followed by Northcliffe, wandering behind them. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 5th, and then Redhead in 6th as the rating picks up. Who's going to get something on offer? There isn't much at the moment, but there will be very, very soon. Bevilacqua takes the line on the southern side, and Manly on the northern side. Newport in the middle.
Yeah, that's Angus McPhail there on the closest to that black and white can. Angus McPhail of Manly with the great paddle so far, but Charlie Verco and Matt Bevilacqua, 2 former Molokai to Oahu World Championship paddle winners, so they would absolutely love this longer style of paddling with good little wind bumps and runners on the way home. They're 2 of the best runner chasers on the way back. So you see Noah Steiner doing very well as well, pushing up to the front there. So little wave just starting to pop up for our boys here. We're going to get 5 on this front wave. great opening leg from our front 5 clubs there. So that looks like we'll have Wanda, Newport, Northcliffe, Manly, and it could be Swansea Belmont up in that top 5
Burleigh
there
Heads.
as well, or Burleigh Heads.
But that was great from Steiner. He lost a bit of ground there, but really put some big ones in, gets so much distance with every stroke, and he's milked the best of it at the moment. And he's going to have a narrow lead from Wander ahead of Newport, and on that northern side, Manly are going to move into the lead right now and get a runner on the northern side. So we might have 3 get down this, do we? We do. So it's Manly, Wander, Newport, Burleigh Heads not far away, but Manly are probably going to get off first here in semi-final 2 in the opening leg. But we've got a chaser's wave of 4.
Yeah, great paddle there from Angus McPhail of Manly there. We talked about just how difficult it is to find the right line on that way home and through that gutter, but he thread that perfectly through then. He had that board trimming nicely, and he was rewarded for it as he hits the beach now for transition. Going to make a tag first in this semi-final of our open men's board relay, but so only very small margins in this sort of racing, you know. Already Manly getting tagged there. It's almost the worst position to get tagged on, because you know now that you're going to have to do the hard work to all the way out to that can, and it's not a short course, it is long. So the boys that are running in behind, they'll be thinking, you know what, maybe we'll get a fast start, conserve a little bit of energy, and then we'll try and turn on the afterburners again for the way home, pick up a couple of runners. But we can see Mitch Morris there, wow, they're just so explosive, those boys, all the Morris brothers. Their turn of speed running was just unbelievable. That was crazy to watch then. He skimmed across, he got up, he bunny hopped twice, and then just jumped straight over this little green shore break wave, and he maintained incredible momentum there. He transferred that sort of bunny hopping running speed straight into his board speed, and just like that, he went from 5th to 1st by a board length.
Yeah, it makes it look so natural to him as well. It's actually incredible how much damage he did in such a short space of time, and that's Mitch Morris on screen right now, and he looks so comfortable doing it. Newport in 2nd at the moment still, and a couple taking a slightly different line. Wander might be 1 on that northern side. Burleigh Heads up there as well, and Swansea Belmont could be in a pretty good spot here. But we've got 1 or 2 attached in no man's land, sort of taking in the middle, but Wander might have the narrowest of leads here ahead of Northcliffe, but they're pretty much going to hit this wave together. We'll see how they go against this one and who's able to punch through it the best, because we've got a line of about 5 now with Newport right up alongside Manly, Burleigh Heads there, Northcliffe still in the lead position. So Wander's probably shifted back to 3rd there, lost a tiny bit of ground.
Oh, Manly just getting held up there, and just like that, that was a huge opportunity miss there. So Nick Middleton on the purple board there on the northern side, or the top of the screen, sorry, of Wander. He got through that wave, and it was Lockie Bruce of Manly that was right on his tail. He got pegged by 2 waves on that break, but have a look at the consequences of that. He's now back in, I'm going to say, 10th or so. He went from getting tagged in 1st, Angus McPhail tagged him in 1st, to now not even at the first board can and in 12th. And he didn't really, in 10th, and he didn't really do a great deal of things wrong. It was just more bad timing with that back break there.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're starting to go into single file. So Northcliffe are going to make the turn in 1. Burleigh Heads 2, head of Newport. Or Newport are on the outside of Burleigh here. Swansea Belmont in there as well. And Wander just behind them. They're in 5th position right now. Or equal 4th. Well, that might be Swansea Belmont actually in 6th there. And then there's a tiny bit of a gap next to the next couple of chasers, but it's going to be pretty jammed up here, you'd imagine, and would you deliberately slow down a little bit to jam the others up?
I watched Mitch do that nicely then. It's a bit of smart racing, right? When you're Nick Middleton, great run on the purple board there coming through the middle, but when you're approaching and you're in the lead on that can, the apex, if you can see a runner coming and it's probably 2 or 3 metres behind you, a lot of paddlers will actually jam up everyone behind them, and it's kind of like a bit of a stall, so that when you turn that can, you get straight on that runner, and ideally they all miss it. So great runner there, though, from that might be Tugan, I believe. We'll have to wait and see. Was it Tugan? I'm not sure. Or Alexandria Headlands, maybe. I'm not sure, but certainly it's Burleigh, Wander, and Northcliffe at the moment. So Mitchy Morris, Nick Middleton, Ethan Callahan there, and it might be Newport.
I think it is. So Newport on the right-hand side. Wanda trying to stay on this little runner here. They might just fall off if they're not careful. So I think these three are going to pull ahead here, but Newport might get the best of it, maybe Northcliffe as well, but they're going to hit a bit of dead water here. So something might come up, but the four on screen you can see have done a pretty good job of milking it so far. Northcliffe probably going to get, they've got the inside line here anyway, so they're going to try and get down this. Look how much depth they're getting. You talk about range of motion as well. And he puts his hand up in the air. He's like, come on, give me something.
Yeah. The final stages of those paddles, it can be so frustrating when you, especially when you lead the whole way around. And just like that, Ethan Callahan sort of tucked in nicely, raced it a little bit more efficiently maybe or tactically, and he just sort of tucked in behind there, Mitch, and let him pull him around. Got a couple of nice runs, and now he's out in front for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Going to make a tag into that third and final paddler for this semi-final of our men's board relay.
Yeah, hasn't he been in good form the last 12 months or so? He's really put his name as ones to watch. And talk about Ali Day retiring. He's a name that is certainly capable of filling some very big shoes. It's a tough ask, but he's been doing incredibly well against the nation's best in the Iron Series and the Shore & Partners Summer of Surf that we've been seeing as we see 5 go out together here in this leg, and the fight here. So 8 to go through, we think, and then we've got a couple here in the danger zone, including what looks to be...
there's Manly making a tag there for Hayden Cotter, so didn't they just have a very unfortunate second leg there? Just the surf crueling Manly there a little bit. They're certainly well and truly in the danger zone there, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 just popping through that wave there, and 3 hot on the heels on that chase back, very close behind. So already it looks like it might be one of our clubs that were in 9th has already overtaken that 8th spot there. So still plenty of racing to go, as we can see. Zach Morris and Corey Fletcher looking like the boys have knocked it back, and they're going out for a Sunday float at the moment. They're out. There's 2 boys that would not like to take a lead on a long course like that. Zachy Morris and Corey Fletcher, 2 of the fastest up the sand and incredible starts. But Zach would be licking his lips to say, hey, Corey, you can take a lead. I'll jump on the back. We'll conserve.
So Northcliffe and Burleigh Heads were 1 and 2 last year. They find themselves in the same positions now. But this is the Burleigh B team we're seeing in this field, and Coogin Headland have put themselves in a position of prominence here. Manly up alongside them, and who's that? North Burleigh and
North
behind
Burleigh. We got Redhead, North Burleigh, Alex, and Coogin and Manly there. So that is our battle pack, our chase pack at the moment. At the moment, it's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park and Northcliffe Team A, having a beautiful paddle so far. They've strung together 3 awesome legs, and then there's the big chase pack in behind of 5. So they're all stringed out in Indian file. I don't know, I think it might be Adam Palmer of Maroochydore there. So he's in 7th spot on that maroon board at the top left of the screen there. So he's kind of conserving energy, but I don't know if he knows that 8th is absolutely getting after it there, and certainly not out of this by any stretch of the imagination.
8, 9 and 10 are very, very bunched at the moment, and there's a noticeable difference in the intensity. You're right, Paulie, they've really got to be careful, this chase group, because the intensity's gone up in 8, 9 and 10, and I would not put it out of the question that they're going to almost move to the back of them as they head across the back here. But this has been strong stuff by both Northcliffe and Burleigh here as they move side by side and try and chase these runners. So the group of 5, that's your 7, 8, 9, 10, are along the back now.
Here we go into that third black and white can there, Corey, making it a little bit difficult for Zach to get inside that can, but nonetheless just a bit of good old-fashioned racing. Corey there on a nice little runner.
How good's that?
How good was that? He just surfed that beautifully there. So just dropping off the back now. Zach sort of starting to trail, but those 2 boys are very safe at the moment. The action's in that next 5 behind there, and
they've spread apart, but
they have, a couple of big runners there from that pack of 5. They've really sort of stretched out, which is interesting to see.
So pretty fair to say, I would think, that Burleigh Heads and Northcliffe are going to be progressing through safely here. And we wait to see, well, how long can they hold this runner for? But then what's the next group of 5? Have they stayed away from 8, 9 and 10, or have they joined them here as we pan across? But it's going to be Burleigh Heads. Geez, they've really opened up a margin, haven't they?
Yeah, they stringed together a couple of beautiful runs, and that's the beauty of having your own water and your own space, is you can work the ocean a little bit more. And Corey and Zach, I know that they were side by side, but they still had plenty of area left and right to pick off some runs, whereas that chase pack behind, there's a lot of backwash, there's a lot of other things that sort of really dictate the line that you're able to take, and so it's a little bit harder to string together those runs back to back. So that's why we're probably seeing that chase pack of 5, really starting to spread out, as the front guy was getting a couple of nice runs there, our club. So here we go there. There's Zach Morris there. So those clubs have come up very close behind Zach there. Still, he doesn't need to stress, but Maroochydore.
So we've got 5 here. Obviously, Burleigh Heads, the B team, are up and away. So this is going to be a top 7 we're seeing. And right at the back is the team from, I think, Alex Headland there, who might be in 8th, might be in that final spot, you would think.
So that's Maroochydore in 2, Northcliffe Team A in 3, Burleigh Heads, Moray Park was in 4. So that's, if you look on the rider screen, that was 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 might be Wanda there, Newport in 6. We'll have Alexandra Headlands in 7. And this might be 8th spot there, just casually jumping along the line. So Swansea Belmont sneaking into 8th spot there. Coogin Boys just missing out in 9th.
Yeah, not much in it at all. So we can see confirmation of them coming up. So the Burleigh Heads B team, Maroochydore, really pushing up there into a good position, making sure the other boys know that they are going to be a force to be reckoned with come the final. And Northcliffe Team A, that was in 3rd position. His Open Men's Board relay, they are the defending champions. Newport in 4th. Burleigh Heads Team D in 5th place. Wanting to get through to the final. So does Alexandra Headland Team B, and Swansea Belmont will be the final of your qualifiers here. But a great race, plenty of changes, and you see the ocean creating some interesting racing. But again, that urgency through this section and those key decisions to be made. This was the first leg we're seeing right now, where they all sort of came together here.
Yeah, having a look at that there, I know that Bevy surfed it down at the south end, but watching Angus McPhail in leg 1, Mitch Morris in 2, and then sort of, a few of the other boys, I think that northern side was generally running through that gutter a little bit more. Not to say that they weren't getting some good runs down to the south out the back, but if they can surf along through that gutter section, a lot of the boys were getting rewarded for chasing that back there. Oh, one of our boys lost the board there. I didn't see that in real time. You see Borgie from Newport just getting hit by that there, but great little runner there, the way Corey Fletcher was just beautifully positioned on that board there. So we're going to throw it down to Harold on the beach, I believe, for an interview.
Most definitely down here with two of Central Coast's finest. Can we call us that?
Yeah, I guess we can.
So how long have you now been up on the Gold Coast for?
Oh, this would be probably my 10th year.
That long?
Yeah, moved up in 2016 at the end of it, so yeah, long time now.
A long time. So which clubs were you at on the Central Coast?
I did my juniors at Copacabana till 14s, and then had 3 years at Terrigal, and then made the move up to the Goldie.
So originally at Nippers you were a beachy?
Well, under 8s, that's all you're restricted to, and then tried my way in the water and just kept going at that.
All right, now, Killer Bees. Comfortable in that one. Who's in the team? Can you really upset the selection panel?
At Burleigh, there's a tough selection panel anyway. I think any one of our even top 4 teams could be the best one on any given day. So we got Joel's going to lead us off into Ethan, and I'll try to bring it home. So yeah, should be an exciting final.
Who else are the other teams to watch out for? You don't really care.
Burleigh ABC.
All right, anything else? What's your program looking like? You're sort of half a foot at the moment.
Yeah, just doing the ski later today after this, and then I'll be done for the day. And then I think it's just ski relay tomorrow for me, and whatever I've got on the finals day.
Nice. Last question. You're a fashionable man. You're always in with the times and at the top of echelon of fashion. At what point is the moustache going to go out of fashion?
I wouldn't say I'm at the top of fashion, but I've just been lazy and probably haven't given it a trim. So we'll rock it for a couple of days and I'll see how I feel for finals day.
That's it, Corey Fletcher, the man of fashion.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, Harold with the hard-hitting questions as always, and we have a look at the results for the Open Men's Board Relay semi-final number 2. Joel Piper, Corey Fletcher, Ethan Callahan taking the win for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. It was a strong performance, wasn't it?
What an unbelievable... When that's your B team, Corey Fletcher, Joel Piper and Ethan Callahan, you just know that you have depth in numbers. That's insane to see. So they're going to be one to watch in that final. But Maroochydore Team A boys, they came through late there. Adam Palmer had a great paddle. North Cliff Team A, they'll be absolutely ones to watch in that final. Newport and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So that was our top 5. Now, we have our 16 finalists. They've all dropped in as we see.
Got 4 teams in the final.
Wow, that's just 12 incredible paddlers to make an Australian Open Men's Board Relay final. That's just insane. So there we go. We can see 6th, 7th and 8th was Wanda, Swansea, Belmont, I believe, and Cochin maybe it was. So a few of our other teams, they're just missing.
Yeah, Cochin was the first reserve, unfortunately just missed it. Swansea Belmont was the last of the qualifiers there. As we have a look over the page at the rest of the field, they'll be looking to try and do something better, but what a place to do it here on the Gold Coast. It's very much a popular tourist destination, but they've been very supportive of Australian Surf Life Saving Championships with so many athletes, over 7,000 across all the almost 400 clubs, as we head down to another interview on the beach.
So afternoon at Aussies is a thing. That's live at 5 o'clock every afternoon, but we're going to give you an extra special treat because we've got one of the best coaches in Australia, Scotty Thompson, head coach of Medley Lifesaving Club. And what we're going to go through is some 101 coaching, the basics of coaching, but I want to know your timeline. So for Carnival this morning, what does your preparation look like from 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
Well, going back and going through all the results, going through all the teams, making sure everyone knows what they're doing the next day, checking out what the program is, because that's usually changing every evening. So we need to know who's going into what time people have got to get down for warm-up. And I'm usually down here on the beach by about 6 o'clock, getting everyone ready to warm up.
Now, with that, are we warming up in different areas? Have you got a support crew across the 17s, ladies, and then through the open men's area?
Yes, absolutely. You need that support room. I mean, we're nearly a kilometre long, so I've got someone down looking after the 17s. I try and go between the females and the males because they're close together. But they're all helping each other, so which is great.
And communication throughout the day, how do you keep a track of where the events are at, how the results are going, and whether or not anyone needs any specific support?
Yeah, well, thank goodness for live heats. That's a big help. And just on the phone, I do see a lot of clubs that got the walkie-talkies, and I've tried that before in the past, but they run flat and stuff. So the phone's the best thing. And then live heats is an amazing tool now. In these last couple of years have been fantastic to be able to use those.
One thing we do a lot is unpack hydration, nutrition, I guess sun safety for these athletes who need to be in and out of the water over and over each day. Do you eat it all throughout the day?
Yeah, I try and eat as best I can. I leave my bag in one of the tents and then I try and work my way back to it. But it's important that I'm telling the kids and even the adult kids, that I call them kids, that as soon as they finish racing, they've got to get a sip of something, eat of something, just little bits and pieces all the time, not going back and having a big lunch or big snack, but just biting little bits and pieces and drinking little bits and pieces, just to keep topping up all day.
Topping up and control the controllables. The squad's in a really nice place at the moment. You've got some really nice, I guess, alpha males and alpha females that are looking after the squad at the moment. What sort of instructions are they sort of leading through these younger 14s, 15s and 17s that are coming through?
Yeah, well, they're setting the tone for them. And you see it in the young kids. They want to be up training with the big kids, which is exciting. And I really encourage that because I'll try and get the 14s, when they get onto the big boards, to get up in there because I can see that they're tired of being with the nippers and they want to be up with the big kids and that excites them. So I've got already one kid who got silver in the under 15. He can't wait to be in the under 17s with the bigger boys, the Henrys and the Jacobs and stuff. So he's got that motivation already.
Yep, a special time definitely for Manly. Scotty Thompson, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks,
the board relays coming up. Any picks? Who do you reckon?
they're all looking strong, especially in these conditions. Whoever can get out in front and get around that can first is going to set their team up. So it could be anyone, really.
That's it. The man ready for the commentary box later on, just sitting on the fence, Scotty Thompson. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you very much, Harold, and really good to hear the insight of how much goes on behind the scenes as well, because there's a lot of moving pieces here at the Aussies, and so much goes into all these clubs. We have a look at the festival zone. We've got the live stream happening as well. They're giving us a bit of a wave, so they're looking at us and they're hearing us, I think, as well in the festival zone, and that's where the medal presentations as well take place. It's right on the beach this year as well, in prime position. It's
absolutely popping of an afternoon. I know that the last couple of days when I've been sort of walking back and making my way through there, everyone's getting awarded their medals. They've got the bar set up there. Just all high spirits and a good energy on the beach after what has been, I mean, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Day 7 total of the Oz Championships. So it's been 7 unbelievable days, obviously kick-starting off with the youth. On Saturday, Sunday, they had fantastic conditions, you know. Nice little waves, nothing too tricky, but enough to be, you know, test their skills and whatever else, and beautiful weather. Then we had Masters for 2 days. Now, they got a little bit more, maybe not the ideal rub for the ocean. It was certainly testing some of those older guys for Monday, Tuesday, but you know, then we've just rolled into it now. Wednesday, Thursday was exciting racing for the men's and the women's. As big as it was, every athlete that I spoke to down on the beach was still just so excited to be out there in this sort of flat, right? They love it. They love testing themselves, and that's what we train for all year. So, but there's no other job harder than an official at the Australian title. So we're going to throw down on the beach now for an interview with the great man, Steve Marley.
We spoke to athletes, we spoke to head coaches. We're now going to talk to the man that keeps it going. He did a bit of commentary action on the weekend. They wouldn't let you in the box. Let's unpack that to start off with. Thoughts?
Well, mate, there were rumblings to get me in the box. The people were speaking and they wanted me there. But unfortunately, Grant Baldock wouldn't let it happen, mate. But let's keep campaigning, people.
All right, program at the moment, we're looking okay. Really, really tight. Talk us through yesterday afternoon, how much work, how many voices are in the room in order for us to be able to get this program set for tomorrow through to Saturday, and then obviously to have everything ready and set up for that finals day.
Yeah, mate, obviously the conditions we had earlier in the week have really affected the programming and what we can get up to, but I think that we'll definitely get back on track today and tomorrow and hopefully put on a good finals package on Sunday. But yeah, there's always plenty of experts around telling you what should be happening, but there's a group of us that get together and see the best thing we can do for the athletes.
So for those people that are probably the new ones to surf sports, who is on the panel, what sort of representatives do we have?
So we've got our referees, obviously. So there's Donald Van and Michael Bate, Jenny Kenny, and then we also have some athlete reps to have a look at it, coaching reps. So we've got Naomi Flood, we've got Zane Hamill, we've got a lot of respected coaches and also competitors that they talk to.
And that is important to have an overall, I guess, or a divergent thought of what we can do in order to get these athletes in the water, because at the end of the day, primarily, that is why we are here.
Oh, that's right, and we're only here for that. So what we can do to get him in the water, we will do, and we'll reprogram things if we have to get some racing happening.
Nutrition, hydration, sun safety, how do you keep that up? Is that your natural skin tone?
Yes, it is actually, but no, I've always carrying the water bottles, go through plenty of water, but yeah, it's a bit different to the hydration that goes on after hours. Yes.
That's enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Love the work of Steve Marley and all our officials here, and some of them have been doing it for many, many years, and great to have the expertise on the beach and making it happen as well. And don't forget, we've got a number of live streams happening as well. We've got the beach events, but we've also got the boats happening at the moment, the reserve females in action. We love the boats here at the Aussies. I think they've still got the helmets on today, do we? I'm trying to get a good view of that. We're in round 2 of the round robin there for the reserve female surf boat. 6 to go in each one, and you can check out that on YouTube. There's multiple different channels. So it's pretty hard to get bored, isn't it, when you're watching the Aussies with so many different options. But we're about to get to one of the highlights very, very soon here on the mainstream, the Open Men's Board Relay Final. Tiny bit of a delay just to make it equitable, Paulie, because semi-final 2 wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, look, they're going back to back. They probably like to give the boys a little bit of a breather. They have done a little bit of racing, and obviously we want the absolute best for these boys in this final. This is a premier event. As we cast our eyes now to the final of the Open Men's Board Relay. So in position 1, we've got Newport Team A. Position 2 is Surfers Paradise Team A. Mermaid Beach Team A in 3. North Bondi Team A in 4. Northcliffe Team B in 5. Throw it over the page to Alexandra Headlands Team B in 6. Wanda Team A in 7. Swansea Belmont Team A in 8. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in position 9, and Alexandra Headlands Team A in 10. We go over again to another string of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park showing depth for the club there, with Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Maroochydore, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park again, and Northcliffe Team C in position 15 there. So that's a unbelievable there. We were just having a little bit of a look over the start list, Nathan. Last year's board relay winners of this event was Northcliffe. It was taken out by Northcliffe. Burleigh were in second, Alex in third. 2024 was in Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So when we talk about the depth, though, of Burleigh Heads in this event, it is insane. And I just had a look then. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team C, Odin Parish. Now, Odin Parish last year in the Open Men's Board Final got third in a run up the beach against Charlie Verco, so almost second. The year before that, he got second. So you've got a guy getting back-to-back bronze and silver medals in the Open Men's Board, making a C team for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Honestly, there's no wonder Michael King's got as many grey hairs as he does.
Well, they definitely want to get 2 on the podium. I reckon that is maybe trying to split the talent pool a little bit, might be some of the strategy involved there, but it's certainly got the depth. To have a quarter of the field from the one club is just exceptional here. 3 Northcliffe teams here, 4 Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Wanda have had a really successful Aussie so far, and they have definitely been under the tutelage of Nathan Smith and the crew there. But we're about to go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, the Open Men's Board Relay Championship of Australia. We're almost in the hands of the starter. Who's going to get the early break and the early start?
Yes, they'll be nervously underway there. You can see Matt Bevilacqua down to the southern side. He's got Odin Parish beside him, so he knows that there's plenty of speed at the front end with Odin. He'll be wanting to get off to a good start. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a start in our Open Men's Board Relay Final, and the boys making their way across that bank there. Noah Steiner, very good from him to stay on the feet as long as he did. A couple of bunny hops, and it looks like it might have been North Bondi possibly there with a great start in the skim there. Swansea Belmont doing very well. Noah Steiner on top of screen there in Wanda. But at the moment there, that might be Allura possibly, or Allura back, just sort of starting to come into the mix now. So
Northcliffe have got the lead early here. Wanda got such a good start. They've shifted back to about 5th or 6th position here as they head out halfway through. And Swansea Belmont also got away quite well. So they're in a pretty good spot. They're going to come together here. They're going to try, and they've actually had a pretty good run out here. A couple of boys are going to start to lay down soon, but this has been an incredible race so far in the Open Men's Board Relay Final as we have a look. And is Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park 1 and 3, as you probably expect, and Northcliffe up there. So they're 1, 3 and 4. 3 of their 4 teams in the top 4 early.
Unbelievable there. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, 3 teams on screen in an unbelievable spot there as we see the boys go up and over that. Very good from Bevilacqua. That was silky smooth the way he popped over that. We can just see a little bit of a wave on offer. He's going over it, as do the trail competitors just behind. I don't know if the rest of we see one of our competitors came off there towards the back of the field. So at the moment, it's Matt Bevilacqua leading out that southern side with a commanding lead. Newport Team A, though, Charlie Verco had a good start, but just that right side, they absolutely flew through that mid-gutter section, and Charlie Verco's had to come across, and he's probably back in around 8th or 9th position there.
Yeah, perfect stuff, and you can see how much that they're really actually trying to work hard to move up to Bevilacqua's board, and then they might just rejoin him here, but he had half a board length, and now it's going to compress. He starts to lay down. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park 2, 3 and 5. Alex Headland there wandering about 6th position. Swansea Belmont alongside the 4th Burleigh Heads team inside about 8th and 9th as they head along the back. So it's Northcliffe with Matt Bevilacqua the world board race champion, who's coming through here and going to hit this can and try and jam them up, as we've talked about before. A couple of Northcliffe boys did it earlier, and it's paying dividends. Look at the gap he's got now.
Yeah, he did that beautifully there. He got around the can nice, and he just gets onto a couple of runners and straight up onto his knees. So this right now is when Bevilacqua comes into his biggest strength of his board race, the back end from the apex to the beach. Nobody gets runners better than him, so he's absolutely making every post a winner at the moment. He's just linking those runners nicely at the moment. But the Burleigh boys, they're still hot on his tail. That's Tex Dixon on the red and white board there. He's also unbelievable on runners, as is Ethan Callahan. So those boys still staying in the mix. I can see Braden Casamento of Alexandra Headlands. Also, Ali Day is at the back of that lead pack there. He's just on screen on that pink race one border there of Surfers Paradise. So Bevilacqua now, again, he's opted to surf that down to the south a little bit more. Tex Dixon, though, cutting up to the left, as is Burleigh and Ali Day. But maybe that's Kai Taylor there. Unbelievable runner there. So we might have two Burleigh teams and Northcliffe down this at the moment as Bevilacqua surfs alongside to join the boys there. So Burleigh, and Northcliffe. Absolutely unbelievable opening leg of this. And have a look at that. The rest of the field doesn't look like they've got a wave behind. So just like that, in the first leg, it looks like they've split the field.
So basically the entire field are going to be battling it out. So I can see Cruz McKee there from Mermaid Beach, second from the right on this chase group there. Northcliffe coming through as well. Both two Northcliffe teams. They've got three here. Two of them are going to chase the runners the best here, as we see Newport come through. Ali Day, Surfers Paradise. You're going to be right in the centre. He just falls off that one. So this is the chase group here, isn't it?
Yeah, that was Joey Collins there on the grey race one board. He absolutely surfed that perfectly through the gutter. He was a long way back around the cans, but he got it from the back all the way through to the gutter, and he's going unbelievable. So he sort of put that Northcliffe team back in the mix. But here we go. Look at the grimace on the face there. You just know how much it hurts. A big transition there. Burleigh tags in one. Bevilacqua tags Mitch Morris in two. He'll be hoping to have a start much like he did in that semi-final again. An absolute flying starters. Joey Collins rounding there. Tex Dixon making a tag for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So there we go. Joey Collins making a tag for Corey Taylor, teammate there. On screen now, North Bondi, Braden Casamento and Alexandra Headlands. Harold, give us an update. What you're seeing down there?
Yeah, top 3 and 4 pretty clear out in front, but the jam-uppers now these places. Number 5 through about 15 at the moment. We've still just got Surfers Paradise on that last tag. Maroochydore to go, but this bank is really brutal at the moment. A couple of guys coming unstuck. A few of the guys opting to paddle straight through. Scheme start there at the back end for Finn Askew, and the boys will be up on their feet through that bank. Race is on. Lead out in the front at the moment. Northcliffe in the lead. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park 2 and 3.
Yeah, incredible stuff. So who is anyone going to upset these two clear favourites, you would think, on paper? Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and they've got plenty of numbers to get it done. Northcliffe with 3 teams, Burleigh Heads with 4 teams. So Burleigh's put a little bit of a space into Northcliffe here, but this is far more spread out than what we anticipated in this second leg. We thought it would be a lot closer at this point, but we know how quickly it can come back together. They've got a really clean run out here, Paulie, and they're about to hit this first can.
Yeah, this is looking very dangerous, as we can see now. Mitch Morris, he sort of washed Road Burleigh most of the way out, but as soon as he look at that was textbook there from Mitch Morris. Pushed right up and alongside the inside. He says, thanks for the free ride on the way out, but I'm going to take the lead from here, the inside into this opening can. That was a class of excellence from Mitch Morris there. That was just great racing there. It never ceases to amaze me how much of a dog racer Mitch Morris is. He trains really, really well, but he just goes to another level when he races. He's just, and when I speak to a lot of the guys in the club, they just say he's just a born racer, and it's little moments like that at the Australian Championships in final, which is why you want guys like that in your teams. You know, they can just clutch when they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Clutch moments is exactly what you need, and yeah, he was happy to take that wash, wasn't he? And then
Really letting him go a little bit there. He's not sitting up as hard on the tail as you'd like to think, right? So if Mitch
pretty casual at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's giving him a dangerous little gap there. If Mitch turns this and gets 1-2 runs sort of back to back, he might have just put himself out of it. But Mitch there coming around the apex there, Northcliffe Team A. So they'll be looking to go back to back here. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in second and third at the moment, and it is Corey Taylor of Northcliffe in position 4, so he'll be looking to try and get themselves back into the medals mix.
Yeah, absolutely. So 20 metres the lead here. Can they hold on to this? You can see now the rating starts to go up. So Mitch Morris up alongside Burleigh Heads.
I believe it might be
Mowbray
Benny
Park.
Highfield.
Yes, it is Benny Highfield. So
Heads,
Benny's
Mowbray
now
Park.
starting to, we thought he was lacking a little bit of urgency along the back, but that is picked right up here. So he's trying to chase the runners right now. He might pick up something. There's something lifting, including for this
wave
third
here
place
for Benny
team.
Highfield, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. A beautiful little wave there, but he's not going to get down it, nor will Mitch Morris, though. We could see from that, the shape of the ocean, it looked like it was standing up behind Burleigh Heads there. So
this is a great shot we're seeing too. Look at them. They're literally going separate directions, and you can see just when something starts to lift the urgency go up at Northcliffe. Will Benny Highfield start? He's on screen right now. Will he merge and move up alongside Northcliffe to take the lead? He's putting in the big strokes here, and he has gone to the lead, and he's going to put 5, 10, maybe 15 metres into
Benny
Mitch Morris.
Highfield, what a paddle. Just when we thought he was being a little bit conservative around the cans, he has taken this race by the horns there. Absolutely stroke rating through the roof. Beautiful paddle from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. But there we go. Northcliffe, just like that. Taylor and Morris back in the mix now. So our top 4 clubs, 2 Burleigh, 2 Northcliffe, fighting it out for a gold, silver and bronze.
This is Kira Beach like we're used to or accustomed to seeing it. Random runners pulling up in random spots just for certain people, but it's happening for all of them at the moment. So it's a pretty even race between the 3 of them here. Make some noise for your clubs as they go through and try and navigate the potholes. Benny Highfield, I thought, was going to get the best of it, but Mitch Morris coming through here from Northcliffe, going to really charge around Desperation Station. So much intent as he goes through to make the tag for the third paddler here. So they go in 1. Then it's Benny Highfield tagging. Burleigh Heads in 2, Northcliffe in 3.
What a race this is going to be now. So Mitchy Morris running around for a tag on brother Zach Morris. And it was Wes Gould of BMD Northcliffe going in, and the absolute speedster Corey Fletcher going in 3rd spot for Burleigh. I tell you what, they have speed in spades, Zach Morris and Corey Fletcher up the beach. And right now, Zach knows that he is in a very dangerous spot, because Corey Fletcher will be absolutely working like a madman possessed to get up onto the backwash of Zach Morris, hoping that he can sit there, conserve a little bit of energy, and the boys will take it to a sprint
You've got
finish.
to trust your instinct at this point, so you've got to be assertive, but you also need to know that you've got another gear to give, and that's what's going to be going through the minds of our top 4 athletes, our top 4 teams in the Open Men's Board Relay Championship of Australia, who are well clear these 4 of the rest of the field at this stage. Couple of waves coming up to contend with, but they might be past them at the moment. It might only start to come for maybe 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Oh, have a look at this. So it's Zach Morris in 1 doing all the hard work. He is the hunted at the moment. And it's Wes Gould, interestingly enough, that's absolutely bridging that gap. He's getting close to Zach Morris, but unfortunately he's bringing 2 Burleigh clubs along for the ride as well. So the club will be a little bit happy-sad with this result at the moment. Wes Gould, though, he's fighting for that silver medal, and he's got to give himself every chance. That's going to hurt the Burleigh boys a little bit there. That's now opened up a great little lead for Zach Morris. So that's what happens if you're too conservative, right? Wes Gould gets under that wave. The Burleigh boys getting pinned by that little wave on that back bank. Not too much consequence, but it's pulled them up a little bit there. So that gap now has stretched back out to, I'm going to say, maybe 10, 15 metres or so at the moment, but certainly not by any stretch of the imagination. It's over. This race is on.
So Northcliffe won last year. Burleigh Heads the 3 years before that. So they have got the form in terms of the history, and they will want to add another one to the record books here today on one of the most prestigious team events, the Open Men's Board Relay. It's always one you want to win. And Northcliffe, look at the margin we are seeing right now. 2, 3 and 4. They're going to have to get moving, and they're going to have to start bridging up quickly if they want to be in a chance for the gold medal and to stand on top of that podium.
Yeah, look at that now. Zach Morris just has a little bit of a look over his right shoulder. He can see the lead that he's got. He knows that the only thing standing between him and a gold medal right now is that 3rd and final can with this run back to the beach. Now, Burleigh have sat there, though, for a long time beside Wes Gould. If they want to contend for a win here, they've got to get up on the knees and start pushing. At the moment, they've just been very content sitting in beside Wes Gould, and he's been doing all the work at the moment. So Morris out in 1 at the moment. Gould for Northcliffe Team C, I believe, in 2, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 3 and 4 at the moment. That is a very big lead for Zach Morris. He'll be just absolutely praying to all his lucky stars for a wave right about now, I'd say. Have a look out here. Little bit of a wave on offer for a couple of our competitors. I don't know if they're going to get it. Wes Gould gets a great lift from this, but it looks like Zach Morris is going to pull down this one. It's not big. It's not big. I don't think it will take him all the way through, so he's going to have to keep working on this all the way through the gutter and just hope that there's not a big set out the back, and just like that, the 3 teams are on a wave.
They certainly are, and he's probably got a little bit more than what he thought out of this, Zach Morris. So it's the same team as last year that won the gold, the same 3 looking to defend their title. Are they going to hang on here, or are they going to be joined by the other second of the Northcliffe teams and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, who've got more wins recently overall? But Northcliffe are the defending champions. He's got a 20-metre lead. It's going down to 10. He's bunny hopping. Is he going to hold on here, Paulie? What do you reckon?
Oh, he's up and going. He's worked so hard. Morris will be fatiguing. Corey Fletcher is there. He's very fresh. They're up and across the beach. They've stayed on their feet. Morris goes down. Fletcher is up. Fletcher is up. He's going for it. Oh, apologies. It's not Fletcher.
Nathan
it's Nathan J. Oh, there I thought it was Corey Fletcher. It's Nathan J. Unbelievable. Playing spoiler in the final stages of the Open Men's Board Relay Final. It'll be Morris. Oh, he'll be devastated with that. A silver medal is nothing to be devastated about, but what a come-from-behind paddle that was there from the boy from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. That was unbelievable.
Oh, unbelievable. And if you've ever wanted to see someone want something more, you cannot look past Nathan J's last run up for the 3rd leg, and he got absolutely swamped by the Burleigh boys at the end. What a performance it's been, and I tell you what, ecstatic, and he just wants to lay down for a little bit. We're no doubt going to get a chat with him, but what a big crew, what an exceptional performance it's been, and they left it right till the end. You wouldn't have picked it, Paulie, but they got it done.
I couldn't believe what we were watching, but Zach Morris just led that from start to finish. He worked so hard the whole way through. He got a little bit of a runner through that gutter. I didn't think it was going to take him all the way to the beach, but nonetheless, he stayed up on that stroke rate, desperately trying to get into the beach, only to be joined in the final stages there with Nate J, who would have been much more fresh from wash riding around the course. And then he just absolutely blistering pace there from Nate J. That was unbelievable racing. That was some of the best finals racing we've seen in years.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch, and you can see just how much those leads did change. Benny Highfield on screen there in the second leg.
Benny Highfield.
And talk about using the free speed, and this is the stumble. This is the stumble that we saw earlier on, but it's... Well, on paper, it's the D team who's got the win, so I don't think they've actually graded it necessarily. We're calling it the D team, but Taj Andrews, Benny Highfield, and Nathan J, Australian champions. Wow, look at that. So he stayed, he just kept his arms up high, tried to keep his hips up, and then it was just desperation stations. Didn't even look back. Normally you see them glance around, but he had one eye on the finish line, and we are going to go down to Harold, who is with our new Australian Open Men's Board Relay champions.
Desperation was that key word, but I want to just start it off with Taj, because we saw you on that first changeover. There was nothing but sheer pain in your eyes when you're coming through that transition.
Yeah, Harold, I don't even know. I'm pretty speechless. Like, I went into this, I had one job. I just didn't want to let my team down. Like, these two boys work hard day in, day out, and I just didn't want to let them down, so that's why I sprinted that transition so hard, left nothing in the tank.
The tank was fully empty. It was the same too with you, Betty. Really strong, kept your feet the whole way out, strong through that bank, and then we were just able to hold on to that last wave to come you through with that first changeover. Was that the job that you needed to do?
Yeah, definitely. My job was just to tag Nath in the same place Taj did, and just tried to be super composed out there. Once I got on the back bank, I just wanted to have a look at what was going on, and then just chase it in the best I could, and I knew if I got Nath up there, he'd be a chance.
So pressure is a privilege. You go into the water that equal first. Zach Morris gets out to it probably a 10, 15 metre lead. It looked like the race was over, and then all of a sudden, just dead water in front, and then you just drop the hammer.
Oh, yeah, I got lucky with the wave then, and I love a sprint finish, but, yeah, two boys beside me did so much hard work, so there's no way I was letting them down.
Now, you were the first one up on your feet. Was it a bit of a gamble, or was just you tried to be the first one up through there and just trying to hold that feet as much as possible?
I wasn't thinking, I just did. Yeah, if I think it, doesn't end up well, so, yeah.
So you've blacked out, then you've come across the line as the Australian champions. Who do you need to thank?
Oh, everyone from Burleigh. Parents, especially those two boys, they did all the hard work, especially Kingy. Yeah, he's helped us tremendously.
That's it. And Taj, lastly, Andrew's name is the fabric of the Burleigh club at the moment. How important is this, and how emotional are you about this big win?
Oh, look, it means so much. Like, I've won so many board relays with younger boys in the age groups, but just unbelievable that I can get it done in the Opens, and with the support from all these guys, like my dad's coach, Kingy the coach, just everyone in the Burleigh crew, just like so much love and respect for everyone. I'm over the moon. I'm speechless.
That is, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Open Male Board Relay Australian champions, the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park 18.
Great work, Harold, and really good to see the emotion, the reaction from the three boys there. And you wouldn't have picked it to be that team, but Taj Andrews, Benny Highfield and Nathan Jay with an incredible leg. They all played their role to perfection to be the Open Men's Board Relay Champions of Australia. As we have a look at it here, the bunny hopping got up early. It wasn't necessarily the wrong decision, but you can just see how much, obviously, maybe just slightly less pipe holes, but he just had that knee lift, got the arms up nice and high, ripped and teared and put the gap he needed in, and they weren't going to chase him down from here.
No, unbelievable scenes there. You're exactly right. Zach Morris did everything right. He had to get up and try and bunny hop and get in front of it, but it was just a couple of stumbles, to be honest, from both of them. Nath had a bit of a stumble, Zach had a bigger stumble, and then Nath stayed on his feet, and just like that, Australian champions. So I'd love to know when the last time a D team from a club won an Australian gold medal.
Yeah, I tell you what,
that
I don't think it...
I mean, you hear
of
B times, occasionally potentially C teams, but yeah.
Even C.
Even C is pretty...
so far-fetched, you would think, but wow. That was something else. We have a look at the official results here. What a race we've just seen here at the Aussies, the Open Men's Board Relay Final. And that was incredible. Taj Andrews, Benny Highfield, Nathan Jay, top of the podium. And that one might take a while to sink in, but they will be talking about that and remembering that for a very, very long time. And it's Matty Bevilacqua, Mitch and Zach Morris, Northcliffe Team A ahead of Northcliffe Team B to round out the podium. So Burleigh Heads 1 and 4, Northcliffe 2 and 3. So they're pretty evenly matched. Alexandra Headland there in 5th place. So they were right up on the pace all the way through there. They were the bronze medalists last year, but very, very close. Burleigh Heads, Surfers Paradise, Wanda weren't too far away in the end. Swansea Belmont put themselves in the hunt early, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Have we said all 4 teams yet? Yep, all 4 in the top 10. So incredible racing.
Yeah, that's unbelievable from Burleigh Heads there, and just had a quick shot on screen there. 4 of Kingy congratulating all the boys. They're the special memories, aren't they? Like, for a club, when, not to say that they're obviously 3 unbelievable paddlers, but when D teams are winning gold medals at the Australian Championships, that's an event that Burleigh will probably talk about on the Sunday Arvo when they're reflecting on what will no doubt be a very successful campaign.
It's obviously a big focus for him to make it a big part of the culture for them to stay around a long time, and want them to not feel like a chore, the training. And they certainly create an environment that is very, very easy and comfortable to be in, and obviously lifelong friends are being made because of it. As we have a look at the ocean and what it's got to offer here today, the Aussie Championships in the race we've just seen, the Open Men's Board Relay. It's really interesting to watch the momentum shifts. It happens 3, 4, 5 times. I can't remember a couple of days where it can shift so much just with little runners.
Yes.
Because they're coming up, they're dropping off, they're coming up, they're dropping off. Obviously, you see big sets out the back and bringing fields together, but we're having a look at the under-17 male board relay quarter-final number 4 on screen at the moment. And it looks like Swansea Belmont and Grange, South Australia, I believe that is, on the northern side, who are going to try and get ahead here. So the under-17 at the most northern arena, so the conditions you would think could be slightly different, but we'll get a bit of a read on it here as these two teams come through in a relatively comfortable position here in quarter-final number 4.
Yeah, the boys paddling along nicely there. That'll be the Grange Team A. So Bobby Burford would have led off the team for that Team A at Grange. There is the current Adelaide under-17 board race champion. I believe he's even won a couple of open board races down there in Adelaide. So he's a one to watch and a star for the future, no doubt. So we can see the boys there running around. They're looking pretty casual, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is a third leg.
Yes.
Yeah, we've
I think
worked
that's
it out
fair
now.
to
It's
say.
fair to say. They're across. They're happy.
So I'll tell you what, Swansea Belmont and Dickey Beach, it's hard to pick the difference between those two caps.
It is very hard.
Yes, that's pretty comfortable work. This is quarterfinal number 4. So far, we'll go through the results from the quarterfinals we have seen for this under-17 male board relay. It was Ocean Grove Team A and B going 1 and 2, so they're obviously doing something special in Ocean Grove. That was in the first quarterfinal. Burleigh Heads Team A were 3rd, ahead of Redhead, Trig Island, Wanda, Northcliffe, Papamoa, New Zealand. Elliot Heads just in 9th there, and then we go to quarterfinal 2, Maroochydore, Alexandra Headland, this is in order, Currumbin, Sorrento, North Burleigh, Avoca Beach, Alex Headland, Mullaloo, rounding 1 to 8 there, in quarterfinal 3, North Burleigh B team, Coogin B and A, 2nd and 3rd there, North Cottesloe, Warilla Barrack Point, Marangi Bay, Cronulla and Wanda Team B, and quarterfinal 4, which we're seeing and about to finalise right now. Looks like a bit of a tricky section to get through as well. A few potholes and
a lot of noticeable potholes there, which would be an absolute nightmare for the ankles in the 17 boys arena. I was down there yesterday, and I love to see such a vast or variety of diverse clubs in those 17 boys boards, and a lot from across the ditch in New Zealand. We saw a lot from Marangi Bay, Amanu.
It's actually, there's a lot of WA clubs. It seems to be quite a strong prominence from WA as well in the under-17 men's arena. But as we know, the Aussies, the spiritual home is on the Gold Coast. There's been more additions to the Aussies here in the Gold Coast than any other location. There's good reason for it. So much to do, so much to see out of the competition as well. I know a lot of our time is spent under the club tent, but make sure you do check out all that the Gold Coast has to offer, because it is such a beautiful part of the world. When you do come once, you do definitely want to come back many more times again. See those beautiful aerial shots there on the right of your screen, and the Aussies, the under-17 arena on the left, the under-17 male board relay. We're at the very early stages though, so we're only up to the quarters with our semis still to come, and I'd imagine they're going to be running straight through these. I reckon they're going to go straight through to the semis and finals. They might not even give them as much rest as the opens, because they're only running one area in the under-17s. And we are going to head to a break, and we'll be back with you shortly with all the action from the Aussies.
Dear Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Do you like and surf?
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
Australia has over 50,000 kilometres of coastline. Despite performing thousands of rescues each year, surf lifesavers can't be everywhere. So stop, look for the red and yellow flags. All for signs like these. Always assess the conditions based on your own abilities. To help us out, Surf Life Savings created the beach passport. So before you go into the water, stop, look, and stay alive.
He's drowning!
Oh, look at him go!
Swim between the flags, bro!
Speaking of saving, Step 1 and Surf Life Saving Australia have partnered to make these. They've even added these two flags to remind you to swim between them. And $5 from each pair will be donated to Surf Life Saving Australia to help keep our beaches safer. So buy them online at step1.life.
Step 1! Get up!
Well, welcome back to the Australian Surf Life Saving Championship. So we've just seen the quarterfinals in the under-17 male board relay. We're going to move straight into semi-finals, we believe, here as well, as the conditions have changed quite considerably since this morning on the beach there. But we'll bring you those semi-finals very soon. Looks like we got a couple of burly teams who will be motivated, no doubt, by their open men's result. Their start list now on screen for semi-final 1. Coogin Headland going here, Warilla Barrack Point, Warrnambool, Manly Team B, Trick Island Team A, Maroochydore, Mullaloo. Then we go over the page to Morangi Bay, New Zealand, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Team A and B, and Sorrento, Cronulla, Ocean Grove Team B, Grange Team A from South Australia, Redheads, and Currumbin. So that's your under-17 male board relay semi-final number 1. But we are going to do a bit of a change in commentary teams before we get this one underway. But plenty of action is still to look forward to as the boys line up. We will see you guys later. And Nathan Breen and Matt Poole out. And we'll bring in
Liam and Jen.
Liam and Jen.
You guys,
they're here. They're ready to go.
Gracing the airwaves.
Welcome back. Liam Ryan here, Jen Parry to join as well. We are just waiting for the start in this under-17 male board relay semi-final number 1 on the line. The boys are just getting their instructions, last few instructions from their teammates, from the officials, from the starters before they get underway. But it's been a hot day of racing on the beach so far. Some great conditions on offer, some tricky conditions on offer, and all of our athletes have been negotiating that expertly throughout this morning's racing. So boys still just looking calm, no one's too stressed yet, just getting the last few paddlers in place. Some of the boys do tend to drag their feet getting down to the start line from the tent, much to the anger of the officials, but we will get there eventually. And I am now joined by Jen Parry. Welcome, Jen.
Hello. So excited to be back here. I've just actually been down in this arena, the blue and white arena for the under-17 boys. It's a really tough arena to run because so many of the athletes down there, even though it is an arena exclusively for the under-17 boys, there's so many athletes who are racing up in the 19s, in the opens. It's a tough slog down there, a lot of weights, a lot of breaks, but the officials, the athletes, the team managers working together really well to move things along, and the fact that we are now ready for some board relays, I know that they'll be ready, they'll be firing, and here we go.
And we're going to now cross down to Harold for a little update from the beach. Harold?
Wind's got a little bit yuck. It's really, really heavy. Sun is out. Still a beautiful day. Conditions are a little bit awkward, so we might just pan around. So what we can see through here, we've got this really sort of deep-ish gutter. So the guys will be wanting a really, really heavy skim start through there. Bank is a little bit shallow. But what we might actually do is just check in with one of the athletes to watch as we get through to Sunday. I'm just going to bring in the man with the pick togs. So here we've got the big guy, Kobe Sims. I watched the Taplin earlier this morning from the boys. Did you end up making the final?
No, we didn't. Just missed out.
Yeah, because it was a really, really tough competition.
Yeah, there's heaps of boys here, heaps of good boys that are giving us a run for money. Hey.
Now tell us, what are your favourite things about being here at the Australian titles?
Just catching up with some mates you don't really see often that are from like South Australia, Western Australia, Queensland, and just racing against all of them, like good racing.
Great racing. Now yourself, you're progressing nicely, strong swimming, strong board paddling. How's your work on the ski going?
Yeah, pretty well. A lot of things I can work on, but going pretty well at the moment.
And your public speaking?
Not that good enough.
No, it's getting much, much better. All right, talk to us through the squad. Who have we got here in the 17s to hang out with?
Max Miller, Baxter Devine, Jimmy Down, Mac Elliott. There's a lot of us boys here this year, which is good. And we're all staying together, which is even better.
No trouble at night?
Nah, not at the moment.
Not at the moment. It's because the guys have still got a lot of days of action to go. So today is Friday. Saturday, they're all going to try and make their way through to these finals on Sunday, but we've got board relay semi-finals for the under-17s coming up.
Thank you, Harold, and great work, Kobe Sims. We're ill at Barrack Point. We are just waiting for a little adjustment to this under-17 males arena on the course. The officials are just doing their best to make sure it is an even course, so all the boys have the best run of the start and finish. No one is unfairly disadvantaged on that start line, because that is a point of contention later on if it doesn't go your way. So the officials are just trying to make sure everything is fair to start. So we are just going to be waiting for them to get underway. But yeah, like we said earlier, these under-17 boys, they've been doing a lot. These are the age groups that fill up those 19s and open teams. So they will be doing the 17s board relay, the 19s board relay, the open board relay, and then coming back and doing the 17s Taplin, 19 Taplin, open Taplin. Lucky they're young, Jen, because I don't think some of our more seasoned athletes would be able to cope with that much racing.
Oh, it's a lot out there, and even just wandering around the beach, you know, as you go up and down between arenas, you have a chat to the coaches, to the officials, and those familiar faces as they make their way around. And the joke is always, oh yeah, I'm just getting my steps up for the day. And I think they absolutely should count for double when you are in the soft sand as well. So we've got a gorgeous shot out towards the beach there. Lots of action all the way along North Kira Beach here, in the boats a little further along. They are down at Tugun today, and if you like yourself some surfboat action, great news, they have a separate live stream running. If you jump onto YouTube, search SLSA, you will find the live stream for the boats. And in great news, tomorrow we will have 3 live streams in action again. Tomorrow we will have the open competition, the boats, and also the beach flag. So if you like some flags, beach stream just for you tomorrow. And just while I've got the talking stick, Liam, before I hand it back, a shout out to the incredible beachies yesterday in those beach sprint finals. An incredible day of racing culminating in some incredible wins. Asher Ward from Northcliffe back-to-back in the from Northcliffe in the open men. And then it was Brianna Irving from Waikanae. Wonderful to see her, the Kiwi, coming through. And because she is an international competitor racing for her international home club, Talia Sunderland from Currumbin will actually take out an Aussie gold medal as well. Talia's had a fantastic season, actually took out the beach flags at the Queensland Championships, and now showing her versatility with a gold medal, a national gold medal in the beach sprints here at Aussies.
And she now goes in with the chance of doing that elusive double, the beach sprint and beach flag double. So we'll keep an eye on that one tomorrow, the beach flag Coliseum. I love it down there. Everyone gets to be so close to the action. The intensity builds across that event, one knocked out at a time until we get down to that final two. So that will be on tomorrow, Saturday, for our beach flags events. But we are gearing closer and closer to a start here for our under-17 males. The course is just being shortened a little bit due to the high tide. So these boys will be liking that, I think, a lot of them. I don't want to paddle that far. It's been a big few days.
That was a complaint this morning down there, and a lot of boys just querying, how far? How far is it out to that first can? And the officials were saying 250 metres. We've done the measuring. They made the confirmation. But just while we've got a little bit of extra time and while we're talking about beaches, Liam, I feel we need to start talking now because I'm not emotionally ready. Number one, for a season without Ali Day, but number two, for a season without EJ Forsyth, the absolute queen of the beach. She put an incredible post up a few days ago saying Aussies 2024 was the last time she put her clubby cap on. It was the longest time she'd gone without racing since she was about 6 years old. And this time she's going racing for the very, very last time for her team of Currumbin. She's chasing a 7th beach flag with a 7-month-old in tow. So Spencer's mum is going around the beach flags, and EJ Forsyth has been one of the absolute superstars I don't even say of beach racing, of surf life saving. She has done so much for her club. She's done incredible things for the Australian team as well. You talk about that elusive double. She's done that on the world stage. She's done that at a World Championships racing for Australia, and that is just absolutely unheard of. So going to start giving EJ some flowers early because I don't know if I'm going to be on being able to call those big flags finals tomorrow afternoon. So EJ, congratulations. Thank you. You're an absolute superstar. However she finishes here at this Aussies, the ride's been wonderful.
That's right. An absolute stalwart of the Flags Arena. I'm just looking at those historic results.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it?
It wasn't just 6 flag titles. It was 6 in a row.
Just phenomenal.
So that shows just how good she has been for so long, winning that first Open female flag title back in the 2017-18 season. So 2018 Aussies.
EJ.
All the way through to 2024. But we are gearing up for a start here in our 17 male board relay semi-final number 1. The boys are in the starters' hands, and we've had a nice even start there. No real difficulties. Our Ocean Grove competitor just slowing a little bit on the start, but out in front, Grange, Burleigh Heads, and Maroochydore probably getting the best of that start on screen. We see the bunny hopping taking place. It is a way for the boys to get across that kind of awkwardly deep water where it's too shallow to run, but it's a bit quicker to be up and moving with your feet. So the Burleigh Heads competitor has had the best of that start. They've got 2 teams in this, Burleigh Heads A and B, but we're looking out there and he's got a board length on them already.
Yeah, that's a really fantastic start. And I think you used the perfect word there. It's a really awkward depth. Do I stay on? Do I jump off? Do I bunny hop? Have the conditions changed since I did my warm-up? But the great news about having this area exclusively for the under-17s is that the boys are only racing down that way, unless they're racing up for other events. But they get used to the conditions. They get to watch the wave. They can see the bank shift over time. And you mentioned earlier Ocean Grove in the mix here. Wonderful to see 2 Ocean Grove teams in this semi-final, one in semi-final number 1 and a second one coming up in the race after. So excited to see what our Victorian friends can do. They've had an incredible championship so far across so many different clubs, starting off with those incredible results at the juniors. And as I say that, a Warrnambool cap appears on screen as well. Welcome to Warrnambool. And I think I saw in the mix there Jack Patel from Maroochydore. He's actually the Queensland under-17 ski champion, but a fantastic start for his team here in the boards.
That's right. And so we've still got out in front, it's Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park in 1, Warilla Barrack Point in 2, and that is the cap of Grange from South Australia sitting in 3rd place. So a great start from our Grange athlete. And we look back in the field and you see the boys have just formed this nice long straight line. So they're really trying to tuck in and work the wash of the paddler in front, similar to what you see in cycling where they're trying to get in that slipstream. The boys are doing the exact same. If they can sit on that wash right behind the board in front, they can conserve energy, get themselves around a little bit fresher to then try and accelerate on that run home to make up those places.
Absolutely, and great news in life-saving drafting is completely legal. There is no official about to come up, take you out of the course or put you in a penalty box. Drafting 100% okay by Surf Life Saving officials as the boys make their way through to that first turning can there. When we say that we're in the blue and white arena, that means that when the boys hit the beach, they'll be going around blue and white turning flags, and out here in the ocean, it's the blue and white cans that they have to paddle around.
Yeah, it really helps to stop the athletes from getting too confused with where they are. We've got 6 arenas on the beach, so if we had various different colours of buoys and turning flags, you would get confused so quickly, particularly when you move up and down the beach. But here we are, as the boys have made their turn back in towards the shore. I think they might have one more can to go around still, but we see that they're trying to now chase those runs. So they'll feel their board lift up a little bit, they'll accelerate. And you see now just the Warilla and Grange paddler. They've just had that run pull them up, and they got right onto the tail of the Burleigh Heads paddler. So it can very quickly now, as we head back into shore, really change up. And you've seen that field spread out. We've gone from being this really nice, tight line of paddlers to now they are spread. But currently, Burleigh Heads and Warilla have pulled up in front. So it is now clear 2 in front, Grange still in third. And that potentially could be a Currumbin cap sitting there as well in fourth.
I think that's Jack O'Brennan from Currumbin. He is listed as paddler number 1. As you can see, the boys coming into the wave arena. No one's jumping down that one just yet, but the boys would be looking behind quite a lot there. There you have 1, 2, 3, Grange, Warilla Barrack Point, and the black cap there. That is Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. And if you're seeing a few caps in the mix here that may be a little unfamiliar to you, if you're looking at a blue cap with a 1 red stripe, that is Morangi Bay from New Zealand. A big shout out to our friends across the ditch. Lots of Kiwi clubs contesting here the Australian Championship. So the blue cap with the red stripe, Morangi Bay.
And we've just seen now, we've had one paddler come off on that run there. So unfortunately for him, he's going to be working a bit harder. But we had 8 come through on that lead wave, but has now kind of dropped off. Another paddler becoming unstuck. It is now Coogin. Coogin have pulled their way through to the front. So that is Coogin Headland, potentially Tommy Truitt. He's listed as their first paddler. So Coogin has had a great start here. Further down, we've got 2 more, 3 now on this lead wave. Down the bottom, it looks like the Sorrento WA cap, and it is Warrnambool. What a board paddling club they are.
Yeah, Warrnambool, they've had an incredible carnival led by William Kerr from the under-14s, took out a big Aussie championship on Saturday afternoon. But here we go, 1, 2 and 3. This is a semi-final, so the top 8 to come through. That looks to be 6 on screen at the moment. So while it's wonderful to know who is up in that front pack, we are very interested to see who is on the wave behind, and that may be Currumbin coming in, and Patel from Maroochydore in the mix in 8th position, very, very close to the red zone.
That's right, and it looks like our lead 8 have really broken away from the rest of the field. So we saw them get that wave a little bit further out, then it spread again, but that was enough to distance themselves from 9, 10 and beyond. But we see now our lead 3 have all entered the water fairly close to each other. Next 3 coming around that turning flag together. But the boys, again, up and bunny hopping. That awkward depth on this tide is really challenging. And you can see, look at that as they come in that gutter. Look at the potholes.
Yeah.
You can see the lines of sand there in the deep water as well. So you see the different colours. They are potholes, very tricky to negotiate. But out in front, our lead 3 taken quite separate lines. They have spread themselves out a fair bit. Expect them to come together now. But Sorrento probably on the northern end, making the hardest move right now.
Yeah, that's interesting that there's a solid 20 metres from north to south there, splitting the field. Sorrento in the bright green cap, and Coogin Headland, they have the pale blue star. Wonderful to see them in the mix. And thinking of Sorrento, it's actually a very WA heavy field here. We've got Trigg Island Team A in the mix. Mullaloo is there as well with Sorrento. So a little bit of a WA State Championships here. It was wonderful following along those results from a month or 2 ago. Some incredible results, and I think Sorrento took out the overall point score there. So fantastic work, and what a fantastic shot here from our drone. That is your top 8 in the green water at the moment. A pack of 3, and then that lonely pair out the back, just trying to catch up on some wash, get some draft in, and hopefully make it a little easier for themselves. As we spoke earlier, it's a very, very long course, so anything that you can do to conserve some energy early that is the way to do it. And as I say that, deja vu to that open men's board relay where Nathan J timed that final run absolutely perfectly, dragged off Zach Morris the entire way through and just had the goods at the finish line. Unfortunately for Zach, a little stumble in that, as you said, that awkward depth. It's so hard to stay on your feet. Did see the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park D team take out the open men's board relay.
Yeah, that was an amazing finish and probably one of the best finishes I think we've seen in these last few days of racing. And it's really not over until that last paddler gets around. So what we're seeing now where we have a clear lead 8, look further back, there's another 7 paddlers coming through there. So
yeah, that pack there.
I really think at the moment it's our lead 3, probably very confident to make their way through, Sorrento, Coogin and Warrnambool, but everything else is still up for grabs. So, and look at, even when they've shortened this course, look how far out these boys have gone.
We're doing air quotes. It's a shorter course.
Wow, that is going to be a cause for discussion on that finish line. I think a lot of those boys will be saying how far it is, but Sorrento's still in front, and we've seen Warrnambool and Coogin come together now. So they're going to paddle side by side, really wanting that inside line around that apex can. It is the shortest line, and it gives you the first chance to get onto those runners.
And it looks to be Coogin, that is the white cap with the pale blue star. They are definitely, agitating there to get that inside line. You can see all of the boys now down on their stomach. And that's a really wise move out the back as we see someone just going for a little warm-up in the foreground there. Something that a lot of the competitors have been talking about is just how strong the wind is out the back. It is really tough out there.
That's right. And we're looking back, we've seen our next 3 paddlers, so those 4 through to 6, Warrilla, Burleigh and Grange. So they are sitting 4th, 5th and 6th respectively, but still clear out in front. Sorrento has put 2 board lengths onto 2nd and 3rd. We see our Coogin paddler. He's electing to stay on his stomach a little bit longer, but now up on his knees. Most of these paddlers you will see up on their knees. They can get a little bit more drive and momentum, but we will see a couple that elect to stay on their stomach the whole way. And it's a very different skill set. But we're starting to see some swell building here, Jen. And can these leaders come onto it? 3 different lines again. Sorrento pushing. He's down. So that is really going to give them a very handy lead. We're looking back out 2nd and 3rd and now chasing that next swell. But look at this. Look at him work that run. He's kept the rating nice and high, keeping that board going. He's pushing to try and make it over the next one. Just off the back, and he's going to keep that rating. He's not letting up, so they really want it. Coogin, it looks like, has pulled a nice little run, and Warrnambool just missing that 3rd wave. So we're expecting to now see Coogin and Sorrento come in quite close to each other, with Warrnambool dropping back now a bit further in 3rd place all by himself. But it's going to be 1 and 2. Coogin actually now with the best run of it. So how much has that changed in the space of 30 seconds?
That was incredible. And I did want to give the Sorrento 2nd paddler, who's listed as Hudson Doherty Gardner, he has not let up his stroke rate the entire way around. He led that the whole way. He did a phenomenal job, just unfortunately in not as great a position as Coogin Headland on the way through. But for both of these teams, no dramas at all. Very safe in that top 2 for now. But again, the advantage of being in this area just for the under-17s, they get to do it again. He'll take something from this race, he will learn. And he's actually hit that blue and white flag absolutely perfectly. He does not have any distance left to run at all. But the advantage for Coogin, he was happy to do a little bit of extra run because he went with the ocean where he saw that the bank was a little shallower and more likely to pick up a wave.
That's right. And I was looking now just back in that team list for Sorrento WA. Robbie Duffy through to the semi-final a bit later today. Kostya Rogoski,
yeah, what a
4th
superstar.
in the under-15 board race in a run up the beach. So he's racing up in these 17s. So we've got a younger paddler coming up, but what a start from the Sorrento boys. Coogin out in front, Sorrento in 2, and we see our Warrnambool 2nd paddler making his way around the flags now. 2 more on the beach up and running, 2 more behind. So that's looking like it is taking us through to our top 7.
Top 7 and 2 on a wave, 1 right behind them as well. This is going to be super, super tight for that 8th and final place, especially as some of the boys do look like they are having a little bit of drama just in those shallows there. And Lee, as you pointed out earlier, it looks like ripples along the bottom, and that's just, deep sand, shallow sand, deep sand, shallow sand. I know for the swimmers when we say, you know, when do you know when to stand up on the way home? If there's no waves bringing you in, you just have to swim the whole way. The rule of thumb is that you have to touch the bottom 3 times before you get up and run, because first, second might just be a little false bottom there and it's a little tough. But have a look at this. Kudjin Headland taking a very different tack on the way out. It's going to be very interestingly to see if he's calculated this perfectly, if he's seen something that we haven't, or if the Sorrento paddler, who is a solid, 30 metres down to the northern end, is in the better position.
Yeah, you start to think, has the Kudjin paddler spotted the middle turning can and is heading for that? We hope he hasn't. Hopefully he recognised and brings himself back across. But look at this wave sitting up. Both boys having to lean back, get the nose up over that whitewash to get over it. Warrnambool, by the time heat's got to him, no real concern. One more for Kudjin. Unfortunately, he's had to sit and pop. He has negotiated that great, but Sorrento, that has allowed him to come forwards with a wave building. Kudjin and Warrnambool there together, and we look back and it is the next 4, maybe 5 paddlers. So lead 8 going through this semi-final, and it is still our lead, Sorrento, Kudjin and Warrnambool, out in front since paddler number 1, and we are now on our 3rd and final paddler in this one.
3rd and final paddlers in the water, and again the advantage of being in that second semi-final is that they'll be watching this race and going, do I go where Kudjin goes? Do I go where Sorrento went? And such an advantage. And I was just thinking, Leah, about what you were saying before with those younger paddlers coming through. If you've just done under 15s, not only are you a little bit tired because you've had 2 big days of racing over the weekend, they don't quite have the experience that the other boys do on this larger craft. They're only a few years off nipper boards. They're on the mals now. You probably don't quite have that stamina in your legs just yet. So they're doing an incredible job for all of our juniors who've, you know, got their bronze medallion. They're able to race up. They're able to be here and part of the Aussie Championships as Sorrento takes a sneaky little look back. Buddy, believe me, you're doing fine. Nothing to worry about. Just get through in that top 8. Let's get you and your teammates through to the final in the under 17 board relay.
That's right. And we look further back now to that 2nd and 3rd, and Warrnambool has brought himself right back up into contention with our Kudjin paddler. It is still Sorrento with a 30-40 metre lead there. He's made his turn around the 3rd can. We can see him angling in towards our 2nd can, angling in towards our 3rd and final can, now starting to chase these runs. Kudjin and Warrnambool coming around together. They're going to be looking back, seeing the distance. We see both boys check over their shoulder, looking to where 4th place is. That will give them a bit of information as to how hard do they have to work on this run home. Can they coast a little bit easier, or do they have to get that rating right up? What I do like to see, though, is that none of these boys really are going to let up that much until they're on the sand. We've seen from time and time again how much that lead can change on that way in. And as I say, that Sorrento just getting on a couple of these runners, he's really kept that lead going on our 2nd and 3rd. It is now Warrnambool up into 2nd, Kudjin now in 3rd. So that's a little seesaw battle there from the boys. They're not going to be concerned, though, because it's 8 going through.
Yeah.
2nd, 3rd, it doesn't matter. You're making that final. So as long as they can keep that distance from 4th place, they will be quite happy with where they are.
Absolutely. You don't get extra points for winning your semi-final, whether you're 1st or 8th. As long as you've got your foot on the line, that is the beauty of surf. We reset the table and we say, if you would like a gold medal, line up now, do your best. But for Sorrento, fantastic paddling out in front, and especially when the course is as long as it is, when the conditions are as tough as they are. And remembering that for most of them, they are on day 3 of racing. So they've been around the cairns quite a few times already. If there's an opportunity to take a little bit of a beat, take a breather, but have a look at that. This is where the pressure starts to build. So Sorrento, absolutely fine. Way out in front. Warrnambool looks like he's about to be swallowed up by another 4 competitors. Make that 3 because someone's just gone off the back.
That was the Kudjin paddler. So just as we said, it is not over in this arena until you are on the sand. We have seen 3 come through onto a wave. Kudjin has lost it, and all of a sudden Warrnambool's off the back. So it's Maroochydore and Burleigh Heads who have brought themselves pretty much all the way back to Sorrento, who was leading by 40, 50 metres coming into that break. So how much it is changing here, but Sorrento has done a great job just to push himself a little bit further out in front. He's going to work this little double up, goes to his stomach, it's a safer position, makes his way over the whitewash. Great little bit of skill there.
That is textbook. That's absolutely perfect.
And then, but we look further back, Maroochydore has come from the clouds into 2nd place. So that's been a great run from the 3rd Maroochydore paddler. That's Maroochydore Team A coming around. Potentially Ari Grieg is listed as their third paddler. So that's been a great work from Maroochydore to get themselves through into second. A lot of relief from him. He looks happy with that. Big smile on his face as he sees the boys. They'll be happy as well, knowing that they will be going through into that final a little bit later today. And we're coming back now, and it is Sorrento out in first. He is jogging over quite easily. So that's a great semi-final win from the boys from WA.
Yeah, fantastic work. And it was actually the team from Trig who took out that state championship for WA, Ocean Grove. We mentioned them earlier. They are the Victorian champions. So that is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
6, 7.
Oh, gosh. Georgia Miller's going to love you
Grange.
so much.
So there's Grange coming through in 7. And this is looking like Trig Island Team A coming through in number 8.
Fantastic work for Trig, the WA champions, making their way up and around. Remembering that this is semi-final number 1 of 2. Fantastic work for the boys as they make their way up and around the blue and white arena. And the great news is, as I said earlier, the athletes, the team managers, the officials working really hard to push this arena along. We know how many races we have on the program today. It's rather aspirational, but we're determined to get through as many as we can. And have a look at this. Heat number 2 is already in the water. And as we mentioned earlier,
just a reminder, we do have the surf boat stream happening as well. So surf boats are going. It is a separate stream, but Heat 2 is currently in the water. We will cross back to that in a moment. While Harold is getting set up, I will start to get this run sheet going in Heat 2's. Coogin out in front at the moment. Looks like North Cottesloe sitting there in second, North Burleigh in third, but Harold is ready now. So Harold, we are here with our winner of semi-final number 1.
And if you can hear that, this is not smiling faces, this is windy faces. What just happened with the wind, H? This is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's just, there's no wind before, now it's just picked up all over out of a sudden. So it's definitely changing the conditions.
Similar to home a little bit though at Sorrento?
Yes, very similar. We train in this like every day pretty much, so kind of feels like home, I guess.
So board relay, under 17s, you've qualified through for the final.
Yeah.
Who was in your team just before?
I had Robbie and Kostya. It's good having Kostya, he's from under 15, so good to bring him up. So yeah, it was good.
Have you got one more big effort left in you? Surely, something's there.
Yeah, got a little bit left in the tank, so hopefully we can get something good out of it.
State titles, how did this team go?
This team was actually not the state titles team. Kostya wasn't in it, so, but we got him like 4th, I think, so, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Good so far. So Hudson from Sorrento looking strong. The under-17s semi-final number 2 coming up for the board relay. And they're going to see the fluoro green cap of Sorrento coming up very shortly in the final. Anyone you want to shout out back home out west?
Just everyone at home, and shout out to Boothie. He just...
The legend.
Yeah, legend.
Nice. All right, there we go. Big H from Sorrento. From this H over to the next heat.
Thank you, Harold. And if Sorrento keep doing well, have a look for them Sunday night. The club song is a phenomenal experience, so check out for that. But we're back here with our first paddler in semi-final number 2, and we have 5 now on that front wave. So 5 on our lead wave, 1 coming off, 2 coming off, so it is now 3, 2. So we are down to 2 who have been able to connect that through that deep water now into the shore break. So 2 on our lead wave, Coogin Headland and North Burleigh. So great paddle there from those 2 boys. We have 2 North Burleigh teams, so I'm just going to try pick up who that is coming through. That does look like Kobe. No, sorry. Is that Bede Cosgrove from North Burleigh? That could be North Burleigh Team B and Coogin Headland there. So great paddle from the opening boys. Going around the killer bees at the moment for North Burleigh. They are always up and about to show that A-team if they can beat them and how good it is when they do. So second paddlers now on the line getting ready. It is Coogin Headland tagging in 1. North Burleigh heading off in 2. And then we still haven't seen that third paddler. So just how much distance you can put into someone, Jen, from those skills in that gutter.
Yeah, and it's really tough out there. I saw that one of the athletes who fell off was Kingston Lowe from Mermaids Beach, and Mermaid took out the Queensland Championship. They actually won a slew of team races down there, and Kingston is the defending board race champion in this age group as well. So if he's not holding on to these waves, it really shows how tough the conditions are. And if you look at that now, we had, I think, 8, then 7, then 6, then 5, then 2 on that waves. And now back in the ocean, that's 2 out in front, 4, 6, 8, 9 and 10 coming in together. So this is definitely a much tighter race than what we saw in semi-final number 1. So for those boys who are out the back as well, and you can see the speed immediately pick up, those fresh legs coming through, they would know the pressure that they're under. They've done the sums. They've got their teams cheering them as well. They know that they have to absolutely motor, but very different for Coogin Headland out in front at the moment as North Burleigh tries to gap the distance there, tries to get on some wash.
Yeah, and the boys further back would have watched that first semi-final and seen how quickly it can change as well. So they really want to be making sure they get as much of a lead as they can for that second and third paddler, because it is really going to be whoever gets that first crack at that wave and those runners is likely going to do the best, but it's still not over right to the end. We see our lead 2 just having to negotiate a little bit of whitewash as they make their way through that back break. But Coogin is now through that. You see him get into the green water, so that's the deeper water. It's a safe zone. He moves to his belly. That will conserve his legs for the run home when he tries to accelerate again. But North Burleigh still just unable to close that gap.
Yeah, the boys had a quite nice run out there. There's a little bit of whitewater that they needed to get through, but for most of it, this has just been an absolute slog. So they will be hoping for something on the way home, but they're really putting a lot of distance on the rest of the field at the moment. North Burleigh hasn't been able to catch Coogin Headland, so they're both effectively paddling by themselves at the moment. So really tough conditions out there. As we said, it is a long course. You can see the waves, the swell, and the wind starting to push across these boys. And it's really tough. We're at the halfway point of the Open Championships for the Aussies, and we've had a very different program than what we first anticipated. Wednesday was a very short day. We got through mainly all of the swim qualifiers and the surf teams. Yesterday, we had that later start. To be fair, we also had a later finish, starting to lose the light at the end of the day. And so for these boys, they know that for Friday and Saturday, they're going to have a mammoth amount of races to get through. So it's not just this race that we're thinking about or the final for this event. It's how am I going to feel on Sunday afternoon come those big finals. So yes, if you can race smart right now, that will pay dividends in 2 days' time.
That's right. The Aussie titles, the Open Aussie titles, 5 days. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah,
right?
We say that all the time.
They are going to be going around the can so many times that they can't burn all their matches in one race. If you're going to, it has to be your last race.
Yep.
But unfortunately for the boys, there's 2 more days of racing beyond this. So plenty of times to go around the cans. But we look, North Burleigh has closed that gap just a little bit. Coming around that apex can, a little bit more. We see our next 3, so lead 5 have made their turn on the second can. We then have a group of 2 space and then another 2. That's going to take our lead 9. But we cast our eyes further back and we have through to 13 heading around the cans at the moment. But out in front, Coogin electing to stay in his stomach, but getting a great little run coming through. It is Mermaid in 3, second North Burleigh team in 4, Swansea Belmont 5, Manly, Alex Headland and North Cottesloe. So another WA club, the all-white of North Cottesloe, coming around there as well. So great paddling by the boys a little bit further back as they make their way through to this back break where time and time again we have seen races get upended.
Absolutely. And we had a great shot before where we saw the IRBs and the jet skis both in shot there. So a shout out to all of our Powercraft officials, keeping everyone safe as Coogin Headland works. And yes, he gets a nice drop down and hopefully, you see, he's still got to work really hard just to stay on these. But he'll take any advantage that he can right now. And I guess the benefit is once you're in a wave as well, if it's a little bit further out, if you're in that deeper water, you can also start to angle back towards where you want to land on the beach. And that is what these 2 teams will do right now. Fantastic work, the under-17 board relay. This is semi-final number 2, and that is Mermaid Beach on the green board, closest to the bottom of your screen. North Cott having a field day in these conditions as Coogin comes off.
Oh, so like we have said, it is not over till that third paddler gets his feet on the sand. So currently, North Burleigh has had the best run through that gutter there as we approach the shore break. Mermaid on a run. Coogin luckily has recovered, but Mermaid now, with the most southern line coming in, has the best run as he cuts back across. Some great little surf skills. North Burleigh electing to go to his stomach. Backstraps is always safest, particularly as you go over those little double ups can get quite tricky. So now we have 2 different leaders. North Burleigh B team out in front. Mermaid there as well. They look calm and collected. Coogin will be on the wave behind. They just see that awkward distance. You see the handlers. It's knee deep, then all of a sudden it's waist deep, it's ankle deep. So the boys are trying to run the board all the way into shore. We see Mermaid just stumbling. So North Burleigh now out in front as he makes his way around the turning flags in this blue and white arena. But a great little second paddle from North Burleigh. Mermaid in 2. And we're just waiting to spot that Coogin paddler come through in 3.
Yeah, what a topsy-turvy finish to that leg we saw. Really difficult conditions out there, even though when we look at a shot like this, you go, oh, it's a lovely day. It looks fairly calm. Very, very deceiving as the boys are up and on their feet again. And I'm sure you saw overnight, I think it was it was the night before, the Tent Talk podcast doing their plays of the day. One of them was Tannen Linden doing some epic bunny hopping in the semi-final of his individual board race. And he came through. Tannen, just an incredible competitor, but also all-round nice guy, everybody's favourite Ironman at one time or another. And he just really, his skills came to the fore, bunny hopping all the way in, got a little advantage on everyone else, safely through to that men's board final where we had quite a few surprise casualties from the quarterfinals onwards. So excited to see him in that final and made a Tent Talk play of the day.
And it was great to see Tannen continuing to turn back the clock. He is everywhere in that open arena, qualifying through just about every event he's entering. So great work. Shout out to Tannen Linden. But at the moment, it is this North Burleigh Team B, Christian Howes, out in front, keeping that rating nice and high. He wants to be the first one to those turning cans, so getting through this back break. We see waves just picking up off to the side of the boys. It's not going to trouble them just yet. Don't look around yet, Christian. Eyes in front. The waves are ahead, not behind you. Worry about second place once you are at the cans. But it is North Burleigh, Team B in 1. Mermaid Beach. But we see wave come through. Christian is over that without any real issues. So they seem to have picked a great little spot to get out through this back break. We see that now, all just as the commentator's curse comes through, both boys having to punch one. Christian still with the best run through that little wave, so he's given himself another 10-15 metres on Mermaid Beach in 2. Should be Coogin Headland back in 3, and then the Burleigh Heads cap by the looks of it potentially back in 4. Maybe not Burleigh, it could be it's someone else. No Burleigh in this race, so we'll try and pick up that 4 through to 8th position, but our lead 3 without a doubt, North Burleigh 30 metres to Mermaid Beach, 30 metres to Coogin Headland.
Yeah, they're really spreading out here a lot. It's going to be interesting after we do these semi-finals, how the pace changes in those finals, because you've got to think a few of them are just doing enough early, maybe foxing a little bit slightly just to get through the qualifiers. I think that we'll really expect to see everyone will go to another gear and these races will really tighten up from there. I'm so intrigued to see that race between sort of 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th position. That's going to be really tight on the water's edge. We've seen quite a few sprint finishes across these championships already just to get through to quarters, to semis, to finals. So expecting nothing less from our under-17 men down this way. And just coming on screen at the moment, you can see, is that Alexandra Headlands trying to count how many stripes are on that one there. Alexandra Headlands, the bright yellow cap with the 3 black stripes there, because I'm trying to find in the race here, where is Newport? They were the defending champions from last year. I don't think they're in the race here. It was Manly who took out the state championships for New South Wales. There we go. The boys are out. They are around. So North Burleigh would have had a nice little look. They know that they're safe. They know they're in a great position. Doesn't mean that you can completely take your foot off the accelerator, but you can see they're just going around that final can there, and you'll see them. That's where you can start getting a few nice little runners and immediately up on his knees. And you can tell that he had a real race plan here. At that third can, I will get on my knees and I will put in 20 good strokes. And you can see, I love it when you can see moments in races. And that's the real benefit of having the drone footage as well over the last few years to get this inside look at surf sports racing.
That's right. And so we saw him as he made his way around that third can. He's picked his rating straight back up. So straight up to his knees, rating high. But look how tricky these conditions are. The boys are trying to negotiate that breeze that is now coming from the north, northwest, and the swell which is coming from the south and the east. So what a washing machine of water, really.
Absolutely.
But out in front, Christian Howes, North Burleigh, has really done a great job through that gutter. We saw the next wave with nobody on it. So it is North Burleigh Team B in 1, Daylight in second place at the moment. just electing for safety, moving to his stomach as he comes through that choppy water. Lots of water moving, but look at the rating. He is not stopping, so he's seen people be caught from behind in the earlier heats. Mermaid cutting across a nice little runner. Jen, how important does it become now when we look at these relays, when we finish with that run leg? How important is picking that line on the way back in?
It's really tough. You've got to balance picking a really good line and just not working against the ocean, because the ocean will win every single time. I think we've seen some great examples of that in a lot of those open men's board finals at Aussies, where you'll see someone just all of a sudden go too far down, or you go, what are they doing? And you realise they were just chasing a runner, and you're always going to choose to be able to run back. You can run pretty quickly if you need to from there. But North Burleigh has really done a fantastic job there, and I'm so excited that we get to pop down to the blue and white arena as they make their way through, because this means that the boys get to go back, they get to watch the races, they get to see their technique, they get to see, hopefully, like North Burleigh here, where we say, what a great job that was a really good decision, or look at these skills. The fact that they get to go back, watch it, and it's a great part of their training, but also a celebration of the season and their time at Aussies.
It's always great to go back and see your race again in that live stream, particularly when you
When
take
you're
out
winning.
a semi-final.
When you're winning.
What a thing to go back and look at. So Christian Howes, great work to finish up in first place there for North Burleigh Team B. Looking like coming through in second place here is one of our teams from Swansea Belmont. We've got two in this race as well. Mermaid Beach in third. Coogin Headland coming across the line in fourth. So no urgency from any of these boys. They would have known they are qualifying through to the final. This is semi-final number 2. Top 8 is important. So Manly, 5. We're going to start counting. North Cottesloe, 6. We've got 2 more spots up for grabs. North Burleigh, Team A, 7. And here's the sprint. Picking up the cap, Alexandra Headland. Again, 2 teams from Alex coming through, so we'll wait to see which of the Alex teams is scanned in on live heats as our 8th place qualifier.
Avoca.
And Avoca Beach, unfortunately, in 9th place. So that is the 2 semi-finals run and 1 in the under-17 male board relay. But we are moving now to the under-19 single ski race, female single ski race quarterfinals. So the girls have already been through a round earlier of this ski and are now trying to qualify through to the semi-final a little bit later today as well. But go, Jen.
That's right. I was saying I do love a change of arena. We get to immediately go a little further up or down the beach and see, okay, where are we? What are the conditions like? Who's in the lead? What's the stories been from this arena as well? And we can see that heat number 3 has already been done here, as has heat number 2. So it looks like we're going a little further down. We might have the odd-numbered heats there as well. So I am going to call this as quarterfinal number 1, but the other quarterfinals have already been done, and that is because we also see Bianca Raywood out in front. She's on that blue, yellow, and then the orange ski there. And so the girls just coming across the line and having a look at the semi-finals coming up. You can see that on live heats. There are 16 per semi-final, so that'll mean 8 qualifiers as the girls make their way up and over there. And this is a really tough heat, may I say. You've got Isabella Tate, Ella Sutton, Kiwi, now racing for Northcliffe, Ellie Morgan from Anglesey, Bonnie Jarrett from Maroochydore, Catherine Elderfield from Sorrento, Bianca Raywood, who we saw, Lily McConkey from Dickey Beach, Katie Rees from Swansea, Claudia Aragos from Coogin, Michaela Mead from Wanda, Kira Tierney from Northcott, Rita Schofield from Clifton. Welcome to our Tassie friends. Sophie Woodrow from Cronulla, Sienna Bond-Scott from Half Moon Bay, Georgia Iero Conadu from Warrnambool, and Hannah Young from City of Perth. So fantastic work for the ladies. It's going to be the top 8 through. And I can tell you already, Heat 2, we've got Zoe Moore, Gemma Holt, Olivia Clues, Zoe Woods, Freya Stolt, Zara Green, Sienna Bush and Emily Dooney. They are already through, as is Luca Pither. I think she took out the Queensland Championship. From Tully Elliott, Isabel Spearin from Mount Maunganui. Shout out to the Kiwis. Lani Steele from Jan Juck. Harriet Chin from Sorrento. Britt Ackerley from Alex, and Mia Padroot from East End Surf Club. And Harold has just pulled me up on my pronunciation as well. It's Claudia Ardros. My apologies there. And again, we are here to recognise as many athletes in as many events as possible. If we're getting pronunciation incorrect, honestly, let us know, because every athlete deserves to be recognised and respected when they're out there. I promise that we have been doing our studying, and we can see the ladies are lining up already. Who do we have down there? Alrighty, I'm seeing some 17s. There you go.
So these are the quarterfinals for the semi-final for 17s. Quarterfinal for 17s female single ski, quarterfinal number 1. We are looking on that start list. We are seeing Avoca Beach, Kiara Williams, Jazz Edmonston, Alex Headland, Kayla McConkey, Dickie Beach, Amber Sky Stevenson from Burleigh Head, Sierra Varadin from Avoca, Ava Cameron Terrigal, Isabella Agaros from Coogin Headland, Annika Klargveit from Carlton Park, Tasmania. Great to see the Tasmanians getting up here. Plenty of them coming up to race. Britta Cutler from Northcliffe, Zara Farrington, North Burleigh. Keep an eye on her. Abby Novosel from Maroochydore, Lola Maloney and Layla Wiper, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Sky Campbell, another Coogin Headland athlete. Alexis Sutherland, Swansea Belmont, and Charlize Lucas from Alexandra Headland. So this is the under-17 female single ski quarterfinal number 1, just getting their last instructions from the starters. It looks like a paddler has just ducked off to help with something. We're going to make sure we get a nice even start from all the girls, but we see, look, 4 quarterfinals. They're all lined up, ready to go. So unfortunately, if you are quarterfinal number 1, you've got to figure it out.
Yep.
Quarterfinal 2,
that'll be fine.
You get to watch number 1. And if you are quarterfinal number 4, you get to watch 3 races go ahead of you. And that is a great way to figure out your tactics as to what you're going to do through that race. But then on the flip side, quarterfinal 4, you get less rest.
Swings and roundabouts everywhere down here at North Kira Beach. And while we have just a little moment there, you mentioned Carlton Park from Tasmania just there. And I was actually on the Instagram, or actually the SLS Tasmania Instagram the other day, and a few little shout outs to Carlton Park. They've been picking up some gold medals at Aussies in the Masters. Michael Moskianis and Jamie Stubbs, they took out the 50 to 54 double ski. Don Marsh, if you've met Dom, absolute superstar. He's in the 75-plus age group. He won the swim, the iron, and the ocean swim. And then Jade Richardson in the 30 to 34 years took out the ocean swim as well. So a huge congratulations for the Tassie athletes there, doing an incredible job. Good work them. Good work them.
And it's great to see the individual states, the individual state bodies of surf lifesaving getting behind their athletes who have come over to Queensland, here to North Kira to race in the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. Surf Lifesaving Tasmania puts a post up. Surf Lifesaving WA gets a daily update of photos and results from all their athletes. So they're very proud of what their lifesavers are able to achieve and to showcase over here at the 2026 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. And they are united, inspired and iconic. And there's nothing more iconic than the Aussies.
Oh, absolutely. It's so lovely being here. And we started back on the weekend with our the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Nipper and Youth Championships, and to have a little chat to some of our under-13 competitors racing at their first ever Australian Championships. And one of the young girls was saying, oh my gosh, I go to the marshalling area and there's so many club caps and there's so many people. It's so different. But right now, we're going to take a quick little break as we get ready for the quarterfinals here for the under-17 girls single ski.
Dear Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Get up and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Dear Thorsten, where I live. We get up and Gold Coast. Can we get an ice cream?
And welcome back to day number 3 of our Open Surf Lifesaving Australian Championships here at beautiful North Kira Beach. We are looking for a start now in the quarterfinal number 1 of our under-17 women's single ski. We're going to keep the trivia rolling today. Jen, I'm going to ask you, you've got the knowledge, what year was the under-17 women's single ski first contested at the Aussies? If you can pick the year, I'll give you the winner.
Oh, I know it's always later than I remember, because I only brought the skis in for the Open Iron Women sort of early 2000s, so I don't know, 2010?
2009 was the first year the 17s single ski was run, and it was taken out by Eve Hughes from Anglesey, Victoria. So we see a relatively short history for our under-17 women on the single ski at the Australian titles, but we have quarterfinal number 1 in the water. They are in the starter's hand, so we see our official with his hand in the air. That means he is happy with how this start is set up. It is such a tricky one because everyone wants to try and get that best setup, and the girls are off, so we've had a start. We've seen the majority of the field get away well. It looks like maybe one of our Evoca paddlers has just had a little bit of difficulty there at the start, but we have a wave in that shore break, and that has slowed down the majority. The southern end has made the best run of it so far.
Yeah, fantastic work to the girls negotiating a tough little break there, but you can see very quickly once they hit that green water, they'll really settle into their stroke. They'll get that rating up as well as we see the girls make their way through. Fantastic racing across the board. Just trying to grab
and that's been a great start on that light blue ski out in front. It's Zara Farrington, North Burleigh, so it's the white cap, 2 green stripes down the centre. So Zara has had the best start of that so far. And then there's a bit of a blanket. Coogin Headland and Maroochydore have had a good start on that southern end, so that's the right-hand side of your screen. And then through the centre, we're going to see paddlers from Avoca Beach, Dickey Beach, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. There's another star. That's going to be the maroon star of Northcliffe. Britta Cutler has had a great start as well. So she has positioned herself currently in that combined 8th and 9th place. But now we see 3 paddlers coming up towards Zara Farrington, but a wave sitting up out the back. No real issue for our leaders, but unfortunately for our tail, that is going to really slow them. We've seen 2 tip over there in the break, so unfortunately for those girls, it is likely race over in this quarterfinal. And we are still Zara Farrington from North Burleigh has just accelerated a little bit more to get herself in front. We've spoken so much this weekend about the impact of the Olympic kayakers on surf lifesaving and these programs. And down at North Burleigh, Murray Smith,
I know,
leading them out there. So Zara is learning from one of the best, and she is putting all those skills to show right now. They make their way around that first turning can. So it is Zara Farrington, North Burleigh in 1. There's a yellow cap there of potentially Alexandra Headland in 2.
Maybe Jazz Edmonston in the mix there. It could be Shalise Lucas, both racing here for Alexandra Headlands. And Zara Farrington had an incredible Queensland Championship. She actually took out this event just a few weeks ago down at Mooloolaba. It was a super tight finish as well. I remember going down to interview her on the line, and we didn't quite know who had won yet. And she's like, "No, you can't talk to me. What if it doesn't turn out this way?" But she had an incredible race, as did a lot of the North Burleigh girls down there. So fantastic work. We see Queensland in 1, 2 and 3. That's North Burleigh, Alexandra Headlands, and I'm pretty sure that is going to be Abby Novosel from Maroochydore in the mix. And having a look
Layla
at
Wiper from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park in 4th place there. So that's been a great paddle so far by our lead 4. There is a Coogin cap in there as well. We have 2 Coogin paddlers, Isabella and Sky, in this quarterfinal, but it's still Zara Farrington out in front, chasing those runners. She is pulling down 1, and you look how quickly she blows out that lead. She has gone from being half a ski length in front to now 10 ski lengths in front.
Yeah, fantastic work by Zara there. And you can see she's just still having a look back because she doesn't want to do any late takeoff. She wants to make sure that she gets in clearly. She wants to be fine. And for the girls a little further out, this is the danger zone. We can see the waves behind there, the girls being a little indecisive around what they want to do and what course they'll choose to take. No dramas at all for Novosel of Maroochydore, really riding that beautifully on the way through. But a little further out the back, you can see Kujin Headland just choosing to go a little further to the northern end of the beach there. She's seen something that she likes, and obviously the sweep isn't nearly as strong as it was over the past few days. So the girls just need to get home cleanly. And for our top three, absolutely no dramas at all. Farrington from North Burleigh, Novosel from Maroochydore. And we think, oh no, we've got one off out the back, the bright red ski. She's done a great job, though, to get on really, really quickly. And that is something that you do in training as well, just making sure that if you do pop out of your seat, that you can get out back very, very quickly. And Liam is madly doing the numbers. It's 1, 2, 3 across. We think we're chasing top 8.
That's right. So is Zara Farrington in 1. We've got 4th place on the black ski crossing now.
Kujin.
5th and 6th. So Kujin in 4th. 5th and 6th. It looks like
Come on, girls.
one of the Swansea caps, Burleigh Heads, and it is Burleigh Heads and Burleigh Heads again. So is that our top 8 crossing there? The 3 Burleigh paddlers potentially getting through.
And I think it was maybe an Avoca cap who snuck through earlier there as well. Some of the caps do look very similar, especially once they get wet and go a little darker from there. But fantastic work there for the girls in the under-17 ski relay. It is the quarters, but we are going back down to the northern end of the beach because we are now ready for a final in the under-17 men's board relay. We saw the semi-finals just before, and some of those races, they were definitely a little cruisier. They were stretching out a little bit, very much waiting for this to be far, far quicker. And here we see the start list: North Cottesloe, Team A, Sorrento, Kujin, Warrnambool from Victoria, Maroochydore, Team A in the mix as well. Wonderful to see such a great state representation. North Burleigh, Swansea, Alexander Headlands, North Burleigh and Warilla, Barrack Point. Love that cap. The orange and the grey quarters there, always easy to see. Grange Team A, the South Australian champions. Kujin Team B, Trigg, Mermaid Beach, the Queensland champions. Manly, the New South Wales champions. This is going to be a fantastic final as they line up now, and this is where we start to build some nerves for an Australian final.
And we also have Burleigh Heads Team A have just right there at the end of the list. So all these boys are going to be nervous. We talked about in those earlier races when they decide to start to conserve energy. And this is the final. The Australian title is up for grabs. There will be no energy conservation in this race. It will be 100% effort the whole way around. So the boys are in the hands of the starter. We're seeing a couple just checking back. Mermaid opening up, Kingston Lowe. Expect to see him get the team off to a flying start down this southern end. So last few checks, boys are getting ready. The check starter is in place. So we are moments away from a start in the Australian Championship for the under-17 male board relay.
And there's a clean start there. As expected, Kingston Lowe, he's on that green board, the Mermaid Beach cap. That is the red and blue there. Have a look at Grange, though. Absolutely exploded. And it looks like Kujin, unfortunately, did take a little bit of a stumble, lost his feet there. But it is Grange in the blue cap there. Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park on the multicoloured board there. And have a look at the boards that the boys fly. This is a completely different race to what we saw in the semi-finals. They are on fire.
That's right. The intensity is up, and we've seen that in the start. The rating is through the roof from every paddler in the water. They all want to be able to set their team up for a great start to this race, knowing that anything can still happen, anything can change, particularly on the way back in. But it is all Grange out in front. We saw them have a great start in their semi-final as well. So our opening paddler from Grange has got them off to a phenomenal go. Robert Burfield has made his way out with a great start. So Robert Burfield leading out for Grange, Mermaid Beach, Burleigh Heads, North Burleigh, and then we have a line of 4, Maroochydore, North Burleigh, Trigg Island and Manly. So that's a great start from our first paddlers.
Yep, absolutely. The we're having a look at our results here. We're just going back over the state champs, but for right now, it is all Grange out the front. Kingston Low from Mermaid Beach just tucked in behind. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in the mix as they make their way through. And we've got some very accomplished single board paddlers in here as well. Kingston Low is actually the defending Australian champion in this age group. He won the Aussie board title as a first-year under-17, so he is back ready to defend the title, as is our friend from Grange, Robert Burfield.
That's right. And like we said, we're just looking through these results. I think just about every state champion is represented in this under-17 male board relay final. So we are expecting the pace to be on as we see Mermaid, Kingston Low just coming up alongside Grange. So now it is Mermaid moving their way through to first place. Grange alongside as they make the turn. Kingston wanted that inside line. We've mentioned how important that is, particularly when they make their way around that apex can to start to chase the runners. So Kingston Low, Mermaid Beach in 1, Grange in 2, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 3, North Burleigh in 4. But look at this, Jen. The field hasn't really spread out that much. It is still pretty tight. Looking further back, there is a Manly cap involved as well. Another North Burleigh, Warrnambool, Trigg Island, Alexandra Headland, North Cottesloe, Warilla Barrack Point making the turn out the back as well. But it is all Kingston Low really putting his foot down in this race, asserting his dominance as the Queensland state champion. And look at that acceleration.
Oh my gosh, we talk about at the that final can, that was where one of our competitors in a previous race said, this is where I get up on my knees. But that is when Kingston Low says, that is when I change gears, that is when I hit the accelerator and have a look at the lead. He's also got that first run now on these little waves that are starting to come through. You can see the deeper water. That is what the boys are chasing. And it's funny, we're always looking for that top 8 in the semi-finals or the quarters, but for right now, it is all about Aussie Championships. It is all about gold medals, and Kingston Low is doing everything he can to put Mermaid Beach in the best possible position.
That's right, and he has given them about a 30-metre lead. We've got 8 looking towards this next wave. On this southern end, the 2, we've had 1 miss it, so there's 5 now on this next wave. Grange is there, North Burleigh is there. Oh, 1 has come off, potentially one of the North Burleigh boys, but the second North Burleigh team has come up alongside, so it is currently North Burleigh in 1, Byron McFarlane from North Burleigh, Kingston Low in 2. We see now a group of 4 back to another 2, so this is our lead 8 with a wave out the back. That is going to be a godsend for some of our back markers. That is bringing them back into contention this race, but out in front, North Burleigh extending that early lead.
Oh, you've got to feel for Kingston Low. He did all of that work out in front, but unfortunately he just didn't have the board speed there when the wave came through with a few of those teams in the mix. But it looks to be Kingston Low and Byron McFarlane from North Burleigh. They will be 1 and 2, potentially about to be joined by another 3 boys on the double up behind. And how good is that? 2 from North Burleigh, both on the wave there. It looks to be Alexandra Headlands, the sky blue cap of Manly, and our South Australian champions, Grange, all in the mix. How good is this? Oh no, someone's off the end.
That's Grange. Grange has just tipped off coming through the shore. Kingston Low up early, but it is Manly leading out our first leg in this under-17 male board relay championship of Australia. Manly in 1, North Burleigh in 2, Mermaid in 3, North Burleigh in 4, Alexandra Headland in 5. The boys come together around that flag looking for a clean tag. They need to make sure the second paddler doesn't take off before they get tagged from their first. But at the moment, our lead 6 out well, but it is Manly accelerating hard through this shore break.
Yeah, Manly doing an incredible job now, determined to make the most of that incredible transition that we saw Kingston Low. He was first up to his feet, maybe in some slightly deeper water as they made their way out and around. And you can see all of the boys just trying to get a little bit of clear water because they know this is a long paddle. It's a long way, 250 metres to be exact, just to that first can, and maybe another 15, 20 metres out past that to get to the apex. And you can see a few of the boys happy to sit in behind, happy to take I don't want to say a rest. You still got to work really hard if you are in that dragging position. And this is something that the boys also would have practiced in training as well. It's one thing to be out in front, really working on your fitness and all the rest, but you've got to learn those soft skills as well. I know we've all done a few swim sets where you swim on the shoulder, you swim on the hip, you swim on the feet. You've got to get used to being knocked around by other competitors in a race. But for right now, we've got that pack really starting to form up here. And I love that some of the boys are still up on their knees as well for the power, getting that maximum drive as they head towards that first can.
Yeah, that's exactly right. These boys will have done plenty of wash leads in training to practice this skill. It is one thing to be behind a paddler, but off the side when you have the wash coming in on your left and right is very tricky, but it is Alexandra Headland in 1 on the purple board, Manly in 2, so it's the sky blue cap of Manly, North Burleigh in 3rd, Mermaid Beach in 4th. Grange has had a great recovery after just coming off in that shore break in 5th, and our second North Burleigh team, that will be North Burleigh Team B, in 6th place. But out in front, Alexandra Headland, just electing, he's sitting up here, sitting back on his feet. It means he's getting a bit tired through the legs, tired through his arms. So those little mini rests, those mini breaks, pay up, they add up. So it just allows him to have a deep breath, settle in a bit more. He's now moved to his stomach. That means that we are going to be approaching that turning can. You'll see most of the paddlers elect to make the turn on their stomach. It's a bit safer, a bit quicker, but our Manly paddler with some great skills, he's staying on his knees the whole way, so he's obviously feeling quite strong at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic work as well to the team from Mermaid Beach. They're currently in 4th position, but there was a little bit of a gap for that pack of top 3 and then a little bit further back to Mermaid, but they've done a really, really great job, and it looks to be maybe 6th position has just fallen off the pace a little bit, and they really need to be moving. I think that might have been the second of our 2 North Burleigh teams just falling off the pace there, but this is an Australian Championship final. This is when the pace is on, as we see Alexandra Headlands make their way out and about. Fantastic work, determined to get a good start here. So there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then back to North Burleigh in 6. And already Alexandra Headland's working these nice little runners. We've seen the advantages that can come your way if you work hard enough. As Mermaid Beach a little further down to the southern end, they are working these. And for right now, it is just put your head down, pin your ears back, and just keep on paddling. You need to have board speed when the runners come your way. If you are not fast enough, if you're in a little bit of dead water, you will not get on them.
It's all about momentum, Jen, as they make their way back in. And getting that rating up really helps that momentum. But what we've seen now is Mermaid Beach have brought themselves back through to the front as the boys start to chase different lines. Mermaid Beach in our southern end. But up at the top, we've got Manly, North Burleigh, Alexandra Headland, and Mermaid on a lead 4 wave out in front. Oh, we thought Manly was just about to nosedive. He's cutting it close. He's giving us a little bit of a heart attack. I'm sure his paddlers on the beach, his teammates, thought the same, but Manly...
I am every nervous parent on the beach.
That's all right. We love it, though. So Manly in 1, North Burleigh, they're just getting over it, and Alexandra Headland and Mermaid Beach have dropped off, so it is now Manly and North Burleigh out in front, 1 and 2 on a nice little runner. So how quickly can that change? Alex and Manly led the whole way around, and it is now North Burleigh and Manly coming through in 1 and 2. We're going to cross down to Harold for the transition. Harold.
Yeah, things are heating up down here at the moment. Last paddlers on the line just trying to see where their teammates are. Bank really, really prominent at the moment, but the key thing is on this dismount is to hold your feet just on the outside of that little gutter, driving the whole way through. Sprint finish on, because every single moment matters for these teams. North Burleigh holding onto that lead. Manly tucked in from behind. And then that 3rd, 4th position, still not out of it at the moment, but the race into is going to be Manly, looking really strong. North Burleigh thereabouts. This is the pinnacle of board racing, the board relay. 1 and 2 into the water, skim across, and you watch these guys as they get closer and closer to this middle bank. They're going to be bunny hopping strong. Alexandria Headlands with some work to do. So too Mermaid. Back to you guys up top. Oh.
Thank you, Harold. And what a race we have on our hands. At the moment, it is North Burleigh making the best move of that, but Manly accelerating or having to sit up. So that is going to slow North Burleigh. Manly had the best run of that, and immediately he has capitalised and put a board length into North Burleigh.
And that could make the difference when we think about these little 1%ers, or that could be a 2 or 3% there. Incredible work there from Manly, really making the most of those tricky conditions down there, staying on his feet. And you could see North Burleigh just held up, had to move his weight way back to get the nose of the board up and over that tricky whitewater. And, you know, when we think about Kira Beach, often we go, oh, it's the backup venue, oh, it's quiet, or maybe there won't be as much surf. We have been treated to 3 very, very different days of racing already here at the Australian Championships, just for the Opens, let alone those gorgeous postcard conditions that greeted us for the juniors. So who knows what tomorrow's going to bring, but something that we do know is that Manly absolutely well equipped to take on any conditions. You can tell they've been putting in the work, they've got the skills, but North Burleigh not out of this just yet, just tucking in on the wash, and you can see they're all in single file right now. They know what's at stake, an Aussie gold medal, a spot on the podium, could go to any of these 5.
That's right, and we see our North Burleigh competitor just closing that gap to Manly, so he's now made it through onto the wash. The boys are just going through these last couple of waves, but negotiated without any real issue. But the real story there is further back, 3rd, 4th and 5th, Alexandra Headland, Mermaid Beach and Grange, our South Australian champions. So that's going to be quite a tight little battle there for the final medal. But out in front, Manly and North Burleigh. Looks like Kobe Daniel from North Burleigh, and he's just happy to sit there on the wash, preserve his energy, and expect to see him on that turn in for home to really accelerate and try and make his move. I think really the line they take coming in is going to be so important. We've seen such variation in these earlier stages and with various outcomes. So this is probably going to decide our Australian champion.
Yeah, absolutely. You've just got to pick your line, back yourself and work with the ocean. But the Manly team looking fantastic at the moment. As listed, we had Henry Whitehead, their first paddler, Luca Gordon in 2, and Jacob Chalmers in here in the 3rd position. As we look back towards North Kira Beach, we get those beautiful lines that really show what our competitors are dealing with. So there you go, 1 and 2 are clear. This is the final leg as they go around the apex. That bronze medal is absolutely up for grabs at the moment. You can see the boys, they know how close they are. They've seen the lead change every single time as we make our way through. And there it is, North Burleigh first up on his knees, first up for the power. And it's Manly just trying to stay down a little longer. North Burleigh around that can. Here we go, boys. Head for home. An Aussie gold medal could be yours.
That's right, the boys will be digging deep here. They will be starting to hear their teammates on the beach yelling at them. So Manly in 1, North Burleigh in 2. It was Alexandra Headland in 3, followed closely by Mermaid and then Grange. They are still not out of it. And we look at this, Manly have elected to push north. North Burleigh are coming south. So different tactics in play. Manly still on his stomach. He now moves to his knees. He's looking to drive. The rating is up. They essentially are in line with each other. But look at this. Alexandra Headland on a runner. That is going to bring him forward with swell building out the back. Our lead 2 really need to get down this first one if they want to get it. North Burleigh pushing. Manly also onto that, but Alexandra Headland with momentum. So we have gone from 2 to 3. North Burleigh need to get down it, and it is now Manly on our northern end, the left-hand side of the screen. Alexandra Headland in the middle. North Burleigh, look at this side wash. And that has been unfortunate for North Burleigh. They have now dropped off. It is Manly in Alexandra Headland now through into the lead. So southern end of the screen, though, on our bottom side, North Burleigh now getting a run. So the lines are paying off in different ways, but it is a race in 3.
Yeah, Anderson Towns listed as the 3rd paddler here, but we think we've got a break. We think that one of them is out on the wave by themselves. That could be North Burleigh, their A-team down there. Have they done enough as he angles back towards the beach now? I think Manly is going to be on the wave behind. If that doubles up, this could be drama. We could see a sprint finish, and Manly probably has the cleaner line back to the beach. North Burleigh has a long way to run. That could be the difference. Who's in the right position? He is up and bunny hopping. Go, go, go. I think Manly has the best line. Who's going to be first to their feet?
That's right, Manly on the best line. So North Burleigh bunny hopping. He's had a stumble, and it is Manly up and running first. So Manly Lifesaving Club are going to be your Australian champions in the under-17 male board relay. Manly coming through. Alexandra Headland in silver and North Burleigh in the bronze medal position. But it is all the Manly team. Henry Whitehead, Luca Gordon, Jacob Chalmers, congratulations, boys. You are brand new Australian champions.
And what a finish from Alexandra Headlands, the team of Nicholas Carter, Riley McCartney and Anderson Towns. What a race, what a finish. They were nearly in there for a gold medal as well, and it just goes to show that Kira Beach can be very, very kind or very, very cruel, but for Manly, that sky blue cap, absolutely on fire. A big gold medal for them, and what a race it was. We get this replay so quickly, and this is where we were talking so much about Mermaid Beach. Kingston Lowe did everything he could to put his team in the best possible position. We saw Kudjan off his board at a crucial moment, and this is where North Burleigh really started to come to the fore. They had 2 teams in the top 5. Tough conditions out there, but here we go, and this is where Manly really started to shine.
Yeah, Manly just really consistent across that entire race, and it was their third paddler that put his foot down and set them up, and really it came down to the line he took coming back in. He pushed the furthest north out of any of the other paddlers, and what that meant is that when he got off his board, as you see here, he's straight in line with that turning flag, and unfortunately for North Burleigh, who got up at the same time, just into those potholes. But we are now going to cross with Harold with our brand new Australian champions.
Yeah, so down here with Jake Chalmers. A few rounds went through. Not going to lie, you guys look pretty ordinary. Were you just foxing the whole way through or not? It was like 5th and 6th, just cruising through?
We're going hard. I don't know. We just felt a bit shaky in those first few rounds. We probably all didn't bring our best board paddles, and then in that last one there, I guess we just all brought it together.
Oh, my word, you did. So when the lights are brightest and the stage is the biggest, the boys come through, Luca, H jump in. Talk to us about how special it is to have, your 2 mates with you paddling fast, week in, week out.
Yeah, we've been all year, since the winter months, training all the way up to here. We swim together, board train together, pretty much with each other every day, pushing each other really hard. And yeah, it's just good to get a result out of it.
All right, we're going to go all the way up here to Luca. Did you feel a bit of pressure going into this event, or was it just get out there and just do our best and whatever happens, happens?
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure, especially with the boys on the team. They always get it. Henry's always on the front wave and he's always at the front, so there's pressure to come in and give a good paddle and try and tag Jake in where Henry tagged me. And obviously we were able to do it today. It was really good.
All right, Henry, who do you need to thank? The squad, who's supporting you?
Yeah, thanks to Scotty Thompson at Manly and Jono and Brucey as well. It's been a really good campaign for the Manly boys, and looking forward to a few more races. And also Sean at Aquaculture. We all swim at Aquaculture, so it's really great, yeah.
There we have it. The under-17 male board relay champions of Australia, Manly.
Congratulations to the team from Manly, Henry, Luca and Jacob. Brand new Australian champions in our under-17 male board relay, and look at the smiles on their faces. This one meant a lot to them, and it's great to see them to shout out their swim coach as well. So many of our board paddlers, even our specialist board paddlers, are going to swim train as well to get themselves in the best shape they can, and we see our results here. It was Manly in that gold medal position. Alexandra Headland, the team of Carter, McCartney and Towns in silver. North Burleigh, the team of McParland, Mail and Daniel in the bronze medal. Mermaid Beach in 4th. Range in 5th. Swansea Belmont in 6th. North Burleigh Team B in 7th. Trig Island Team A in 8th. Warrnambool Team A in 9th. Sorrento WA in 10th. Burleigh Heads 11. Warilla Barrack Point in 12. Maroochydore 13. Kudjan Headland in 14. North Cottesloe in 15th place. And it will be the Kudjan Headland B in 16. So that is the results of our under-17 male board relay championship of Australia right here at the beautiful North Kira Beach on the Gold Coast. And what a place to host the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. It has something for everyone. What we're seeing on the side of screen is the beautiful Burleigh Headland National Park. It is a surfers playground. It is a place to go for a stroll in the morning and get a coffee and to people watch. And it brings out everyone, and it is one of the other attractions on the stunning Gold Coast.
Yeah, a huge thanks to all of our partners who make an event like this possible. Experience Gold Coast and, of course, Tourism and Events Queensland. Our event partners, BRP, Fins and Nutrigrains. Our event supporter, Triple M Gold 92.5. They were everywhere up at the Ocean Swim last weekend. And, of course, our major national partners, DHL, Azusa Ute, Qantas and Westpac. So wonderful to have all of those incredible people on board helping us do what we do as we see and showcase all of our incredible athletes who are, of course, rescue ready at all times. And now we are changing arenas again. We are up to the under-19 single ski. So under-19 single ski for the ladies. Open a new tab on live heats. That's where you can find the draw and the results from all of the races. And a familiar sight already. We saw Jasmine Raywood finishing off her quarterfinal earlier. Here we are now for the ladies as they make their way out and around the course for the under-19 single ski.
That's right. And this is semi-final number 2 in our 19 female single ski. And it is Tully Elliott out in front from Redhead, who has turned that can and got a great little runner. And these skis will chase just about anything in the ocean. So Tully Elliott really accelerating well. Bianca Raywood, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park in 2. Coogin Headland there in 3. That's going to be Isabella Tate. So it is Tully Elliott, Redhead in 1. Bianca Raywood, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park in 2. And Isabella Tate, Coogin Headland in 3. But we are seeing potentially Gemma Holt, Morty Allett coming through there as well. Yellow caps will be either potentially Pippi Tapanya from Newport or one of our Alexandra Headland competitors as well. But still, Tully Elliott clear in front.
Yeah, Tully Elliott having a field day. She's had a great season. We saw her in action for the Shaw and Partners Iron Series. She was trying for a spot there in the Next Gen competition as part of the Iron Woman racing. It was great to see her in the mix, and we're all jumping here onto liveheats.com because that looks like Pippi Tapania from Newport on the pink ski there. She is coming through. Fantastic work. 1, 2 and 3 on screen, taking the top 8 through to the final. So for these girls, we just need to get them safely home for now. And you've got to think that these girls would be hot contenders for an Aussie podium as well. Remembering this is the semi-final for the under-19 female single ski. And the girls probably very happy to let that those larger waves roll through underneath. Jasmine Raywood probably just in the a little bit of white water about to hit the back of her ski as they make it up and over. Isabel Tate from Coogin. She is going to be in 4th position as it stands at the moment, with one of our, I want to say, Alexandra Headland's competitors in the mix as well. That could be Amber Issel, I think, as the girls make their way up and around.
So that is our lead 5 crossing the line there. 8 to go through with 5, 6 in the next wave. But at the top and bottom, we have the blue ski at the top. Down the bottom, we have one of our Northcliffe competitors coming through as well. So they look like they're going to book themselves a slot and then throw a blanket over it. That is a judge's nightmare to pick who is going to get those last few slots into the final just a bit later in this program. But it was a clear lead, 4 or 5 out early, taken out there from Redhead, Tully Elliott from start to finish. So a great paddle by Tully. Bianca Raywood booking herself a spot as well. Pippi Tapanya, Isabella Tate, no question for them. They are qualified through, but we are going to be refreshing live heats madly to see who gets those final spots.
And here we go. It's actually Jasmine Raywood, who is the defending champion in this event from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. She took out the under-19 single ski last Australian Championship. So wonderful to see her in the mix here. And already we go down to another ski race now. How good is that? This is the Open Women's Single Ski. We're just trying to pick up a few caps. I want to say that's Ali Clark out in front. There we go, from Surfers Paradise. So that means we are in
quarterfinal number 3 of our Open Female Single Ski. So we've already had the other 3 quarterfinals run and won. So this will be the final quarterfinal to get our semi-final start list. But it is the Surfers Paradise cap leading out at the moment. Ali Clark from Surfers Paradise. In second place, that looks like Ella Beer of Voca Beach.
Yes.
So keep an eye on her, another strong ski paddler. So they are our 1 and 2. Third on the pink ski, and then we have 6 behind. So that is our top 9. Even 11 have made their way around that middle turning can. So this is a very close race in the third quarterfinal for our Open Women.
Yeah, this is what we'd expect to see. Ella Beer in the mix there. Ali Clark. I actually spoke to her yesterday after doing a board qualification round in those hectic sweeps. She did an incredible job to make her way through the field. And it's talking about making your way through the field on the blue ski. That is Emily Doyle from Northcliffe, the white cap with the maroon star on top. Joining her there is Gemma Smith-Welsh and Hannah Scully are both in the mix, but it's all Ali Clark out in front. She's trying to find that good water there. Ella Beer leaving nothing to chance. Top 8 to go through, top 8. This is a tough field just to make the semi-final, and how good is that? Ali Clark showing why she is so good at what she does. But here we go. Now we've got to start counting. Now we've got to figure out how many are in the mix. You think that is 7?
I think it's 7 on that second wave. So that potentially could be our lead 8 locked in. But it is still all Ali Clark out in front. 2 Northcliffe paddlers heading a little bit further south. Sunshine Beach, Courtney Bryant, Electra Outram. There, didn't see her on that start list. So it's Electra Outram. But Ali Clark is 2-3 waves in front. Northcliffe and Ella Beer from Avoca Beach on that second wave. The remainder of our Northcliffe athletes are Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park coming through as well.
That's Dakota Luke from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on the pink ski. She's an incredible paddler, but here we go. The first few ladies are across. That is 6. Who wants it? This is a race. Get your iPads out, officials. That is 7 and 8 there. 9 and 10 are through. Fantastic racing for the girls across the board, and very intrigued to see who makes their way through. Shout out to Hannah Minogue, who was part of that race as well. By far the most successful of the Minogue siblings in the mix here. But we also had a few Newport in the mix. Jessica Walton and Deandra Godoy in the mix. Katie Nat was there as well from Kurrawa. She's already got a medal this Australian Championships, part of the Kurrawa team who picked up, I will say, a surprise surf teams medal for the Open women. It was so wonderful to see them on the podium. They really celebrated hard for that bronze medal, as well they should. It was an incredible achievement.
That Open female surf teams was a phenomenal result, and that Kurrawa team was maybe the happiest up there.
They really were.
And I've had a few of them come up to me and say, I'm not a swimmer, but I got through and I got myself an Aussie medal. And so forever you will have that Australian title. And we're just waiting for those results to come through here. But we can confidently say Ali Clark taking out quarterfinal number 3 in our Open female single ski. The girls are just going to be waiting to get the final run through from the officials, get themselves scanned in onto live heats for the results.
And already through into those semi-finals from the previous heats are Piper Harrison, Carla Pappett, Claudia Rose Slavin, Anya Hocking, Claudia Kelly, Grace Harris, Alyssa Johnson and Emily Holloman. Great to see Emily in the mix there. We know her more as a swimmer/Ironwoman, but to be there in the individual ski, fantastic. Quarterfinal number 2 saw Dom Stitt, Julia Padroot, Jasmine Locke, Olivia Clues, Hayley Smith, Ashley Wincham, Amy O'Brien and Annalise Kibble through. And then number 4 was Natalia Drabot, Gemma Smith, Jasmine Raywood, Brodie Trinker, Mia Cook, Bonnie Hancock, Janaea Massey and Lily Fanardi. Special shout out as well, Janaea Massey, who is one of the best ski paddlers in the business racing for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. She also did the longboard riding as part of the Australian Championships a few days earlier. So wonderful to see her really showing her diverse range of skills competing in the longboarding as well.
Yeah, and so many of our athletes will actually do that. The longboard riding and the surfing events, moving between Burleigh and Tugun, often fly under the radar. But we're going to now cross to Harold on the beach, who has, by the looks of it, first and second place in that quarterfinal number 3.
I just arrived here and I wanted to say hi to Carnival. Hello, Ella.
It's lovely to see you, Harold. How are you?
All right, talk us through the race. What happened? Who was 1? Who was 2? What's exciting? What are you loving about being off the flat water and into the windy chop?
I love it. I love changing it up a little bit. You know those little fish that hang on the sharks and they help the sharks, and it's kind of like a symbiosis relationship. That was me with Ali. I just tried to stay on her wash as long as I could, and she had a blind of a race.
All right, so you guys would have been paddling fast. Was there a tiny bit of conversation at the back, Ali?
Oh, we actually spoke about it. We both were thinking the same thing. We didn't say anything out there, but no, it was good. It's really nice to get out and go around the cans, and I feel like the wind died for us for that couple of minutes, so it was really nice out there.
Yeah, odd. So I think the wind picked up as soon as the boys dragged the skis out at like 12 o'clock, and then as soon as you were on the start line, it's stopped, and now it's back up again. Program, what are we looking at for you, teams-wise, Ali?
Got some taplin, ski relays, some doubles. Got it all, really. It's really going to be a bit of fun. Yeah.
And for you, Ella?
Just some ski racing and the beach flags. No, I'm joking. Just ski and
Just
double ski. Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, so Nat's here somewhere as well, is she, I'm assuming?
Yep.
All right. Have you guys done a bit of practice?
On the double, no.
Zero.
But we're going to go out there and enjoy it.
Sometimes if you just turn up and do your best, it works. So, all right, we'll see you guys through the next few rounds, no doubt. Two legends of the flatwater paddling, and going to be extra legends this weekend. I can feel something special happening. Good luck, ladies.
Thank you.
Well, Harold is feeling something special in his waters, and we don't take those premonitions lightly. We are now back down for the under-19 single ski open up another tab on live heats. We can see the girls lining up now. You can see two of the officials in the water trying to get the most even start possible. We're thinking that this is
semi-final number one.
Fantastic work. Georgia Aerodaya-Canoe from Warrnambool leads us off. Lani Still, Stephanie York, Olivia Clues, Chloe Klingner, Mia Pedroot from East End in New Zealand, Anna Lockley, Rita Schofield, Freya Stolt, Katie Rees, Sienna Bush, Abby Carter, Amber Issel, Zoe Moore, Hannah Young and Luca Pither. The Queensland champion is closest to us, bottom of the field on the bright orange ski.
But we look towards that northern end, and we have had one of our athletes make a break to start. That is likely Olivia Clues. We saw her early in the open mixed double ski. So that's been a great start by Clues from Newport, giving herself a ski length on the rest of the field. And then coming further back, we see Northcliffe sitting in second. That is going to be Anna Lockley from City of Bunbury also up there as well. But making her way through Swansea Belmont, Caitlin Rees coming around strongly, but out in front it is all Olivia Clues in this under-19 female semi-final number one, and still with a ski length in front.
Yeah, fantastic work. Olivia Clues also recently announced by Paddle Australia in the World Cup squad announcement. Wonderful to see her and a few other friends from our lifesaving community. Alyssa Bailey, Claudia Bailey in there, Ella Beard, Josie Bolmer in the mix, Jackson Collins, Natalia Jabot. Quite a few of Riley Fitz is in there, Tom Green, Noah Havard, so Maguire Reid is in that as well, along with Jean and Pierre Van Westhuizen. So Olivia Clues doing incredible things in kayaking, and then again showing us how it is done here in lifesaving. A shout out as well. While I'm giving Olivia some flowers, she's already on the roster for the Shaw and Partners Iron Series next year, wearing the red Next Gen jersey.
Yeah, an amazing season so far by her, and we're looking further back into the field. We see the orange ski of Luca Pither. She is sitting approximately 6th or 7th place, so she has that inside line as they make the turn. It is likely top 8 making it through to our final, so at the moment they are safe. Clues still out in front. But look at the crash and bash a little bit further back. The girls are getting caught up, can't get their paddles in, and that is going to allow the leaders to push out. But it is actually Trig Island in second. Zoe Moore from Trig Island, Western Australia. That is the light blue ski coming around as well. So Clues in 1, Moore, Trig Island in 2.
Katie Rees, I want to say, from Swansea Belmont, just closest to us on the bottom of screen, yet next to Luca Pither on that orange ski, the Queensland champion, just starting to get on a nice little runner there. Have a look at her blade speed pick up from there, just coming over the back there. But wonderful to see Trig Island doing so well. And Anna Lockley from City of Bunbury, wonderful to see her in the mix. That is the white cap with the 2 black stripes there, and it was actually Anya. She took out, I don't want to say one of the surprise finishes, but when she was racing for City of Perth, she actually won the under-17 ski race last year, and it was one of the most exciting races of the carnival. She couldn't believe it. And Liam, how good are these waves?
So we see a little wave picking up. Trig Island, Zoe Moore has just missed it, but Katie Rees, Swansea Belmont, Luca Pither from Northcliffe, and Olivia Clues, our lead 3 out in front, have just nailed that. This is what they would have been hoping for, a wave that's not too big to cause them any real issues out the back. But it's actually Caitlin Rees, Swansea Belmont, who's had the best run of that at the southern end, and she is now continuing to ride that swell all the way through to our shore break. So that is going to lock her in, bar something going terribly wrong, lock her in for this final. So Katie Rees, Swansea Belmont, congratulations, taking out semi-final number 1 in our under-19 female ski. Olivia Clues coming through in second place.
Fantastic work by the ladies as they make their way through. I can see Freya Stolt in the mix as well. And I think Rita Schofield from Clifton Beach in Tasmania looks like she may be qualifying through as well. I saw that dart cap in the mix there. We think that is our top 7 on screen at the moment. So fantastic work for the ladies, potentially whoever comes through next. Oh, this is going to be a tight one on the line. 3 coming through. Who's on that blue ski? My gosh, I am so happy not to be a Finnish judge as the ladies make their way up and around. It looks like a Janjak cap. That was Lani Steele. She's in the mix as well. That's Katie Rees on screen at the moment from Swansea Belmont. Trig Island, fantastic racing there from Zoe Moore. Great finishes and unfortunately, or fortunately, if you do a really great race, you might have to give an interview for us with us on the way home.
And we're just getting this replay at the start of that semi-final number 1. Olivia Clues off to a flyer. Stayed in front pretty much the whole way around just until these waves at the end, and it was Katie Rees from Swansea Belmont coming across the line in first place. She's happy with that one. We see the big smile on screen, so she has booked herself a ticket in the final, and we're now going across to Harold, who is down there with Caitlin Rees.
It seemed after that solid start, it was all tied up in the bag. With that race, what was going through your mind after that start?
Liv absolutely flew off the start, which was expected, so I just tried to get as close to her as possible, and I was lucky that I got an absolute bomb from the back and just milked it the whole way in.
And that's one thing we love about this beach too. Leading from the front sometimes going to be a little bit scary, noting that these big, huge, ominous waves are coming from behind. One popped up for you nicely there. But the best thing about all this is that you've now booked your spot for Sunday. What's the mindset going through the next day and a half with still a huge program left?
Yeah, there's still plenty of races, so it's definitely going to be tough, but it's a bit of a relief just knowing that you have a race on Sunday, and yeah, so just enjoy a couple of team events now and just see how it goes.
Excellent. All right, well, I wish you, the Swansea Belmont Babes, all the best in your relays, and I hope that I'm not in the commentary box for any of them.
Yeah, thanks, Harold. No commentators curse today, please.
Oh, fantastic work. Thank you so much, Katie Rees. Always love having a chat. And Liam, I love it when people like Katie Rees go, oh, it's just really nice to have a race on Sunday. Coming from the girl who won the swim, the board and the iron in the under-17 category last year at the Aussie Championship, she just had such a golden Sunday. It was wonderful to watch, and she was just getting more and more excited and faster as the day went on. So if someone like Katie has that mindset of, I just want to race on Sunday at Aussies, it just really makes my heart happy.
Yeah, and for so many athletes, Katie included, how big a deal is getting to that Sunday finals package. And for a lot of our athletes, that is just their goal. But for Katie, it's not just going to be about racing Sunday, I think. And she's playing it cool as a cucumber at the moment, but I reckon deep down, Sunday is all about coming back with a handful more gold medals again, a few more Australian titles. So great to see Katie getting through there. And while you are here on the Gold Coast for the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships, make sure you check out everything else the Gold Coast has to offer. And it is not just about beautiful beaches. It is also about the stunning hinterland. And we have plenty on offer out there, from waterfalls to World Heritage listed rainforests, wineries. There is so much to explore just within a short drive. And I think a lot of our athletes who have come from interstate we'll be spending a couple of extra days exploring everything the Gold Coast has to offer. So it's a great part of the world to be at for the 2026 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. And we are just seeing on the line here the under-17 female ski semi-final. We look like we have semi-final number 1 on the line. I can see the Sorrento cap. It is fluoro green. It stands out, so it's an easy one to spot.
There's also 4 Maroochydore girls on the line, so I'm like, oh, club champs time. But a huge congratulations to everyone who's made their semi-final here for the under-17 ladies. Annie Howard is in the mix from Northcliffe, Ella Pegram from Newport, Martha Chin from Sorrento, Marley Hoyland of Umina, Aston Micken from Northcliffe, Bronte Fennick from Talabudra, then Ella Grace, Abby Novosel and Ruby Williams from Maroochydore, Isabella Agios from Coogin Headland, Alicia Beanie from Trigg, Chelsea Hanks from Ocean Grove, Jess Conrad and Amber Sky Stevenson from Burleigh Heads, Regan Copsey from Maroochydore and Lila Kelly from Redhead. And it always seems funny to say Redhead, which is the blue and yellow cap down there, semi-final number 1 for the under-17 single ski. Lovely that the sun is out there down there for our girls as they just wait for these races. But as we tick closer to 2 p.m. A lot of racing has been done already today, but a lot of racing yet to go as we check out the program. Remembering for all of our competitors, jump onto the Stack team at. That is where you will find a lot of those programs that are being updated every single day here at the championships, the updated officials announcement. There's lots of information there. And of course, liveheats.com, the other app that you need to be keeping an eye on. And we should also, while we're talking about it, hashtag Aussies 2026 is the hashtag to be using. We want to be part of the conversation if you're down here at the Australian Championship. Show us what you're doing, where you're hanging out, what is happening. Hashtag Aussies 2026. And you can see the girls just getting a little nervy, getting a little anxious down there on the line. They are ready to race. The girls just waiting.
They've already seen semi-final number 2.
Oh, who got through?
Be run and won. That was taken out by Zara Farrington, Charlize Lucas in second, Layla Wiper, Burleigh Heads in third, Harlow Horn from Amanu Beach in New Zealand took out 4th place, Taylor Birch, Burleigh Heads in 5th, Bronte Kippax, Newport in 6th, Alana Dimmick, Redhead in 7th, and Kiara Williams from Avoca in 8th. So that was semi-final number 2. Semi-final number 1 on the line. They are just waiting for the course to be set at the moment. So the girls will be getting nervous. This means a lot. The semi-final, as you'd speak to so many athletes, people would tell you that the semi-final is the hardest race on the program because everyone wants to get through to that final race. So the girls will not leave a minuscule and a tiniest amount of effort out there. They will not give an inch to their competitors. Everyone wants to make that top 8 through to the final.
Yeah, all the girls have done such a great job across these championships as we look back towards the tents back there. So much happening at the Aussie Championships. But while we're going back through our results, checking the form guide, Harold is down on the beach making lots of friends.
I'm trying to make friends, and I've found 3 ladies down here. Let's start with something a little bit hip and cool. So, Annalise Kill, we're here with us. What number is your Aussies cap number for your club cap?
67.
Say it properly.
67.
That's terrible. All right, a little bit of a lull in here. The semi-finals coming up. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not bad. I don't mind that the winds are back up now. It makes things a bit more interesting, but it's certainly hard to get around those cans.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very windy. Something that is also very interesting this morning is the first time in Surf Life Saving Australia history that the mixed double ski winner had the first name of one of the competitors. I told Piper about that earlier, and she said, "What do you mean?"
Yeah, I didn't really understand what you were getting at, but yeah, my last name's Harrison, my partner's first name's Harrison. Pretty cool combo.
So the team of Harrison Torrens, along with Piper Harrison, is the winners. This is the elite stuff we're bringing you. Do you not understand that?
No, I had no clue where you were going with that. I was thinking like the first ever race win must have been a Piper as well.
No. Oh, maybe we'll know. The sports almanac is up the top.
Back home goes back and watches their race finish. You get to see a lovely shot of Harrison's bum that's hanging out of the back of his pants, all the way down the bottom. Celebratory mooning.
Maybe bookmark that for an afternoon at Aussies, because maybe that might be something to discuss later on. Hannah Scully, 2 days of big swell, your conditions. This is still kind of you-ish right at the moment.
Yeah, anytime it's not a dead flat against these kayakers is good. So trying to just stay in there as close as I can on the way out, and hopefully a nice little run comes for me on the way in and see how we go.
So I believe we go from skis into board relays, which is kind of odd. What sort of teams are we looking at here?
I'm in the A team with Gemma Smith and Lizzie Wellborn, and then
I'm in the B team with Olivia Cluza and Pippi Tapanya.
I'm in the F team with Naomi Scott and Lana Rogers.
Nice. F might be all right. Actually, you've got no idea. But we saw a D team win earlier for the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Would have you ever thought a D team would win an Aussie title? Crazy.
Yeah, shows a bit of depth.
Depth is good. All right, we'll leave these ladies because hopefully we're going to be in the water shortly. So we've got Annalise Kibble, Piper Harrison, along with Hannah Scully, 3 legends of the female iron series. Let's go.
Thank you, Harold, and what an interview. We have a lot to unpack from that, I think, maybe tonight in the post-show. Make sure you tune in for that. But we are still just waiting for a start in our under-17 female surf ski, and we are going to have a short break and be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Dear Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Get up and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
And welcome back to day number 3 of our Open Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships here at the beautiful North Kira Beach on the Gold Coast. I'm Liam Ryan. With me is Jen Parry.
Hello.
And we are back and racing in the ski. And we've got some of our male competitors heading out here, just getting a little bit caught up in that shore break. But our leaders now making their way out in front, and it is still a fairly tight pack heading out through that break, so it hasn't been blown apart too much just yet by that shore break.
I want to say that this is going to be the under-19s because the under-17 boys are racing down in the blue and white arena. We're just going to grab some caps for you as they make their way through. We think we're up to quarterfinals already, so that means the boys have already done a full round of racing. Quarterfinals now, and if you jump onto liveheats.com, you can see semi-finals are upcoming, and they have 16 spots available for the semi-finals. So top 8 will go through. We are Manly going through the results. We think we're in number 2.
I think we're quarterfinal number 2. I saw 2 Mermaid Beach caps, and
Nice.
It is the only quarterfinal with 2 Mermaid caps. It's quite a distinct cap, a nice one to spot. The blue on one half, red and white stripes on the other.
And I think that's Max Humphreys from West Beach. Currently in second position. That is a pale blue cap with 2 dark blue stripes on there. So shout out to all our friends watching from West Beach in South Australia. They'll be cheering on Max in the mix here. We've also got 2 Swansea in the mix, Thomas Hall and Aidan Ray. Oh, I should say 3 Campbell Connolly in the mix as well. Not to be confused with Jack Travers from Glenelg, a very similar cap.
That's right. So it is Newport out in front, or actually, sorry, not Newport, Burnie out in front. Jackson Lawson from Burnie out in front. West Beach in 2. Jerome Drobot from Maroochydore in 3. 4 was Swansea. And look at those paddlers in 5 through to 7. Just come together. They just got a little bit caught up. Brodie McAdam in the middle from Redhead, so he probably got caught the most. But out in front, it is still Jackson Lawson from Burnie. And what a ski paddling club they are. Expect to see them feature in our Open men as well. But it is Burnie in 1, Maroochydore in 2, Swansea in 3, and West Beach, Max Humphreys from West Beach, South Australia, in 4th.
Yeah, and wonderful to see Jerome Drobot in the mix here. He now races from Maroochydore on the Sunshine Coast. So he had a great Queensland Championships and was really great in the single ski up that way. Also did a few team events as well. And fun fact, got 3rd in the beach flags.
Oh,
boy can sprint. Boy
man
can pick
can
up a
do
flag.
everything.
Honestly, he's absolutely phenomenal. But let's not take anything away from Bernie out in front at the moment of incredible finish. And Liam, we're just like waving our arms around here because this top 8 is absolutely anyone's. Oh no, someone's gone salute and nearly taken out a competitor or two in the mix. These waves really starting to stand up here. It seems far more consistent in the areas just here. But Bernie, how good is that as they make their way through? And it was Jackson Lawson from Bernie who did take out their state championship. So continuing his winning ways, Jackson Lawson, the Tassie champion, here to make a strong challenge for the Aussie championship.
Yeah, what a great start for Jackson Lawson. Got to the front early in this quarterfinal and then has just stayed there and not allowed anyone to come past him. So he's worked the ocean great. So it's Lawson in 1. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the next wave. So they should all be safe as long as they can control their ski over the line. And 8th place here on the green ski coming through. So that is our lead 8 crossing the line in this quarterfinal.
And I think it was that green ski that had a slew a little further out the back. So hopefully he did recover through and got there in time. That could be one of our Swansea competitors.
Just trying to see if we can pick the ski. There's a green ski there. I think it was the competitor here walking up the green and black ski and the Rashi on. We're just going to try pick his cap. Potentially Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Could have been Noah Thomas.
Might be.
We're just going to wait for that to be confirmed on live heats. But out in front on screen, Jackson Lawson from Bernie. What a great paddle in that quarterfinal. And I think the boys will take note of that and be keeping a very
100%.
close eye on him as we move through to our semi-final as well. So congratulations to Jackson Lawson.
And a huge congratulations. We've already had quarterfinal number 1 go through. Kaylin Montgomery, Hobie Smith, Byron Diekman, Flynn Whelan, Alex Stewart, Storm Balmain, Aidan Hall and Harrison Krozik from Trig. But right now, let's go down to Harold with our man from Bernie.
That's it. You're asking the Cheryl Steve. Jackson Lawson here. Quite windy. As soon as the skis got dragged out to the beach, the wind just picked up and that northerly was coming through pretty rough. Conditions, is it similar to Bernie, but just a little bit warmer?
Yeah, it is very similar back home. We get a lot of wind, especially in the Arvos, so it's sort of good. We train it all the time, so it's good to come and race in similar conditions.
Yeah, just a little bit more comfortable for you. Now, your state titles, how was that?
It was good, pretty heavy surf, so threw a bit in the mix, but yeah, it was good fun.
Placings, final, something?
Oh, second in Opens and won the 19s, so...
Oh, under 19s as well. Yeah. Double it up, big boy. All right. Now, talk to me about the type of work you're doing down in Bernie. When do you start? Is it all year round?
Oh, we do a lot of our winter work on the K1 on the river. And then as soon as when the water starts to warm up, jump in the ocean and start doing some long Ks. And coming close to spec season, we shorten it up, a few jump starts and 6-minuters.
Excellent. There we have it. The man from Bernie, Big Jacko, getting it done through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, fantastic work there. Tassie champ challenging for an Australian championship as we make our way through. This looks to be more of the quarterfinals for the under-19 men as they negotiate some whitewater. A tough start for the boys, but they're doing an incredible job trying to make their way through the field here. We think this could be heat number 4 because that is a South Maroubra cap on the very bottom of our screen there. We think that could be Charlie White. And some incredible paddlers in the mix, including Yanni Brown, who is out on that blue ski. He had an incredible New Zealand championships, and he's back now racing for Alexandra Headland. Keep your eye on Aidan Carberry as well. He's racing for West Beach. That is the pale blue cap with the 2 dark blue stripes on there. So lots of incredible races out here. We watch them come through, and there is 2 Kiwis in the mix here as well. Braith Swanberg from Amanu Beach and Luke Jackson from Marungi Bay, both racing in their Kiwi club caps.
But as we move through, like you mentioned, Aidan Carberry from West Beach making his way through to the front. So Carberry there in the black and silver, black and grey ski, but we have 4 just behind him and 6 there. So our lead 6 just getting a little bit of a separation from the next group of 6. So 8 going through here, but at the moment it is Carberry from West Beach leading out And we've got another paddler just pushing up alongside him. But the challenge here is the length of the ski means that where you're positioned in the centre, you can't always cut across to be where you want to be. So the nose of that ski behind is going to block. And as we say that, we see the Trig Island competitor just get a little bit caught up. So Carberry in 1. It looks like Sam Murphy potentially from Swansea Belmont sitting there in 2 as they make their way around that first can, and they are getting close. Skis going everywhere, paddles getting caught, and that has allowed Carberry to get around clean and extend his lead.
Yeah, I think that's Blake Monaghan from Trig Island in the mix. And another Western Australian that we're trying to find here, Ewan Barraclough from Sorrento, actually took out the WA title just a few weeks ago. So looking for that bright green cap of Sorrento in the mix as well. But for the boys, they're doing an incredible job out in front at the moment. Looks to be Cutton Pickering as well. Yanni Brown, the 2 Alexandria Headlands competitors, both very accomplished ski paddlers. Mermaid Beach is in the mix as well. I think that's going to be Anderson Flick, and we're just frantically pointing out all the different caps there. Great to see the red cap with the white star. That's Brace Swanberg from Manu Beach in New Zealand. He's up the northern end of the field, I should say, and this race is going to be absolutely tight. Have a look at the boys start to come through. They're trying to find these runners, and these craft will pick up absolutely any wave in the ocean. So here we go, 2, 4, 6, 8. It looks to be West Beach. Fantastic work there. Aidan Carberry, very, very clear out in front.
Yeah, Carberry has paddled well from start to finish in this quarterfinal of our under-19 male single ski. So Carberry looking like he's booking himself a ticket 4 on that next wave. I saw one of the Cronulla caps coming through as well, so it's either going to be Christabel Ordines or the second paddler, Angus Jarolimic. So there's 2 Cronulla paddlers coming through, but at the moment it is all Aidan Carberry, 2 waves clear in front.
Yeah, that hard work early really paid off for West Beach there. Incredible work by Aidan Carberry as he comes through, and he's looking back now, and we get to see Jan Jack. Wonderful to see Charlie Cornwell in the mix there. And he's the Victorian champion. Charlie Cornwell was racing for Portsea at that point, now moved to Jan Jack.
So we have our next 5 paddlers coming through and 4 on this next wave. So it's going to come down to this sprint finish potentially. So we're looking like taking our top 8. So from that next wave of 4, we will find our last couple of qualifiers. But Aidan Carberry from West Beach, South Australia.
It's live heats official.
He is first place. The officials don't have to check the iPad for that one. They are very confident.
You're right, sir. Right this way, please.
Because he was that far in front. So congratulations to Aidan. What a paddle from the young man.
Yeah, incredible work there. And we can see this is where he set it up, going right back to that replay so quickly. He's in the middle of the field, and you can see he was clear and so good being out of all that drama where some of the boys were 2, 3 and 4 wide out the back. We see Swansea, we can see Cronulla, and there we see the distance of that win. Absolutely phenomenal. And how good is that when you are just dragging your ski up, taking it through, going, yep, I am through to that semi-final. So lots of ski racing yet to come. It feels odd that we haven't seen too much ski action, and it's already the Friday of Aussies. But of course, with the conditions that we were greeted with, the officials and our safety officers making some really good decisions around what we should be doing, how we keep everyone safe, and just making sure we can get through as many results as possible. And if we look a little further down the beach, it looks like more skis in action. This could be more of our under-19s. But very quickly first, let's head down on the beach. Nathan Breen, who may have got another medal at Aussies earlier today and didn't tell us about it, the absolute superstar. Nathan is down there doing an interview.
Oh, stop embarrassing me, Jen. Yeah, down here with Aidan Carberry here from quarterfinal number 4. Mate, how was that one for you?
Yeah, it was good. The conditions have definitely eased up a bit from the last few days, which is, yeah, it's good. Nice bit of a change. Yeah, there's a lot of runners coming through, so yeah, really be switched on.
What sort of conditions do you get at West Beach? Is it pretty varied, or?
Most of the time it's actually like this. We get like a afternoon wind, kind of like what WA will get. And yeah, we get a couple of runners coming through, so pretty well drilled for these types of conditions. But yeah, most of the time it's that choppy stuff.
Mate, the skis, one of those events, has incredible depth. Good luck in the semi.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Nathan. What a result. Oh, and look at this. We have one of our paddlers. Oh,
no.
Luckily, they have called them back. That was going to be bad. We had one of our paddlers there in our open males with his hand in the air. The yellow ski. Corey Fletcher from Burleigh Heads, by the looks of it, had his hand up. The gun went, but the officials have called them back. Oh, this is what makes me nervous about ski racing, is the boys are very quick to throw their hand up to try and hold them up if they don't feel like they have an even start. But we are reset here in the men's single ski quarterfinals in the starters' hands, and a clean start this time.
This is heat number 2, or quarterfinal number 2, we should say, because closest to us on the bottom of the screen was Noah Havard from North Bondi. Watch out for him. This is an absolutely stacked quarterfinal. We've got Campbell Greaves, Dylan Muji, Joel Bevilacqua, Mitch Trim, Brennan Marchand, Jackson Collins, Lockie Tame, Mackenzie Hynard, Ewan Scrivens, Cody Gads, Murray Stewart, Ben Blakeney, Corey Fletcher, Max Brooks, Ben Carberry and Noah Havard. What an incredible race, but Murray Stewart out in front, turning back the clock, absolutely flying.
I've been told to keep an eye on Murray Stewart this weekend. He's been training the house down and he's putting it on show right now. And it's great to see Corey Fletcher hasn't let that little start rattle him. He has had a great go here, sitting in second place on that yellow ski, but it is all at the moment Murray Stewart from North Burleigh leading them out in this quarterfinal.
And can you believe this is the pace of a quarterfinal? It's only going to get bigger and better from here. You're seeing lots of things that you like out there. We're just pointing madly at the screen. It's an embarrassment of riches here in the quarterfinals.
There's so many names in this race. It is hard to keep track of who we want to talk about. Murray Smith out in front, Corey Fletcher in 2. And we look, making a move in that northern end is Jackson Collins from Kurrawa. That is the blue and white striped ski. But it is still Murray Stewart from North Burleigh leading them out as they make their way through to that turning can. But talking about Jackson Collins, he won the Australian Surf Championship in this single ski in 21, 22, but also in 25. So he's a 3-time winner. But then we're just going to jump away. Ben Carberry's in there. He won in 2024.
Yeah.
So how many former champions do you have to have in a race? I
In
think
a
we saw
quarterfinal.
Lockie Tame as well. Don't even get us started on that. So we have plenty of athletes. Murray Stewart, a winner as well back in 2009. So talk about the calibre and talk about the career length
impressive.
of these paddlers. Murray Stewart, 2009, and we are in 2026. So Stewart in 1, Collins from Kurrawa in 2, Fletcher, Burleigh Heads in 3, Carberry, Burleigh Heads in 4. That is our lead 4 right now in quarterfinal of our open men's single ski.
You've got to think they're taking 8 through, just having a look at liveheats.com. They do have spots in the semi-final for 16 athletes. So 8 to qualify through. The top 4 not in any drama at all, and they really, just like we saw Aidan Carberry from West Beach in the juniors, you've got to set it up early. You've got to find your green water out there. And for these boys, they know that they've got the speed. They know they've got the stamina and the endurance as well. So for them to be in a great position right now, no dramas at all. But for that next group, I'm looking back at Noah Havard. I'm looking back at Mitch Trim. I'm looking back at who do we have in the mix? Who wants to be there? Cody Gads from Cronulla, 100% still in this mix. In this one, but I'm getting a little nervous for 6 through 10.
I think there's also Max Brooks there from Newport on this blue and grey ski as well. What I'm interested in is, where is Lockie Tame?
Ooh.
Where is Lockie Tame? Like, I haven't seen him feature in this top 8 just yet, so we hope Lockie can bring it through. But you look out to see, we have many paddlers making a little run there, but out in front it is Murray Stewart, Jackson Collins 1 and 2, Ben Carberry in 3. That looks like it is going to be Corey Fletcher in 5 alongside Max Brooks. So 4 and 5 there. 4 more in this next wave.
6, 7, 8. There we go. Oh, my gosh. Who is going to be
10.
in that top group?
And I think this is Lockie Tame coming through just now. So by our count, unfortunately, it looks like Lockie Tame is going to be eliminated, former Australian champion. That's a bit of an upset. We would have expected to see him featuring way on Sunday on this event. So
I saw a Sorrento cap in the mix as well. Ewan Scrivens from Sorrento in WA. We think he's either 8 or 9, maybe 10th as well, just as they came across the line. But all eyes on Murray Stewart's biceps right there as he makes his way up the beach. And here we go. Look at the blade speed. Noah Havard, bottom of the screen, just phenomenal. But it was all Murray Stewart.
Murray Stewart from start to finish. That is a fairly dominant performance, and he has switched off on that paddle back in. So
must be nice.
Don't expect to see that on Sunday. They will be pushing from start through to finish. So Murray Stewart is going to be the winner of quarterfinal number 2 in our open men's single ski. So what a paddle by Murray. Jackson Collins there as well in second place. So that has been a great paddle from the two boys, and we've mentioned so many times about the kayaking pedigree, and we're now going to cross down to Nathan Breen, who is down there with one of our Newport athletes.
Yeah, here with Max Brooks, mate. Talk about a stacked lineup. Did you feel like you've drawn the short straw there? There's full of Olympians, full of past winners.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable, right? Like, I think, like you said, there would have been at least 4 Olympians, if not former Olympians. And I think we had it last year in the quarter too, where it was like 6 Olympians. So it's great to see how good the field is. I'm sure the other heats have got Olympians as well. So very happy to finish around 4th then. But it's a tough, long grind, that's for sure, with that swell kind of dying off out the back.
How have you assessed the conditions in comparison from earlier this morning through to now, and how have you had to reset throughout the rounds?
Yeah, I didn't do the mix this morning, but I saw it was pretty solid, and I thought it was going to be a much different race. It was more onshore wind. It's kind of a big side chop now, so you just kind of got to get a hard start, get through the break, find your position around the cans, and trying to give it everything you're coming home. So it's definitely a different race than what it would have been this morning.
Beautiful, mate. Good luck in the semi.
Yeah, thank you.
From one of the Brooks brothers to another brother from another mother with Jenny Parry. Harold Marshall here for the afternoon's proceedings. Jenny.
Hello.
I'm fired up because I'm in the air-conditioned comfort, because that is blistering out there in the water and on the sand.
Yeah, tough conditions down there at North Kira for our officials, our team manager and our athletes. They're all doing an incredible job as we watch that tide just creep up, and we can see more of our open men make their way through, including Sam Jordan swapping the microphone for a pair of sluggers as he heads down there. It's been incredible racing down there, Harold. I know you've been down on the beach, but we have just seen quarterfinal number 2 for the open men's single ski go through, taken out by Murray Stewart, Jackson Collins, Benny Carberry and Corey Fletcher in the mix, just trying to pick up some caps. Let's see who we've got coming through in these next races from here. Just trying to grab some caps. And it's tough for you to go, oh, well, I see a Newport. Yes, Jen, there are about 10 Newport competitors
here.
Yeah,
we're on. So this start list, we've got Nathan Neal from Allura. He's been electric all season down in New South Wales. Dan Humble from Trig Island. Come on.
What a star.
What a star. Sam Jordan was lucky enough to get a photo with him earlier when I was on the beach. Thank you, Sam, for your time. Dan Bowker next to him. Big Tom Clothier from North Bondi. Patrick Ely, also from Sorrento out west. Zico Vesely, coolest guy in the ski. Nick Green from North Burleigh. Joel Steiner can move the water. Alex Woodhouse, this is getting ridiculous. Same as that last heat, Jen.
Too good.
Jake Rees, Newport. Tom May, Seacliff. Come on. Wait up. Tom Green, Northcliffe. Let's go. Fergus Morgan. Oscar Jones from Sorrento. Harrison Torrens away clean. Bottom. Harry Torrens is away nice and clean at the moment. Bottom of the screen. But the action's going to be through the middle, because it looks like it's opened up nicely there for Pat Ely from Sorrento. Just punching through, copying a couple on the chest. The guys on that inside left, Dan Humble getting absolutely smoked by 2. But out in front, Zico Vesely from Newport just opening up on the black ski.
Oh, Zico looking absolutely fantastic. And Oscar Jones is in there from Sorrento. He's in that bright orange ski. A shout out to Tom May from Seacliff. He's in the plain black cap. He actually took out the South Australian Championships just a few weeks back. So Tom May, absolute superstar.
Do you know how many he's won down there?
Too many. Too many. He's very selfish. None for anyone else down there. But at the moment, it is all Newport out in front. Great to see a Wanda cap in the mix.
Yeah, that's Joel Steiner there. So the young man, early or 20 years old at the moment, still hasn't even grown into his body, but he's an absolute man mountain at the moment. So these two will just tuck through that inside, work through that space. White ski next to them is going to be Jake Rees, and on that inside is going to be Oscar Jones. Then on the outside flank again from Newport, it's going to be Harry Torrens. But this is an embarrassment of riches. What are we? round 2 or
It's
quarterfinal.
only quarterfinals. Wonderful to see Pat Ely in the mix as well. He's a little further up to the northern end of the beach. He's also in that bright green cap of Sorrento. He's also got the green on his ski. He was absolutely dominant at the WA Championships, as he has been for quite a few years. And you can see the boys just starting to ease back a little bit. They're in that green water, just trying to find their good positions. I love that this is the pace that we're seeing already when it's only a quarterfinal.
Yeah, it looks like the guys have just settled into that nice little rhythm there as they get out to that first Ken, just trying to find some space to see. There's our man Sam Jordan on the black and white ski on that outside left. He's been tapering a little bit. He's been feeling firing fit.
Mm-hmm.
And he said his goal was to get to this Aussie final, so he's just lurking in the shadows at the moment. 9-10 position. He's going to be okay. Tight little jam up at the can. Jake Reeves strong through there. Vesely leading us out. And then in through the middle there, Nick Green.
Daniel Bowker, I want to say.
Sorry, I was going to say that because that's not his ski.
Yep, from there, that is your top 3 right there. Daniel Bowker, he's got the white cap with the 2 green stripes on there. Also keep an eye on Nathan Neal from Allura. Who are you looking at, Harold? You've got your hands in the air already.
It's just a little bump coming through. A couple are going to get jammed up at that last can. Everyone's still in their seats. But down on the left-hand side, Ely's found something. But it's just a matter of trying to get that board trimming through. Whatever the way the ocean's going, let's run it that way. Bomb from out the back. It is going to be on. This is going to be the officials' nightmare at the moment. Ely on the right-hand side. Reed's leading us through at the moment. Big run on the outside there. And that is going to be Tommy Green from Northcliffe. Can he get that nose over the front? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing there at the moment. Fattens out. Reese through the middle. Vesely on the bottom there. And we said it was the North Burley cab of Dan Bowker. This is looking strong at the moment.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the wave there. Fantastic work, and the relief that they would have felt when they felt that little wave come up behind them. But just behind them as well, Tom Clothier from North Bondi, just out of shot for us at the moment. We're really trying to push into that top 8. Oh my gosh, Harold, get your iPad out, officials. If you are down on the finish line, my gosh, I am so happy not to be you right now. Who have we got?
We want Sam Jordan to get through because he's in our team, and when he wins, we win. But at the moment, top 4 on screen are going to be comfortable. Vesely going to be comfortable, along with Rees. Little bubble from behind. It looks like we might have Jones just falling off the back of that one, so the guys need to get moving. Over the top, noses out. 1, 2, 3. Oh, nightmare! It's going to open up on the right-hand side for Jordan. Surely not. Sam Jordan going to make his way through. Slew there for Jones, who's in control. Wow. Top of the area there. It was Clothier from North Bondi thereabouts, but there was 2 skis sideways, both with their ski paddlers on the inside, so technically still under control. Yuck for the officials.
That is so, so tough and really difficult for our athletes as well. You could see just when that double light happened, the wave sucked out. They were straight onto the sand and so quickly they went down. But how good is that? The officials making their way down to the athletes very, very quickly. Zico Vesely already, it is live heats official for Newport team. What an incredible performance for that athlete. Set it up perfectly. He knew that he wanted to be out of all of that drama with a capital D. My God, that finish. I cannot wait to watch it. But here we saw that incredible start. Zico Vesely really set it up at that point.
Yeah, opened it up nicely. The guys on the outside were just trying to hold on. It was Bowker had a really good start. Found some space on that blue ski on the inside. But this is it, Jen. Couple of noses just stuck underneath.
So
1,
shallow.
2, and 3. So it was Clothier at the top there. He found some space. And, carnage everywhere. We don't even know who's through there. Torrance over the top. Still holding on. Nathan Neal, one holding on underneath. Jordan sneaks from the outside. Ely there. And then it was Vesely from start to fishing.
My gosh.
Start to fishing. We were talking about fish earlier, weren't we?
Remora, yes.
What is that?
I've wrote that. We'll have our biology lesson afterwards, but what a race, what a finish. And we do love that at the end of each race, there's always the debrief. You were there and then I was there and you came up the inside and then this happened. A few little blow-ups down on the beach as well. It wouldn't be a race it wouldn't be an Aussies if we didn't have a few blow-ups down there as well. But incredible racing, and that is just the quarterfinals. So we did get to see just before Harold the race, the quarterfinal number 2 that was taken out by Murray Stewart. In a different arena, we've also had quarterfinal number 3 go through, and a huge congratulations to Samuel Braun from North Bondi ahead of Kendrick Louis of Manly, Tom Norton from Talabudra, Dan Mole of Kurrawa, Taylor Chamberlain of Taylor's Mistake in New Zealand, Michael Booth from Sorrento, Alexander Duggan from Allura, and Kaya Gilbertson from Noosa Heads coming through there. And as we wait, as we see Pat Ely and Sam Jordan have the debrief down there on the beach, we say a huge thank you to our strategic event partners, Experience Gold Coast and Tourism Events Queensland, and our event partners, BRP, Fins and Nutrigrain. And here we go. You were there and I was here and Tom Green came through here and then the wave was here and there was no sand. And then I was upside down. I didn't know where my ski was and I lost my paddle.
There is so much to unpack, but we'll get straight to the Orange Arena for some more ski action because we may as well strap in, ladies and gentlemen. Day 3, can you believe it?
Day
Friday. It is Friday.
It's
Friday
Friday already. Can you believe we've only got 2 days of the Aussies left? I am not ready for that just yet. We are going to keep that live heats tab open because I do want to know who is going to go through from that quarterfinal. This looks to be maybe our 19 boys.
Yeah,
Let's
it should
have
be
a
under
quick
19s.
little look. Open up liveheats.com. That is where you will get the draw and the results for all of the racing at this championships. It's not just for the Opens, but for the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Youth and Nipper Championships, the Surf Rescue, the boats, the beach, the adaptive, everything is on there. Who have we got in the single ski as they make their way around in this Orange Arena?
So outside is the big boy, Willem Riddington. Do you remember that surname from
I
Manly?
do. How can you forget it?
So big Willem Riddington leading us home at the moment, tucked in on the inside next to him. Just trying to pick up that cap there. Looks like it's going to be possibly one of the West Beach boys. So Aidan Carberry
Nice.
is who it's going to be. So he's looking strong through. That's going to be a 1 and 2. Very, very comfortably at the moment. Not too much of a little bump from behind. Tucked on the outside. It's going to be Tommy Hall from Swansea Belmont on the green. And then top 8 is what that figure's going to be. If
That's what we're thinking.
Yeah. Well, if the next guys can pull over the top of this, that is going to be a clear 4. Maybe Alex Stewart there from Alexandria Headland trying to pull down the top of that one. And now we've just got crickets. Nothing on offer for anyone apart from sheer grit and determination.
Yeah, it makes it really, really tough. We saw an incredible performance from West Beach already today. Aidan Carberry has had a fantastic championships. He's joined in this semi-final by teammate Aidan Hall as well. So they'll have a lot of support back there on the beach. Willem Whittington, the pale blue cap of Manly, have an incredible paddle just behind him. I think that is some of our Swansea competitors in the mix. That's definitely Alexandra Headlands on the top end of the field. And wonderful to see a few different clubs in the mix here. Lachlan Bean is in there from Mullaloo.
How do you do Mullaloo? But look at this at the front. Aidan Carberry, West Beach, comfortable out in front, along with Willem Riddington, tucked in from behind. Tommy Hall from Swansea Belmont. Left-hand side is going to be the yellow cap of Alex Hall. And then I was waiting for the move from the other West Beach competitor, Aidan Hall, lurking in that 5th to 6th position at the moment. Wants to get into that top 8. And then the other blue cap of note was Angus Gerolamic from Cronulla.
Nice.
Can he make his way through? But Byron Diekman, where is he at the moment? He's comfortable at the moment protecting that.
Byron's at the top of the screen. He's on that red and gold craft.
Needs to get moving.
Yeah. Well, he's also the Queensland champion. It was a really, really tight finish between the a few Maroochydore competitors to take out the Queensland championships. But there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Byron Diekman needs to get a move on if the Queensland champ wants to be in the Aussie semi-final. We think he's just got through maybe in 8th position, but really, really tough racing there.
Don't do that, mate.
No,
Jeez.
it's a tough one. Wonderful to see a few from the crew in the mix there. So jump onto liveheats.com and you can follow through all of these results. I'm going to quickly go back to see if they have made some decisions in that open men's single ski. They have.
Hit me.
Tell you what, so we knew Zico Vesely was safe for that open men's quarterfinal. Oscar Jones from Sorrento in 2, Jake Reeves from Newport in 3, Dan Bowker from North Burleigh in 4, Sam Jordan makes his way through from Redhead, Thomas Green from Northcliffe, Nathan Neal of Allura, and Pat Ely gets the 8th and final qualification spot there in the quarterfinals of the open men's single ski. What a race, what a finish. Loving the drama down there, Pat Ely. And it was Harrison Torrens just outside qualifying in 9th position.
He's already got a medal today.
He's
That's
had a big day.
He has had a big day.
He's had a lot happening.
Looking through that, little smoky for my liking. Due. This guy is due for some wave luck, for some finishing luck, for some podium luck. It's going to be Nathan Neal from Allura.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Incredible racing. Really, really incredible. We're going to take a quick little break and we'll be back in just a moment.
Dear Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
up and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
And a huge welcome back. Harold Marshall here with Jenny Parry in the commentary box. We had a quick review of the program that is still remaining this afternoon, noting that it is 2:26 Australian normal time. What do you call it up here?
Time?
Australian Eastern. I don't know.
Australian Eastern Standard Time. We can see just a few competitors down on the beach at the moment. Lots happening across the entire length of North Kira Beach. Also down at Tugun, we have the surf boat racing. And if you like surf boats, great news. There is a live stream running just for you. And then tomorrow we add another one into the mix. Tomorrow we will be doing a live stream just for the beach events, just for the beach flag. So do love that we're bringing you more and more content every single year here at the Australian Championships, because there are so many races, so many clubs and so many athletes to celebrate. This looks to be another ski race in the mix. We think we're back in the 19s, Harold, 19s. Seeing a few different caps in the mix, including...
Yep, semi-final number 2.
I think it's, I just saw an Orawa cap in the mix. That's Braith Swanberg from, Amanu Beach in great racing there. Charlie Cornwall from Jan Jack will be on the...
Swift.
Yes, 100%. He will be on the northern end of your screen. Jackson Lawson from Burnon in the mix. Caelan McGonery from Terrigal. Darcy Mazier from Swansea. Kyneton Pickering, watch out for him from Alexandra Headland. And that was a deep water start for some of our athletes as they make their way through.
Yeah, really awkward start for these guys, but top of the screen firing through at the moment. Might be that blue ski there of Caelan Montgomery, unbelievably fast at the moment. The guys are punching through. A couple of ways to contend with. 1, 2 and 3 out into the clean water. The last person just getting a little bit jammed up through there at the moment, but out through the middle of the pack, absolutely firing through the moment. So looking for Sam Murphy or Hobie Smith, which is what we might be looking at, but I do apologise because, of course, it is going to be Keaton Wrong-Smith from Manly. He's got 2 surnames and he can paddle twice as fast as everyone else.
Yeah, fantastic work. Great to see so many of the crew in the mix here as they make their way through the glare, making it really tough to pick up some caps, but it doesn't look like many of the crew are starting to move out there at all. We're just trying to pick up some more caps.
I've got it covered here for the moment. So William Wrong-Smith
Thank you.
leading us through at the moment. And then it's going to be Sam Murphy from Swansea Belmont. He's got the orange apricot coloured ski just through the middle with the cap of Swansea Belmont tucked in front of him. Yanni Brown, Kyneton Pickering's going to be thereabouts as well. But can you believe Jackson Lawson, straight from the opens, back into the 19s, absolute legend, and he's just off on that left-hand side, firing through.
And I also saw the golden curls there of Jerome Drabot, so you can see that tucked under a Maroochydore cap there. So we're definitely in the right spot. We are definitely here in semi-final number 2, the top 8 to qualify for the Australian Championship final here for the under-19 men's single ski. Could be anyone's race for now. This is an absolutely stacked semi-final.
So looking through, his yellow ski in the middle is in 10th position at the moment. 10 is not 8. 2 need to miss out. 8 are going to make their way through to a 19 ski final. Semi-finals on a Friday afternoon. This is unbelievable. But it is all Keaton Wrong-Smith at the moment leading us through. And then the Alexandria Headland cap just tucked in on that secondary spot.
That's 2 Alex caps in the mix, I want to say, both Kyneton Pickering and Yanni Brown. I can also see Flynn Whelan from Brighton. That is the bright red cap with the white stripes over the arm there. But Carberry, was it Carberry?
No, that's Max Humphries. It's another West Beach boy.
Max.
There's a West Beach everywhere. They are east, they are north, they are south, they are east, they are West Beach.
Mainly
everywhere
west.
is where they are. But Wrong-Smith trying to turn that last can, trying to get that boat trimming through, pick up any sort of runners at the moment. Not much in it at the moment, Jen.
Not much in it at all, and you can see the boys are 4, 5, 6 wide nearly at that final turning can. No dramas at all for those who are out in front, and that hard work pays off early if it means that you can be a little clearer of everyone else. Drabot, in particular, from Maroochydore, he's gone super, super wide at the can. That may also be a strategic decision if he has chosen to go a little bit further down to the southern end of the field. A shout out as well. Caelan McGonery from Terrigal. You can see he is on the full blue cap. Just in about, I want to say, equal 4th at the moment, but quite a few in the mix, challenging in there. And a big shout out
Flynn
as
Whelan
well.
there is going to be there
We're
again.
just looking
Flynn
as
Whelan
well.
from Brighton, because I saw that red cap, and what is going on? So south side, it looks like Humphreys just trying to find any sort of space. Hobie Smith been a really, really strong all season from Cronulla. Where are you? Can you get yourself into the 4? But not just as of yet, because Montgomery, just as we say that,
Go.
attacking that run on the outside, 8 is going to be that number. And just as we say that, the guys on the front need to get moving, because this front wave needs to get out in front, because behind it could be a tiny little bit of carnage. How many, Jen?
10. It's too many.
How many in front?
4.
That's 14. This is a semi-final. Top 8 is what it's going to be. This back wave is going to be all about
someone's
timing. One off. So we're down to 13. Great. Fantastic. So here we go. Little awkward double up. Who's going to have the best off it? Best timing. Watch for Drobot, second from the bottom. He's got elite pace. He is a 250-metre specialist on the flat water, not the fat water, because this wave is actually fattening up a little bit. Darcy Macier on the right there for Swansea Belmont. Also in the middle, Sam Murphy for Swansea Belmont. Timing is key. Jen, talk us through it.
My gosh, Storm Balmain in the mix as well from Warilla Barrack Point. Absolute rock star name for a rock star athlete, but closest to us, you're pointing madly. Who do you like? Jerome Drabot, the first to pull down that wave. He is going to take the win there in the qualification, but my gosh, it really depended where the boys were on the line, who had that slight bit of the shallower water as they made their way up and through. And you can see 2 of the boys who came off, and unfortunately they could see what was ahead. They knew how many people were on that wave out the front. For them, their Aussies is over in the under-19 single ski. The semi-finals just so brutal.
We said it earlier. Drobot went ultra south. Did he find something down? And the thing I really liked about that line coming in, when it doubled up and it got a little bit fat through, there was a tiny little bit more, I guess, water just sitting on top of that wave that didn't suck out from underneath, which was great for him, because he was able to then drop the hammer, shoot through, and got out by ski length in the space of 15 metres, which is fantastic.
These ski finishes are just getting better and better as the day goes on. And as you would expect them to do, the intensity is only going to build from here as we work our way through quarters to semis. And a lot of the finals that we are forming up now, they will be part of our big finals package on Sunday afternoon.
Awkward start, so it's really, really tough for these guys to try and find something that is fair and equitable, but they got out cleanly enough, they got into the work, and it was all about Keaton Wrong-Smith the whole way through. And this is diabolical if you're at the front.
Oh, this is absolutely brutal to watch sometimes, but have a look at that. It really just came down to where they were on the line. And there we go. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to?
And it's on the nose, right? How hard is it to pick the nose when it's underwater?
On the nose, and that's really tough for those 2 athletes, I think, on the northern end of the screen.
You're calling it?
From my call, they were the ones to miss out there. But again, until it's live heats official, it is not official. So anything that Harold and I dribble on with up here, wait till it's on live heats. This is not dribble. This is
elite level, technical, professional commentary on a Friday afternoon.
And I do love that Aussies just gets better and better. Our athletes are just phenomenal to see the sort of racing that we get. It's just wonderful. So a little bit of a change now. We've had those 19s and those opened men's ski. I think we're going to head down to the green and gold arena now for the board relay for the ladies. You can see they are lined up there. They're all being called in now for their briefing. This is where we explain the course, and you'll see we do this every single race. This is not just at the start of the entire event. We go, alrighty ladies, this is what we're here for. This is the course. This is where we're going. Here's how you do your tags. It's really important that you do listen to the officials here, because Harold, thinking about those last 2 days where we had some really unexpected conditions greeting us. I mean, how many events have you gone to where we've done figure 8 courses, reverse courses, arenas crossing over each other? It's been really, really interesting. You can cut the cans on the way out, but you can't cut them on the way home. So many different instructions that have been given to our competitors across the Aussies. Hopefully, we're getting a little closer back to normal programming down here for the board relays for the ladies.
Because I was literally just about to say, surely we're at a point where we can go, ladies, everyone good? Yeah. My memory is very, very short. The Trig Island ladies on screen at the moment. Swansea Belmont, Terrigal. 19s?
I want to say 19 ladies for the board relay, but we're just going to grab that very quickly. Jump onto liveheats.com for the draw and the results for everything that is happening down there. Just waiting for the girls. Now, I know Trig Island has really great representation in the under-19 event, so they do have 2 teams in this first semi-final for the board relay. Their B team is made up of, please hold, Oceana Eustace, Grace Atchison and Zoe Moore. And then in the same race, they have their A team, Sienna Howard, Millie Cock and Anika Negus.
whilst you're on there scrolling through,
Yes.
I would like to possibly propose a change, especially in the evolving world of AI.
Mm.
I think the algorithm of the random draw in live heats could have a little bit of work done.
Really? You think it's a little skewed?
Do we need 2 Trig Island people in the same heat?
You don't want to run the WA club champs as we
No,
do
no.
scroll through. If you are seeing a club cap that looks a little different on screen right now, the black cap with the yellow and white stripes on there, that is Mount Maunganui. A huge shout out and a welcome to Mount Maunganui. Isabel Spearin, Tetsani Thompson and Mia Helliott, congratulations on making a semi-final here at Aussies. Good luck for your board relay.
Yeah, big shout out, big kia ora to our surf club whānau over the ditch. Very, very
Yes.
exciting. Kiwis are
Up and
in
about.
in the persuasion specifically this morning, open board relay. The boys from the, I think it was the Northcliff B team. So Joey Collins and Corey Taylor were electric this morning.
Yeah,
Very, very
phenomenal.
podium. Fantastic result.
Yep.
But yeah, geez, that was a really, really tight finish, that race. That was
Yeah, that was
memorable.
that was a really great highlight of the day. It's been an incredible event already. As we get ready for a start in our under-19 ladies board relay, as we say, a big shout out and a thank you to our strategic event partners, Experience Gold Coast and Tourism and Events Queensland. We can see a few different crews in the mix here. We're going to have Torquay from Victoria, Trig Island, Sorrento, and the second Trig Island, I should say, from Western Australia, Mount Maunganui from across the road. And a big shout out to Brianna Irving, who took out that incredible open beach sprint yesterday from Waikanae. And of course, as a Kiwi competing for a Kiwi club here at the Aussie Championship, she gets a gold medal, but also Talia Sunderland from Currumbin gets the Aussie gold medal as the first Australian finisher in that event.
quick question for the half local lady. What is that mountain on the side? Because that looks absolutely beautiful. I need to get some walking across that. That looks...
Yes, that is Currumbin Creek. So great little spot there. We'll take a drive later, Harold. I'll show you the Gold Coast. But for right now, let's get our ladies through here in the board relay. This is the under-19s, and there's a fantastic start out in the middle there.
Northcliffe leading us out strongly at the moment. Right-hand side, it looks like the guys from Swansea Belmont A-team trying to find some space, punching through that little gutter onto the bank. No one up on their feet at the moment because it's just filling up a little bit on that high tide. So the girls are now up and into their work here for the first of the 19 board relay semi-final.
Absolutely, and it was Newport who took out this event at last year's Australian Championships, and we've got a wonderful representation, a wonderful mix, and a few of our state champions in the mix here. Alexandra Headlands took out the Queensland Championship, Coogin, New South Wales, Mentone, the big winners there in their maroon caps, they took out the Victorian Championship, Grange from South Australia, Trig from WA, remembering we've got two Trig competitors or two Trig teams in this semi-final, and then Clifton Beach took out the Tasmanian title.
So semi-final of 3, top 6 will be the figure to make through for a final this afternoon, because more medals are going to be earned throughout the course of this afternoon's proceedings. So actually really, really looking forward to that. But at the moment, it's just the two Northcliffe teams out with Swansea Belmont looking a little bit like a training run at the moment because they've had races after race after race. A few of these ladies' shoulders will be a little bit cooked from the ski races earlier, so it's just a matter of just trying to get that work through, protect that spot you're in, and then hand over to your next teammate.
Absolutely. Really loving the work of Swansea Belmont at the moment. Just tucked in behind Northcliffe, getting a nice little ride out there. They started up the southern end of the field. That's Katie Rees, and she knows how to do some smart racing. You got to have a little chat to her earlier. She's going to go around the Cairns so many times. This Australian Championship, she's everywhere come final Sunday as well. Wonderful to see the team from Kurrawa in the mix. That is their A-team. Emily Bear, their first board paddler. Wonderful to see Emily back in racing. She's been doing a fair bit of rugby league, I think. We also see her at pool rescue competitions. I get to chat to her dad a bit. So a big shout out, Emily Bear, in the mix there for Kurrawa, paddler number 1.
Yeah, I'm going to shout out to Torquay as well at the moment. They're just lingering in that 8th spot. Need to get into the top 6. So Rory Rientes, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and that's how I'm doing it, because that's how it reads for me. And they're looking actually quite comfortable at the moment. Again, just... you want to just hold yourself toward the middle of that pack. You don't want to give too much away at the moment. The ladies from Mount Maunganui want to get a move on, because once you lose touch of that pack, you're paddling on your own. That is a lot of work to do. So Izzy Spearin from Mount Maunganui, you're doing a great job. Keep pushing through, because as we've seen throughout the last 3 days, these waves could jack up from anywhere, and they've been pretty brutal for these guys at the front that are trying to protect these leads.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough racing all round here at the Aussies, as we see. This is where we get to, across the back cans here in the green and gold arena, we get to see a good idea of what is the distance to be made up, what is that nice lead that those top three gals have at the moment, as we see immediately around that first can. You can see the girls just staying down low, getting a little bit of speed on, and Katie Rees, if there is a wave in the ocean, she will absolutely be on it. Going around that final turning can now. Great to see Trig Island in the mix. And if you have trouble remembering your caps, Trig Island is the one that looks like a Christmas tree. Red, green and white.
Okay.
Yep.
Like those little boiled lollies, like the Christmas lollies?
Whatever metaphor works best for you, just go with it from there. And then we can see, look at those waves across the ocean. And you can also see the spray that's coming off the front of the girls' boards as they make their way through really tough conditions out there. The wind has been absolutely brutal. It's been a little bit different every single day here at the Australian Championships, and intrigued to see what's going to greet us tomorrow. Bit of a cool change apparently coming through overnight.
A Queensland cool change or a New South Wales cool change?
Yeah,
okay.
Put some socks on with your thongs.
Is that it? We are here all afternoon, so it looks like the guys from Terrigal just trying to hold on to something there. That's going to be Kathy Carney, their lead paddler. Little wave coming from behind. So what do we got? Swansea Belmont 1, Trig in 2, and then the Northcliffe 18 with Addie O'Connor just trying to hold on to that lead. Just that low chest there. That is fantastic. If you're at home and you're a young nipper that wants to know how to paddle a board well, just watch everything Katie does. Chin Nelly on the board, because if your chest is low, arms go deep, big wave from behind, and this is what you want to see. So it's going to be Northcliffe trying hard, raiding, trying to get that board over the top, not enough. Little correction there from Katie Reeves, but out in front. Look at the big, heavy, loping strokes of the Trig Island A-team, Sienna Howard, just punching through at the moment. Beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic racing across the board for the girls here. Wonderful to see Torquay still in the mix on the far southern end of the field. Currumbin in there as well. We haven't seen too many Currumbin in the junior girls age groups. Wonderful to have them in the mix. Julia O'Shea listed as their first paddler.
Beautiful. So lead paddler, again, we've seen it done all the work, unfortunately, way from behind. Sit up, get a tiny bit of air in, because the first third of this race is almost done and dusted. We haven't seen it change yet. It's still Swansea Belmont. It is still Trig. It is still Northcliffe, but from behind, Torquay, Northcliffe, and then Terrigal into that top 6 position. Long, heavy transition. I'll tell you what, 3 days of walking on this ultra firm sand. It feels like concrete. It is taxing on the body. I don't know how these athletes can keep backing up race after race.
Especially when they've got some really long run legs starting to come through here. It's there you go, Northcliffe in 1, Katie Reeves from Swansea in 2, and that is Trig Island with wonderful hair ribbons as well. Very festive down there. Wonderful to see the girls doing their good branding down here. 1, 2 and 3 are away. The top 8 to qualify through. Remembering this is already a semi-final. Oh, it's top 6. Top 6, Harold is reminding me how maths works. We have tremi-finals in action at the moment. So 6 from each of those will go through for a final of 18, because that is how maths works.
So 5 now on the board. The last of the transitions coming on to that start for the secondary paddlers is going to be our 7-8, which is Terrigal. Currumbin with some work to do as well. Nice little skim start, a couple of little bunny hops. That's what you want to see. Down low, driving away, and that is really, really strong and aggressive start for Jacinta Lee. The secondary paddler for Currumbin, sitting in that 8th spot at the moment. Need to pick 2 off. Northcliffe just opening up a bit of a lead at the moment.
Yeah, shout out to the team from Jan Juck in Victoria as well. Zoe McKenna was first out as per program. She's listed as the first paddler there. Jamie Flanagan is in the water now, and Chloe Wright is in 3rd. So they are just on the cusp at the moment, Jan Juck. They are one of the few caps that actually has their club name written on their cap. Their club, it says Jan Juck on there, which always makes it a little easier for us. And you can see, just have a look at the spray. Look how windy it's getting down there as Currumbin just tries to push through that wave.
Yeah, wind is ultra strong at the moment. So the sweep is still south to northish at the moment, but it's kind of like the two elements are combining at the moment, which is making it really, really awkward. Saw earlier with the skis, guys finding it really easy to turn that ski around, but heading back to shore, getting pushed down to the south. But the ladies at the moment are feeling so much confidence in being able to stay up on their knees with that really heavy side chop coming across. And then underneath the board, it is Northcliffe leading us out at the moment. Swansea Belmont there in 2.
And I think it's 2 of our Trig teams are still in the top 8, at the top 6 at the moment. So they're going to need to do a little bit of work to stay there. That top 6 just changes things slightly. It's not as though top 8 is easy to get through, but once you get to 6 and as that white water starts to come through, unfortunately, those girls who are caught a little bit further back, they're going to have to stop, pop, maybe even roll under some of that white water. And if you're in that tricky spot there, when you get held up, it just means that the people behind you get a little bit extra opportunity to catch up. And for those who are out further in front, they just get further away.
So 1 and 2 looking comfortable at the moment. Second place, I really love this. This is what you want to see at the back end of a day of a semi-final. Just sit on the wash, let you do all the work. You can part the seas for me. You set the tone. It is actually, Trig Island in that secondary spot. Swansea, Belmont in 3. So Trig looking really comfortable at the moment there for the A team. So just cruising their way through, sitting on the back of Riley Meyer, the number 2 board paddler for the Northcliffe A team. And then it's Millie Cock just, again, foxing, just loitering at the back there, get around this can nice and clean. If she chooses to make a decision, she probably can, but they'll have a look over their shoulder and see there's probably a solid 100 metres between second place to that 7th to 8th spot, which isn't too bad at the moment. So these ladies are looking comfortable and they can kind of just check their energy at the moment.
Yeah, I think checking the energy is a really great way to put it there, Harold. They still know they need to put their third and final paddler in the best possible position. They want to get through safely. The fact that it is semi-finals through to finals is a really, really great outcome, considering, as you say, how many times these girls are going to go around the cans. We have a very aspirational program today, a lot of events down that we were trying to get through. I don't know how many of those will get there. So happy I'm not on the organising committee because those are tough decisions to make. But there we go, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Terrigal on the precipice at the moment.
Terrigal, come on girls, the Terra gals in the mix there, and they have racing for them Catherine Kearney, Molly Lang and Sky Hackshall.
So we'll see what they can do over the last few moments, but out in front it's Riley Meyer from Northcliffe. A nice little resurgence from her, had a
really good
couple of open wins through the Summer Surf Series. And the thing that when I spoke with her on the beach that was really, really profound was how much she's loving competing and being back in the water with her friends.
Oh, good. That is what you want to hear. For anyone down on the beach, just want you to be enjoying yourself, have a good time, come back next year, do it all again.
Yeah, because most of these people have either got school on Monday or work on Monday, so...
Yeah, here we go and have a look at the gap that has now opened up. Darby Meyer leading the way here as Trig Islands tries to come through as well, trying to maintain that board speed. Can she get down there? Can she conserve a little bit more energy? If she can get a nice little runner, you can see how much the girls are having to work for every single benefit of the ocean.
Yeah, that was unbelievable there from Millie Cox. You could see she had a quick peek over her right shoulder, saw a couple little runners coming, bang, flick the switch, let's bit of light and shade, because when we get these runners coming through, when you feel that lift underneath, it is all systems go. Fire up as much as you can. Eke out every single inch, metre, moment you can from these little bits of momentum and power out of the ocean. And then shut it down for a little while, then wait for the next lift. So Trig into that 1, Northcliffe A team and 2, Swansea Belmont back in that third spot with the Trig B team tucked in there as well.
Yeah, great to see 2 from Trig still in that top 6 as we come through to the final transition, the final tag for the third paddler to come through. And as we get the shot back on the Gold Coast, lots of events still happening. Here we go, Trig Island trying to come through there. We've got Torquay, got all the blue caps behind. We've got Jan Jack on the far left-hand side, Terrigal in the middle, and then Torquay with that yellow stripe trying to come through. That looks to be the top 6 at the moment because there's another Trig Island just off screen. Actually, that's the top 7 because Northcliffe is in the mix as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Just going to shout out to Sky Hackshall there from Terrigal. 5 sutures in a foot yesterday after a bit of mishap with the ski. But when it's team's day, you've still got to lift, you've still got to rise. So she's out there still doing it for the Navy Blue? The blue cap of Terrigal?
Blue cap of Terrible, yeah.
So good. But here we go. 1 in the lead at the moment. Trig Island, a little bit elementary, just cruise through, tag onto the next one. Same again with the Northcliffe guys. So that is 1 and 2 at the moment. Daylight for 3rd and 4th.
Oh, it's a long way back, but that top 6 is going to be absolutely tough. Again, we know that it's those last few here, and it's all going to come back, I think, the second half of this race. That is where the girls will start to tire, and that is where some of the waves may start to come into play. It's been really tricky for the girls as they make their way through, but no dramas at all. Let's see if we can get our first paddlers out very cleanly. You can see just moving the weight back on the board, getting that nose up to go up and over. as our second Trig Island competitor, and Swansea Belmont come up and around. We think that they are still in that top 6. We think they are still in a qualification position, but they're going to absolutely need to hustle on the way out.
Yeah, they're going to need to hustle somewhat. Kalia Kingston there. She's going to change over to Alexa Sutherland there. So they're going to be in that 4th spot at the moment, but our lead paddlers, it's going to be Northcliffe on the left and Trig Island A team on the right. So Annika Negus from the Trig Island team, and then also that last paddler is Luca Pither. It seems like we've just seen her in every single race and towards the front in every single, I guess, broadcast race for this 19s arena. What an athlete.
Yeah, Luca, the Queensland champion on the single ski. She's an incredible
that's
paddler.
her best event.
Yeah, 100%. Well, she's got many great events. Amongst them is the ski race. And I think it was Trig Island might have got hit by a few little waves on the way out there because they had a nice lead on Northcliffe, but Northcliffe have now gone to the front. So we can see 2 distinct packs form up, 1 and 2 out the front, 3 and 4 behind. And it looks like we may have even had a gap between 6 and 7 on that previous transition. So the girls would be very aware of where they are in the race and where they need to be as well. And these are long courses, Harold. The girls have got some really big paddles to do. We were speaking about this earlier for the blue and white arena, which is the under 17 men's arena, I should say, exclusively just for them on the far northern end of the field. And they were complaining every single race. The course is so long, and it really was a long way out when you've got to go out to that second break for all of your races. But, you know, the officials had the numbers on it. It's 250 metres out, a little bit further again. But, yeah, conditions changing hour by hour down here at North Kira Beach. No dramas at all for our ladies out in front. Northcliffe, Trig Island looking very, very good. But our focus is on that third pack where we've got 5, 6 and 7 all in the mix, knowing we can only take the top 6.
Yeah, so it looked like it was clear-cut top 6, but just as we say that, our
Yes.
7th paddler is absolutely motoring at the moment, because if you can secure a spot in an Aussie final, that is a great achievement in itself.
100%. No, we actually had, when you were talking to Katie before, and she was really just saying, I want to have a good race on Sunday. I still want to be here. And this is someone who's won the board, the swim and the iron at an Aussie Championships before. I hope I make it to Sunday. Katie Rees, I think you're going to be okay. But have a look at that spray off the waves there. It just shows you how windy it is out the back. I think the drone sometimes can make things look a little nicer than what they really are out there. We see the beautiful colours. We see the the way the ocean looks, and you're like, it is a tough day at the office for these girls in the under-19 board relay first Tremi final.
And with that wind, it's been prominent all day, similar to yesterday.
100%.
It gets a little bit taxing in the sun, and you don't actually realise because you don't actually feel that hot out in the sun because that wind is absolutely firing through. So, again, so important for the coaches and the team managers just to be across what these athletes are doing, be a little bit more direct with your instructions for what they need to do. Get under the tent, put some sunscreen on, have some little bites to eat, which we heard Scotty Thompson talking about earlier. Keep in control of the things that are actually within your circle of influence, and then make sure that you give yourself every opportunity. And these two ladies at the front,
having a little chat.
Well, yeah, they're cruising through. This is fun for them.
Yep, and if you can't have a bit of fun at Aussies, you're not doing it the right way, as we see the girls make their way through. And as I say, Aussies, remember, hashtag Aussies 2026 is the hashtag that we want you to be using on your social medias, whether it's Facebook, Insta, of your choice. Hashtag Aussies 2026. Keep us as part of the conversation, because we are loving seeing those wrap-up videos and the results that are coming through every single night. And we're not just talking about the gold medals. We want to hear, Harold make his first quarterfinal. Jenny nearly scroped into the semis. We want to know all of these achievements, these little wins that are happening across the entire championships.
Yeah. Harold called my daughter's name the wrong name, but I only did that because the paddlers are incorrect in this race. So just a shout out to the team managers. Help me help you, Jerry Maguire style. We're only going to call you paddlers because on the screen at the moment is Riley Meyer. I gave her the big shout out before about how awesome she was, and let's just double down because they're holding on to that 1 and 2 at the moment. Trig there in 3, tucked in from behind. Swansea Belmont, Alexa Sutherland. That is the top 4. What have we got? An extra cap that looks blue-ish. Jen?
And that race for 6 and 7 is absolutely tightening up. We're seeing that 6th and 7th qualification spot change as those different... as we see the girls make their way through. This is going to be really tight on the finish. We've seen some incredible sprint finishes already, and of course we're already going to have another chat about that open men's board relay very, very quickly. But I think that is Janjuk and Torquay maybe out the back, just battling it through. You can see how different their pace is compared to the rest of the field.
This is a cool down paddle at the moment. Chest high, have a look
Loving
around, keep that nose out of the water. Top 4, doesn't really matter where we are. Let's try and minimise that. So we've got
Torquay and Terrigal.
Yeah, Torquay and Terrigal, because Jen Juck's in that spot at the moment, and Terrigal absolutely firing at the moment, just trying to paddle with all the panic.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the stroke rate, and both of the ladies staying down on their stomachs as well. That's how windy it is, and they're deciding it's actually better for me right now. And it looks to be Torquay, the best of it at the moment. Torquay is the blue cap with the yellow stripe, and she's also a little further toward the northern end of the beach. So if it does come down to a run leg between them, as it is at the moment, she will have that inside line.
Yes, that should be Pip Johnson out there for Torquay, trying to hold off Molly Lang from Terrigal, and just probably opened up a 5-metre lead, but a couple of little bubbles coming from behind. Our lead paddlers are in at the moment.
Nice work.
We'll chat to them later on, because they are through to a final, which is going to be coming up a little bit shortly, hopefully, which is going to be exciting.
They've got to get through these semi-finals, and it's a real advantage as well for these ladies to be in the first race as well. It means that they probably will get a solid half-hour extra break compared to the rest of the field, especially compared to those ladies who are in the third and final semi-final. You see the ladies just adjusting their caps already. Northcliffe is through. Trig Island are very, very safe, but our attention is firmly focused on that battle between Torquay and Terrigal in those final qualification positions.
Yep, noting the semi-final of 3 semi-finals, tremi-finals, top 6 is going to be that number. So 1 and 2 comfortable on the screen. These ladies have already had their cool-down paddle from that apex because they were that far out in front. But the race is heating up from behind. Trig again in 3. It's going to be Swansea, Belmont in 4, 2 places left. And we'll watch these sprint finishes as the ladies get closer and closer to that middle bank. And what's going to happen at the moment, because it looks like Terrigal has been dropped at the moment, because it's going to be Jan Juck, Torquay over the top in that race for 6 and position number 7. Maybe done and dusted, because on the screen we are looking at the team from Jan Juck. They're going to make their way into this Australian board relay final for the 19. Zoe McKenna, Jamie Flanagan and Chloe Reintez. That is unbelievable for these ladies. They're through to the next round, which is the final.
Which is the final. Congratulations to the team from Jan Juck making their way up and around. You can see the next semi-final lining up already. The officials doing a great job, and a huge shout out the team from Torquay. What a race, what a finish. A huge congratulations to them. If you jump on liveheats.com, you can see incredible racing, like in the full suit as well. Lots of blues.
Ruby Ducos, Pip Johnson and Rory Reintez. Is there 2 people with the same surname from different clubs? I need a little bit more information if possible. Jan Juck and that of Torquay. Terrigal on screen there, Molly Lang up and out of the water. They're going to be in 7, 1 outside that Australian final, and it's going to be Carroll tucked in behind them. A long, heavy and arduous paddle for a Friday afternoon, Jen, at 3 o'clock.
Really, really tough work. We can see Karawa, the team of Emily Bear, Emily Pearson and Jessica Harkis making their way up and around. Fantastic racing for the girls, where they will bow out at this stage, though, for the under-19 board relays. The girls make their way up.
Karawa team on screen. What a treat to have their coach on the beach, back on the water, helping out, giving back all the knowledge. Who am I referring to? Pool rescue legend.
Yeah, Prue Davies.
How good is having Prue Davies back on the beach?
Yes, really wonderful to see her down there. Had a little chat over the past few days. New mum as well. Incredible to have Prue here. So much that she knows, and excited to see so many people returning to lifesaving, coming back into the community. Lots of different ways to be involved, whether you're a coach, an athlete, an official. Maybe you have a little chat in the commentary booth as well, as we see the crew from Currumbin. That is their A team making their way across the line. Julia O'Shea, Jacinta Lee and Marley Clark, congratulations. That is the green and white quartered cap of the Currumbin Vikings. And you can see the officials just down there on the beach, making sure that we tag everyone in. We want to make sure that everyone is safe down there as well. And I think it's a little bit of oh no, we're still in the green and gold arena. This is the under-19 board relay. You can see the next teams lining up already. And a huge congratulations. We've already had in a different arena the semi-final number 2 go through, and it was Coogin Headland Team A, Redhead Team A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Alexandra Team B, Northcliffe Team B and North Cottesloe Team A are through from there. So it looks to be semi-finals as well for the under-19 board relay. Having a look at liveheats.com for their final. They have 18 teams listed, and that will be the top 6 of each go through. So having a look at who is up next, I think it is going to be Sorrento, because I'd say they already have one paddler in the water, because Sorrento is now on the far southern end of the field next to Clifton Beach, Grange, Fremantle, Brighton in South Australia, Newport, Alexandra Headland, Noosa Heads, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Wanda, Jan Juc and Manly, who will now be on the most northern end of the field. So the first to tag will be the team of Newport. That is their A team, Olivia Clues, Pippi DePania and Sophie Clues. What an incredible crew in there. Next door to them, you've got Alexandra Headlands, Britt Ackley, Zoe Woods and Millie Peterson.
What an incredible crew there as well, Jen. Far out.
So good.
Semi-finals. Is it going to be between... Oh, yeah, I was going to say, is it possibly going to be between one of these two teams for the gold? Completely remiss of me forgetting about the dominance and the early shutdown from the Trigg Island and Northcliffe crews earlier. And did you say that semi-final number 2 that was on earlier, the Coogin Headland A team? This is embarrassing. So we'll see.
New Zealand, the New South Wales champions as well, Coogin Headland.
Izzy Tate, Neve Sharp and Izzy Ardros.
Yes. Fantastic work there for the crew. Just having a look, it was Grange, and they are in this race right now. They took out the South Australian Championships. Trigg were the WA champs. But in this race as well, we also have the Tassie champions, Clifton Beach, their A team of Charlotte Beach, Rita Schofield and Anna Cliftonlegger.
Hard to say. It looks like you should be able to say it much easier.
I should. My apologies, Anna. But we are keeping an eye on the Tassie champions, Clifton Beach, as they make their way out and about. And Harold, you can really see from this angle, the chop is starting to pick up as well. And that is classic Kira Beach on any given afternoon. And I do love that we race in these conditions, because this is when you rock up to board training of an afternoon and you go, it doesn't look great out there. It looks a bit messy. It looks a bit choppy. I don't want to go out. Every single Australian Championships, you're going to get 4 out of 5 afternoons that look exactly like this. So you've got to do your training so you can do your racing in these conditions.
And I think that one thing we probably haven't discussed enough is that with this Australian titles, when we get through to Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have that dropping swell. We're going to be starting off. The event started with some huge swell.
Yes.
So we need to. So it's going to come down to your surf skills. It's going to come down to your power. It's going to come down to your decision making. And then as the swell is dropping off that little bit, now we're kind of getting into still on your surf skills. How are you going to react to it? But where is your fitness at? And then by the time we get to the weekend, it's going to the survival of the fittest. It's going to be flat, it's going to be fast, it's going to be fierce, and there's only going to be 3 medals up for each of the races. So the best of the best will be crowned.
Absolutely. It's going to be so tight. I can't wait for that finals package on Sunday, but there is a long way and a lot of racing to be done between now and then. And we really need to give a little bit of a shout out to the team from Noosa Heads, Trelise Choate, Jessica Porter and Mia Capel. They are in that top 6 at the moment, doing a really great paddle. And again, Noosa Heads definitely definitely known as probably more of like the backup racing. If you've gone to a big Sunny Coast Carnival and they've had to move it, often you will end up at Noosa. But Noosa does get conditions like this as well, really choppy of an afternoon, really windy sometimes. So I think those girls are really well positioned for some great performances today.
So Noosa is the North Kira of the Sunny Coast?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, that's always good to know.
Yeah, parts of it, definitely. I mean, we've all raced at different beaches in different conditions, but yeah, Noosa was always our backup. We've definitely had a few state championships move to that location. We can see the Newport team just ahead of Alexandra Headlands. That is the 1 and 2 at the moment for the under-19 female board. Noosa Heads in 3, and quite a gap back now to the rest of the field. So I'd say this is going to be very similar to what we saw in those under-17 board relays. A little cruisy to start with, easier in those early sessions, and then as soon as you hit the final, it's like it's a completely different crowd, a completely different crew. And for Alexandra Headland, she's just going to have to go a little bit further down to the south. She nearly looked in danger of missing the can as the girls compare notes as they head around that final turning can.
Yeah, and the girls are literally talking to each other at the moment. We'll just switch on a little bit. We'll try and pick up these runners because there is some bumps underneath. One up on their knees at the moment, but probably not even needed at the moment because they are so far around in front. 1, 2, and 3. Only ones in screen. Top 6 again is that number because it's the last of the semi-finals. And look at these little runners from there. Perfect execution here from the ladies, both of the gold or yellow caps, as you want to say. Alexandra Headlands, the bottom of the screen, the yellow board at the top is that of Newport. So that is your 1 and 2, comfortable and strong, just cruising away nicely, just opening up that lead. And just as I say that, couple little waves are coming through, and you'll just see them switch it on, switch it off. Noosa, let's go. Wanda in 2.
Yeah, we haven't spoken
Three, I
enough,
should say.
I think, about the team from Wanda. They're having a fantastic race down here, and it is their A team that is in the mix. Michaela Mead, Elisa Redrup, and Romy Southwell. Wonderful to see them in the mix here, safely through at the moment. And we are keeping an eye out for those South Australian champions as well, the team from Grange.
So Grange tucked in behind, so too Manly, and then it's going to be the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park B team, and then one more blue cap tucked in from behind, and that is Fremantle. That's exciting.
Wonderful to see the Fremantle cap in the mix. It's the pale blue with the dark blue and yellow stripes on the top, so we don't get to see it too often at Aussies, but there's got a few of them running around in the 17s and the 19s, so great to see them in the mix. A lot of our WA clubs are represented really strongly here at the Australian Championships. We're just waiting for the girls to get into the wave zone. I'm sure they're very much looking forward to being in that wave zone as well. They're saying, I've done so much work, just get me home, get me home.
And the long and arduous transitions coming up, but you love to see the work. So again, we haven't paid too much homage or notice here for the Wanda ladies. They're going to be home and comfortable at the moment because this race is so spread out at the moment. Alexandra Headland's going to be comfortable making their way down through. Newport there in 2 and Wanda in 3. Fremantle in 4?
4 or 5, I think, at the moment.
Because
Grange is just in there as well. There's a few little waves start to pop up out the back, and that could bring something through for our ladies out the back as well. Yeah, she adjusts from there. Fantastic work there. She's still going to have to do a fair bit of work, though, just to stay on there because they do get quite full very, very quickly. But Alexandra Headland's the first to her feet, the first up on the beach and around.
Yep, comfortable. So one thing I'm looking forward to, that little wave that popped up from behind is Sorrento, the fluoro green cap. Just got a nice little full one from out the back, which could possibly change it up a little bit. A nice little lazy tap there. So it's going to be Zoe Woods making her way out. Liv Clue is going to be the last one through here. Manly driving hard, trying to get over the top. Phoebe Lechner, she's going to be handing over to the last paddler. So Manly thereabouts at the moment. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, sorry.
BHMP, my apologies, ladies.
And yeah, the spread here. So at the moment, we're looking at 1 and 2 on that right-hand side of the screen, and the Cavalry from behind, which is a fair way off. It's going to be Manly, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and then the Club of Fremantle in that 7th position at the moment. Sorrento's got some work to do, sitting in 8.
Yeah, at the same time, definitely a distance that they could cover. A few good paddles, a few lucky waves going their way. You never know what's going to happen. And that was definitely the case at the Queensland Championships a few weeks ago. We were down at Mooloolaba. That was our backup venue. We were meant to race at Maroochydore, but, you know, one of our other safer venues is Mooloolaba, and there was quite the shorey on there as well, and some big waves coming off Point Cartwright as well. And there were quite a few races that we had called early. We said, this is what's going to happen, or this is how they're going to finish. Completely proved wrong by some really tough conditions and some really incredible performances from our athletes.
An incredible performance just on screen I saw then was of Sorrento.
Nice.
Firing the whole way through, trying to make their way into that 6th position, because there's a fair way back at the moment. So on the screen, number 1, 2 tucked in behind 3. Just past the break zone, we've got 4, 5, and 6. 15 metres behind them is going to be 7, 8, and 9. Still close enough. Probably within, I guess, the wave gap we're looking at the moment, just the swell period. Going to be close enough to hopefully pick something up, which is going to make that a little bit more interesting for the guys holding on to that 5th and 6th position, because they want to get through to that Aussie final. IRBs are plenty at the moment, doing a great work, keeping everyone safe.
Yes, a big thanks to all of our officials, whether you're on the water or up on the beach, in the back of house, in the admin area as well, just looking after everyone. I'm just keeping an eye on that 6th position as well, because I think the team that went out in 7th, they'll know exactly where they are. They'll know the distance that they need to make up as well, and they've probably... Remembering that we are on day 3 of the Australian Championships, they probably have a good idea of how fit or how fast most people are at the moment. They would have gone around the Cairns with each other as well. So interesting to see how they finish. No dramas at all, though, for Zoe Woods, who's a junior world champ as well. Wonderful to see her in the mix. She's done some incredible races over this season. Wonderful to see her and her sister Emma just doing their thing.
and the thing is elite.
It absolutely is. They're so consistent, and I'm really hoping for some great results for Emma Woods. She's had, quite a few fourths over the season, but she's always there. She's been back on the podium after a little break as well for the Shaw and Partners Iron Series. I think she was actually on the podium twice this year. It was wonderful to see, and I think she's just really due that big, bold statement result, and I'm really hoping for her that it comes here at the Aussie Championships.
Yeah.
She did take out the board at the Queensland Champs. She had a really great race there, but I just feel as though she is so due a massive win. That is Jen Parry's hot take here on the Friday of Aussies.
I'm just thinking through my mind about the bodies that could possibly stop her, because when her game is on...
Oh, she's unstoppable. Yeah, absolutely. We've got a
fierce competitor.
Oh, absolutely. You'd back her any day of the week. And a great shot there of our three ladies, our three teams out in front. And it's a fantastic job there by the team from Wanda as they make their way out and around. They are clearly in third at the moment. They've got to feel really safe. Unfortunately, there's a lot of distance between here and the finish line as the girls make their way around. And we get those gorgeous shots of the Gold Coast skyline, north and south. So a huge thanks to the North Kira Lifesaving Club. Incredible hosts here for the Australian Lifesaving Championships. Obviously, that's an honour that they share with a few beaches along the coast here, but North Kira, we do love coming here. They look after us so well.
Very, very well.
Including their barbecue that I have to give a special shout out to that I've been eating breakfast at a few days this week.
Did you know I've had a hamburger every day when I leave here?
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
Is it? They are delicious. They are absolutely delicious. So shout out to the barbecue.
Well, I don't have dinner plans, so I might end up there as well. Here we go, 1, 2 and 3 on screen. You can see Zoe Woods has definitely taken a more southern route down there, just looking for something special. And again, I don't want to say that the waves haven't been hugely consistent, but they are rolling on through. Let's see if she can get something from here. Again, the girls have been around the can so many times.
Well, just as you say that, Jed, probably now, if we go back 20, 25 minutes ago, we were seeing a lot more action with the waves, but obviously with that high tide now coming in, a little bit more fullness, just not enough power coming from behind, and then just these tiny little runners. But Zoe Wood's got a nice little one there. But this is the hard part, trying to stay in front of it, and this is what you want to see. This is the momentum. These are the decisions that we're going to try and make and execute now, because when we get to the final, if you can execute that middle gutter better than the rest, that is going to do some amazing things come to this board relay final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Wanda is still very firmly in third position at the moment as we look back out to see Grange looks like they're holding on to sixth position at the moment. Noosa heads safely in there as well. But this really shows that work that Zoe Woods put in early. She's got such a powerful stroke, and her power to weight ratio is just phenomenal. We see her now just about to pull down something as well. This should take her through to the beach. This should bring Alexandra Headlands up and around. And having a look at the draw, having a look at live heats, they are the third and final semi-final for this board relay to make their way up and through. Zoe Woods just goes, come on, I'm nearly there.
That was your fault. You said she's doing everything perfectly and just come off an awkward little double up. But no issue there at all, because she has absolutely dropped that hammer on that last.
She's gapped the field there.
Well and truly.
Sorry to interrupt. That is really, when Zoe wants to turn it on, like, she's got gears. Like, she's got a lot of different levers that she can pull, and you can see in those moments there as she comes up the beach. A huge congratulations to the team from Alexandra Headlands. Doing an incredible job there, making their way through. Britt Ackley, Zoe Woods and Millie Peterson, 1, 2 and 3 as they make their way up and around. And they did take out the Queensland Championship a little earlier in the season. So congratulations to our Alex ladies, the Queensland champs, now a shot to be the Aussie champs for 2026.
It feels like they are open female fast.
Oh, 100%. And I think that might be the open women's board relay lining up behind, just having a look at who is in the mix there. Let's have a little dig around on live heats and let's see what we've got coming up soon. Again, lots of different arenas running, remembering that we do have the live stream for the boats in the mix as Olivia Clues comes through for Newport. Wanda in there as
Wanda
well.
in too, does a really nice solid paddle through there. Here comes Manly in that fourth position. Noosa possibly in that fifth, but we're going to watch his sprint finish. Only 2 spots left, but relax there, Erin, because the Manly Lifesaving A-team board relay of Alicia Cuthbert, Phoebe Lechner are going to make their way through to the final.
Grange
in front, so that might be it actually. So the Grange team through to the under-19 female board final. Jess Burton, Lulu Bishop and Jade Rocker.
Noosa make their way up
count.
and around. I think that's 5 or so for now.
Keep panning.
We will find
2,
out.
3, 4, 5, 6. Shut that down because out in front is the Alexandria Headlands team. So that is it for Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Sorrento. But great work, ladies. I think that nearly might be it for their program this afternoon because...
Let's have a little...
time permitting, I'm just being a bit of a pessimist here.
Looky-loo. So they are in the green and gold as they come through. Fantastic work for the ladies.
Yep.
But right now, let's head down to the beach for an interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Zoe from Alexandria Headland. They have taken out our final Tremie in this under-19 female board relay. Congratulations. It looked like a pretty long paddle. How did you find it?
Yeah, it's quite long. Lucky for my other 2 paddlers to set me up, so I didn't really have to try as hard.
And who else do you have in your team?
Brits did the first leg and then Millie did the second leg.
And are we hoping that come this final, your lead 2 paddlers can set you up so you can just cruise around again?
Yeah, definitely that's the goal.
And finally, it's been a big day here. Who do you want to thank from Alexandria Headland?
Definitely all the supporters, the coach and the athletes for getting it done. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck for the final.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zoe Woods as subdued there as she was in her board, but that's all right. She needs to save the energy. Let's have a chat with her when they win the under-19 board relay because that team was absolutely elite, calling it early.
Yeah, they did an incredible job, and we can look out to see at the moment. I think this is going to be heat number 1 of the open female board relay TBC, but I do see a Sorrento cap in the mix there. So we're just going to grab a few caps. We'll grab our athletes as we see them. That is Northcliffe in the lead at the moment. If we're in the right race, that is going to be either Georgia Singleton, Lily Finardi or Olivia Corrin as they make their way through. Also loving the confidence of Trig Island Team A in the mix here. Femke Negus, Zoe Moore and Samantha Brigden. Let's grab some caps. Let's see who else is in the mix here. I can see a team from Wanda, so that would track as well.
Tremie final, top 6 through. So same as what we saw with the last event, Jen.
Yeah, Warrnambool in the mix as well. Wonderful to see them a part of the Aussie Championships. Yes, they were in the final position here on the line. That is Jane McMill, Alyssa Johnson and Georgia Iero Diakonu. I've been practicing that one. Georgia, I promise, Iero Diakonu, as the girls make their way out and around. But there you go, Sorrento and Warrnambool. Great to see them battling it out in 4th and 5th position at the moment. A long way to go, as we have seen. The girls are doing a very, very long course down here in the green and gold arena. And Northcliffe decides now's the time to go. I'm getting up on my knees. And we are going to make a race of this. Wonderful to see the crew from is that Talabudra in the mix? No, that is Warrnambool. I just saw I saw the maroon and the white stripe, and I got excited. But
hey, get excited because you can. Because tucked in behind them, Carroll's got some work to do. Cooks Hill also on the big stage here for the open female board relay. But it looks like Northcliffe is just trying to open up. Hopefully, these waves are going to stick around a little bit longer because these ladies will need a bit of an extra rest. And look at that, just pulling down through the front of this one.
Yeah, that is fantastic work. That is Olivia Corrin from Northcliffe. She's one of the absolute stars of the Kiwi team as well, and has been for quite a while. Pulls off a great wave there. It's got to keep that board speed up, just tacking back as well. And behind her, some fantastic racing as well. The team from Trig Island.
And Wanda tucked in next to them as well. Olivia Corrin. We haven't seen these waves for a long while, Jen. Warrnambool into that top 4 position, but Corrin just making an absolute winning start here for her Northcliffe team. Just driving through. This is a full effort from her, trying to set it up for her teammates. And this is unbelievable there from Olivia Corrin. So she's going to make her way to shore. So the team with her, Georgia Singleton and Lily Finardi.
Yeah, fantastic crew there. As you see, she takes a little look back. She's an incredible board paddler and has been for quite a while. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4th. I want to say Warrnambool in 4th at the moment. You can see Olivia just up and around. She's very, very quick on the beach as well. Great news for her is that she doesn't have to sprint this one, but she's still going to put a fair bit of effort in. She wants to put her team, her girls, in the best possible position. And I think she's in the B team. Is
B
that
team.
right?
So she's
Yes,
going to hand over to Lily Finardi. So she's going to be the next one on the start line, ready to go. Board up on the hip, ready to fire. So here we go. Lily Finardi just making her way out to this second leg of the first of the 3 Tremie finals. Top 6 are going to make their way through. Warrnambool on the left-hand side of the screen at the bottom, looking strong through there as well. Trig Island in that secondary spot. Next changeover is going to be for Wanda. So Wanda opening up a really, really solid paddle here. So congratulations to them. Can they hold on to that top 6 position? So it was Indy Hulbert leading them off nicely. Waverley Martinez is going to be that secondary paddler.
Yeah, we can see one of our other Northcliffe crews in the mix there. Their listed paddlers are Elise Dornion, Emma McDonald and Tara Shotter. I think that's Tara making her way out and around there. But wonderful that we get to see the transitions as well as the ladies making their way out. We can see that hard work of Olivia Corrin has really paid off, translating now to a solid 20, 30 metre lead now that the girls are out in that greener water. And as you said, Harold, the tide is coming in. That means that it's getting a little fuller out there. So we're not seeing quite the power on the front or the back banks there because it's a little bit deeper. So the water has a little bit of extra space to move around. It's not sucking out as quickly from there. But 1, 2 and 3 clear. But remembering it's only the top 6 that go through, so we can see there's quite the pack that's going to start to form up, and the girls would have been very aware of that when they came through for that first transition. They know where they are. They know the work that needs to be done. Yeah,
top 3 clear at the moment, and then the final 8 behind them still close. But I'm loving the teamwork here from positions 4 and 5, both up driving on the knees. They've got knees, got a really, really nice tight line to that first can. And just as we say that, Fanati's just getting closer and closer to that secondary bank. We saw a couple of races ago, a couple of bombs just closing out on that. And it looks like Lily's going to get through nice and comfortably at the moment for this secondary paddler, leading them out for the first of 3 semi-finals for the Open Female Board Relay.
And a special shout out to some of the teams that we don't see too often in the Open ranks here. Team from Cooks Hill, they've got their A team here in the Open Female Board Relay. Lily Egan, Imogen Egan and Lucy Webber are in the mix. We'll keep an eye out for them. Bernie Team A, we've got Elsie Menzie, Caitlin Reitnitz and Marley King in there. For South Maroubra, Georgie Kiernan, Jasmine Alexu and Caprice Scotes. Jasmine, I think I met your dad earlier.
Yeah, George, down there. He was the starter in the Blue Water Arena.
He did the Masters Beach as well.
Silver medalist.
Very, very quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, had a little chat to him. He was delightful.
Good rig for 57 years old.
100%.
It's the olive skin that he's got. It's fantastic.
But really impressed with the work from Warrnambool at the moment. Let's see if they can hold on to where they are right now, because Northcliffe, the second team in the crew, chasing them down at the moment. And Harold, this is what we were talking about earlier. This is the pack that is starting to form up, and you can see those paddlers really, like they're trying to hold on to that wash, but the girls are absolutely flying out there. Wonderful to see so many of them in the mix. That is Newport, I think, Team C, is that right?
I think it might have been Currawa, actually. So Currawa, Cooks Hill, tucked in on the outside, Swansea, Belmont, and then Glenelg on the inside. If my eyes are as good as I think they aren't, but I know definitely out in front, that is our lead paddler from the Northcliffe B team. Yeah, Lily Finardi, formerly of North Bondi, but she's been up on the Gold Coast for quite a few years now. Yeah, and she's really cemented herself as an integral player with the girls of Northcliffe. She's such a crucial part of so many of their teams as well. So wonderful to see her getting the job done here in these semi-finals for the Open Female Board Relay. Just taking a little bit of a stroll. She put some early work in, and courtesy of the work done by Olivia Corrin as well. They're in a really good position at the moment, top 6 to go through, and she's just going to be able to really take her time and pick the best possible line in. Yeah, a couple of little waves picking up. And just look at the awkward way that's coming through from that. Is that like a northeast, wind swell bringing that through? And just, she's doing really, really well to keep that board perpendicular to the beach, but then just trying to find those little bumps underneath. You just watch her just drive over the top, point that board to the right, just trying to pick up every little inch, and that is really, really elite work. And she is one of the better board paddlers in Australia. Oh, 100%, absolutely right. And I was just thinking, watching the girls getting pushed down to this end of the beach, it's so different to those conditions that greeted us on day one of the Aussie Championships for the Opens, thinking of how far down the girls were needing to run. But as we were talking about earlier, it's all about that 5th and 6th position. We're thinking this is where that action could be. Seeing a few different caps in the mix, loving the red. I think that could be our friends from Cooks Hill that we mentioned earlier. Yeah, so Cooks Hill just there, tucked in front of them. I believe that's going to be the North Bondi B team. So they've got Sophie Thompson, Sophie Ferenzi, and Chloe Braun, who actually has a nickname of Sophie as well. So there's 3. She doesn't. There's not, but there could be. Out in front, it's Northcliffe in 1. Oh, geez, they are so far in front at the moment. Who do we say is in 2? Yeah, I don't know. Daylight, because they are absolutely streeting this field at the moment. A couple more lines of swell coming through, but this is an ultra long paddle here for... Tough work for the girls. Yeah. And then the thing we need to talk about as well, so with a late finish on the beach this afternoon, it really minimises that window for the nutrition, for the rehydration, for that recovery, the rolling, the ice baths, the leg compressions, the heavy dinner to try and get that through, plus some sleep.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I think we all enjoyed that little sleep in yesterday, that slightly later start to the program. But as you said, the window just continues to close in terms of how much time do we have, how many events do we have, and how do we try and Tetris those in together as best we can. Now, we know that Northcliffe is well out in front. We think that these next clubs coming through now, we've got Warrnambool in the mix. We've got Kurrawa. Who else have you got there, Harold? Who do you like? That second Northcliffe team in the mix. This could be the top 5 on screen at the moment.
Yeah, definitely top 5 on screen. Just up on the knees, driving through there at the moment. So North Bondi just holding onto that spot there. Kurrawa in the middle, Cookshill out on the right. And different lines here as well. A little bit more spread, but just see how tight the girls are getting. A little bit short and choppy on those strokes. Try and lengthen it out a little bit, girls. I know it's hurting. I know it's sore, but in order to move that water, we've still got to get those big, heavy strokes in. Short and sharp sometimes good, but when we're getting a little bit more fatigued, just open it up a little bit more. A nice little smile and polite tap on the back there. Georgia Singleton going to be the last paddler here for Northcliffe for this B team. Cavalry coming-ish because that's 2 and 3 on screen at the moment. Warrnambool still looking good?
Warrnambool still in the mix, absolutely. The Victorians doing a great job as they move up and around. We've also got Trig Island in the mix. I completely blanked on them earlier. I can't believe I did that. They've been absolutely everywhere, really working the transition as Trig Island says, yep, I'm going to come up and around. And if you haven't seen too many board relays in your time, just a note that you will see the order of the way that the girls line up will be reversed for each of those transitions there. So no one is either unfairly advantaged or disadvantaged by always being on the same end of the field.
I tend to disagree with that because the people in the middle are always in the middle. So I think they need to move 6 at a time. So you have your first change and then the 6th, then from the left-hand side, move to the right-hand side and everyone shuffles down. It feels a little bit more equitable, but that's just my thoughts and opinions.
Then you carry the one and then we move them down to the next arena and then the train leaves at 12:35 and then we see what time the wind direction's going.
I thought it was quite a good suggestion, Jenny, but if you're just going to shut it down like that.
If you're going to be really mean about it, we don't really have to talk about it. That's fine. Brr, it's chilly in here. Alrighty, here we go. Out in front, Northcliffe absolutely flying at the moment. No dramas for them. We can nearly lock them away now. But we see those girls in the battle out the back here. And remembering they've done so many races already. I think that's a different arena because that is a Sorrento cap.
No, this is it. That was Cooks Hill on screen there on the inside. No, we were all over that then. That's good, but Northcliffe, they're looking strong at the moment.
Yeah, this is a dream run right now for Georgia Singleton as she makes her way out and around. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure if you are the third and final paddler in a board relay because often you don't have the luxury of a 30, 40, 50-metre lead courtesy of Olivia Corrin and Lily Finardi. So there could be a lot more pressure on her come that third and final leg in the final that will be held, we think, later today. But for right now, looking really, really good. And I tell you what, Georgia Singleton, just enjoy the moment for now. Get round safely, get used to the conditions, get used to North Kira Beach and get ready for a big final.
One thing I did like that we had a little sneaky look before the Sorrento team on there. So they started with Ashley Booker, Elin Bowden for number 2, Harriet Chin. She's a great board paddler.
Yes.
She's going to be firing through there as well. So watch for these guys to come through because they are sitting in that 6th or 7th position at the moment. Jen's flicking through feverishly. What have you got for me?
Well, I just know when I was doing my prep, I know Harriet Chin had a really great championships back in the WA results. So I was just checking to see if she was listed on some of these as well.
Well, she's listed in the A board team, so she's in the top 3 paddlers in the squad, and she is elite. So I think she's just trying to get that squad into that 6th spot. So one left-hand side of the screen, Northcliffe, comfortable. Secondary pack is of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. One spot available, and they are probably about 15 to 25 metres away from that 5th position. So coming into that wave zone, this could get a little bit tricky.
Absolutely. I'm just marvelling at the gap that Northcliffe has on the rest of the field here at the moment. And that does look to be the crew making their way up and around. Warrnambool, what an incredible race. Warrnambool, Trig make their way through. That is the second Northcliffe team Wanda in the mix as well. Fantastic paddle from the girls from Wanda as they make their way through. And this could be our final qualifier at the moment. Have a look at the stroke rate. Fantastic work there as the girls make their way out and around. And that is the difference of being in first and being in sixth position. Karawa coming
Holding
out
on.
and around.
So Karawa in sixth at the moment. So the team they've got, Michaela Whitney started it off. Katie Nat following on to Katie Irwin. Can they hold on to that sixth spot? Because they're going to have to go around the cans one more time. And that is absolutely huge. So 5 on screen at the moment. 6 is going to come into it very, very shortly. But then that last little sprint finish might get a little bit tricky. So 6 on screen at the moment. Great snapshot here to show how vast that distance is between 1 to 6.
Yeah, and a nice sort of runner coming out the back there. One of the largest sort of swells that we're seeing come through here. But no dramas at all. Northcliffe out in front. The girls just want to get home. They just want this qualifying round to be done. We just want to see Warrnambool making their way through comfortably. They are a fair way down to the southern end of the field there. Trigg Island splitting the difference between Warrnambool and the second Northcliffe team in the mix there. But what a lead, what a performance. Again, very excited, very, very excited already for this open female board relay. We've had some incredible performances across the season. Newport are actually the defending champions here, so that was an incredible race last year. And the Queensland Championships, Northcliffe took that one out. Newport, the New South Wales. Warrnambool, the Victorian champions. So no wonder they're doing so well here. And over at the WA Championships, Trigg Island actually got first, second and third on the podium. They were just phenomenal. So no surprises to see them doing so well here.
Yeah, so the 8 team in the water at the moment, which is Femke Negus, Zoe Moore and Sam Brigden just in that top 4 position quite comfortably. The BMD Northcliffe A team so strong. Georgia Singleton will be making her way to shore very, very shortly, but just on screen we've got a tiny bit more of a wave action coming through. Look at the driving through at the bottom there from the next Northcliffe team, just punching over the top of that one, eking out every single moment, staying with it. You love to see it. Stay with it a couple of strokes longer if at all possible, because that D team they've got, Elise Deldignon, Emma McDonald, Tara Shotter, just making their way into that top 4 spot at the moment. But G Singleton on the shore should be able to cruise through nicely and then have enough time to recover for an open board relay final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, that recovery just so important, and it really is quite individual per person for what works with them. And I know when we were doing some interviews earlier in the carnival, we were asking that question a lot. You know, how are you looking after yourself here at the championships? What are you doing to make sure that you're still firing, not just on Friday afternoon, but Saturday and on Sunday as well? And I really love hearing from the different athletes. Like, it's all variations on a theme, but you know, understanding what's in their lunchbox, what they're doing, what they're having for dinner. It's always a good little tip, because we know that there's a lot of nippers who like watching the live stream. They like cheering for people like Georgia Singleton. They see these incredible performances. And the more that we can do to help them meet the athletes, learn what's happening, and really start picking up some hot tips on, you know, some things that they can try and how they can become better athletes and better surf lifesavers is a really great thing.
So your mates, yes, I was about to say your mates from
Victorian
Warrnambool.
champions.
Our mates are going to be through there as well. So great job for Warrnambool getting their way through. Jay McNeil, Alyssa Johnson and Georgia Iriadoya Konu, the D team from Northcliffe on screen. Are we up to 4?
Yes, Iriadoya Canoe. Here
5,
we go.
Trigg Island?
Trigg.
4, Wanda. Great job, Wanda. They're going to be through there as well. And then the 6th spot is going to go through to our Karawa team. They're going to get to have a quick drink, get the umbrella out, and they'll be into the Open Female Board Relay final not too far away.
The great news is that they'll get more rest than any other Tremi final. And you can see the girls on screen there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unfortunately, that means that Sorrento will not progress from here. Incredible work from the girls in those bright green caps, and we did see a lot of them yesterday. We'll talk more about Jackson Simons and his return to beach sprinting.
What? I didn't know he was back.
Did he ever really go away?
Yes, for a couple of years.
No, he's doing a really great job. I'll bring up some results. We will head down for an interview in a moment, just as we watch our ladies make their way up and around. And here we go. I think the next Tremi is about to start. Oh my gosh, they are away already. These officials are not mucking around. How good is that? We'll grab a few caps and we'll figure out who that is. But first, we're going to head down onto the beach to Liam with an interview.
Thanks, guys. I am down here with Georgia from Warrnambool. They have come through in second place. in our open board relay. Tremi, Georgia, congratulations. How'd you find the paddle?
Yeah, it's a lengthy paddle, but like there's good fun chop on the way in, pick up a few runners, but yeah, definitely tough conditions. Yeah.
Now tell me about this board squad at Warrnambool. There's been great success across these Australian titles.
Yeah, we're super lucky in Warrnambool. We've got Steve Kerr as our board coach, and he's just an amazing athlete and such a big inspiration to all of us. He puts in so much work with us, and yeah, we really love boards. It's a big part of our culture, so it's good to make the board relay final at Aussies. Yeah.
Just another great result from Warrnambool. Now finally, Jen in the booth has been trying to pronounce your name correctly. Can you give her the definitive answer?
Yeah, it's Erediakonu.
There you go, you heard it here first. So that's Warrnambool qualifying through to our open female board relay final.
We did not hear that here first, Liam, because that is exactly what I said.
Oh, I'm Harold Marshall and I'm really good at things. No, I'm kidding. You nailed it,
Stop
Harold.
bullying me. That's twice. Continued behaviour is bullying.
Can we also say what an incredible interview
Yeah.
that was? She really spoke so beautifully about her club, what it means, and the incredible performances that they have put together. So, Georgia, thank you so much for having a chat with Liam down there on the beach. An incredible performance and much more yet to come to the team from Warrnambool. As we look out and about at the moment, this is another Tremi final making their way through for the Open Women's Board Relay. Now, we've had a few great races already. Jump onto your live heats tab and we will bring up the next of those. Harold, who do you think we've got in the water?
So we've got the Surface Paradise A team. This is going to be a hot one. So it's two Derbyshires,
Nice.
Lucy and Millie, along with Grace Giblett there. The A team from Northcliffe, Rogers, Scott, Scully. The Alexandria Headlands B team, Cleverly, Cook, Pilkington, Terrigal, Newport, Southport. This is one for me. Brady Trinker, Morgan Trinker, along with Alyssa Only. The Alexandria Headlands A team. Emma Woods, Jemima Asher, Isabella Bassett Foss, Clifton Beach. Let's go, Clifton. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Northcliffe E, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park A. Newport A. This heat is a little bit more heavy than the last one. Sunshine, Noosa, Avoca.
Yeah, incredible racing there. And I'm just seeing in the mix there is a bright blue cap. I think that could be Manly. So we're just going to grab a few more caps. I think this could actually be Tremi final number 3. My apologies.
Number two, my good friend. Just also a public service announcement for those of you waiting round for the male ski semi-finals. They have been postponed for tomorrow.
Oh.
So that is exciting. We've missed nothing, so I'm excited by that.
Good. Yeah, fantastic work. You think, the officials doing an incredible job really managing this program as best they can, getting as many races done as quickly as possible across as many arenas as possible as well as we watch the girls on their way home. The pace is definitely on here, Harold, really tight in this first leg for the Open Female Board Relay. We just saw Tremi final number 1 done, taken out by Northcliffe B ahead of Warrnambool, Northcliffe, Trigg, Wanda and Kurrawa. We're looking a little further down the beach now, just trying to pick up a few caps. I can see Kudgeon in the mix here, so I think that could be...
Isabella Tate out there in front for the moment. That is for the A team, so that's going to be actually pretty swift for this Kudgeon team because I read out the wrong start list. Izzy Tate, Neve Sharp, Hayley
Let's go
Smith.
again. Tremi final number 3.
But one person on screen that's looking really strong at the moment, that's Tilla Garrett from Manly. She was really disappointed yesterday. She wanted to qualify for the open board final, and I was just like, she goes, I was emotional, I was upset. I said, but what could have you done better? And then she was like, no, I raced really well. I said, well, did you make any errors? She's like, well, no, I didn't. She goes, maybe I could have run faster, but that's as fast as I run. But anyway, Tilla, this is your time to shine now. Keep driving over the top of that one. Great skills over the top. Couple of strokes there. Having a little rest, but it's going to be 1 and 2 on the outside, Northcliffe and Kudgeon Headland. We just saw on the outside one of the ladies come off their board as well. The wind swell and chop from that left to right, just unfortunately knocking her off there. But early stages here for Tremi final number 3, top 6 is that number.
Yeah, top 6, the magic number as we see Isabella Tate. I do love that we can pick her craft. It's the pink board there with the black along the top. So the girls just making their way up and around. That is a very handy wave that has given them a lovely lead up and around. We can see Northcliffe and Kudgeon, both with the different coloured stars on their head. Kudgeon in the pale blue. And that's Northcliffe with the maroon star there. The girls coming around ready to make their first tag here. You can see the girls very nervously waiting there on the line, and great to see on the corner there the team from Half Moon Bay. That is the blue and red quartered cap as Garrett from Manly makes her way up and around.
I'm getting a little bit excited for some half moon bay action on the board. Usually you see them flying on the skis, but to see them on the board, this is going to be exciting. All the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park just on the inside there with Redhead with some work to do as well. So Hannah Horn there from Redhead going to be up and working hard. Actually, I think that might actually be Mela Cotterill. So she's sprinting through. And how many Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park teams have we got?
Well, D and E teams in this third semi-final. So the girls doing a really great job as they make their way up and around. So we can see their D team is Charlotte Cross, Lani Waller and Tegan Richards. And then their E team is Ella Kingy, Bella McCabe and Sarah Burkett.
Top 6 is going to be that number. The secondary Cushion team just changing through on that one. So Boyd onto Poppy Vertican. But out in front, it is Northcliffe just holding off on that lead from the Cushion Headlands A team.
Yeah, Northcliffe have had a fantastic run. So their C team is in the mix here. Emily Gold, Emily Doyle and Kyra Bender. So we've seen those girls go around the cans a few times already. Kyra Bender has already picked up a gold medal in their open surf teams. She had an incredible swim there with the girls, but lots of racing yet to come here at the Aussie Championships. And we did mention Jackson Simons recently, so yes, he is back. He's had a little bit of a break. He's racing now for Sorrento, and he was on the podium yesterday for the Open Men's Beach Sprint. And a huge congratulations, Asher Ward, back-to-back champ, taking out a big win.
Matt Lloyd in 2.
Yeah, former champ as well, Matthew Lloyd. He won over in Perth a year or two ago. Jacko Simons. Peter Thorogood from Allura was in 4 ahead of Jackson Goff, Jai Hawk from Sorrento, Oscar Smith from Northcliffe and Joe McKinnon of Seacliff. So a really fantastic race yesterday. Remembering him jump onto liveheats.com, and it was wonderful that we also had the live stream running yesterday to watch all of those beach sprint finals. And that live stream will be back tomorrow as well to capture all of the beach flags action.
3 streams tomorrow, Jen?
3 streams, when 1 stream is not enough.
3 streams is more. So we'll have the specific boat one, which is still on at the moment. So if you want to check out some boat action, flick across to the other channel on YouTube. But unless you are loving this open female board relay, we're going to have some finals coming up shortly. On screen at the moment, Emily Doyle just holding off Neve Sharp from Cushion Headland. That is your 1 and 2. It's daylight-ish at the moment because they've opened up a huge lead from positions 2 and 6. Top 6 is going to be that number. We've got 3 semi-finals, top 6 in each. We're going to have a final of 18. And then the girls are working ultra hard through there. Manly in that 3rd spot. Tucked in behind them, I believe that could be the cap of North Bondi-ish. Yes, it is North Bondi. So Genevieve Hughes, so Lexi Tate would have opened them up. A nice resurgence from her. She's tall, she's fit, she's fast, she's looking ultra strong at the moment. So great work from the North Bondi crew holding on to that 5th spot at the moment with a couple of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park tucked in behind them. Yeah, wonderful to see Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. They were just dominant at the Queensland Championships, and that's why they have A, B, C, D, E and F teams sometimes. Their board rescues were absolutely swamping the rest of the field. It was quite phenomenal, but having a great time out there, and a huge congratulations as well to their open men who took out that big win earlier today in the open men's board relay. Fantastic race. Harold is frantically doing numbers. Who have we got? Who's in the right position? What are you looking at, Harold? What do we got? I'm just pointing everywhere. So top of the screen, just around that apex, is going to be that Mooloolaba A team. Dom Stitt, Grace Harris, and Abby Talano. So they're just loitering in that top 6 at the moment and just making that move on the outside. And there's just one in 7th place that's got to do all the work on their own, which is kind of unfortunate because when you're chasing down the pack and you're paddling with that strength in numbers, you've got that V-shape-ish coming through. They're going to get closer and closer to that wave zone. They're just going to extend that lead a little bit more. But North Bondi up, driving on their knees on the outside. Here comes Grace Harris just driving away, trying to get that team out in front. And then it is that secondary team from Northcliffe in this semi-final, which is their F team, which stands for...
Fantastic.
Fast.
Fast.
Come on, Jen. Furious?
Furious?
No, it's fast. Fast and fun.
And have a look. I'm really loving the work of Grace Harris from Mooloolaba. She's on the far southern end of the screen. She's on the maroon cap with the 2 white stripes on there. She's really rating up, and I can feel the difference, Harold, between this and the previous race. You can really tell the girls are fighting in that sort of 3 to 6 position there. So we still have our 2 out in front. We still have Northcliffe and Cudgeon Headland. They are clear on the rest of the field. But just having a look at where Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is positioned at the moment, she's still within striking distance if the waves are on her side.
Yeah, and looking for waves at the back is going to be Hannah Young from the City of Perth team, the white cap with the red and the black through the middle. There's a nice little pack there. They probably could squeeze up a little bit tighter because you want to work together. Tucked in front of them is going to be Redhead, but nice little wave from out the front. Look at that, just eking out every possible. Keep that rate going, girls. You want to get that board as close to, as far out in front of that wave as possible because it just peters out so quickly.
Yeah, it's really, really tough racing, and just having a look at the crews in the chase pack there as well. That is our top 4 on screen at the moment. Wonderful to see City of Perth in the mix. You can see the girls just trying to skim over the top of some of those races. A fantastic wave there. Redhead, definitely a big advantage for them. City of Perth, a great job as well. Here we go. We've got 2 out in front, 3 coming through the break zone now, 4 in the mix as well.
Neve Sharp on screen there looking so fast as usual. Unbelievable board paddling. Sometimes people can just move water.
Yeah. She's really got some incredible skills. Wonderful to see her in the mix here from Coogin Headland. That is the white cap with the pale blue star on top. And you can see the split screen here. They are the first to come through for their tag. Northcliffe is away as well. That looks to be Kyra Bender. We can see coming up the beach now, Sarah Tazaki. She is in the mix here for Northcliffe as well. For that F team that has a truly international flavour. That F team is made up of Pippa Nicol from New Zealand, Sarah Tazaki from Japan, and Nikita Nissen-Saran from France. So wonderful to see all of those ladies combining here, because if they went to the World Champs, they'd all be racing for different teams.
Merci beaucoup, Jen, because it is on at the moment. Manly on screen at the moment, just working their way through. So what do we got? I think Manly's going to be about 7 or 8 at the moment. Coogin still on that one. This has got a little bit tighter.
This is really starting to tighten up. I think if you were down on the beach at the moment, I think a lot of the temps that would be starting to empty, everyone would be coming down, just watching these races, urging their girls on, remembering that only the top 6 make it through to the final. So there's some pretty tight cuts, which is what you need to do at this stage. It's Friday afternoon of Aussies. We are closing in on that big weekend of finals. It's going to be pretty tight from here on in. So looking very much forward to what we get done over the next 2 days to really deliver the best possible outcome on Sunday.
Because that's what we're all chasing, best possible outcome Sunday morning.
I just want good things for everyone. I want good surf. I want great conditions. I want lots of, big, fast finals. I just love the Sunday of Aussies. It's that big bookend, that big exclamation mark on the end of a very big season.
And the exclamation mark is on this set coming through for our lead paddlers.
That was a surprise. Wow. Bit of whitewater for the girls.
So Coogin holding on to that lead at the moment. Northcliffe in 2 and 3 is what we're looking at the moment. That is the F and the D team. Tucked in behind them. I think it's going to be Mooloolaba. So Abby Talana going to be that last paddler for the Mooloolaba A team. And then flanked in behind them, I think it might be the North Bondi team is just going to be so close to a Aussie final for the open female board relay. But yeah, this is ultra tight compared to the last few we've seen. Coogin holding on. And it's hard for us to gauge to see what actually is fast and what isn't. Because the 3 races race 3 completely different ways.
Yeah, we probably should have started putting a watch on a few of these individual legs as the girls made their way out and around. Regardless of what the speed is, definitely the intensity is still there. The pressure remains the same. Only top 6 to qualify through for each of the scenes there. But we get that gorgeous shot back towards Kira Beach, and you can see those that big undercover arena. That is where we are playing the live stream each day. That is where we're doing medal presentations. And just down a little bit further to the north, that is the VIP area that will be absolutely packed on Sunday.
And what's on in the VIP area this afternoon? An afternoon at Aussies with Sam Jordan and 2 special guests this afternoon. You, Jenny Parry.
Yay.
Who else?
Are you there?
No.
Who's on?
Isn't Liam on with you?
I'm not sure. I need to check the roster.
I've done my 2 stints.
Yeah, you've reached your quota.
Yeah, I've done my 2 stints. I've been banned.
Oh, they wouldn't let you back.
No.
Did you steal a cup? Is that what you did? Did you steal one of those coffee mugs from the merch tent?
Yeah, I could have. I would have anyway, but I'm not. So, but anyway, look out for that live every afternoon on YouTube. An afternoon at Aussies. A great piece of work there from Sam Jordan. What a treat it is to have Sam Jordan in the commentary box, just showing us how to do it.
And what a treat to have him in the semi-finals of the Open Singles Ski. He'll be in there tomorrow. Very much looking forward to it. That was one of the most dramatic finishes, that quarterfinal from those single skis. I'm so glad we did get to capture those on the live stream. Lots of great races all across the beach, as you can see in the distance. It looks to be more board relays in the other arena as well. But for right now, the girls doing so much hard work. The entire time we've been yapping, they have been out there battling the elements down here at North Kira. And they're in that really tough position at the moment, needing to find that good line back to the beach. Coogin and Northcliffe locked in a battle at the moment. And for us, it's all about who is in that top 6, because it looks to be the top 5 very clear around the cans now, but a battle back there for the next 2 competitors.
Oh, some huge work there from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, just driving across the back there. I wouldn't mind getting a conditions update next time we cross down to Liam, because it does appear as if the wind may have dropped off at the moment, and for how the swells were getting a bit of light and shade, and Manly's just been dropped at the moment, and great work from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, just staying so strong. How often do you see someone at that apex can just up on their knees and driving? Not too often, and that is an absolute masterstroke there from the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park team of, it's either a C, B, D, E or F, because there's so many in there at the moment. And if we know one thing about the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park team, when it comes to board relays, they do lift to that next level.
Yeah, it's their D and E teams that are in this Trummy final that we have in action at the moment. Trummy final number 3, as a nice little wave comes out the back. Is that Cooks Hill?
North Bondi. Tucked in Mooloolaba, Northcliffe, and Coogin Headlands. Wow, this is the tightest one we've seen, but these ladies know they are in that top 6. And then holding on, I think it might be that Redhead, possibly. No, it's the next Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park team that I just said how awesome the paddling was earlier.
Fantastic work. Wonderful to see Mooloolaba in the mix here as we see the girls make their way through to home. Great work, girls. North Bondi still there. And you can see the girls really starting to tighten up now, and that's Kyra Bender on the southern end of the field, just coming through there, protecting a little bit of space as they make their way through. And they'll have like a solid, I'd say, 2-wave lead on the rest of the field as they make their way up and around. The girls just taking a quick little look back, seeing where they're at. How much do I need to sprint? The great news, girls, is that you just need to get up and around cleanly, and you'll be through to that final, the open female board relay. You can see North Bondi, we're over here, signalling to their competitors down there on the beach as they make their way up and around.
So Bender and her teammates from Northcliffe will make their way through to the final. So too Chloe Jones of Coogin Headland in that secondary spot, booking their spot for the board relay up very, very shortly. And I believe we're going to have a bit of a sprint finish action-ish for these last few moments.
Potentially, yeah. We're going to see how they make their way up and around. So we think this is the top 5.
Yes.
So Mooloolaba, that is Nikita from Northcliffe, and then North Bondi in the mix. So that is the top 5. Only one spot remaining here for the girls.
Yeah, so Ruby Cregan going to be the last paddler across for North Bondi very, very shortly. So Nikita Nisasarian on the screen there. That is top 5. So in that 4th position, Mooloolaba booking their spot. And then the last of the paddlers there for the
Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, that's Charlotte Cross.
That was unbelievable work from her from that,
really
from
great
that last
paddle.
Apex scan. So Charlotte Cross, so their team is of Tegan Richards, Lani Waller for the D team. Can we have back-to-back Team D winners in a board relay?
That would be phenomenal, but there's quite a few ladies who'll have something to say about that before we get them through. So we did see the first race earlier. That was Northcliffe, Warrnambool, Northcliffe, Trigg Island, Wanda and Kurrawa are through. Results not yet, or the race may not have been done for Trummy final number 2. But the ladies are through now. Fantastic work. Officials lining everyone up, having a little bit of a chat. And you can see the crowd really starting to gather down here on the beach as we start to nudge 4 p.m. So only probably a few races left to go. And we look out to see there. As we see, 316 clubs, 7,000 athletes and 550 events here at the Aussie Championships. Just an absolute spectacle. And again, there's been something for everyone down here, from surf rescue to board riding to boats to beach. We've even got our adaptive events on Saturday as well. So here we go. It looks like we are about to do some big intros. And we've got a big final coming up now. The Aussie Championships, the Aussie Champions are about to be decided. Here we go for the Under-19 Female Board Rescue Championship of Australia. Harold, are you ready to call a big Aussie final?
it would be my absolute privilege, Jen, because I am pumped up. I'm elated. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for the start list under-19 female board relay. We've got Redhead, Coogin, Trig Island, Northcliffe Team A, Alexandra Headlands Team B, Northcliffe Team B, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Newport Team A, Noosa Heads, Northcott Team A. Let's go Northcott. Manly, Alexandra Headland Team A, Wanda, Janjuk, Torquay. And rounding out our finals, we've got Swansea Belmont, Trig Island, and the Grange. Athletes are now in the starters' hands. The under-19 female board relay for the 2026 Aussie Championships here at North Kira. Jen Parry, this is going to be so much faster than we saw earlier. The ladies have gone through the semi-finals. Trig Island, Northcliffe, both 8 teams look absolutely unbelievable. Boxing a little bit the whole way through, just cruising through it. The Coogin Headland A team, strong. Redhead A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park A. This is going to be so strong. But it's the Alexandria Headlands A team and the Wanda A team and Newport A team in that third Tremmy possibly could be the ones to upset that apple cart there.
Yeah, absolutely. Some incredible performances across the day already, and now we get to celebrate these incredible athletes here with an Australian Championship final, the under-19 female board relay. Newport are the defending champions in this event, and they are lining up again here. We can see hello to the ladies down there on the beach. A few nerves down there, as you would expect for an Australian Championship final. Got a few of our current state champions in the mix as well. Alexandra Headlands took out the Queensland Championship. Coogin Headland took out the New South Wales, and the team from Grange in South Australia took out their championship only a few weeks ago. Now, Harold, we have been lucky enough to bring you some of the footage already for these under-19 Tremmy finals, but the pace is absolutely blistering now. This is a completely different race. We can see Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland. She is on the pink and black board there, and have a look at the start of Katie Rees from Swansea Belmont.
Yeah, no surprises out there. She's hit that green water nice and early and clean through there. So she was down early, prone paddling, throwing those arms over at a rapid rate. And, of course, we were going to see that aggressive and heavy start there from Isabella Tate. Now, the ones to watch for me is going to be this team. So the team from Coogin Headland is absolutely stacked with some board paddlers of elite pace. They're going to be led off by Izzy Tate. They're going to hand over to Neve Sharp, and then it's the under-17, the unknown to some who don't watch this close enough. It's going to be Izzy Ardross. She is unbelievably fast. She looks like a junior version of Izzy Tate when she's out there. But it is Katie Rees and the Swansea Belmont club leading us off at the moment. Tully Elliott from Redhead just taking a wider line there. Has she seen something? We'll see what transpires over the next few moments, because this is a long and heavy paddle for these ladies.
Yeah, I was just keeping an eye on Tully Elliott. I'm glad you brought her up first. You can see that she is really backing herself to take a different line out to those first cans, remembering that the conditions have been so different across each of these 3 days of the open competition. Tully Elliott out by herself, happy to do the work because she thinks that she is going to line up that first turning can absolutely perfectly. And Harold, we have been speaking a fair bit about how long this course is, and these girls know it far better than we do. They've been out in these conditions. We've seen the wind start to pick up across the afternoon as well. So really tough. And these girls haven't come together just yet. Tully Elliott's still determined to paddle out by herself for the team of Redhead. That is the blue cap with the yellow stripes and the yellow trim from there. But those leading ladies haven't closed up at all. Have a look at that. Isabella Tate still up on her knees. Katie Rees, a lie-down paddler on the purple board, just on the inside. Northcliffe and Alexandra Headlands tucked in nicely, and the WA champions Trig Island just behind.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that Northcliffe A team of Addie O'Connor, Luca Pilla, who finished off with Riley Meyer, they looked really strong in the preliminary rounds. And we're going to watch for those guys towards the back end of this, because you've got to have the strong 3 parts. If you've got a strong paddler at the start, middle and back, you're going to be thereabouts to the start, because we've seen the waves drop off over the last few moments. So this is going to be all about just gritting those teeth and just a bit of action through there. Elliott getting jammed up next to Pippi Tapania there, the first paddler for Newport, which is then boxed out the A team there for Trig Island.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park tucked in just beside there as well, as we see Isabella Tate. Oh, no, that was Katie Rees just pushing in on the inside of the girls there. So there we go. 1, 2, 3. The girls are up and about. Northcliffe still in that third position. And Alexandra Headland's just getting a nice little runner. That looks to be Ackley on the inside there. Well, now we saw 3 fantastic Tremi finals, but they were definitely in second gear. We have put the accelerator on here as the girls go around that final turning can. We are in the green and gold arena. You can tell because they are going around those green and gold turning cans out the back as Trig Island just trims the board beautifully there. Now, as we've seen, Harold, in the qualifying rounds here, anything can happen from here on in. You can see those waves, those runners starting to come through, and they're not quite lining up with the beach. So the girls are trying to go with the ocean as much as possible, but they are fighting it as well because they need to stay on that good line.
And that's what I like at the back there from Trig Island. Just let the ocean do the work and let it pull you through. And again, on the outside there, it's going to be Ackley just getting boxed out from the Northcliffe 18. But we've got Katie holding onto that lead at the moment there for Swansea Belmont. The girls are pulling so much water on the back here. The blue cap of...
Tully.
Yeah, sorry, Redhead strong. Waves building up through the middle here. This is ultra tight. What have we got? A lead top 4 at the moment.
Yeah, top 4 on the wave right now. It's going to be interesting to see who is on the right edge of that wave, who has the better line, and who maybe is going to come into some shallower water, which means that they can hold this for a little bit longer as Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland tries to pull over the one behind. Really tough work out there for the girls, but they've been in these conditions. They've trained in it. They've raced in it. They know exactly what they need to do as we see Izzy Tate make a little bit of a resurgent coming through on that black tip board. Tally Elliott not out of this just yet for the team from Redhead. All of the girls determined to put in a fantastic effort to tag into that first transition to put their team in the best possible chance for a gold medal at the Australian Championships.
And effort is that key word, Jen. You cannot rest on your laurels when we're making our way through this middle bank because a few of these waves, it's kind of a false economy. You think you're going to pull down the front. These 2 ladies at the front from Alexandra Headlands have found a nice little bubble, but they still need to keep raiding through because, as you can see, Katie Rees just getting that little double up through there. It's a tiny little bit awkward, but it's going to be Swansea Belmont in 1, tagging at the same time, up off the board, sprint through that transition. First one up is going to be Ackley there for Alexandra Headlands.
Yeah, the girls up on their feet very, very quickly. Have a look at the speed through transition here. These girls do a lot of iron racing as well, so expecting wonderful things. But Liam, talk us through the transition.
Thanks, guys. It is Swansea Belmont has taken the lead through transition. Katie Rees, a great paddle. Alexandra Headland getting off in second. So that is our clear 2. And then we have the next 4, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Northcliffe, Coogin Headland, Redhead, and then Newport, Pipi Tapanya coming through. That takes them through to the top 7. So the race isn't over here. It's still very tight in the lead of this under-19 female board relay.
One thing we saw that we didn't mention the whole way through, Sienna Bush came through with the spinning corrupt. She was absolutely flying. Tagged that Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park A team straight over to Bianca Railwood. They've moved their way into that 3rd to 4th spot, but at the moment, Alexandra Headland's just holding on to that lead with Swansea Belmont, just clinging to any sort of wash.
Yeah, the girls do an incredible job out there, and it just shows, while we call this the board relay, those transitions are absolutely crucial. And if you've got someone like Sienna Bush in your team, it's an absolute advantage. And this is where we see some of those iron ladies really come to the fore. And have a look at the stroke rate out in front. Alexandra Headland's determined to make a break if they can from Swansea Belmont, but it is going to be a very, very tough ask. Alexandra Headlands were fantastic. We've got Millie Peterson, Britt Ackley and Zoe Woods will bring it home for the team. Swansea Belmont really determined here as well. We've got Alexa Sutherland and Kalia Kingston. Now, those girls have got maybe, 10 metres back to the rest of the field. Redhead, a fantastic transition for them as well, but just starting to fall off the pace of Coogin Headland and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park.
Yeah, it looks like Newport, that 18 might be in that 7th spot at the moment, but it's going to be Alexandra Headlands holding on. And some really tight shots here from the camera because tucked in at the back there, Kalia Kingston just, again, trying to stay on the wash, but that move from 3rd and 4th position is what I love there. So Izzy Ardros, the under-17s, competing up into this A board team for Coogin Headlands. I thought she might have sat on the hit there of Bianca Railwood because she was going to be going fast, and I don't think she enjoyed the pace. So she's just dropped her at the moment. She's trying to get as close to that front lead pack as possible because when she's going to hand over to her last paddler of Neve Sharp, she'll be able to do the same. She'll just fox around, and then when it's time to drop the hammer, that's what we're going to see. But it's Alexandra Headland's A team commanding at the moment.
Yeah, really fantastic pace that we're seeing from the girls, and you can see they've just dropped down onto their stomachs now. I think it looks to be Kujin Headland is the only one still up on her knees at the moment in that top group, and it just gives you an idea of how tough it is out there as Swansea Belmont back up on her knees now as well. Really tough racing and long courses. The girls have been around the can so many times. The fatigue must really start to set in right about now for the girls, remembering they are on day 3 of racing, 3 full days of competition under our belt.
And right on cue, as soon as you say the word fatigue, the fast shot showed a few of the girls. 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy shot strokes, sit up, big deep breath, and then let's go again. Another 3, 4 heavy strokes, sit up, just try and get some sort of breath. Railed at the bottom there for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in that 4th position. But it looks like the Alexandria Headlands team just spinning the wheels a little bit there, just trying to move the water, turning that last can, and this is where we're going to try and shoot across with this sweep from the northeast down to the beach.
Yeah, for Alexandra Headlands, absolutely right now is the time to make a move. Right now is the time, and have a look at Kujin Headland absolutely flying as Alexandra Headland gets a nice little runner, and that is the advantage of doing that work early. That is the advantage of being tagged first as they make their way up and around. The girls doing an incredible job. They know what is at stake. An Aussie Championship, a little piece of Aussie history up for grabs at the end of this race as we see these little swells start to come through. But Kujin Headland, what an incredible paddle for these girls right now. They've gone from 4th through to 2nd at the moment.
Yeah, so Ardros just holding on at the moment, but Millie Peterson now up on her knees. She was rating extremely fast through those runners, keeping the chest nice and low, working those runners better than everyone else. Rail just pushed herself into that 3rd spot, so in that bronze medal position. Lift coming from behind for Ardros from Kujin Headlands, just trying to eke out everything. Oh, she's nearly off the side of the board there. And then just as I say that, in that first place position, Peterson, runner. Is it going to turn into a wave? Can she stick this a little bit more? Again, don't rest on your laurels, young lady. Keep that board moving forward. 2 strokes, 3 strokes, trying to keep that board out in front. Great work there. Is it going to fatten up a little bit? But she's just extended that to 15 to 30 metres, wave coming from behind. Can Kujin pull down the top of it?
Oh, that was incredible work there from the girls out in front. Kujin Headland just trying for absolutely anything now. They've seen Alexandra Headlands really take this race and absolutely run with it as soon as they got around those final cans. We can see in the background there, that looks to be Redhead is going to be coming through. And if Kujin Headland doesn't get down this next runner, this could open up things for Alexandra Headlands. It looks like she's nearly got the board speed there. Will she pull down this last one? Yes, she will. And now she is going to angle back down to those turning flags. What an incredible paddle. Alexandra Headlands, an incredible team, and they get to pass over to Zoe Woods to bring it home for this young team here in the under-19 female board relay. Don't look back. Don't look back. You've just got to look forward. We've got to get you through because have a look out the back. Alexandra Headlands in 1. Fantastic paddle. Kujin Headland in 2. And unfortunately for Redhead, a little off the pace because that has allowed Northcliffe to come through in 4th position.
Solid transition here for Millie Peterson. She's absolutely flying at the moment. Wants to extend that lead as much as possible for her Alexandria Headland A team. And this is going to be a solid lead there. That's going to be at least a wave and a half. Kujin Headlands, Izzy Ardros, the under-17 with an unbelievable paddle there. So she's going to hand over to Neve Sharp. She's going to get down low and rate as fast as possible. Left-hand side, looks like the might have just got caught up on a couple of waves there for Zoe Woods, but she's down low trying to rate. The A team for Northcliffe, transition time sitting in 3 at the moment.
Yeah, the girls doing an incredible job. Maya making her way up and around the course here. You can see she's absolutely flying. She knows what's at stake here. Come on, girls. Aussie Championship podium beckons for you. Redhead just ahead of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park and Trig Island, the WA champions, determined to force their way into the podium in this 3rd and final leg. There is nothing to come after this one. It is all about Zoe Woods. It is all about Alexandra Headlands. Can the girls hold on from here?
So they're out into that clean water at the moment. So Zoe Wood's going to be rating at the moment. You just see Neve Sharp just trying to find any sort of extra pace to peg back that 10 to 15 metre lead at the moment. This could come down to a foot race because the this gap looks like it might be just closing up ever so slightly with each and every show. But Zoe Woods just holding on for dear life at the moment. The A team of Alexandria Headlands holding on to a 10 metre lead over Kujin Headland. third place is with that Northcliffe A team.
Third place still with that Northcliffe A, but anyone could force their way up onto the podium. I'm still so impressed with the work of Britt Ackley and Millie Peterson, really giving an incredible performance. It is not over just yet, though. Coogin Headland still in the silver medal position at the moment. And Harold, take a look back at that podium. We have got 3, 4, 5 and 6 all together. It's going to come down to that second half of this paddle. Who is going to work these runners the best, as a little bit of whitewater just comes through the back of the field there. We can see the spray coming off the whitewater there. Absolutely tough conditions out there for our girls. Nothing that's going to hold up 1 and 2 as they make their way through. But for Zoe Woods, back to Coogin Headland, you've got to think the Coogin stroke rate is probably just a little bit higher at the moment.
Yeah, possibly, but it looks as if that gap hasn't changed at all. We're still sitting at about 10 to 12 metres if we want to be that precise about it, and the rates are looking strong. Third through to fifth at the moment, again, nothing in it, but this race out in front, we saw a couple of runners from before, 3 races earlier, there was a couple of big waves from that back can. Could something be thrown up because we've seen excitement all day. Can we see some more heartbreak? Can we see some more gold medals? Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Alexandria Headlands? Is it going to be Coogin? It's definitely not going to be coming from that backpack because these ladies are way out in front.
Yeah, these girls will absolutely fly. And as soon as they go around that third apex can, or that third can, they are going to be going with the wind. They're going to be going with the ocean. Remembering they've done quite a few races already today. Here we go. This is the shot that we were looking for. And it was Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, just tucked in behind Northcliffe in that chase pack there. And those girls in that pack, 3, 4, 5 and 6, they know how close they are. They know that an Aussie medal is within their grasp as they make their way through. Just having a look, that's Redhead still in the mix. Trig Island as well. Wonderful to see so many states represented here, and that is Newport. I think they are just a little too far off the pace at the moment to be on a podium, but stranger things have happened here at the Australian Championships as Zoe Woods heads back to the beach. I think she's got one more can to get around from here. She's an incredible paddler in any conditions. If there's a wave on, she loves it. If it's a flat, she's so good there as well. And here we go. She will have a landmark on the beach that she is heading for right now. She will have lined this up ahead of time. There is no guesswork at this point in the race. She is executing her strategy.
Yeah, she's flying at the moment. Probably doubled this lead out to about 25 to 30 metres now. It's like Sharp just might be getting a little bit short in that stroke there. Under duress, a little bit tired, and all it's doing is Woods is long and heavy, just trimming that board nicely through this awkward sort of outer bank with no waves on off. And just as I say that, there's a runner from behind, but it's not going to be big enough for Sharp to pull down. Possibly you might be able to secure that gold medal for the Alexandria Headlands team. And Woods is absolutely flying at the moment. This is absolute perfection here. Third spot is on at the moment. All bar 2 of the ladies up on their knees and driving. Race on for that bronze medal, also for the gold.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so curious to see how this race pans out for that bronze medal in particular as Zoe starts paddling now. Is there enough in this one? Could this make the difference? Could this be a gold medal winning wave for the team of Alexandra Headland? She takes a little look back. Everyone is always curious. She's on a beautiful runner here, and there is something shaping up for Coogin Headland as well.
Yeah, the size of this one at the back for Coogin Headlands appears to be a little bit bigger than the one that Woods got earlier. So Sharp needs to keep rating to keep that board in front because Alexandria Headlands now in that dead water, but it's just fattened up as I say that. So we could be looking at a gold medal still here in that dead water for Alexandria Headlands. 15 to 30 metre lead at the moment. One more wave. Woods rating extremely hard, trying to get the nose down the top. Little double up from behind. Not going to get some assistance from that one. Possibly the one from behind. Sharp from Coogin Headlands still fighting hard. But this is going to be the one right here, close to shore, Jenny.
Here we go. Zoe Woods for Alexandra Headlands combining with Millie Peterson and Britt Ackley. We think this is enough. She allows herself a little smile down there on the beach as well. Don't stop looking back, Zoe. We just look forward. We just want to get you home as Coogin Headland looks to be pulling onto something as well. Just in a little bit of deeper water, a rip starting to form in the middle of the competition arena there. But here we go. Smiles all around. High fives as well. The team of Alexandra Headlands are going to claim another gold medal here at the Australian Championships in the Under-19 female board relay. What a race. What a team. What a finish. The arm goes up in the air as well. It should be a fantastic race, a fantastic day out. Coogin Headland, we believe, still in second position, but very, very curious to see who is going to be on the podium with Woods and friends from Alexandra Headlands. Coogin making their way up and around. Harold, is it still Northcliffe in 3? We are very nervous. It looks like we've got a sprint finish on for third position.
Proper sprint finish is what we're going to see. It's going to be Coogin Headland in 2. Who's going to have that cap coming around? Possibly Northcliffe there. Trigg there as well, but it's going to be Northcliffe holding on. Maya with the dip on the line. It's going to be Northcliffe in 3, Trigg in 4. What a race. But from start to finish, the team from Alexandria Headland, Britt Ackley, Millie Peterson, Zoe Woods, dominant in the semi-final and came through and were a class above the rest. 3 amazing paddles, no errors, pure execution, gold medal. Congratulations to Alexandria Headland.
Yeah, really, really fantastic to see there. Olivia Clues from Newport making her way across the line. What a race. And we get the immediate replay. I know it just finished, but we want to watch it again. And this was where it was set up absolutely beautifully. Those waves just so difficult. Katie Rees did everything she could for the team of Swansea Belmont, up and around, just determined on those transitions. We see Raywood from Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park, but this was the moment. This was when the race really broke open. That second leg from Alexandra Headland's incredible performance, incredible paddle, and then she handed over to Zoe Woods, who was absolutely dominant, just head down. I don't think I've seen Zoe look so determined in a little while. She really wanted that one for the team.
Oh, most definitely. We saw she was a little bit subdued with the last interview, but we know she's going to be bringing it today because she is now the gold medalist along with her 2 mates, Britt Ackley and Millie Peterson. We're going to throw down to Liam on the beach with our newest Australian champions.
Thanks, guys. I am down here with the brand new under-19 Australian board relay champion. Ladies, how does that sound?
Amazing!
Now, we saw you guys in that semi-final and you won that one and you wanted to do the same again and you've completed this in outstanding fashion. How important is that first leg?
Yeah, it's definitely really important to set it up for the team. It's really hard to come from behind, even in a team event, but I think it was pretty good to get it set up at the start. So.
And then coming through in our second paddle, were you nervous going around?
Yeah, definitely. We all had a job to do and luckily we got it done.
And then Zoe, you said you wanted to do the same thing as you did in the semi-final. You got a great lead. How did it feel running up the beach knowing that you had locked in an Australian title?
Yeah, it definitely felt amazing. Thanks to all the Alex crew for telling us to do a claim, but it wasn't very good, so.
And one more thing, Zoe, Millie, Britt, who else do you want to shout out from Alex or anywhere else in surf lifesaving as the brand new Australian champions?
Bailey Williams. The mums for sunscreening us.
Swim coach Pete and all the rest of our coaches at the Surf Club.
Well, congratulations again. You are our brand new Australian under-19 board relay champions.
Thank you.
Will you be my mum on the beach for my sunscreen, Jen?
I'm everyone's mum on the beach for sunscreen. I've got the 50 plus in my bag. But a huge congratulations, the team from Alexandria Headlands. Look at that, winners and grinners. They will be wearing gold medals this afternoon. We are doing presentations for all of our big Australian Championship finals up in the enclosed area. Fantastic work for the team. And a huge congratulations to everyone who made that Australian Championship final. Incredible racing. Alexandria Headlands, they were in 1. Just waiting for live heats to update so we can recognise all of our medalists in that under-19 female board relay. Still only Alexandria Headlands, the first to get to be.
Coogin clear too, though. We can confirm that.
I feel comfortable with Coogin in 2 there. Isabella Tate, Nisha and Isabella Argos making their way through.
I'm comfortable with 3 for Northcliffe as well. Was that right?
Yes.
You want to say that one?
Let's be brave. Northcliffe Team A in 3rd there. That'll be Addison O'Connor. Oh, wait a sec. It's coming through now. It's Addison O'Connor, Riley Meyer and Luca Pither. Congratulations, ladies, on your Australian medals. And, of course, if you win a medal at Aussies, you have to wear it around. You have to be proud. You have to be... and if you've got a few, you can clink them together. I saw quite a few of our teams are making their way through. Just having a look at what is coming up next. You can see those shadows starting to lengthen down here on the Golden Sands of North Kira. Our incredible hosts here for the Australian Championships. Of course, that is being shared with a few beaches along here. But here it is. It's officially official. Northcliffe in 3, that sprint, that run up the beach. Trigg Island, chocolate medal for them in 4th. Redhead Team A in 5th position. Fantastic work, the team from Redhead.
You want to guess 6?
trying to find it on my live heats at the moment, but no doubting our winners, Britt Ackley, Zoe Woods and Millie Peterson. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, fantastic work to the ladies there, picking up points as well, remembering we pay all the way down to 6 here at the Aussie Championships. Defending champions Newport Team A have to settle for 7th position here. Northcliffe Team B in 8th. Swansea Belmont 9th position there, and over the team, wonderful to see so many interstate teams in the mix here. Janjak from Victoria, Wanda and Manly from New South Wales, Trig and Northcott in the mix here. So that is we are going to change arenas now. We're going to head down to some board rescue action, I should say. Board rescues coming up next for our under 19 men. So jump onto live heats, look up 19 board rescue for the men. And we think that we are in the qualifying rounds here, Harold. So exciting to see what is happening and how the conditions might be changing in these other arenas.
We are chopping, we are changing. We are bringing you all of the action here for the 2026 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships at the beautiful North Kira, with big thanks to Experience Gold Coast for having us here. And we are underway. So we've got the heat number 2 live. So there's a heap of heats come through. So the preliminary rounds, we had 6 heats. A few did not, but we're up to quarterfinal number 3, and this is going to be on because we're going to have teams from Mullaloo, North Burleigh, Glenelg, Maroochydore, South Maroubra, Manly, Tugun, Mooloolaba, and Kurrawa.
Yeah,
and awkward spots here. So one thing that the board rescue does bring is excitement. It brings a nice random draw to the start and a lot of speculation.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic race. Excited that we are down here, especially because in this field right now we have the Tugun Team A, that is Will Norling and Oliver Dillon. Not only are they the defending champions for Australia in this event, they won last year as first year under 19 competitors. They also took out the Queensland Championship just a few weeks ago at Mooloolaba. So Tugun Team A, defending champs, Queensland champs in the mix, but quite a few other quality teams in the field here. It's going to be tough to progress. And
it is such a tough event to win once. Even just at your state level, then to win it at Aussies and then back it up at state again, unbelievable work, because you've got to work with the random draw. Ali's number 1 through 8. Have you got the bank? Have you got the rip? Have you got the area that's got the waves breaking? Where is the sweep pushing you? Have you having to run hard left, hard right? There are so many variables within this board rescue race. So for them to have multiple wins is absolutely outstanding.
It's really impressive. North Burleigh having a fantastic swim. We've got Riley Rasmussen, the swimmer there, Jai Kennedy, his board paddler, and you can see on the split screen now we get to see both the swimmers put their hand up in the air signalling for their board paddler to come out and collect them, but also how the board paddlers finish on that, how they leave, I should say, on the far right-hand side. So there's Tugun on screen at the moment, that incredible pair, the defending champions making their way through. But North Burleigh Team A, Jai Kennedy and Riley Rasmussen, keep an eye on them. And Harold, you can see it's still quite shallow, even though the tide is on the way in, and it's quite high at the moment. Really shallow, really tricky on that bank. And you can see, one of our competitors is actually off his board. Two off.
Well, that's what I was just looking at. There's a bit of power on these waves, but I'm just not too sure. A couple of guys punching through. They're probably at the point where it is that shallow on the bank where they're probably able to hold their feet, throw the board over the top and get moving. But we'll wait to see what transpires over the next few waves, because we're still in the infancy of this under-19 male board rescue quarterfinal number 3 through to semi-finals thereafter, and watch this pick up. So you want to come through on the left-hand side. We'll wait to see if the board paddler in this first crew is going to just slide forward, swimmer on the back. Unbelievable. Both in control of the board as we make our way around.
Really great skills. I'm sorry, that was really impressive. I was just like, they're gone already. Oh, fantastic. Good work, you. No wonder you won Aussies.
And the guys are rating nice at the moment. So you want to start off nice and slow, get into a nice rhythm, and then move the board and gradually pick that rate up. Now, especially for the young kids watching at home, if you're on your board rescue board and you're paddling it and you think you're far enough forward, you're probably not.
Yeah, we can see on screen there as well the team from Kurrawa. Alex Shepherd picking up Lockie Mercer. They've had an incredible season together as we see Tugun make their way through, having a sneaky little look behind. And Harold, this is where the communication between your swimmer and your board paddler, your team on that board rescue, just so important. Are we moving forward? Are we moving back? What's coming? You see the boys at the moment. That is a nice wave out in front, taking a lot of the nerves and anxiety out of the team here.
It's like a perfect marriage there. The communication, the synchronicity was on point. The fact that they were able to rate on a whim, little
that's
lift
really
underneath.
good.
Let's go, boys, up and away. Comfortable there for Tugan.
So we think it's going to be the first 4 through. So Tugan, they look clear, they look fine. No dramas at all for them. But what we need to figure out is who is going to be joining them on this progression through to the semi-finals. And that looks to be Karawa coming through really nicely. North Burleigh, our early winners, early leaders, I should say. And is that maybe Maroochydore Team C making their way through Jed Rowlands and Kaylin Schmidt?
I don't mind a bit of early claim for like a third or a second spot there for the board relay. So great work for the gentleman. We'll wait for the scan to come through. But one thing we do know, who was elite, who was swift, who was fast, that was that Tugan A team. It was unbelievable. Will Norling and Ollie Dillon.
Yeah, fantastic to see as the boys make their way up and around. So you can see the officials, they will make it official. They will double check. They'll.
You can say the officials will make it official.
Officially, they will. So we can see down here on the beach. So wonderful to see that we have been looking at the board rescues for the under-19s. Wonderful that we came through. But here we go.
Open female board relay final of Australia. We are absolutely pumped to be bringing you the teams from Alexandra Headland, Northcliffe, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Northcliffe, Team F, Northcliffe, Team D, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Southport, Northcliffe, Team C, Northcliffe, Team B, Warrnambool, and rounding out our Open Female Board Relay Final, Mooloolaba, Wanda, North Bondi, Coogin Headland, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Newport Team A, Karawa, and Trigg Island. The ladies are now in the starters' hands for the 2026 Open Female Board Relay Final. Jenny Parry, Harold Marshall here with you in the commentary box. Time to fire it up.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the girls gathering down there on the beach now, and I love that at every Australian Championships we actually get to start every briefing with congratulations, you're in an Australian final. And you can see the girls just getting those final instructions now, just asking those last questions. And the great news here at the Aussie Championships on Friday afternoon, it's a lot simpler than what it has been over the past few days. We are not reversing courses. We are not doing figure eights. We are going a standard course from here. And girls, if we need to draw it in the sand, we do that as well. And that's not just the Opens. We do it for the Nippers. We do it for the Masters. We do it for absolutely everyone. And have a look at this. 5 out of our 16 teams here are from Northcliffe. An incredible performance. And we saw the under-19 girls go through earlier. We actually saw as well some of the Tremi-finals. Just going to be quiet for the start.
Take 2, and we are off and away for the Open Female Board Relay Championships of Australia. Ladies working hard through the bank, and no surprise to see through the middle there with the Northcliffe team making the most of that start through the middle, because you don't want to get jammed up too early through the middle, giving yourself every opportunity. Just as I say that, little knee pop straight off and away, and it's going to be Coogin Headland on the south, with Izzy Tate leading us through for the Coogin Headland team.
Yeah, wonderful to see Izzy Tate in the mix as well. She's so fast off the start, also fresh off an under-19 board relay final. And have a look at Hannah Scully. She's on the purple board of the Northcliffe Cup. She's on the furthest northern end of us at the moment. Lily O'Sullivan as well. We know her fast starts, and right next door to her, Brodie Trinker. She is absolute lightning across the stand. Brodie Trinker, she is from Southport. That is the navy cap with the yellow dot on front. So you can see Brodie just got that nice inside line as well. Keep your eye on Newport. They are on the yellow board. That's the yellow cap as well, as the girls really start to find their position, find where they are. And I love that out the front, no one is saying, oh, I'll sit back, I'll take some wash. The girls are absolutely flying, still 4 across in that lead pack.
Yeah, and just as you say that, Brodie Trinker just making her way to the top of that V-shape. Newport's Lizzie Whirlwind just going to tuck herself on the inside, but she want to get a little bit more aggressive because she doesn't want to get boxed out. And just as I say that, she's making the move. Lily O just trying to hold on to that lead there for the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park as they get closer and closer to that secondary bank. But Lizzie Wilburn looks like she's trying to make that move. She's trying to dictate terms in which this open board relay women's final is going to be raced, and she's trying to get that Newport A team out to that lead.
And absolutely, Lizzie knows what to do. She's been here before. Newport are the defending champions from last year's Australian event, so they know how to win. They have been here before, and Lizzie Wilburn is showing them the way.
So Northcliffe have got their team sitting in 4th and 6th at the moment. Mooloolaba with some work to do. Domstead in that 6th to 7th position. North Bondi up on the knees driving away. Lexi Tate there. But just as I say that, out in front, our 2 leaders, Lily O from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park and Lizzie Wilburn from Newport, trying again to lift that gear. They've gone from 1st to 2nd to 3rd to 4th, and once we hit that apex, it is going to be flat stick to try and get back to shore.
Absolutely. Hannah Scully, one of the absolute best in the business here. We can see her just on the outside of Lizzie Wilburn, being forced a little bit wide. That is not a drama at all for her. She loves any conditions of racing. As she says, anything but dead flat she will take. So she is firmly in 2nd position at the moment, just a little wide of Lizzie Wilburn. And for that Newport team, I love that they have gone with Lizzie Wilburn. She's an incredible board paddler. We've seen her do some wonderful things across her career. She has got Annalise Kibble and Gemma Smith in waiting as well. So a fantastic team. Newport, the defending champions. But Harold, this pack has not moved at all. We've got 10 ladies in that front pack now. It is going to be an absolute battle. I really like the work of Mooloolaba, tucked in behind Coogin Headland in a great position. North Bondi up on her knees already as Lizzie Wilburn muscles her way around the can there. Lily O'Sullivan in the hunt.
So first one up in the knees around that last can was that of Hannah Scully. She's just trying to find any sort of runners. Wilburn up, shooting back to the north. Rating unbelievably strong at the moment. Quick, powerful, heavy. So too Trinket from Southport. Tate trying to find something here, but here come the runners. South side, Scully trying to find something. Did you see something earlier? She would have been on the sand watching the races over to see what was going to be the best line, and Wellborn just opening up at the moment. She's rating extremely hard. Lily O'Sullivan with some work to do for that 18 for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Oh, a little runner from behind. What's going to happen here, because the girls need to go?
This is going to be interesting, and it's going to come down to what North Kira can offer you and how much the girls will take advantage of it. You can see Lizzie Wilburn, she's been rating so well. A nice little runner as she starts to trim the board, but danger for her, because out the back, Lily O'Sullivan and Hannah Scully are about to be picked up by a wave, and there's quite a few on here as well. Harold, count them. How many people are about to swallow up Lizzie Wilburn?
Let's go 10 at the moment, but it's just fattened up through we saw that with the previous races. The one thing that Lizzie didn't do was stop that rate, but Lexi Tate through the middle for North Bondi, absolutely flying at the moment. Out of nowhere comes Izzy Tate from Coogin. Bottom side there with Northcliffe as well. Oh, up on the outside right there, Scully just picking up that rate, trying to find the power, the poise, the passion, the precision in her stroke. And just as I say that, through the middle, out of nowhere,
another Northcliffe team. Remember, there are 2 of 5 in there as well. As that Georgia Singleton making her way through the field here. And Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, another one of their teams. It's not Lily O'Sullivan. It's probably one of their other teams in the mix. We have four on the beach as they make their way through. This transition is going to be absolutely epic.
Emily Louise Doyle from nowhere as well, but first one off the board, Wellborn just getting boxed out by her own board. And look at Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, just absolutely firing through this. So Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, along with Northcliffe, Newport, that is the top 4 at the moment. Oh, what is going to go on? We've still got 2/3 of the race left to go, Jen.
Yeah, a fantastic effort there. Hannah Scully making her way up and around. Look at the speed of Lily O'Sullivan and Isabella Tate on this transition as well. The girls absolutely flying as they make their way through. That looks to be Gemma Smith of Newport. She is going to tag next for the girls in the maroon and yellow as they make their way up and around. A little bit of whitewater for the girls to deal with as well as they make their way through. Have a look at the speed. Have a look at the power. Oh, just getting knocked a little bit by the whitewater. And I think that is going to be advantage Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park.
Yeah, door just opened a little bit. Looks like the Northcliffe girls had that perfect spot through the middle. Then out of nowhere, a little bit of whitewater straight on the head, which then opened the door for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So we've got Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1, Northcliffe in 2 and 3, Coogin in 4, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 5 and 6, plus another Northcliffe. This race is absolutely electric at the moment. and the fight for 1, 2 and 3 is on.
Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't expect anything else from an open women's board relay. We saw a lot of drama early in the day when Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team D took out the open men's board relay, courtesy of an incredible finishing leg there from Nathan J. But we're watching the girls go out and about now. A few still up on the knees, just trying to drive for that power, and a few of them just taking a little bit of a beat down low for a little bit of stability out there as the girls make their way out and around. Really, really tight racing, and with 5 Northcliffe teams in the mix, it's no surprise that 2 of them are in the top 3 at the moment. But Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park not giving an inch and really maintaining that inside line. Really great positioning there for the girls.
So we've got 5 Northcliffe teams, 3 Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park teams, and then a smattering of other clubs through the rest of the numbers. But at the moment, out in front, this fight for the lead just keeps changing over and over again. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park holding on to that, and then it looks like a bit of gang mentality here, and you like to see that. So the Northcliffe girls are just trying to get up on the inside. They'll be making decisions here, and just as I say that, so Rogers is going to make her way back into that 3rd to 4th spot. So we're going to have Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1, Northcliffe 2, 3, 4. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 5, and then tucked in next to them with some work to do is going to be Coogin Headland along with Newport.
Newport, yeah, that's Gemma Smith just bringing up that second pack there. We can see Lily Finardi having a phenomenal paddle. She was great for her team. She really made the difference for them in the semi-final earlier, but it's still Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park doing a great job holding that inside line as Lily Finardi tries to make her way through. The big mover there, Lana Rogers, did an incredible job. She is down on her stomach now. We know how valuable she is for the team as they make their way out and around. The girls just lying down. Gemma Smith absolutely working that stroke rate. She's got the nice inside line on Coogin Headland. Gemma Smith, a big shout out to her. She's already taken out a gold medal at this Australian Championships, winning the Open Female Champion Lifesaver, and I think that was about the 3rd or 4th in the row that she's got now. Gemma Smith, Champo Lifesaver?
Never lost it.
Never lost it, my gosh.
Heaps more than that. I think it might be like 8 or 9 in a row. She's on fire. And on fire at the moment is the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park lead paddler, just working so hard on these runners through. They're just trying to pick up if that might be their B team. Absolutely flying at the moment. Northcliffe, here comes the chase pack, because this is where the ladies can work together. So we've got the 3 teams from Northcliffe in that top 4 at the moment. But out in front, Dakota Luke just driving so hard, trying to find something. Lily Finardi tucked in behind, just getting a little bit more out of the runners than the rest. So too that of Lana Rogers. And as I say that, Dakota Luke trying to find something to extend that lead, protect the lead for the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park B team. Here come the cavalry.
Yeah, incredible racing, and it's 5 in a row for Gemma Smith at the moment. She did have a few a little earlier on. She had a great battle with Catherine McKenzie back in the day. But here we go. It is all about the open female board relay, and it is just Northcliffe, Northcliffe, Northcliffe across the field at the moment. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, though, determined to spoil the party, determined to take the double here for the open men and the open women. And here comes the wave. Lana Rogers having a fantastic paddle. Look at the rating for the girls as they make their way through. Lily Finardi, an incredible paddle for her, just trying to push over something special here, and a little bit of white water out the back there. That was unexpected. North Kira still throwing up a few surprises as the girls get a few nice little runners on the way home. Dakota Luke, an incredible paddle for her.
And out of nowhere, Coogin Headland, just as we say that, it just jacks up again on that inside right. Rogers heading to the north. Has she seen something there earlier? Driving hard, and Smith going to pull down one from behind there as well. So this lead changes are up to number 13 lead change of this race, because there's so much happening. Sharp up, driving hard for Coogin Headland. They're now in the lead. Can she pull over the top of that one? Because Luke's just fallen off the pace at the moment. But it is all about being at the right place at the right time, and the right place at the right time appears to be at the top, because it's going to be Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Coogin Headland, and then Northcliffe in 3 and 4 as we get closer and closer to this next transition. Rogers lined up perfectly. And what we're going to do, because it is so tight, it's for us to call up here in the commentary box. We're going to throw it down to Liam in the transition to keep us abreast of what is going on.
Thanks, Harrow. We've got our lead 4 up on the beach now, but it is all Lana Rogers from Northcliffe. She's got about 10 metres ahead of our second Northcliffe team. So Lana Rogers making the tag. Northcliffe, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Coogin in 4, Burleigh Heads again, and Gemma Smith coming through for Newport and our next Northcliffe team. But it was Lana Rogers who got the best of that transition.
Yeah, Lana Rogers, who's just tagged now to Naomi Scott. What an incredible team. And you can see a lot of the crews really are bringing out the big guns for this third and final leg. Naomi Scott, the third paddler here. Hannah Scully, Lana Rogers and Naomi Scott. That is their A-team. And you can see her just getting a little bit of white water as Carla Papik stays down on her stomach for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park and just powers through that surf. It is still Northcliffe in 1 and 2 at the moment. The pace is absolutely on. Some incredible work by the girls as they made their way through. Just trying to look up a few of these names as we go through. And it may be, who have we got there? Is that Olivia Corrin in the mix there?
I think a few of the teams have changed up their order too, which is an ideal for us. Hayley Smith from Coogin just needs to hold on to that watch with Papak, and Papak is just going to be lurking in the shadows of 1 and 2 at the moment, because if it comes down to a sprint finish, she's going to be really, really tough to beat. So Coogin in 4, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 2. Do we figure out? So we've got Naomi Scott. Was it Corrin there in that secondary spot?
I will confirm in just a moment. But
I want to get yes with that because Fernardi was the paddler previously, so that's what we're looking at.
And have a look at the speed, the power of Carla Papik on that bright red board there. You can see her making her way up, and she is on the inside of the field. So if she is able to muscle her way through, this gives her the best line and the shortest possible course as they make their way through. We are looking for those green and gold cans as they make their way up and over a little bit of the water. And unfortunately, one of the girls nearly lost her board, but she was able to get her balance back very, very quickly. And it just shows you when you start relaxing at Kira Beach, that's when terrible things happen. Naomi Scott still holding onto the lead for the Northcliffe A-team, but loving the work of Coogin Headland, just tucked in there in 4th position. Probably weren't part of our conversations when we were looking at the big guns, when we were looking at the multiple entries for Northcliffe and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. But Coogin Headland, that is the team with the white cap and the pale blue star on top, doing an incredible job.
So 5th place at the moment is at Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park B team. It's Charlotte Hart, Holly Holmesby and Dakota Luke. But one thing we haven't talked about in the last few moments is the pace of Annalise Kibble. She's just tucked onto that back 6th place.
Nice.
So she's got the power, she's got the pace, just probably, 15 to 16 metres or so away from that lead, 10 or so board lengths, which is probably only 1 or 2 waves, but 1, 2, 3 and 4 has only got 3 board lengths in it at the moment. It's Corrin on the inside, Scott on the outside, Papak in 3, and then it's going to be Hayley Smith from Coogin in that 4th spot, and then here comes this chase pack, because it looks as like, though, Jen, it has got a little bit tighter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking at Naomi Scott, and she's just being forced wider and wider by Olivia Corrin. So while they may have the same cap on their head, they are absolutely here to compete for their teams. Naomi Scott, the first of the waves here. We've seen her in action in a few races today. She did that mixed double earlier today. Here she is as well. She took a gold medal already with the Northcliffe team in that open female serve teams. But here comes Carla Papik on a nice little wave. We know how determined Carla is as well. She was gunning for that early inside line, and it's absolutely paid off now. She is flying away from the rest of the field. It looks like she's also going a little further down to the southern end of the course. She knows where she wants to be, and she is happy to go her own way. It is now Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1, but as we've seen in every leg here, it's been phenomenal. The lead has kept on changing. Coogin Headland, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park not out of this yet.
I thought Corrin looked really poised around that last can. She just looked like she knew what she had to do. She was up on her knees early before she got to that last can, driving the water hard, but Papak was ultra aggressive through there. Scott with some work to do at the moment. So that is our 1, 2 and 3. Papak just driving hard, trying to get the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and just a little bit of a nose action I saw in the screen from the board of Annalise Kibble, and just as I say that, over the top, Kibble from nowhere. She's going to keep that board trimming through. So Newport now, can they go back to back, because a wave has popped out of nowhere? Scott on the outside right. It looks like Papak just falling off the back. So too Kibble on that inside left. And then it's Corrin. Corrin driving the water, driving the board forward, little bump from behind.
You got to think it's an advantage Corrin at the moment. We saw her in those previous qualifiers. She is so strong. She gets down so deep on her board. She's got an incredible catch, and this lead has changed so many times. Who knew that Kibble was going to be the one who started flying through? And Harold Marshall said, it was me, the defending champs. There's a nice little wave out the back. It's not going to be doing anyone any advantage down here early, but it is a race in 4. Have a look at that. Naomi Naomi Scott on the southern end of the field. Now, if they all come in together, Naomi Scott has a lot further to run than Olivia Corrin a little further down this way. Olivia Corrin trying to angle back, but it is going to be Newport. Newport, is this a gold medal wave? Could this be a back-to-back championship going to the team from Newport? I can see the girls down there on the beach. They have got their arms in the air. They are celebrating early. This could be a Newport victory. And you can see Lizzie Wellborn doing the paddle, paddle, paddle down there. She is a wave in front. I tell you what, this is going to be an absolute sprint finish for the podium, but Harold, bring them home.
Annalise Kibble, you had no right to do that. The cat may say 6'7", but you are 100 out of 100. That was absolute perfection. Went in the water in 6th place, lurked in the background, made the decision at that back, drove hard through the knees, and she is now back-to-back champion for the Newport A team. Get out of town. And I believe it would have been Naomi Scott's team of the A team in that secondary place, and the bronze medal to Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. But Annalise Kibble, is this going to be ominous signs for her coming this Sunday?
Yeah, that was a range of incredible performances individually and from teams in the mix there. Naomi Scott coming through for the A team there to take out the silver medal. An incredible performance from her, but it is all Newport right now. Have a look at this. Set up beautifully by Lizzie Wellborn in that first leg. She did so much work and the girls just swamped her on the way home. I think she ended up coming through in 4th or 5th. Gemma Smith, the absolute powerhouse, made her way round. And we get to relive it already, even though we know the outcome. It was a phenomenal race with so many lead changes. And have a look at this.
63 there was.
63 in total. We've got the judges' decision here. This was the incredible transition from the start.
And they worked so hard for each other, and then it was just a matter of fighting and just being responsive to the surrounds around you. Get to the can first. Try and find the runners. Are we heading north? Are we heading south? And I think probably the best of it was to that south at the right place at the right time. We saw Rogers with that earlier, and then Kibble on that back end. Honestly, we thought it was going to be Papak, had all the board speed, and this is where the momentum came from Kibble. The belief, the power for her to just keep driving through. Special things in store for a special lady who has already done ultra special things.
Absolutely. We see again on the replay, the arms go up. What an incredible result. Back-to-back champions, but now we are going to go down onto the beach with our winners.
Thanks, guys. I am down here with the back-to-back champions of our open female board relay. Congratulations, ladies. How does it feel to go back-to-back?
Oh, absolutely incredible. That was awesome. This is my favourite event on the calendar, the board relay, and winning it last year was so special for us. I actually can't believe that we've won it again. It's so awesome.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome to finish a day like that. It's just icing on the cake. Really, really special to do.
Now, Annalise, how much pressure did you feel coming into that last leg when you've had 2 great start-outs, but you had a lot of work to do?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm usually a bit of a front-end specialist, so having to back-end it a little bit then and try and make my way through the field. I knew that if I was maybe in the fight for a podium, I could get something done in the sprint finish, but I didn't think a runner like that would come through.
And how proud are you two of Annalise's efforts to go from 6 going around the cans to come in first?
Oh, so proud. I knew that if Kibble could be in it, she'd definitely be in it with a sniff. And after I tagged Gemma, I went up to her and I said, anything can happen. Just pretend like you're out in front. And yeah, I'm so glad that it all went our way.
And it's such a great result for Newport again. We're seeing Newport really feature in these finals. Anyone else you want to thank from the Newport club?
Yeah, it's fantastic. We've got such a good group down here. So all the other competitors, we have such a good atmosphere and really great harmony in the club at the moment. But a big thank you to all of our coaches. We couldn't do it without them. And yeah, they've put a lot of work into us this season, so we can't thank them enough.
Go Newport. Yeah.
Congratulations, our back-to-back Australian champions in our open female board relay.
And a fantastic work. A huge congratulations to the team from Newport taking out a big win there, the Open Women's Board Relay. Back-to-back champions. It's special to win an Australian Championship once, but to do it twice here with an incredible group of ladies. A huge congratulations to the team of Newport. What a way to close out for them. The Friday, day 3 of the Open Championships here down on North Kira Beach. And we have got another final coming up for you right now. The Open Men's Board Rescue looks to be next on the program.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. So we've had a million rounds. We've gone from round 1, quarterfinals, semifinals, into the final. And the teams we've got, It is Aussie, so it's always an embarrassment of riches, Jen.
Absolutely. From Mermaid Beach Team A, we've got Cruz McKee and Connor Maggs. Northcliffe Team B, can you believe that Joe Collins and Matt Bevilacqua are the B team for Northcliffe Currumbin? We've got CJ and oh, my apologies. We're going to the under-19s first, and they are already in the water. The under-19 board relay open up another tab on live heats. Remembering that we've got our defending champions, I think, in the mix here from Tugan. That is the team of Dylan and Norling. And the swimmers are done. The board paddlers are already on their way out. We will bring you where they are and where they are at halfway point in the race. It's been a big day in the office for our under-19 men.
So we have got the 1 to 8 team, Karawa A team, Warilla Barrack Point, Torquay. Let's go, Torquay. Big Callum Bracetto. Spoke to him earlier. This guy is a man mount, but on screen at the moment, it is the Wanda team of Dane Sutton and Otis Jessup trying to hold on to that lead at the north of the screen. But where are the defending champions? Where is Will Norling and Ollie Dillon? Are they going to be thereabouts? Because this is still anyone's race, Jen, at the moment.
Absolutely anyone's race. North Kira will always have the final say. Loving the rating from the team from Wanda. They were absolutely flying, and they look to have a really fantastic position there as a few little waves start to come through. A few of the boys trying so hard to pull down something. Can they find something special here as well? Wanda look to be still in the best position. Can any of these boys pull down a wave? Who has got it there?
Might be Warilla Barrack Point there through the middle.
Yeah, WBP. As they make their way through. Two on a wave out the front. It is going to be all about the dismount. Who has done the work? Oh no, we've had a fall already. The boys need to be in touch with their board and each other as they make their way up and around. Warilla Barrack Point look to have the best of it. They need to get there. They need to be across the line. Warilla Barrack Point ahead of Wanda. The arms go up. The celebration starts as we say congratulations, Warilla Barrack Point.
The Warilla Gorillas, Levi Willis, Will Fowler taking this one out. It was all Dane Sutton and Otis Jessup, and just, again, like you said, Jen, had to be on the dismount. Warilla Barrack Point in unison. They were as one, and they have absolutely gone through and dominated that finish. So congratulations to the guys for the pass out down there in New South Wales. Levi Willis, Will Fowler, the Aussie champions for the under-19s.
Incredible racing, and we did promise it earlier, and here we are for the open men's board rescue. You could see on the other end of the field it was Mermaid Beach Team A. That was Cruz McKee and Connor Maggs, but closest to us here, Zach Morris and Miller McQuitty Brown. They are the defending Australian champions in this event. Morris on the swim, and he has one of the fastest starts. Watch him absolutely dominate as they make their way through. Here's the first through, and there we go. An incredible start there as well. Taj Andrews and Ethan Callahan from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, those big knees, the high loping strides, and that looks to be advantage Callahan from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park at the moment as the boys make their way through. We've got some incredible swimmers in the mix, including Hayden Cotter from Manly.
Yeah, and this is such an awkward and heavy start, so the guys are sprinting in probably 10 to 15 porpoises through there. Then they get out into the work at the moment. Connor Maggs absolutely flying at the moment. Tucked in next to him, it's going to be Matt Bevilacqua. He's moving all the water. Sorry, Joe Collins there swimming, moving all the water. And then the Brennan boys.
Yes, they've already got gold together in the open surf teams. They would love to add to that tally here in the board rescue. Ethan Callahan very, very sharp on the top end of the field here, looking great. We've also got Bailey Kravetsky in the mix from Wanda. So have a look at the beat kick that we've got here. I think that's 6, 8, 10, 12 beat kick across the field. And you can see it is such a short, sharp course here. They're only going to that first can, which is set in the gutter here on screen there. We've got this sky blue cap of Manly. That is Hayden Cotter. Ethan Callahan still looks to have the best of it at the moment, the advantage, but have a look at the finish. Have a look at the sprint that is on now for the team from Currumbin Vikings. The boys put their hands up and away. We can see on that split screen at the moment where the boys are and where they leave. Let's see if the defending champions can get it done. Northcliffe Team A, they are on the far southern end of the field. Zach Morrison, an impressive swim from him. Miller McQuitty Brown out in the water now.
Maybe 3 to 5 seconds, maybe tops from first to last, not in it. So we've got 8 in here. Bevilacqua up and driving, but again, it is at the top there. It is the Ethan Callahan, Taj Andrews show at the moment, just holding on. Little wave coming through. I think everyone's going to get it out into that green water. McKee flying at the bottom, so too Bevilacqua, but again, it's Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park looking so strong at the moment. Andrews off the D team. board relay, paddling the board ultra fast at the moment, and he's backing that up again for this open board rescue final.
Yeah, he's already got a gold medal today. He would love to add to that tally. That is Angus McPhail that was on screen just earlier, the sky blue cap of Manly. But here we go. Have a look at the speed. Who's been practicing these pickups? Who knows what they're doing? Bevilacqua and Joe Collins on the front there, and they will absolutely rate on the way home. But a fantastic pickup there from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, a little further up to the southern end. But the Brennan brothers, here they go. They know how to rate up. They know what they need to do. But closer to us down here, Mermaid Beach. Oh my gosh, this race is absolutely anyone's. Harold, who do you like?
Gus McPhail at the moment, one of the form board paddlers in Australia at the moment. He may be 31, but this guy's getting it done with Hayden Cotter for Manly, so they're going to be thereabouts. The big boys out in front from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, trying to find something. Brenda boys are there from behind. This is a wave. This is going to be a sprint finish on the dismount. But just as we say that the boys are close enough to the bank, Ethan Callahan 6'8", he can get up and run, and that's probably what they need to do. Wave coming from behind. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park trying to protect it. Did they go too early? Change up.
Sprint 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams on the mix here. Who wants it the most? Who's been practicing their get-ups? Like we see closest to us, Mermaid Beach. You've got to have your partner with you. Where is the rest of Wanda? My gosh, it could be.
Redhead.
It could be Redhead from the clouds.
We say their name once. We say it only when they win the gold medal. Blake Cook and Dan Collins. They were sitting at 7th to 8th. The wave come through. They had the bank there. They got up nice and quick. And Blake Cook and Dan Collins out of nowhere.
Oh, my gosh. I don't think we mentioned them once during the individual
They were sitting in that 7th position the whole time.
Individual board, my gosh, Redhead comes through with an absolute wave of the day. No one was expecting that. We thought there would be a little bit of a wave. There might be a runner. There might be a sprint finish, but no one was expecting a 7-way sprint finish here for the Open Men's Board Rescue, and it looks to be the team from Redhead. Dan Collins, the former Australian Ironman champ, comes through for a big win. What an incredible performance.
So the board rescue for them, it's been a moment of ups and downs. So they got second in their heat number 4, cruised through okay. Quarter final, 18. What did they do? Snuck through in 4th.
So good.
Door was nearly shut. They just got ahead of the Currumbin D team, making their way through. Semi-final, we're feeling good. Let's take that one out.
They're improving as the day goes on. My gosh, Redhead will be on their feet watching this incredible race. I thought Wanda was going to get there for a moment. I thought that was who was going to take it home, still from New South Wales, but who knew Redhead would be the ones to take it home. What an incredible race, and what an incredible way to close out day 3 of the Open Championships here at the Aussies. Friday afternoon, big day of racing as the shadows starting to lengthen down here at North Kira Beach, and Redhead is absolutely loving this. Have a look at the smiles on those stars. They are Aussie gold medal winning smiles.
Blake Cook on the right with Dan Collins on the left. I thought the bank was a little bit more prominent at that that north end, but they just got up so well. So there we go, Callahan, first one out. It was only about 5 seconds, like we said. Cook here, watching there, still waiting. Great pick up there. Look at Collins on the top, rating away. They looked ominous.
You go.
But where are we? The board through the inside. And it's that pick up, the get up at the top there. They were up early. First one's up on their feet. Gus McPhail looking for Hayden Cotter somewhere. They might be on the podium. But getting up early and fast was Blake Cook, making that decision early. What an unbelievable finish. Oh, Liam, I need to know about that decision-making process for them to get up so quick. Talk to us through it.
Yeah, I'll check in. But how good is this? Dan Collins, Blake Cook, our open male board rescue champions of Australia. How does that one feel?
Yeah, pretty special. First time me and Blake have actually partnered up in this event, and yeah, me and Cos have been chasing an open board rescue for a long time, and to do it with another club mate, Cookie, today, an event that we weren't sure that we were going to do at the start of the week, was pretty special.
Now, Blake coming in 7 on that lead wave. Talk us through the decision to get off a little bit later than everyone else.
Yeah, I sort of just listened to Dan. He earlier in the heats, he told me to chuck the leg over, and seemed to do that, and that really worked. So a bit of guidance for the older fella. To me, it was good. Yeah, helped out a lot.
Now, talk to us about the Redhead Club. This means a lot. We've got so many spectators here to wish you well. So what do you want to say to the group at Redhead?
Yeah, massive shout out to the Redhead supporters that are here, and also those that are on the live stream and tuning in as well. It's a really special club, and to put on the cap this week and and race our heart out for it is what we do. And yeah, awesome to come away with a result like this and on a Friday. So bring on the weekend.
Yeah, go Red.
Congratulations, boys, our open male board rescue champions of Australia.
The narrative is always something that just drives below the Aussie surf titles year in and year out. Dan Collins and Cozzy have been trying to chase his title for a long, long time. Injury 2 weeks ago, Cozzy out of the Aussies. Blake Cook, let's go. Let's see what we can do. Let's have a bit of fun with it. And it was unbelievable. So they're just on that top board there in shot. The bank's probably a tiny little bit more prominent, but it was the aggressive gambling get up there. Blake Cook at the front said, let's go, big boy, because if we get up first, we hold our feet, we're going to win this by, a couple of board lengths. 2 goes to who?
That was amazing. Manly Team A, that is the crew of Angus McPhail and Hayden Cotter came through for the silver medal. Wanda Team B, Noah Steiner and Bailey Kravetzi. That is a New South Wales 1, 2, 3 podium. Incredible finishes there. Have a look at this. And there it is. It is officially official. Redhead Team A, Blake Cook and Daniel Collins take out a big win ahead of Manly, Wanda. Burleyheads, Mowbray Park, we thought they were there. We thought they had done enough.
Did nothing wrong. Just the sweet Lord baby Jesus of the water, whoever that is, said, unfortunately, boys, today is not going to be your day.
Yeah, Northcliffe Team B, Joe Collins, Matt Bevilacqua are through. Mermaid Beach, Cruz McKee and Connor Maggs. Currumbin, the Bredens, finished up in 7th and our defending champions from last year. Northcliffe Team A, again, did nothing wrong, but an incredible field, and we say a huge thanks for joining us here on day 3 of the Australian Championships here at North Kira Beach. It has been an absolute blast. We do hope that you come back tomorrow, remembering that we'll have 3 live streams in action. The opens, the boats and the beach flags as well. So come back tomorrow. We'll do it all again. A big thanks everyone who's joined us here at the Aussies.